In the shadow of the Earth's magnetic poles vanishing in 2020, humanity faced a catastrophic demise, succumbing to radiation, drought, and disease, with half of the population lost. By 2043, the arduous construction of artificial magnetic poles was achieved, yet unforeseen biological mutations ensued, transforming infected humans into monstrous beings devoid of humanity, preying upon their own kind. In 2161, the flickering lights of the northern base and the underground city remained the last vestiges of civilization. Anja, a sentient mushroom birthed from the abyss, obtained a corporeal form through its fusion with human flesh and embarked on a quest to reclaim the spores that had been harvested. From it, journeying to the northern base. Lu Feng, the judge of the northern base, adhered strictly to the principle of prioritizing human interests, ruthlessly exterminating individuals and aberrant beings. Anza's fate within the base was tumultuous. It was captured while crafting a puppet of the judge, only to be rescued by Lu Feng amidst a tide of monstrous insects, leading to a burgeoning emotional bond between them in the main city, Eden. However, with the aurora extinguished and magnetic poles failing, chaos engulfed the base, and Anja was pursued after retrieving spores. Lu Feng was tasked with tracking down the spores, and together they witnessed the grotesque transformations of the world around them. As the spores reached maturity, Anja, in a selfless act to protect Lu Feng, resolved to relinquish the spores and return to the abyss. At the Highland Research Institute, Anja uncovered the secret of the Simpson cage, realizing that its own inertness alongside the spores was pivotal to humanity's salvation. As monstrous entities launched a frenzied assault, Anja resolutely leaped into the Simpson cage, ultimately halting the mutations, yet leaving fewer than 5,000 survivors worldwide, with cities in ruins. 3 years later, the spores manifested in Anza's likeness, achieving immortality. Together, Anja and Lu Feng set forth towards the abyssal cave that housed the remains of Anza's original form, embarking on a new journey. Chapter 1. The cave was dim and damp, illuminated by the faint bioluminescence emitted by the surrounding flora. Vines entwined upon the stone wall, shaded in deep emerald, rich violet, and obsidian black, resembling great, serpentine coils. A black insect, disoriented and erratic, stumbled into the scene, adorned with 6 rigid wings and 3 mandibles. In the next instant, a massive bulge of deep violet emerged amidst the tangled vines, rapidly splitting open like an eager maw, which in a fleeting moment snapped shut, ensnaring the insect within its depths. Within the cavern, the sound akin to fluttering wings resonated as a droplet of viscous fluid, trailing translucent filaments, descended from the cavern's ceiling, landing with off-plop into the damp moss below. The delicate strands began to writhe, the glistening droplets swiftly absorbed, vanishing without a trace from the ground. A corner illuminated by the bioluminescent glow of verdant fungi revealed itself. From the crevices between rock and soil, a tide of white surged forth, blanketing vast areas in pristine mycelium. It grew and spread, extending billions of filaments, ultimately undulating towards the center, converging and elongating until a form began to take shape. A foot stepped onto the thick, soft moss, which sank beneath it, engulfing the limb, revealing only a snow-white ankle. He lifted his leg and took a step. The moss, previously compressed and cool to the touch, regained its buoyancy after his departure, resembling upright earthworms. This time, his foot met something else, a human skeletal arm. In the dim light, Anja gazed upon the skeleton. Fungi and vines had rooted deep within its bones, with deep green tendrils entwining the hip and femur, while vibrant mushrooms flourished along the ribs, resembling blossoms in full bloom. The fluorescent mushroom emerged from its hollow eye sockets and sparse teeth, casting a green glow akin to fragmented gray. An S of sand, indistinct within the mist of the cave. Anja gazed at it for an extended period before finally bending down to retrieve a leather backpack lying beside the skeleton. The items within the backpack remained untouched by moisture, consisting of several garments, human food, water, and a blue chip approximately the size of a palm, inscribed with the digits 326-117-0514. 3 days prior, this skeleton had belonged to a living human. His shirt was soaked through, his skin pale, lips cracked, and his body trembled sporadically. Enja looked at him, at a loss for words, ultimately murmuring the name of this young man. Enze, you have nearly mastered the human language, the human replied, glancing down at his own body. This corporeal form was marred by pus, bloodstains, and silken white mycelium, a part of Enja himself. The mycelium wound its way, adhering closely to the wounds on Enze's limbs and torso, intending to staunch the blood flow for this dying human. Yet, driven by instinct, the mycelium simultaneously absorbed and digested the fresh blood that flowed forth. By consuming my genes, have you acquired such knowledge? The pollution index in this region is indeed alarmingly high, the human remarked. Fragmented shards of knowledge unfurled in Enja's mind after a brief 5-second transition. He comprehended that the pollution index signified the rate of genetic transformation. Currently, genes from the human flowed through Enze's blood into his own body. Perhaps, when I die, you could consume my entire body and gain much in return. Enz gazed upwards at the cave ceiling, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then it seems I might have accomplished something of significance, though I remain uncertain whether it will. LD be deemed good or ill in your eyes. Enz remained silent, shifting his entire being towards Anz. He enveloped Anz's shoulder with a newly formed human arm, as a multitude of mycelium surged forth, accumulating. Beside Anz to support his faltering framed in the stillness of the cave, the only sound was the labored breathing of a dying human. After a prolonged silence, Anz finally spoke again. I am a person whose existence holds no meaning. As he did not fully grasp the significance of such concepts, like value or death, he merely captured the essence of the term human base. Leaning against Anz's shoulder, he said, I wish to go to the human base. Why? Enz inquired. Enz just slightly raised his left arm, his fingers weaving through the air as if attempting to grasp an elusive wisp, yet he seized nothing. Much like his own body, his form felt hollow, a vast void emerging from the depths of his being, an emptiness that could not be filled nor healed. In its wake followed an unending sense of void and panic, entwining around him day after day. He struggled to articulate the language of humanity, gradually expressing, I have lost. My spores? My seeds. He found himself at a loss for how to elucidate further. Throughout the life of each mushroom, it possesses spores, some with countless, others with but a single one. Spores serve as the seeds of the mushroom. They emerge from the gills, scattering into the forest on a gentle breeze, finding a place to settle and take root, ultimately blossoming into a new mushroom. In time, this new mushroom will also grow, nurturing its own spores. The sole mission of a mushroom throughout its existence is to mature its spores, yet has lost its solitary spore before it has even reached maturity. Anz slowly turned his head, and Anja could hear the creaking of his bones, reminiscent of an antiquated human machine. Do not venture there. The human's voice rasped, quickening in urgency. You will perish. Anja repeated the word, bewildered. Perish? Only humans may enter the human base. You cannot escape the eyes of the adjudicator. Enz coughed a few times, then struggled to catch his breath. Do not go, little mushroom. Anja, in confusion, replied, I. The human's hand suddenly grasped Anz's mycelium with great force, his breath growing increasingly labored. Be obedient, Anz murmured after a fit of tremors and gasps, gradually closing his eyes. His voice was barely a whisper. You possess neither offense nor defense. You are merely a very small mushroom. At times, Anja deeply regretted revealing to Anz his intention to visit the human base. Had he not disclosed this to Anz would not have dedicated his final moments to thwarting his efforts. Perhaps he could have listened to Anz recount a tale, or even led him away from the dim confines of the cave for one last glimpse of the ever-changing auroras in the sky. Yet, Anz's eyes would remain forever closed. Brief memories dissipated into the ether, akin to Anz's life abruptly vanishing from this realm, leaving only a pristine white skeleton before Anja. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to defy Anz's wishes, that he slowly unfurled his fingers. Resting delicately upon the tender skin and faintly etched lines of his palm lay a brass-colored, metallic cylindrical shell, heavy and adorned with perplexing yet undeniably extraordinary markings and artifact he had discovered after losing the spores in that forsaken place, which he had clutched ever since. With a soft sigh, He placed a shell into the beast-hide backpack left by Anne's, then bent down to gather the garments that Anne's once wore, a blood-stained grayish-white long-sleeve shirt, sturdy black overalls, and black leather boots. Having accomplished this, he strode towards the cave's entrance. The slightly loose clothing brushed against his skin, sending subtle electric currents from the nerve endings embedded within his flesh to his core. Anja, in this unfamiliar human form, found himself ill at ease. He furrowed his brow and rolled up the sleeves of his loose shirt. The cave was long and winding, its walls adorned with a tangle of vines that pressed together, receding like a tide as Anja traversed this passage, coiling at the cave's apex. After 3 turns, the wind swept in, laden with moisture. Mushrooms parted the withered vines hanging at the entrance. The fungi, his kin, stretched infinitely in his line of sight from near to far. They appeared to soar towards the heavens, enveloped in a profound stillness. Through the canopies, the dim light of the sky filtered in, casting a gray hue interspersed with erratic green glimmers. Anja inhaled the sense of rainwater, mist, serpentine molting, and decaying vegetation. To the north above and south below, his gaze ascended, and in the upper right quadrant of this modeled map lay a pristine white area, marked by a vivid red pentagram. To the right of the star was inscribed the name of this region, Northern Base. The green luminescence of the sky intensified, while the background deepened gradually into an inky blackness. At the stroke of midnight, Anja barely discerned the shapes of stars above. He recognized the brightest one as Polaris, the guiding star. Thus, he aligned the upward arrow in the upper left corner of the map with the direction of Polaris and, stepping over the decaying wood, fallen leaves, mycelium, and soil, ventured forth, one careful step at a time. The night was not shrouded in darkness above him. Those shifting green lights, which humanity referred to as the aurora borealis, illuminated all that lay ahead, leaving in zest. Ishin filled solely with mushrooms. Yellow, red, and brown, the mushrooms boasted enormous caps. Small clusters densely populated the rocky terrain. Round fungal packets scattered across the ground, and upon maturing, they erupted in a mist of spores akin to a gentle rain. These spores, upon landing, began to divide in the damp soil of fallen leaves, growing in spherical fungal packets identical to their progenitors. There exist mushrooms devoid of caps, merely white or yellow tendrils, clustering together or radiating apart, floating through the air like seaweed. Yet this realm is not solely inhabited by mushrooms, vines, moss, shrubs, carnivorous flowers, and grotesque trees silently lurk in the twilight. Amidst the verdant thicket, shadows and peculiar forms beasts or hybrids of man and beast dash through the underbrush, howling, battling, as animals clash with one another and cray. Tours confront the flora, or even plants contend amongst themselves. The cacophony of howls, high and low, assaults Nja's eardrums, while the stones and earth are mingled with SP. Lashes of fresh blood. He witnesses a pine tree bend its trunk to engulf a long, scale-covered serpent with 2 tails, and observes a massive toad extending its vivid red tongue to ensnare a bat, which possesses human arms on its back. Minutes after swallowing the bat, a pair of black wings sprout from its lumpy, mucus-covered back, curling softly. This is but a mere fraction of the sights seen by the mushrooms, which he has long since grown accustomed to that moment. A gray beast approached, adorned with 4 eyes, its body cloaked in scales, feathers, and fur, its head reminiscent of a crocodile, yet akin to a colossal wolf, with 7 teeth protruding from its lips. It drew near to Nja, its blood-red nose sniffing at him, and Nja remained motionless, leaning quietly against a mushroom, breathing steadily until he had been thoroughly scent-marked. The colossal creature, seemingly finding nothing of interest, turned and lumbered away, dragging its heavy footsteps. Nja realized that nothing would take notice of him. Even though he donned a human guise, perhaps it was due to the mushrooms that proliferated everywhere, lacking in nutrition, devoid of aggression, and sometimes even toxic. Thus, he and they existed as beings from 2 disparate worlds, coexisting in tranquility. Perhaps, as Nze remarked, he was merely a diminutive mushroom. Chapter 2. Nja walked for an extended period. After many nights and days had passed, the distance he had traversed on the map measured only a minuscule width, akin to the nail of a human pinky. yet he remained a complete finger's length away from the northern base. Lacking human means of transportation, he was oblivious to how much longer it would take to reach his destination. At long last, he sensed the damp and shadowy atmosphere gradually dissipating and felt the soil beneath his feet solidifying. As evening fell, the sun sank like a deep crimson eye, while the distant black mountains embraced it like an eyelid. The sunlight faded, and twilight emerged alongside the aurora. Enja strained to decipher the inscriptions and symbols on the map. Indeed, the undulating terrain of the abyss, the ubiquitous rifts, and the towering shadows of trees entwined in the deep of night were all conspicuously absent. This place offered an expansive view, with a scene laid bare under the vast, flat twilight. Yet, Enja felt a sense of unease. The arid air of the second plane seemed ill-suited for mushroom existence. He could not find nourishing soil and could only replenish his strength in a human manner, such as through sleep. After an extensive journey, he finally discovered a slightly concave hollow, sparsely adorned with patches of yellowish-green grass. He sat down, drawing his knees close and curling into a comfortable position. A mushroom's existence largely unfolds in slumber. Yet this was his inaugural experience of sleeping in a human posture. The essence of a mushroom's repose involves remaining still in one place, allowing time to drift by, but human sleep appeared to be altogether different. Shortly after closing his eyes, an infinite darkness surged like a tide. His body felt weightless, as though he were gradually relinquishing his corporeal form. At an indeterminate moment, a mournful wind whispered in his ears, the sound of the wilderness, his once cherished delight. Very strange, very. What? Collect. Samples. Here. In the next instant, an indescribable pain radiated throughout his being. It was a sensation both light and profound, an emptiness emerging within his consciousness, an abyss that would never, ever be filled. He realized that from that moment onward, he had lost the most vital part of himself. Fear enveloped him in an instant. From that day forth. He developed an aversion to the sound of the wind, retreating into the confines of a cave. His heart pounded fiercely. An overwhelming dread surged within him, akin to the terror of losing spores. Enja abruptly opened his eyes, instantly recognizing that he was dreaming. Only humans are capable of dreaming. In the next moment, his breath ceased entirely. He discerned the source of that fear. A dark creature stood before him. Two blood-red, compound eyes glimmered ominously, and Enja's entire being tensed as his gaze shifted downward. A colossal creature, its elongated form rivaling that of an adult human, bore 3 pairs of slender, razor-sharp, sickle-like forelimbs that shimmered with a cold, moonlit hue. Upon realizing the nature of this entity, a tremor coursed through his body, evoking a distant sensation reminiscent of the ancestral shivers experienced eons ago, when the first progenitor succumbed to the relentless gnawing of a swarm of termites. The moment this thought emerged, Enja instinctively rolled aside. Fortunately, the creature's bulk appeared cumbersome, and the swiftness of human feet surpassed its own. He marvel. Why needed to reach the thicket ahead? He stumbled and fell. In that fleeting instant, he found himself shrouded in the shadow cast by the monster, the sharpness of the wind heralding the imminent strike of its forelimb aimed at his arm. Suddenly, Enja's sleeve felt empty. The fabric hung limply, untouched by the creature's assault. This unexpected turn seemed to astonish the monster, causing it to hesitate momentarily. Simultaneously, mycelium began to proliferate anew within the confines of Enja's sleeve, reconstituting a complete human arm. He rolled to the ground just in time to evade the creature's next strike, then braced himself with his arm, plunging into the low shrubs, which concealed him behind their robust foliage. Yet, this concealment was insufficient to elude the monster's gaze. Enja gasped for breath as his body began to undergo a transformation. The outlines of his arms, fingers, and Ella's limbs blurred. Something beneath the surface surged, shifting towards the mycelium, poised to escape with newfound agility. At that very moment, a resounding bang echoed through the air. After the dull thud echoed, a brilliant white light erupted silently, interspersed with flickers of crimson flames. Enja lay concealed within the thicket, his eyes wide as he witnessed this colossal creature split in two, crashing to the ground with a resounding boom. The leaves of the shrubbery trembled in the aftermath, cascading down upon Enja, while the severed head of the beast landed less than half a meter from him, its blood-red compound, eyes still fixated in his direction. Having encountered beings severed into thirds in the abyss, each still capable of movement, he intended to rise and distance himself from the creature. Suddenly, he caught the sound of voices nearby. After a brief exchange, silence enveloped the air, broken only by the sound of heavy boots crunching on the sandy ground, accompanied by a rustling friction. Humans, since Nze's demise, Enja had not laid eyes upon another human for quite some time. He cautiously raised his head from a thicket. The bushes rustled. He then heard the first man commanding, "Alert!" In the next instant, 3 menacing gun barrels were aimed in his direction, and Enja regarded them, an involuntary recollection of the chaotic night when the spores were lost flooding his mind. Yet, the memory of Nze reminded him of the kindness and amiable nature inherent in humanity. Contemplating his current predicament, he stammered, hello. Beneath the aurora's glow, the scene before him was laid bare. 3 men clad in deep gray, all male. They wore wide brown leather belts at their waists, adorned with ammunition pouches. The man at the center stood tall, while the other 2 were somewhat shorter. The individual in the center was indeed the one who first spoke of the last uranium bomb. His voice was remarkably steady as he inquired, "Who?" Enja hesitated for a moment, recalling the weapon that had severed the creature in half. He replied, "Yes." "What is your name? What is your ID number? Where are your teammates?" Enja, 326-117-0514. "I am separated." 3 seconds later, another man beside him, a short black-skinned individual, cocked his gun with a menacing click. He fixed his gaze on Enja, his voice low and rapid, "Take off your clothes." Enja rose from the underbrush, unfastening the first button of his gray shirt, followed by the second, revealing the skin at his collarbone. His skin possessed a smooth, creamy pallor, somewhat reminiscent of the color of his mycelium. In the next moment, he heard a third man whistle. This man had pale, rosy skin, with yellow hair and numerous wrinkles that spoke of human aging. His eyes were a striking gray-blue, with the corners slightly lifted, staring intently at him. Enja lowered his head and unbuttoned the remaining buttons, removing his shirt. The gray-blue-eyed man approached him, whistling again, and began to scrutinize him from head to toe. The man's gaze was unervingly adhesive, akin to the saliva of a beast lurking in an abyss. After assessing Enja, he circled around to his side. In the following moment, Enja's wrist was seized. The man's fingers glided across the skin of Enja's wrist, his thumb caressing the bone with a slightly piercing voice as he asked, "Ed, what is this?" Enja lowered his gaze to examine the back of his hand and wrist, where a series of chaotic, irregular red marks marred his skin, evidence of recent scrapes sustained. Ed, while evading the monster's assault amidst the thicket, he turned his head slightly, gesturing toward the bushes behind him, and uttered the leaves. What followed was a brief silence. After a moment, the man clicked his tongue and inquired, "Will you remove the rest yourself, or shall I assist you?" Enja remained motionless. He had a vague understanding of the situation at hand. Similar scenes lingered in Nze's memory. Gene contamination could occur between monsters and between humans and monsters alike. A preliminary method for determining if a stranger was contaminated was to inspect their body for wounds. However, the individual behind him elicited discomfort. The sensation reminded him of when he was still a mushroom, feeling the slithering of a serpent against his stalk and cap. Thus, he lifted his gaze toward the man in the center. He had encountered many fierce beasts in the abyss and had developed an instinct for assessing their danger. Presently, he sensed that this man's aggression was the least pronounced among the 3 Hosen. After a fleeting exchange of glances, the man spoke again, his tone grave, "Do not lose your composure in the wilderness." Hosen scoffed, his gaze brazenly scrutinizing Enja. 3 seconds later, the man addressed Enja, "Follow me to the rear." Obediently, Enja trailed the man around to the back of the monstrous head. Aside from the marks inflicted by the branches, there were indeed no other wounds on his body. The man inquired, "How long have you been separated from your teammates? You possess a remarkable tenacity. It seems there aren't many monsters around here, but there are quite a few insects," the man remarked, his speech always succinct yet exuding a sense of reliability. "Then, may I accompany you?" Enja inquired. "I have provisions and water of my own." "I am not the one to decide," the man replied. As soon as he finished speaking, He stepped forward and addressed the other two. No injury, shall we take him along? Hua's son chuckled softly, crossing his arms as he regarded Enja. He let out a third whistle and added, why not bring him? One more won't make a difference. He then turned his attention to the remaining individual. What say you, Blackie? Enja also looked over, meeting the somber gaze of the dark-skinned man.
Chapter 3. The aurora cast a pale green glow upon the ground, illuminating the man's dark skin and creating an extraordinary hue reminiscent of a lizard or toad's hide. At last, the man spoke. We are not judges. We cannot assert with absolute certainty that he is human. Ha-sun, crossing his arms and elongating his tone, remarked, the contamination level of the second plane is merely 2 stars. The dark-skinned man fell silent for a moment before responding. The average mutation time on the second plane is 4 hours. It must exceed that duration. Very well, Ha-sun replied, we shall collect the spoils, and if he has not mutated by then, we shall take him with us. The dark-skinned man finally nodded, and the 3 of them exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus. I am Vance. The tall man in the middle turned to Enja and introduced himself. Hello, Enja replied. Ha-sun, who found the situation somewhat irksome, also introduced himself. Ha-sun. The remaining individual, referred to as Black Ghost, remained silent for a moment before uttering a few syllables. Anthony. Enja greeted him as well, then added, thank you. There's no need for thanks. Vance smiled and said, we are all fellow humans, and we have just lost a teammate, so we are short-handed. With that, he approached the head of the monster and directed the others. Let us gather the bodies and make haste. As he spoke, Vance retrieved a pair of gloves and a long dagger from his backpack, tossing them to Enja. You take care of removing the legs. Taking hold of them, Enja responded obediently and advanced a dozen paces, halting beside the monster's bisected form. Donning his gloves, he commenced an examination of its anatomy. The arthropod was of immense proportions, its carapace inherently sleek, yet adorned in areas with elongated, sharp bristles or protuberant tubercles. His gaze descended to the creature's legs, 6 in number, slender and elongated, segmented into 3 parts, and densely coated with lustrous, ebony fuzz. Meanwhile, Vance and Anthony were engaged in processing the monster's cranium, divesting it of its outer shell to allow the effusion of cerebral matter and other fluids, subsequently scraping the interior clean. Ho-sun maintained a vigilant watch on the periphery. Enja, in turn, unsheathed his dagger and applied himself diligently to excavating the monster's joints. After approximately 5 minutes, a joint was severed, and a leg detached from the creature's thorax and abdomen, falling to the ground. At the point of fracture, a viscous, pallid fluid, akin to brain matter, gradually permeated the ochre sand. He perceived Ha-sun's jesting tone. Don't let it make you sick, little darling. Enja remained impassive, continuing to excavate the next joint in silence. He felt no particular aversion to the creature, even finding it cleaner than the denizens of the abyss. However, Ho-sun seemed intent on pursuing the matter. Footsteps echoed behind him as Ho-sun approached, his right hand settling on Enja's shoulder, fingers tracing a path around its contours. Tell me, darling, how old are you this year? Enja detected a voraciousness in his tone, the kind of ravenous hunger a beast exhibits when confronted with sustenance. Yet, within his limited understanding, humans did not typically consume their own kind. Thus, he replied with equanimity, 19. Ans, at the tender age of 19, had consumed the essence of his own genetics, thus rendering him, in a sense, also 19. Yet one might observe that you appear to be merely 17. Ho-sun's laughter, a throaty chuckle, resonated within his chest as he spoke in a voice both high-pitched and hoarse. Enja furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Vance's voice echoed from a distance. Stay focused on your watch. Ho-sun snorted, his fingers pinching Enja's shoulder before he sauntered away. Enja once again realized that each individual among humanity possesses distinct traits. For instance, Ans differed from those who had extracted his spores, and Vance was unlike Ho-sun. He felt a profound gratitude towards Vance. He lowered his gaze and resumed his task of excavating joints, meticulously segmenting each leg into 3 parts, and once completed, stacking them neatly into a pile. The exoskeleton of these appendages gleamed with a metallic sheen, as hard as stone, producing a crisp sound upon contact when stacked together. As he disassembled 6 legs, Vance and Anthony finished dismantling the head and approached the half-body beside him. Vance cast a glance at the neatly arranged legs on the ground and smiled. "You take your work quite seriously." He then directed Hosen, "Bring the vehicle over." Hosen remained silent and turned to exit. Anja stepped aside, observing Vance and Anthony as they began working on the monster's thorax and abdomen. He inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" Vance, donned in gloves and wielding a black claw-like tool about the length of a human calf, replied, "You haven't ventured out much, have you?" Anja replied, "No. Then it would be best for you to stay by the side." Vance pried open the carapace at the junction of the monster's chest and abdomen with a pair of pliers. The edges of the carapace were irregular, forming sharp black spines that shimmered with a cold, gray light. Vance remarked, "This creature has many spines. One could easily get pricked without experience." The pollution level in the second plane was not high, yet the risk of infection remained. Ensued obediently stepped back a few paces, observing them as they meticulously dismantled the corpse. Piece by piece, the black shells were lifted away, revealing a pool of pale entrails and tissues that spilled onto the ground. As he watched, a dull rumbling sound echoed, and Enja turned to his right, spotting a black rectangular armored vehicle approaching. Resembling a colossal armored beast, this was a familiar sight, as his previous team had 5 such vehicles. As the vehicle drew closer, Hosen leaped out, and without lifting his head, Vance instructed, "You assist him in loading the items onto the vehicle." Enja nodded, picking up pieces of the carapace from the ground. He carefully bound them with rope and handed them to Hosen, who took them and placed the items in the vehicle's storage compartment. The massive creature was gradually disassembled into smaller fragments, and Enja collected an increasing number of carapace pieces. While he was tying a bundle of carapace fragments, his movements suddenly halted. At that moment, beneath his hands lay a black, spiked carapace. On the tip of the spines, several tiny droplets of dark liquid had formed, almost imperceptible at first glance. He glanced at the stains of entrails on the ground, confirming that all the fluids within this creature were either white, yellow, or transparent. What, then, were these dark droplets? He reminisced about the blood that flowed from Nze's body before his demise. Subsequently, Enja glanced towards Vance and Anthony, both of whom were diligently dismembering the corpse, their expressions serene and undisturbed, as if nothing were amiss. Consequently, Enja feigned ignorance, refocusing his attention on bundling his belongings. After an extended period, the dismemberment was finally completed, and the trio seemed assured that Enja would not spontaneously transform into a lethal monstrosity. Vance declared, "Get in the vehicle back to base. Enja, you too." An armored vehicle, capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals, featured an interior with rudimentary living quarters, partitioned into 3 cramped compartments. The limited headroom necessitated that occupants stoop to navigate within. Enja was assigned to the outermost compartment, with the vehicle's door to his right. He reclined, using his backpack as a pillow. Anthony took the driver's seat. Vance occupied the adjacent compartment, and Hosen was situated in the innermost section. As the vehicle's door sealed shut, darkness enveloped the space, punctuated only by a faint glimmer emanating from a small lateral window. After a period of shaking, the armored vehicle commenced its journey, advancing steadily. Bumps were infrequent and mild, and Enja, eyes wide open, gazed into the impenetrable darkness, feeling as though he were adrift in a black tide, carried inexorably towards the northern base, a place about which he possessed no knowledge. A subtle sense of helplessness and bewilderment enveloped him as he remained quietly in the darkness. As the light from the small window intensified, the surroundings gradually brightened. The vehicle came to a halt, and Enja heard Hosen rise, advance a few steps, open the door connecting the cockpit and the living quarters, and enter to relieve Anthony. Anthony returned to his original position, lying down with heavy breaths and considerable movements that caused the floor of the resting room to tremble. Shortly thereafter, Vance inquired about his condition, to which Anthony responded that he was somewhat fatigued. Time passed before it was Vance's turn to take over for Hosen. Instinctively, Anja curled his body, acutely aware that Hosen would be sleeping beside him, which filled him with unease. Yet, the anticipated sound of a human lying down in proximity did not come. Anja widened his eyes in anticipation. In the next moment, the sound of shuffling footsteps approached, and a figure suddenly leapt onto him. Darling Hosen's voice was low and hoarse. He wedged his legs between Anja's and draped his arm across his shoulder. Anja instinctively thrashed a few times but was pressed down with greater force. Vance is not here, I know what you are, Hosen continued. I have followed mercenary teams that have encountered far more than he ever has. The struggle had drained Anja's energy, and he gasped, Please, don't do this. Don't do what? Hosen chuckled, his grin appearing menacing in the dim light. Anja remained silent as Hosen released his grip on Anja's shoulder to unfasten his belt. With just one hand, he was able to firmly pin Anja down, which seemed to delight him immensely. The smile on his face broadened, and his tone became coarse and mocking. Darling, what can you do with such feeble strength? You can't drive, you have no heavy weaponry, and when faced with monsters, you can only await your demise. What purpose does your team serve in bringing you along? Just to watch? As he spoke, he seized Anja's throat, leaning in close. His stubble-covered cheek brushed against Anja's neck, and a pungent smell of smoke wafted over. I've seen plenty of little whores like you, but never one so beautiful. Which mercenary group were you with before? Anja gasped for breath, as Hosen pressed against him, his damp, feverish tongue tracing over Anja's skin. He turned his head, coughing from the acrid smoke, his right hand groping in the dimness until he finally located the dagger Vance had tossed him earlier. Just then, from the next compartment over where Anthony was, a tremendous commotion erupted, as if something had been overturned. Don't rush, darky, Hosen bellowed with a laugh, your turn is coming soon. But his words seemed to have little effect, as footsteps approached. Hosen muttered something under his breath, yanking Anja up against the carriage wall and forcefully tearing at the collar of his shirt. Anja ceased his struggles, gripping the dagger tightly in his hand, quietly watching the dimly lit passage. Pale fungal threads crept across the floor beside him, as if brewing something. But in the next instant, all his movements froze, a monstrosity with a human torso, yet sprouting 3 pairs of slender limbs from its back, shuffled slowly from the passage, dragging withered, folded wings. 2 crimson compound eyes glowed eerily atop its head. Chapter 4. The creature's skin was black, the color of Anthony's skin. At this very moment, his once human visage had become grotesquely distorted. The area where his eyes had been was now obscured by a dense array of brown scales, while his nose elongated into a vast fissure slanting downward. His mouth protruded outward, with a long, curled black tube extending from its center. He halted, the edges of his wings scraping against the vehicle's wall, emitting a piercing sound. Anthony, what are you doing? Hosen's disgruntled voice pierced the air. I do not appreciate being observed. With that, he lowered his gaze once more. An unsettling weight settled upon him, as if teeth were sinking into his shoulder and neck, the sharpness of the fangs grinding against his skin, a subtle pain radiating through him. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on it. His entire being tensed as he locked eyes with the abomination that was once Anthony. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The wings behind Anthony quivered slightly, and his mandibles twisted in the air. Are you afraid? Hosen, who lay upon him, seemed to sense the rigidity of his body, muttering incoherently, What are you pretending for? He then gripped An's waist tightly, biting down hard on his skin. In that instant, the resonant hum of flapping wings filled the air, as Anthony, with his 6 slender limbs, lunged forward, his body tilting and sinking in preparation, akin to a long spider rushing towards them. The sound of rushing wind echoed in the confined space, and An's pupils dilated in an instant. His body transformed, shifting into the soft and agile state of his fungal essence, mycelium swirling within the compartment, nearly enveloping the entire space, momentarily obstructing Anthony's line of sight. Subsequently, Anja sensed the individual atop him initially stiffen momentarily, followed by a series of hacking coughs, and then a frantic scramble on all fours. Damn it, this is... He glanced down to observe Hosen, who had bitten through countless delicate hyphae with a single gulp, causing them to enter his trachea and esophagus. His expression one of terror and agony as he coughed. Simultaneously, numerous hyphae were severed by Anthony's forelimbs. The hyphae, being soft and easily broken, offered only a fleeting 5 or 6 seconds for escape. And Joe assessed the distance between himself and Anthony, swiftly gathered his garments with the hyphae, and flowed out from the chaotic disarray of Hassan's body, regaining his liberty. His pristine white hyphae surged toward the doorway like a pale tide, reverting to human form at the car door, where he pressed the switch. With a muffled thud, the door sprung open, and Enja instantly retracted all the hyphae, extending a hand to forcefully yank Hassan's collar, tumbling both of them out of the vehicle and onto the sandy ground, a space decidedly safer than the confined carriage. Yet, in mere moments, Anthony's head emerged from the doorway, an ear-splitting drone filled the air, and he ascended to a height of 15 or so feet before plummeting downward. Enja, perceiving his ascent, swiftly scrambled to his feet and darted away. However, Hassan remained supine on the sand, his gaze unfocused, as Anthony's keen forelimbs pierced his chest in an instant. Having witnessed countless hunting and escape tactics in the abyss, Enja was well versed in the art of survival, assuming Hassan possessed similar knowledge. However, it was not until the moment blood spilled that Hassan seemed to snap back to reality, letting out a loud cry as he grasped Anthony's foreleg with both hands, desperately kicking at Anthony's now transformed, black, elongated body in an attempt to retreat. The ground shook violently as Enja quickly turned around, witnessing the armored vehicle, which had previously moved quite a distance away, sharply veering back and racing towards them. Vans had finally realized something was amiss. He took a few hurried breaths and dashed towards the armored vehicle. Through the window, one could see the anxious expression on Van's face. As the vehicle approached, the door flung open. As Enja brushed past the armored vehicle, a pair of powerful arms yanked him from the ground, and he complied with Van's movements, swiftly entering the cockpit. Vans quickly tossed him to the opposite side of the cockpit, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Enja exclaimed, "They cannot be saved." Vans once again forcefully turned the steering wheel, the armored vehicle pivoting back in the original direction, accelerating to its maximum speed as it sped northward. Enja leaned against the passenger seat, taking a few breaths to steady himself. After regaining some composure, he glanced at the rearview mirror. There, the mutated Anthony and the gravely injured, barely conscious Hassan were entangled in a struggle on the ground. Anthony raised his forelimb and then brought it down with force. Brutal, the vehicle sped through the landscape, and soon their figures vanished amidst the yellow sands and shrubs, becoming invisible. Vans remarked, "Has Anthony mutated?" Enja turned to look at Vans and noticed a hint of redness around his eyes. He bowed his head and murmured, "I'm sorry." He was still alive, yet Vans had lost two comrades. What was there to apologize for? Vans managed a wry smile. "In our line of work, death is a frequent companion. We have grown accustomed to it. Perhaps the next to meet such a fate could very well be myself." Nevertheless, Enja felt a pang of guilt. Anthony had been infected. Had he reported the suspicious droplets of what appeared to be human blood on the ant shell to Vans at that moment, they might have discovered Anthony's infection sooner. He lowered his head and confessed this thought. Vans remained silent for a moment, his voice dropping slightly. "Anthony did not transform into an ant. He might have been infected prior to our encounter with you. Before we met you, we came across a swarm of mutated mosquitoes." Enja inquired, "So, did he get stung by the shell again?" Vans gazed out the window, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, "The pollution level in the second plane is quite low, rated at 2 stars. Being pricked or sustaining a minor injury does not necessarily lead to infection. However, if it were to be disclosed, he would surely be abandoned by the team. Many choose to remain silent after sustaining injuries." His voice lowered even further, "Because they long to return home." Enja pressed, "And what of Hassan? Had we detected Anthony's infection sooner, Hassan might have been spared. Do not take it to heart. Hassan's demise was not in vain." Vance lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. He had committed numerous misdeeds, with at least 5 lives resting on his conscience. Had it not been for the lack of manpower, neither Anthony nor I would have allied with him. What was he doing at that moment? Did he bully you? Enja remained silent as Vance turned to observe him. In the twilight, the boy's silhouette appeared tranquil and serene, akin to a crystal-clear droplet of water. Such a person, appearing in the treacherous wilderness, might harbor unspoken burdens, yet Vance refrained from inquiring further. Similarly, Enja was at a loss for words, reflecting on the scene preceding Hassan's death. Initially, it seemed that Hassan had briefly lost his senses, only regaining awareness when the blade struck. What had he done before that? He had bitten into the mycelium, and Je furrowed his brow, uncertain whether his existence as a mushroom rendered him toxic. Now he harbored doubts about being a poisonous fungus. Progressing further, the vegetation thinned, and the vast expanse of desert lay barren, devoid of life, save for their solitary armored vehicle. As night fell and the aurora graced the sky, Vance decided to halt for a respite. He extinguished his cigarette, but on the steering wheel, opened the hatch connecting the driver's cabin to the resting quarters, and jumped down, his voice resonating in the dimly lit area. "Let us rest now. We'll reach the base in a day and a half." Enju approached the hatch, where the driver's seat was elevated for visibility, while the resting quarters were situated lower to conserve storage space, creating a disparity of over a meter that necessitated his leap down. He paused momentarily, a mere 3 seconds of hesitation. Perceiving his reluctance, Vance gestured, "Take a seat there." Following his instruction, Enju perched on the edge, his legs dangling. Immediately, Vance reached out, clasping his torso and gently assisting him down. Enju landed securely, murmuring, "Thank you. It's nothing." Vance chuckled, his voice imbued with a languid tenderness. "My younger brother is afraid of heights, and I often do this for him. He's about your age." Enju conscientiously endeavored to discern the nuances of human interaction, tentatively inquiring, "Does he also accompany you on expeditions into the wilderness?" "Indeed," Vance replied, "we used to go together all the time." "Not this time. He's deceased," Vance stated. "It's been 2 months. He was slain by an inquisitor at the base gate." Inquisitor. This was the 3rd instance Enju had encountered this term. The first was from Nze, who cautioned him against venturing into the human base, asserting that he could not evade the inquisitor's scrutiny. The second was from Anthony, who was hesitant to include him in the group, declaring, "We are not inquisitors. We cannot ascertain with absolute certainty that he is human." Furthermore, within the memories he had gleaned from Nze, it appeared to be a frequently recurring noun. Thus he echoed, "Inquisitor? You're not familiar?" Vance's tone elevated, laced with astonishment. "Where exactly did you emerge from?" Enju murmured, "I haven't interacted with others before." "That's evident." Vance twisted a knob on the compartment wall, and a dim white light flickered to life from the ceiling, barely illuminating the cramped space. He retrieved provisions from a compartment in the wall, while Enju pulled out food and water from his backpack and settled down opposite Vance. Vance then remarked, "There exists a regulation within the base known as the Judicator Act, which led to the establishment of an organization affiliated with the military, holding considerable authority, called the Tribunal. The members of the Tribunal are known as Judicators." Vance continued, "They typically serve shifts at the entrance of the base, each possessing a license to kill. Homicide is not deemed a crime." Upon hearing this, Enju recalled fragments from the memories he had gleaned from Ans, which contained relevant information. He inquired, "Do they ascertain whether those entering the base are human or infected?" Vance replied, "Indeed, apart from the visibly infected, there are others who remain undetectable. The mutation process may not have commenced, or the mutation level could be too advanced, rendering them indistinguishable from humans. The base refers to such individuals as abominations." Enju's eyes widened in realization. If that were the case, he was indeed an abomination. Vance unfastened his coat and set it aside, unscrewing the cap of his water bottle as he continued, "The base is overpopulated. Should an abomination breach its confines, they would wreak havoc, leading to widespread infection. The tribunal's duty is to determine whether each individual entering the city is human or an abomination. This process is termed judgment." Enju asked, "What happens upon the discovery of an abomination?" Vance raised an eyebrow and stated, "They are executed on the spot." Enju remained silent, lowering his head to take a bite of the compressed biscuit. He had just recently learned to eat in a manner akin to humans, yet their food felt somewhat coarse to him, causing discomfort as it scraped against his mouth and throat during swallowing. He consumed his meal slowly, his heart racing. After a moment, he inquired, "Is it truly possible to identify all the different species?" Vance took a large gulp of water, leaned against the car wall, and closed his eyes, a hint of despondency lacing his tone. "Who knows? There's no one left to confirm. No one can ascertain whether those who were killed were indeed different species. My brother was one of them." And just said nothing, sensing that Vance's response was somewhat off-topic. Yet he listened quietly. That time he accompanied me to the first plane, where the pollution levels were even lower than those of the second plane. I kept my eyes on him and could confirm he had not been harmed. Vance managed a faint smile, though his voice was hoarse. Upon returning to the base entrance, the duty officer that day was not an ordinary judge, but their leader, whom everyone referred to as the arbiter. Other judges would provide reasons for their killings. He did not need to. He could take anyone's life without justification and would not entertain any defense, not even from the upper echelons of the base. That day, he merely glanced at my brother before pulling the trigger. I do not believe it, yet there is nothing I can do. Such occurrences are numerous. He has taken many lives, and there are countless who harbor hatred towards him within the base. Myself being but one. Perhaps one day, I too shall find myself at the mercy of his gun. Having said that, Vance gazed absently at his right hand for a moment, before casting the water bottle aside and reclining on his arm. His eyes remained fixed on the ceiling of the carriage, and he finally returned to the matter at hand, addressing the question initially posed by Ensued. They would rather err on the side of caution than let a potential threat slip through. If an aberration were to infiltrate the base, it would undoubtedly be detected. This year alone, there had been but a single incident of an aberration attack. Ensued felt a wave of unease wash over him, and in an attempt to mask this discomfort, he closed his eyes and rubbed them with his left hand. Vance remarked, "It's time to sleep, child." Ensued lay down beside him. Regardless of what tomorrow may hold, at least for tonight, he felt secure. No monsters, no Hosen, only Vance, who treated him with kindness. Before surrendering to slumber, he clutched the spent cartridge and gazed toward the carriage door at the end of the aisle. What if he were to quietly open the door now, step outside, and return to the monster-infested wilderness? He could still survive, evading judgment, escaping immediate execution. He did not know how long he might endure, but surely longer than the morrow. Yet, was the spore truly more significant than life itself? Indeed it was. For the creatures dwelling in the abyss, death was a trivial matter. And in the fleeting span of this day beyond the abyss, he had witnessed Anthony's transformation and Hosen's demise. Human life, too, held little value. Ensued closed his eyes, acutely aware of the necessity to journey to the northern base. The following dawn, they resumed their course towards the base. Due to the solitary driving of vans, fatigue began to set in, leading to irregular rest periods. Starting from that afternoon, they took a respite, resuming their journey northward at midnight on the third day. As the aurora began to dim and the sky turned pale, Vance remarked, "We are almost there." Ensued gazed ahead, and through the morning's gray mist, a circular city gradually emerged from the horizon. He recognized the term city, a hub where humanity congregates, akin to mushrooms flourishing during the rainy season. The armored vehicle continued forward, and as the morning fog dissipated, further details of the city came into view. The circular city was encircled by gray steel walls, towering like the tallest mushrooms. Even if 20 individuals were stacked upon one another, it would be improbable to scale the walls. Protruding from the walls were steel fangs and barbs, their colors sharp and icy, reminiscent of winter's rocks and soil. The edges of the walls bristled with surveillance equipment and laser devices, ensuring that any intruder would be swiftly detected. The two city gates served as the sole entry and exit points, one designated for ingress and the other for egress. Presently, they were situated at the entrance that permitted only entry. Subsequently, Ensued noticed several teams, akin to vans, returning from various directions. Some were lightly equipped, while others donned heavy gear, armed with weaponry. Groups of 4 or 5 navigated similar armored vehicles, coming to a halt in the designated area before disembarking to enter the city gates, where vehicles and personnel underwent separate inspections. Vans exited the vehicle first, and Ensued grasped his arm as he leapt down, sensing the tension in Van's muscles. He pondered whether this gate might evoke unsettling memories of Van's brother. Together, they proceeded towards the city gates, where a lengthy queue had formed. A minor commotion was discernible at the head of the line, though the specifics remained unclear, as individuals were being admitted sequentially. Ensued, trailing behind Vance, ambled towards the queue, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Flanking the city gates stood soldiers clad in black uniforms, each equipped with a pair of firearms at their waists. one a conventional weapon, the other a laser gun. Behind them loomed formidable heavy armaments, trained directly upon the gates. One could readily envision any monstrous entity attempting to breach the city's defenses being obliterated by these devastating weapons. As he surveyed the scene, his attention was captured by a solitary black figure. In a vacant area beneath the distant city walls, an individual, also attired in a black uniform, appeared to be a detached and undisciplined soldier, deviating from the rigid posture of his comrades. Instead, he leaned casually against the wall, meticulously polishing a black firearm. However, the silver-threaded insignia on his black uniform seemed markedly more refined and elegant than those of the others, perhaps accentuated by his slender and well-proportioned physique. Vance cast a fleeting glance in that direction and quickened his pace for reasons unknown, pulling Enje along with him. Just as they were about to merge into the end of the queue, Enje observed the individual in the distance slowly raise his head. Beneath the brim of his black uniform cap, a pair of glacial green eyes were revealed. In that instant, Enje's steps faltered abruptly, as a wave of frigidity washed over him, as if the very air had crystallized into ice. "What's wrong?" Vance began, turning back, but his words were cut short. A gunshot reverberated through the air. Vance's towering frame staggered momentarily before collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. His eyes remained wide open, a gurgling sound emanating from his throat, as blood seeped from his temple. After a few convulsive twitches, he lay still, devoid of any movement. Kuanja found himself unable to grasp even a corner of his assailant's garment, nor did he possess the luxury to ponder the fleeting moments that had transpired. He could only raise his gaze to meet the eyes of the officer clad in black uniform, for at that very moment, the officer was slowly turning the dark muzzle of his gun towards him. Chapter 5. In the periphery of Anja's vision, Vance's blood spread like a deep crimson stain. The queue of people, alerted by the commotion, turned their heads in unison to witness the scene, only to resume their previous demeanor as if nothing had occurred. Yet, Vance lay dead, his life extinguished in the very gates of the human stronghold, and no one voiced a dissenting opinion. In that instant, Anja suddenly comprehended that this figure was the judicator, the individual Vance had mentioned a day prior. He was the sovereign of the tribunal, tasked with determining the fate of every soul who crossed the threshold, be they human or otherworldly. He wielded the power to decree life or death, without the necessity of justification. Now it was his turn to face judgment. Anja's heart raced violently for a moment, yet when the gun was pointed directly at him, the gravity of his impending demise settled in. However, gazing into the frigid green eyes of the judicator, he gradually regained his composure. Coming to the northern base had been an inevitable choice, thus accepting judgment was his destined conclusion, regardless of the outcome. He silently counted the seconds in his mind. 1, 2, 3. The gunfire did not erupt. The judicator, gun in hand, advanced slowly towards him. The people in line seemed to instinctively quicken their pace, drawing closer together until, in a matter of moments, the area was left desolate, with only Anja remaining. 11, 12, 13. As the clock ticked to the 14th second, the adjudicator approached him, his ring finger clasping the handle of his weapon, the barrel aimed downward before he holstered it. With a voice devoid of warmth, mirroring the chill in his gaze, he commanded, "Follow me." Enje remained rooted in place, awaiting the man's departure. Yet, after 3 seconds, he had yet to move. Confused, he looked up, only to hear the adjudicator's voice turn even colder than before, instructing, "Extend your hand." Complying obediently, Enje outstretched his hand. Click. A shiver coursed through him as a silver handcuff clasped around his wrist, the other end held by the officer. Thus, Enje was led away. Strangely, when Vance was shot, the onlookers showed no reaction. Yet, as he was taken by the adjudicator, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Enje could only spare a fleeting glance at the fallen body of Vance before being ushered through the city gates. Upon entering, he discovered that it was not a narrow passage, but rather an expansive area divided into several spaces, all illuminated by stark white lights that reflected off the steel walls like the wintry glow of snow upon grayish rocks. Armed soldiers and heavy weaponry were as plentiful as outside, and amidst their formidable presence stood a long white table where 3 officers, clad in black uniforms akin to the adjudicators, were seated. Enje surmised they were the judges, with a human seated across from them. The judges inquired, "What is the nature of your relationship with your wife? Did she not accompany you on this journey outside the city?" From Anne's recollections, Anne's discerned that infected humans, besides exhibiting alterations in appearance, demeanor, and behavioral patterns, also suffer impairments to their cognitive faculties and memories. Consequently, interrogation serves as one of the methods for identifying aberrant entities. The individual who escorted him inside glanced in that direction and uttered, "Expedite." The presiding adjudicator at the center responded affirmatively and turned to the individual undergoing scrutiny, saying, "You are free to depart." The individual, seemingly relieved, displayed a smile and promptly traversed the gateway passage. Thus, Anne's comprehended that the man who brought him was indeed an inquisitor, and his exhortation to expedite was not to hasten the interrogation process but rather to indicate that he had, in a fleeting moment, ascertained that the individual being scrutinized was unequivocally human. The subsequent individual awaiting judgment proceeded from the queue toward the elongated table. The distance between the queue and the table was considerable, with several portal-like contraptions interspersed, and a section of the path incorporated bends and inclines. Anne's realized that this was designed to showcase the movement characteristics of those being scrutinized to the adjudicators to the greatest extent possible. However, he did not have the opportunity to perceive more, as, in the subsequent instant, he was led around a bend and into a protracted corridor. The man produced a dark communication device and stated, Inquisitorial Court, Lu Feng, requesting genetic analysis, and surmised that the two characters in the middle constituted his appellation. Subsequently, a mechanical portal slid open before them, and Lu Feng proceeded directly inside, with Anne stumbling as he was pulled along, following suit. The room is adorned in a silvery hue, filled with enigmatic mechanical apparatuses that stretch from the floor to the ceiling. 6 soldiers are stationed at various points throughout the chamber, maintaining vigilant watch. At one end, seated behind a workbench, is a young man with golden hair, blue eyes, and clad in a white lab coat. It is surprising to see Colonel Lu here. He adjusts his glasses and remarks, "Aren't you accustomed to resolving all issues with bullets?" Lu Feng replies, "Please cooperate, Doctor." The doctor glances at Lu Feng briefly, then rises and instructs Enje, "Follow me." After moving to his side, Enje is directed to lie upon a silver platform, his limbs secured by mechanical cuffs. The doctor cautions, "Do not move." Suddenly, Enje feels a sharp pain in his arm. Turning his head, he observes the doctor slowly extracting a vial of crimson blood from his body. The doctor comments, "The color of your blood appears quite healthy." Enje responds, "Thank you for the compliment." The doctor chuckles at his reply. The blood is sent for genetic testing, which is expected to take an hour, while a full-body enhancement scan is anticipated to take 40 minutes. "Do not move," he reiterates. As his words fade, a blue light emanates from the silver platform, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum that seems to arise from every particle of air around him. The cacophony of sounds evokes memories of distant nights in the abyss for Enje, reminiscent of the muffled roar of the sea crashing against the shores. At the darkest hour of the night, eerie howls from unknown creatures would reverberate from that direction, unleashing an indescribable wave that engulfed the entire rainy landscape. The current coursed through him like countless ants, crawling and biting. 40 minutes may not seem long for a mushroom, yet Enje felt that these might be the final 40 minutes of his life, and he cherished them, intently observing the mechanical patterns on the ceiling. Time slipped away, and he heard outside Lu Feng remark, "Andre informed me that your examination methods have advanced." "You are quite well informed," the doctor replied. "We have discovered that when the human body undergoes mutations, certain unique segments of DNA are activated, which we have designated as targets. There are 2 primary categories of targets: those associated with animal mutations and those linked to plant mutations. The improved genetic testing involves 2 simultaneous processes, one for detecting animal targets and another for plant targets, taking a total of 1 hour. "Congratulations," Lu Feng said. The doctor chuckled softly and added, "Colonel, if the duration and cost of genetic testing are significantly reduced, will your court cease operations? I look forward to it. How dreadfully unamusing you are." Their conversation faded into silence. Enje gazed at the silvery ceiling, pondering the nature of his own species. A mushroom. He recalled the doctor's classification of mutations into animal and plant categories. He considered that, Firstly, a mushroom is not an animal, and secondly, it does not seem to belong to the plant kingdom either, as it lacks leaves. And Je found himself ensnared in confusion, striving to categorize himself as a plant, yet lacking sufficient evidence to support such a classification. This contemplation consumed a considerable amount of time, and before he could arrive at a conclusion, the blue light receded from his side like a retreating tide. It was over. The voice of the doctor resonated as the mechanical ring automatically released. He continued, "Colonel, may I inquire why you brought him in for genetic testing?" No. The doctor was clearly taken aback. He assisted Ensued in folding himself into a chair beside him, gently ruffling his hair. "Be good, rest here for a while. I shall check the results of the blood test." Ensued sat quietly, while the colonel, a judgmental figure, remained opposite him, his cold green eyes fixated upon him. It was a youthful visage, sharply defined. The brim of his hat cast shadows over his forehead, with strands of dark hair cascading down, brushing against the angles of his brows. The subtle, frigid light of the room seemed to coat his features, slicing through the atmosphere like a blade. Ensued felt the chill of those piercing eyes, akin to a mushroom shying away from the cold. Thus, he turned his chair at an angle, presenting his back to the colonel, yet the coldness only intensified. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of the doctor's footsteps finally broke the stillness of the room. "The genetic report shows no abnormalities. You may leave." After a brief silence, Lu Feng inquired, "Are you absolutely certain he is human?" The doctor replied, "Though it may disappoint you, we found no indicators. There are at least 10 other infected or non-human subjects." He then added, "Look, even the little one is reluctant to engage with you." The colonel's voice cut through the air. "Turn back," and just silently complied, facing Lu Feng. He felt a twinge of avoidance in his gaze, for he knew deep down that he was truly not human. Consequently, even this evasiveness of his inadvertently provoked the colonel. An icy voice resonated, inquiring, "What are you afraid of?" Ensued remained silent, instinctively feeling that any utterance in this man's presence would be a misstep, potentially offering a handle to be seized. Eventually, Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Still not leaving?" Ensued obediently hopped off the chair and departed with him once more, this time unencumbered by handcuffs. Midway, Lu Feng suddenly remarked, "Upon first beholding you, my immediate intuition was that you were not human." Ensued's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. It took a full 3 seconds for him to respond. Then, "What about the second glance? This marks my inaugural request for a genetic examination." The colonel extended his hand, presenting the genetic examination report to him, stating, "It is in your best interest that you are." Ensued could only silently accept the document affirming his normalcy. For a moment, the monotonous sound of their footsteps filled the silvery corridor. Nearing the exit, they encountered a contingent rounding a bend. At the forefront was an inquisitor in black uniform, followed by 2 heavily armed soldiers escorting a man. Adjacent to them was a disheveled, statuesque woman with cropped hair. Upon noticing Lu Feng, the inquisitor acknowledged, "Colonel." Lu Feng cast a glance at the detained man, whose throat convulsed at the sight of him. The man vehemently exclaimed, "I am not infected." The inquisitor halted in place, addressing Lu Feng, strong suspicion of an infected individual, yet lacking conclusive evidence. "The family adamantly requests a genetic examination." "Indeed," murmured softly, as the soldiers escorted the man onward, brushing past him. Then, a resounding crack, holstered his weapon, proceeding towards the exit without a backward glance. It was a necessity. The man's corpse slumped forward instantaneously, caught by the soldiers. A piercing shriek emanated from the woman trailing behind, as she collapsed to the ground. Pivoted, observing his countenance, finding it devoid of emotion. He had always perceived as gentle, as benevolent, as avaricious, and as wary, but was different, his eyes revealing nothing. Surmised that, for an inquisitor, taking a life was as natural as drawing breath, eliciting no emotional response, for he had become inured to it. Soon, and arrived at the corridor's terminus, where 2 soldiers in simple attire awaited them, bearing a corpse shrouded in white linen. Recognized it as, his vision blurred as he advanced, yearning to unveil the cloth and gaze upon his face one last time, but the soldiers restrained him. One of them extended a blue chip towards him, his tone even. AR-1147 mercenary squad confirmed no survivors. Equipment and supplies have been reclaimed by the base. Proceeds from spoils of war, combined with bereavement benefits, have been dispersed to the family. Please claim the personal effects. Where are you taking him? Inquired. To the crematorium, the soldier replied. A tremor ran through his frame, and he hesitated to accept the ID card. S voice cut through the air. Do you not wish to claim it? And Je remained silent. After a lengthy pause, he lifted his gaze towards Lu Feng. He truly was uninjured. Within those cold green irises, he beheld his own reflection, eyes slightly widened. Imbued with a serene sorrow, Lu Feng's expression remained impassive, and just as Je presumed this man would turn and depart, he unexpectedly stepped forward. The black gunstock peeled back the edge of the white cloth, revealing Van's right hand, and Je knelt to observe. On the tip of the ring finger, a minuscule crimson dot appeared, akin to the most trivial of wounds. Yet, at the periphery of this red mark, a drop of ominous, murky gray fluid slowly seeped forth. He was momentarily frozen, and in that instant, vivid scenes resurfaced in his mind. Bloodstains of humanity upon the exoskeleton of an ant. On that very day, Vans had confided in him that some individuals conceal the truth of their injuries because in areas of lesser contamination, there remains a chance of evading infection post-injury, as that individual yearns to return home. Thus, the one pierced by the ant's exoskeleton was not Anthony, but Vans, and Je struggled to breathe, his fingers trembling as he accepted Van's ID card and tucked it into his inner pocket. Turning to seek Lu Feng, he found only emptiness beside him. He rose to gaze outside, catching sight of a slender black silhouette receding under the gray expanse of the city gate. Moments later, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. He turned to find the woman who had just lost her companion, stumbling forth only to be intercepted by soldiers. Lu Feng, the judge, she cried out, her body thrashing desperately, colliding with the air as she flailed her arms, her voice hoarse with anguish. You shall not die well. A hoarse and piercing voice erupted repeatedly from her chest, echoing throughout the interior of the building, yet she received not a single glance from the judges. Gradually, silence enveloped the surroundings as two bodies were carried away in succession. In the desolate corridor, only the woman's intermittent sobs could be heard. Chapter 6. It was not until a considerable time had passed that the woman by the wall ceased her weeping. Her eyes were reddened, her hair disheveled, as she leaned against the wall gazing into the distant sky, silent and fragile like a droplet of water on a leaf, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. And Je cautiously inquired, Will you not leave? She shook her head, her voice raspy. What was your relationship with the deceased? After a prolonged moment of searching his memory for the appropriate words, and Je replied, My friend, he saved me. My husband also saved me. Upon uttering this, her head drooped deeply, her shoulders and spine trembling, occasionally emitting a sound akin to a sob, and she fell silent thereafter. In his hand, and Je clutched the ID card belonging to Vans, a dull sensation emanating from the heart. This human heart, something he had never felt when he was merely a pure mushroom. Only when this sensation began to wane slightly did he muster the strength to follow the flow of people in the distance, lifting his legs towards the exit of the corridor. At the end of the city gate passage stood a row of mechanical barriers, and Je chose the leftmost one. As he approached, a gentle mechanical female voice resonated. Please present your ID card and look at the camera. And Je placed the ID card belonging to Nze upon the luminous white surface at the right end of the gate, then raised his gaze towards the black camera ahead. ID 3261170514. Name: Nze. Place of origin: Outer City District 6. Duration of absence: 27 days. The camera emitted a faint sound, the white light transforming into a vibrant green. Facial recognition successful. Welcome home. With a chime, the gate ascended, and Nze stepped through. The blinding sunlight of the morning compelled him to squint. It took 30 seconds for his vision to adjust, and as the blurred world regained its clarity, a vast gray city emerged before him. Surrounding him was a sprawling expanse, the ground starkly adorned with the words buffer zone painted in glaring green. As his gaze traveled forward, the creations of mankind towered skyward, massive concrete edifices overwhelming the landscape, dwarfing even the tallest flora he had ever witnessed, as if they might topple at any moment. They stood there, congested and stacked upon one another, obstructing his view. He looked upward. The orange-red sun was half concealed behind the tallest structure, the other half exposed like a drop of diluted blood, poised to cascade down the wall at any instant. Turning back, he observed the individuals who had emerged from the city gate alongside him, now dispersed by the mechanical barrier, yet instinctively gathering together again, moving in the same direction. And Je followed their lead, advancing forward, and after several hundred steps, he turned a corner. The sign read Rail Transit, and a train rested upon the tracks, its body emblazoned with Entrance, District 1, Supply Station 3, District 5, District 8, City Affairs Office, Exit. He followed the flow of passengers onto the train and settled into a corner seat in the somewhat desolate carriage. In front of him sat two robust men engaged in a hushed conversation. Returned from Basin Number 3? You truly risked your lives this time. 6 people perished. Not too bad. Did you break even? The military is still assessing. I believe I shall never need to venture into the wild again in my next life. We entered a school in the abandoned city of Number 411, overrun with mutated plants. No one dared to enter. One of the men chuckled. We did, indeed. We pried 3 hard drives from the library's resource room, priceless treasures. It all depends on the value of the information contained within. And Je listened quietly, finding the conversation somewhat incomprehensible, yet sensing the joy emanating from the man ahead, which in turn brought him a modicum of happiness. He understood that those who are pleased often do not hesitate to assist others. Thus he called out, Sir. Without turning his head, the man replied, What is it? How do I get to District 6? Transfer at the supply station to Line 2. Thank you. 5 minutes later, the train departed, mechanical voices announcing the station names. And Je felt entirely out of his element, but after a series of misadventures and inquiries, he finally boarded Line 2 at the supply station and disembarked correctly, arriving at District 6. And Zay's ID number was 326-117-0514. This string of digits not only served as proof of human identity but also indicated his residence in the outer city, Building 117, number 0514. However, shortly after disembarking, as he was attempting to inquire for directions, he was unexpectedly seized by a young boy who greeted him. Hello, friend. Welcome to your arrival. Would you mind learning about us? Before Je could utter a word, a sheet of white paper was thrust into his hands, emblazoned with bold crimson characters. Opposed the judicator. Confused yet unwilling to probe further, he merely asked, Could you direct me to Building 117? The boy replied, Would you mind joining us for a while? I don't mind. Then we are comrades. The boy raised his own sheet of white paper, which bore similar red lettering, Abolish the Judicator Act. They were not the only ones brandishing such papers, and Je was soon engulfed by a throng of approximately 40 youthful faces, each person holding a similar white sheet or 2 individuals jointly displaying a lengthy banner, with messages largely echoing one another. We voluntarily bear the cost of genetic testing. Human criminal judicator. Dissolve the tribunal, seek justice for the innocent. Meanwhile, the crowd began to advance slowly, compelling Je to move along with them. The streets of the city were narrow, sunlight glinting off the buildings, which cast undulating shadows upon the ground. Aside from their group, several adults ambled by with heads bowed, occasionally glancing towards them before quickly averting their gaze. And Je inquired, What are we doing? As they quietly walked in protest, the boy remarked, We shall continue until the day of the trial's dissolution. And Je responded with a simple, Oh. After approximately half an hour, he inquired once more, Where is Building 117? The boy replied, It's just ahead. We shall arrive shortly. And Je asked again after another hour and a half, Where is Building 117? The boy scratched his head apologetically. I completely forgot about you. We've already passed it. It's behind us. With that, he turned and pointed that way. Not far off, you'll see the building number on the side. And Je expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The boy replied, You're welcome. And Je handed the paper back to the boy. Here, this is for you. No need. The boy insisted, shoving the paper back into Je's embrace. Remember to come back next week. We'll gather at Building 1. Thus, and Zhe was left with no choice but to hold tightly onto the blood-stained report opposing the judge and the judge himself, as he departed from this peculiar group of young individuals, heading in the direction indicated. As he walked, the surroundings gradually began to feel familiar, awakening memories that rightfully belonged to Enze. Following his instincts, he turned a few corners and soon arrived at the foot of Building 117. It was a rectangular structure, 10 stories high but quite broad. Upon entering Unit 0, he ascended the steep, dimly lit staircase to the 5th floor, where he found a shadowy corridor and located Room 11. A white seal was affixed to the door, which Enje gently tore away, revealing the sensor area beneath. He pressed his ID card against it, and with a soft click, the lock disengaged, granting him entry. The room was quite small, even more so than the cave he had once inhabited, yet it felt considerably more spacious and luminous than the lounge of an armored vehicle. Against the wall stood a wooden desk, its surface cluttered with a dozen old books, while sheets of paper and notebooks were stacked on the opposite side. Directly facing the desk was a single bed, its headrest adorned with a cabinet that held a cup, a mirror, and various odds and ends. A wardrobe, taller than a person, leaned against the foot of the bed. The window, located on the opposite side of the bed, bore gray curtains that were half drawn, allowing sunlight to filter through and illuminate the similarly hued quilt, filling the air with a dry fragrance reminiscent of Enze's scent. He approached the bedside and reached for the palm-sized mirror, which reflected his visage. He bore a striking resemblance to Enze, with soft black hair and matching eyes, sharing many features yet differing in subtle details. Moreover, he lacked the gentle and serene demeanor that characterized Enze. In that moment, Enze had said to him, "It seems I have gained a younger brother. Let me bestow upon you a name, Little Mushroom. Do you have any vivid memories, Little Mushroom?" In his limited recollections, only 2 moments stood out distinctly, one concerning the discarded spores, and the other occurring during his infancy, when he was no larger than a human pinky finger. During the rainy season when the mushrooms flourished, he had been struck by diagonally splashing raindrops, causing his slender stem to snap in two. Subsequently, much like any wounded creature, he strived to regenerate, to persist in existence. Gradually, he developed a semblance of awareness, and his form mended. Henceforth, he seemed distinct from his brethren, capable of manipulating his mycelia, traversing through jungles and wilderness, and perceiving external sounds and movements. He was a liberated mushroom. "Poor thing," Enz murmured, caressing his hair. "Did it hurt terribly when you were broken?" "I've forgotten," he replied. Enz proposed, "Then, let us call you Anja." "Very well," he acquiesced. Reflecting upon this, Anja smiled at his reflection in the mirror. When the person in the mirror smiled, he seemed to glimpse Enz's visage once more. "Thank you," he whispered to the mirror. Having set down the mirror, Anja seated himself at the desk. What endeavor should he undertake next? After contemplation, Anja extended his left hand, gazing intently at his fingertips in the light. Silently, snowy white mycelia began to extend from his fingertips, subsequently solidifying into substance. He picked up the dagger and excised a slender sliver. Next, he grasped it with his right hand, brought it to his lips, and gently pushed it inward, clamping it between his teeth. He resolved to investigate the matter of his own toxicity. Soft, sweet, a flavor of exquisite delight. This was his initial impression. In the ensuing moment, the world before his eyes swayed entirely. Chapter 7. Immediately, he felt weightless, drifting in the air. The sunlight streaming in through the window transformed into a vast expanse of seawater, and the papers and notebooks on the desk were soaked into a blurry white mass. Bewildered, Enje fluttered his eyelids. He felt no discomfort, merely an ethereal languor enveloping his every action. His corporeal form seemed to elude his control, as though he were suspended in mid-air, teetering on the precipice of a fall. Subsequently, the world before him gradually succumbed to darkness, and he lapsed into complete oblivion. He was roused by the cold. Upon awakening, he discovered that the endless expanse of gray edifices outside the window was bathed in the golden-red luminescence of the setting sun. At least 7 or 8 hours had elapsed since he had fallen asleep, or rather succumbed to unconsciousness. He realized that the toxicity of his mycelia induced a state of somnolence. As evening descended, the temperature within the room plummeted. Enje retreated into the bed, enveloping himself in the covers until warmth was restored. However, once the numbness induced by the cold dissipated, he was overcome by hunger, and Zhe would have preferred to absorb nutrients in the manner of a fungus. But throughout his journey, he had failed to discover even a patch of moist soil within the entire base. He was left with no alternative but to ingest food, a necessity that he found irksome, as humans were such troublesome creatures. He furrowed his brow in discontent. Fortunately, Enze's lingering memories guided him to the location where meals were served. The base was divided into 8 districts, with districts 6, 7, and 8 serving as the primary residential areas. Within these districts, each building constituted a community. The ground floor served as a hall, where water and food were provided at scheduled times. Children under the age of 16 were entitled to a free allocation, while adults over 16 were required to pay using base currency, denominated by the letter R. The hall was sparsely populated, with a rough count of approximately 50 individuals. The food stall offered but 2 choices. One was a mash dish crafted from a certain tuber, and the other was a soup made from the same plant. He rummaged through his memories and faintly recalled that this plant was known as a potato, and Zhe proceeded to pay with his card. The mashed potatoes were priced at 0.5, leaving a balance of 9.5, while the potato soup cost 0.3, resulting in a remaining balance of 9.2. And Zhe gazed at the digits representing his account balance, acutely aware that in a few days he would be teetering on the brink of starvation. This feeling was akin to mushrooms taking root in parched soil, ever on the verge of demise. This sensation intensified after he finished his meal and returned to the 5th floor, where, in the communal water room, he spent 0.1 hour to fetch water. Consequently, he realized that he needed to add another task to his list, to find a source of income. After securely fastening the cap of his stainless steel bottle, Enje cradled it in his hands and was about to turn when a sudden voice broke the silence behind him. "Anse?" The voice boomed, resonating with a tremor in the confined space. Enje turned around to find a young man standing in the corridor, tall and handsome, his eyes wide with astonishment, his lips quivering, making it difficult to discern whether his expression was one of joy or shock. "Anse?" he called out again. "You have returned? I thought you weren't." He abruptly fell silent, his face paling, clearly at a loss for words. Yet Enje understood what he intended to convey, for he recognized this individual. His name was Qiao Shi. Joshi was Anne's neighbor and childhood friend. At times, Joshi would look after Anne's, but more often than not, Anne's would reciprocate the care. These fragmented memories surfaced before Anje's eyes. However, his understanding of Joshi didn't solely stem from Anne's recollections. Even as a mushroom, he had encountered this individual. His own observations, coupled with Anne's memories, coalesced to reveal the true cause of Anne's demise. Anne's earned his livelihood through the written word, crafting novels, essays, or poems for public entertainment. He would submit these to the base, which periodically published such pamphlets for the populace. However, a mere 3 months prior, due to dwindling manpower and resources, the base had dissolved this department. "And what tome are you engrossed in?" Joshi inquired. "I'm preparing for the selection examination for the base supply station," Anne's replied, annotating the book with his pen. "I believe I'd find the work fulfilling, and the remuneration is agreeable." Joshi, however, furrowed his brow. "Do you aspire to transcend your civilian status?" he questioned. "The examination is notoriously arduous." Anne's responded, "It's of no consequence." "Anne's," he persisted, his tone hardening, "you've always been cognizant of my aspiration to venture into the wilderness alongside you." Anne's offered a gentle smile, his tone light, akin to placating a headstrong friend, yet tinged with a sigh of resignation. "I am ill-suited for the outdoors." "I shall safeguard you," Joshi declared, embracing his shoulders, his voice softening. "I cannot bear to be parted from you. Accompany me into the wild. We shall avoid perilous locales." The fragments of memory largely unfolded in this manner. Eventually, through persistent cajolery from Joshi, Anne's acquiesced to accompany him on a wilderness expedition. Joshi, a member of a prominent mercenary company, had accumulated considerable merit, facilitating Anne's entry to oversee the allocation and inventory of supplies. However, in the wilderness, unforeseen events were commonplace. On that fateful day, the convoy lost its bearing, inadvertently advancing to the precipice of an abyss. By the time they discerned the unusually abundant proliferation of fungi, it was already too late. The denizens of the abyss were indiscriminate in their predation. For humans, even the outermost fringes of the abyss were fraught with peril. 3 of the 5 armored vehicles were decimated, prompting the occupants of those vehicles to frantically seek refuge in the remaining intact ones. During the desperate scramble for survival, Ans shoved Joshi, enabling him to narrowly evade an aerial assault by a winged monstrosity. However, Ans was subsequently tripped by terrestrial vines. Joshi hesitated for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the instinct for self-preservation superseded all else. Faced with the choice of assisting Ans or fleeing to safety, he opted for the latter, resolutely sprinting forward and being pulled aboard an armored vehicle by the captain. At that very moment, Ans, witnessing their departure, was fatally impaled through the chest by the osseous spikes of a monster. The mercenary company engaged the creatures in a fierce firefight, utilizing their heaviest ordnance, while simultaneously retreating. Their commotion proved disruptive, inadvertently rousing Anja, who had ventured out in search of spores. His previous endeavors had invariably been fruitless, but this occasion proved to be an exception. Capitalizing on the intensity of the conflict, he surreptitiously retrieved Ans and transported him to a secluded cavern deep within the mountains. Thus, at this juncture, confronted with Joshi, Anja found himself without words. When confronted with the specter of death, the instinctual reaction of any creature is to flee. Josie had committed no error in this regard, yet he found himself disliking the situation. You seem somewhat unlike yourself. Josie's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. Have you healed? Have you escaped the abyss? Anja simply gazed at him in silence. No, you are not Nze. Josie recoiled abruptly, his face ashen. You are a being of another kind. My apologies, Anja remarked, moving past him. I inadvertently consumed some poisonous mushrooms and can no longer recall who you are. With that, Anja paid Josie no further heed and continued on his path. The silence lingered until, as he swiped his ID card to unlock the door, Josie rushed forward, seizing his shoulder. Are you truly Nze? But you, Anja casually picked up a stack of genetic test reports from the table and presented them to Josie. This is, Josie began, but Anja lowered his gaze, noting that the topmost sheet bore the statement opposing the atrocities of the judicators. Slowly, he extracted that particular paper. Josie glanced at the report, then lifted his eyes to Anja. Did you genuinely escape from the abyss? I was rescued, Anja replied. As for the rest, I have forgotten. Josie's grip on the genetic report trembled slightly, and a smile broke across his face as he looked at Anja. I am overwhelmed with joy. I never anticipated your return. He placed the genetic report on the desk, leaned toward Anja, his brow muscles subtly twitching with a hint of excitement. How much have you forgotten? Anja took a step back. I have forgotten everything, he replied. Please do not disturb my life. Do you not remember who I am? Josie's voice lowered slightly. We grew up together. Thank you, Anja said. Can you leave now? Josie, taken aback by Anja's demeanor, paused before responding. You were not like this before. Yet, after a moment, his tone softened. I won't disturb you. Rest well. I will come to see you tomorrow. I am so happy, Nze. We are the closest people in the world. Anja remained silent until Josie turned to leave, gently closing the door behind him. The ease with which Josie departed felt surreal to Anja, yet perhaps it was merely Josie's own guilt that propelled him to flee. The room fell into silence as Anja slowly leaned back against the bed, clutching the pillow, engulfed by a vague discomfort akin to wisps of smoke. This discomfort was not for himself, but for Nze. The bonds between humans are indeed fragile. Josie would no longer be Nze's closest companion. Once he retrieves the spores, he will return to the abyss, find that quiet cave, and take root beside Nze's snow-white remains, spending the remainder of his existence as a mushroom. The spores. Outside the window, the night had grown profound, and the auroras danced across the inky sky as always. Anja sat at the desk, illuminating the space with a desk lamp. His foremost task was to secure employment to stave off hunger. Simultaneously, he sought information regarding the spores, with the sole clue being a brass shell casing. Reflecting on this, Anja anxiously reached for his pocket, perpetually fearful of misplacing this item. Thankfully, it remained. While mushrooms could conceal it within their forms, humans could not. It was too diminutive, as though it might slip from his pocket at any moment. Eventually, Anja discovered a slender black leather cord in the drawer of the room, threading the shell casing around his neck. Also nestled within the drawer was a compact black device. He scrutinized its exterior, gradually recalling that it was a communicator. Each individual's ID number served as their communication number, allowing humans to converse over long distances, albeit solely within the confines of the base. Outside, there was no signal. He charged the communicator, though unnecessary. The act of powering it seemed to bring great delight to humanity. Once these tasks were complete, he finally felt at ease and began to survey the desk before him. The notebook on the surface contained writings by Ans, his penmanship exquisite. Along the wall stood over 20 books, likely those that Ans had cherished in the past. Anja perused the titles along the spines, reaching for a modestly bound gray book titled Base Manual. As he opened it, he found a single phrase on the title page: human interests above all else. Anja instinctively pressed his lips together and continued to turn the pages. The second page revealed the table of contents, and the entire manual was divided into 4 sections: base laws, living regulations, functional area overview, and maps. Anja chose to bypass the legal section, confident in his identity as a law-abiding mushroom, one who would never contravene the laws of any species. The section on living regulations meticulously detailed the daily schedule of the residential areas. Power was supplied daily from 6 in the morning, with water and food provided for 1 hour. This was repeated at noon, and dinner commenced at 6 in the evening, with power lasting a bit longer until 9 at night. Each residential area was equipped with a tall alarm tower, which emitted 3 types of alerts: assembly, evacuation, and emergency shelter. The assembly alarm was a brief, high-pitched sound. The evacuation alarm produced a wave-like sound signal, and the shelter alarm was a sharp, prolonged tone. Residents of the base were obliged to adhere to the living regulations and the signals from the alarm towers, while other aspects of their lives could be managed at their discretion. Upon reaching this point, Anja felt a twinge of confusion, pondering that, under such rules, one could simply remain indoors, dining and hydrating at scheduled intervals. However, he swiftly comprehended the underlying intention of the base. Although individuals were free to live as they pleased, existence within the base came at a cost. It required payment. To acquire the currency circulating within the base, residents must venture out to seek employment or become mercenaries, gathering valuable resources from the outside world to turn in to the base in exchange for compensation. However, if that were the case, each individual could simply venture to areas of minimal danger, casually procure whatever items they needed to sustain their basic requirements of food and water. Anja continued to turn the pages, and the next section presented an overview of functional zones. The first area mentioned is known as the supply station, which is divided into 3 sections: supply stations 1, 2, and 3. Supply stations 1 and 2 are owned by the military, strategically located at the entrance and exit of the base, responsible for the assessment and exchange of currency and military supplies. Whenever a mercenary team returns from the field, the personnel at the supply station will convert their acquired resources into currency. However, any lethal weapons and armored vehicles are confiscated and prohibited from entering the city until the mercenary team embarks on their next mission, at which point they may reapply for their use. The mercenary teams utilize the currency to exchange for necessary equipment for their expeditions, including firearms, ammunition, armor, fuel, and even various models of armored vehicles. In contrast to the first 2 supply stations, Supply Station 3 is situated within the city and is responsible for the exchange of civilian goods. Utilizing base currency, one can obtain daily necessities, food and ingredients, spirits, electronic devices, and much more within this station, as well as facilitate housing transactions. Opposite Supply Station 3 lies the free market. Occasionally, the items acquired by mercenary teams from human ruins are not what the military requires, allowing them to bring verified safe goods into the city for unrestricted trade. At this moment, Anja noticed a small note at the bottom of the page. Note: the free market is not an official facility of the base. All actions and consequences are at one's own risk. Note: the employment relationship established through the free market is not protected by the laws of the base, and the consequences are borne by the individual. Beyond that, Enja distinctly observed the term employment. In other words, the free market is also a realm that offers career opportunities. Continuing further, there is an introduction to various residential areas. The densely populated regions are districts 6 and 7, while the remaining areas have a sparse human presence, with many buildings lying vacant. District 8 serves as a concentrated refuge, equipped with comprehensive security facilities. Moving ahead, the narrative shifts to the introduction of the court. Enja recalled the judge, a colonel with cold green eyes, and slowed his reading pace considerably, savoring each word. The court's responsibilities extend beyond merely identifying non-humans at the city gates. They also conduct routine patrols in areas of high human traffic, performing secondary screenings to eliminate potential threats. The primary monitoring points are situated around supply stations, but they also conduct sporadic inspections of residential buildings, especially those belonging to individuals exhibiting unusual behavior who have been reported. Strangely, Enja was reminded of the phrase, "You'd best." If it were possible, he wished that Lu Feng could remain at the city gates indefinitely, sparing the judge from having to descend to the residential buildings. As he turned the pages, he realized that the other regions held little relevance for him, such as the city administration office, the city defense office, and the central city. It was noted that the base comprises the outer city, also known as the citadel, and the central city, which houses vital research, military facilities, and serves as the political and energy center. Access is prohibited to all unless one possesses a special pass or residency permit. After thoroughly perusing the base map, Enja closed the book, once again contemplating the profound difference between humans and mushrooms. The second book he opened was titled Supply Station Assessment Manual. The moment he laid eyes on the cover, a cascade of related memories surged forth, far clearer than others. Enja pondered that perhaps this indicated the significance of visiting the supply station for Ans. Yet, if that were the case, why had he agreed to accompany Josie into the wilderness? He contemplated this for quite some time, ultimately concluding that Ans was simply that kind of person. Ans had missed the examination. The recruitment assessment for the supply station had taken place 15 days prior, by which time he had already become a mere skeleton. However, it mattered little, Enja thought. When the supply station opened its doors for recruitment again a year later, should he still be alive within the human base, he would certainly give it a try. Thus, upon returning to the cave, he could share what the place was like with Ans. Prolonged reading drained much of his energy. After attempting to read 2 pages of the assessment manual, Enja felt drowsy and eventually retired to bed. The following morning, in order to avoid encountering Josie, he left his room at 4 o'clock, descended the stairs, and made his way to the transit point. Boarding a train bound for the supply station, he intended to seek employment at the adjacent free market. He alighted at 7 o'clock, the air still thick with a delicate white mist. The free market was a grand circular edifice, featuring 4 entrances and exits, and he entered through the nearest one. The pungent aroma of strong liquor permeated his nostrils. At the entrance, for long tables had been set up, where individuals dressed like mercenaries engaged in games of chance, their voices booming as they spoke animatedly. Bottles of liquor adorned the tables, and every so often, someone would call for a refill. At such times, the waitstaff would replenish the drinks and affix a small machine to the ID cards presented by the patrons to process the charges. A robust mercenary with dark skin was drinking alone when he noticed someone, raised an eyebrow, grinned, and shook his glass, saying, "Kid, what are you staring at? Come over and learn how to drink." Beside him, a short-haired woman immediately elbowed his chest, her voice hoarse yet filled with merriment. "Rule 32. Minors are not allowed to drink." The man replied nonchalantly, "Drink is drink. Do you think the judicators will come for me?" The woman erupted into laughter. "A minor like you still doesn't comprehend the power of the judicators. He would soon learn." And just stood nearby, contemplating a rebuttal of "I am not a minor." But in the brief moment he pondered his words, the two had already embraced, their lips locked in a tangle. He realized that no one truly cared about him. Thus, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. From the right side of the entrance wafted the aroma of potato soup, far more robust than that served in the lobby of his residential building, infused with a delightful meaty scent. A mercenary was hunched over a white plastic bowl, savoring his breakfast. The enticing smell stirred a slight hunger within Enja, who had skipped breakfast. Further inside, Similar scenes unfolded, the atmosphere bustling in the hall. Aside from the long tables selling food and drink, there were many stalls offering clothing, backpacks, and gloves. As he ventured deeper, the number of stalls selling fixed items dwindled, with one stand displaying an assortment of peculiar trinkets that Enja could not identify. Emerging from the ruins of City 511, a functional smartphone has been unearthed, ready to power on. As he ambled along, a wiry youth in dark attire, nimble as a monkey, darted in front of him. The fellow, gaunt with narrow, darting eyes, swiftly produced a sleek, ebony rectangle from his satchel, brandishing it before Enja. Care for a peek? I'll cut you a deal at 10% off and throw in a charging cable. You can indulge in gaming. Enja demurred. Thank you, but no. With alacrity, the youth retrieved a pristine, white model from his bag. Allow me to propose an alternative. This hue complements you. It's a recent model, the final iteration of the Fruit series before the Cataclysm. Originally valued at 10,000, I'm offering it for a mere 100. Enja reiterated, thank you, but I have no need. Undaunted, the vendor produced yet another item. Not interested? Already equipped with a phone, are we? Perhaps a power bank is in order? Can prove invaluable during base power outages. The high-capacity ones have been depleted, but this one can provide 2 charges. I'll grant you a discount. A mere 30. Enja regarded him with candor. I am without funds. The youth's countenance hardened as he swiftly stowed his wares, pivoting to depart, muttering under his breath. What's the point of coming to the black market without any money? Hold, Enja interjected. He turned, his demeanor thoroughly disheartened. What is it? I seek employment, Enja declared. Might you know where one could find such a thing? The young man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him from head to toe. So, you're seeking work. Indeed, Enja replied truthfully. Well, you possess remarkable aptitude, the young man remarked. Should fortune smile upon you, remember to procure a cellular device from me. I shall be stationed at the black market throughout this month. Enja was rendered speechless. He inquired, where must I proceed? Observe, the young man gestured towards a corner. Descend 3 levels below ground and seek out the proprietress. Enja expressed his gratitude, offering a smile. Thank you kindly. The young man responded, endowed with such comeliness. Ensure you align yourself with a dependable individual. Should prosperity grace you, remember to acquire a cellular device from me. Enja acquiesced. Very well. 3 levels below ground. Dampness, this was Enja's initial impression. Mushrooms, presumably, thrive in such moisture-laden air. However, the pungent aroma accompanying the dampness caused him to furrow his brow. Surveying the scene under the dim illumination, he beheld a space akin to a honeycomb. Corridors meandered tortuously, and makeshift partitions of plastic sheeting formed countless diminutive cubicles along the walls. With no circulating air, moisture condensed into a dense array of minute droplets on the plastic. The entire space emitted a subtle tidal hum, which, upon closer inspection, was the aggregated and reverberating sound of numerous individuals speaking softly, punctuated by occasional shrill bursts of laughter. Enja hesitated momentarily before advancing a few paces. He glanced at the cubicles on either side. The one on his left was vacant, while the cubicle on his right housed a long-haired woman with her head bowed. Upon hearing his footsteps, she briefly raised her gaze before lowering it once more. Enja continued onward, discerning the sound of voices, the first of which belonged to a woman. How is the climate in Basin 2? A gentle, somewhat nasal male voice inquired, the words trailing off languidly. Anne suspected the speaker's nasal passages were congested. The weather is quite agreeable, though we experience an excessive number of seismic events. We've had 3 tremors this month alone. During the most severe one, they were all outside, and I was alone in the vehicle. I genuinely feared they wouldn't return. A woman's voice chuckled. If they didn't return, you could simply drive the vehicle away. The last team I accompanied, the captain offered to teach me to drive, but it was merely a ruse. He promised to bring me along next time as well, which was another deception. I accompanied them for a month and only received 300 credits. Is that considered expensive? One should take mercenaries' words with a grain of salt, the woman advised. Haven't you grown accustomed to being deceived? Anne's steps faltered. He recalled Hassan's visage and his covetous gaze. and he suddenly comprehended the nature of the work on sublevel 3, as well as the phrase in the base manual. Employment and contractual relationships established through the free market are not protected by base law, and the consequences are the sole responsibility of the individual. He had no desire to bear those consequences, and silently resolved to depart. But as he turned, he inadvertently collided with a soft form. Well, a woman's voice drawled with affected surprise. Is this your first time here, darling? The term darling evoked unpleasant memories for Ans, and he reflexively recoiled. Before him stood a statuesque woman with honey-colored skin and aquamarine eyes. Her long, auburn hair cascaded in curls, and her eyes were almond-shaped and upturned. She smirked at him. Are you here to procure someone? Are you still selling yourself? The woman whispered, a playful smile gracing her lips. Chapter 9. Not at all. And Je retreated a step, pressing his back against the plastic wall. I must have taken a wrong turn. A wrong turn? The woman inquired, her brow raised. The second floor is a den of gambling. Do you wish to go there? She held a cigarette delicately between her fingers, placing it between her crimson lips for a puff, before grinning mischievously. Be careful not to lose yourself in the process. And Je surveyed his surroundings, but the woman had cornered him, leaving him with no means of escape. This alluring individual was far more formidable than the monsters lurking in the abyss. Fear not. She exhaled a cloud of white smoke. I shan't devour you. And Je replied, then might you allow me to leave? The woman chuckled once more. Leave? She raised an eyebrow. Only those with no other options find themselves on the third floor. If you depart, where else could you possibly go? As she spoke, she draped her arm around his shoulders, leading him forward. Are you frightened by this place? You need not remain here. I can offer you a lavish room. Thank you, and Je murmured, lowering his gaze. But I truly took a wrong turn. He continued. I merely sought a mundane job, and someone directed me to the underground third level. The black market only reveals itself on the ground floor, the woman remarked, blinking with an ethereal gaze reminiscent of drifting smoke. You truly were unaware of this? And Je replied, I am aware now. He had also learned of the free market detailed in the base manual, a term that referred to the black market in common parlance. The laws of the base do not extend protection to the black market. A woman leaned against the wall, smoking. She no longer pressed Je tightly into the corner, but instead allowed a narrow gap to open. And Je initially believed this was a signal for his release. And as he took a step forward, he saw two tall men in black emerge behind her, one on each side, effectively blocking all avenues of escape. They ascended to the third floor, where no one could leave. The woman's voice, once sweet and alluring, now bore a chilling edge. However, consider yourself fortunate. And Je looked up at her. I am offering you an opportunity, she continued. Boss Zhao's workshop is in need of hands. He wants you. If he does not... Her words trailed off as she turned to walk in a specific direction. Come with me. And Je paused for 3 seconds, contemplating, before following her deeper into the labyrinth of cramped compartments, akin to a maze constructed by a beehive, the light growing dimmer. Eventually, at the end of this space, a door appeared on the gray wall. The woman raised her hand and knocked. Boss Zhao, I wish to discuss a business matter. With a creak, the door opened. An elderly man stood there, his hair as white as snow, clad entirely in black, with a bow tie at his collar. He squinted, scrutinizing the woman. Du Sai, what a rare visitor. The woman smiled faintly, finishing her cigarette and extinguishing it against the wall. I have something to discuss with you. What magnitude of business? The man, referred to as Boss Zhao, inquired, glancing at him before turning back to Anja. Elbow perched jauntily on Anja's shoulder. Duze remarked, she's not much, but she's proving difficult. I feared you might disapprove, so I brought a little peace offering. I heard your apprentice perished from drink, and you're seeking a successor. Women you find homely, and men are often doltish. What do you think of this child of mine? Mr. Zhao's steely gray eyes swiveled, fixing upon Anja. He seems obedient enough. And indeed, he was. Duze tossed her hair. The moment I laid eyes on him, I knew Mr. Zhao would be pleased. Mr. Zhao chuckled softly, then addressed Anja directly. Extend your hand. Let me have a look. Anja complied, revealing slender, ivory fingers, tinged with a delicate rose hue. Duze, where did you unearth this one? Mr. Xiao inquired. A child like this, how could you bear to bring him to the third level? I inveigled him, Duze confessed. Anja remained silent. Mr. Xiao instructed him, make a fist. Slowly. Anja deliberately curled his fingers inward. Again Mr. Xiao urged, even slower. Anja decelerated his movements, then slower still. Eventually, Anja reduced his pace to a crawl, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Though he didn't comprehend Mr. Xiao's purpose, it presented no great challenge to him. In his fungal form, he commanded thousands upon thousands of delicate hyphae simultaneously. Now, he merely had to govern 5 human fingers. By the end, even Duze had drawn closer. Mr. Xiao, you've struck gold, she declared, lighting another cigarette. His hand is steadier than your last apprentice's. Boss Xiao gazed at his hands, chuckling softly, and remarked, lend it to me for a few days. If it proves useful, I shall gladly accept it. Dusai interjected, you must pay the child for their labor. Boss Xiao replied, agreed. And Zhe furrowed his brow. Indeed, the wages were essential, yet the phrase, if it proves useful, instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Do not fear. Dusai seemed to discern his unease, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, for his craftsmanship is exceedingly valuable. Am I not a good person? Boss Xiao scoffed. I am the most benevolent soul in this entire base. With that, he turned to Anja, you may browse the shop for now. I have matters to discuss with this madwoman. Anja was obedient, shifting his gaze towards the nearest shelf. An array of oddly shaped bottles filled with liquids or solids, their surfaces adorned with images of exposed human forms. Further in, there lay books with similar covers. He was aware that a significant reason for the closure of the department previously contributed by Nze was the unpopularity of the publications issued by the base, while illicit literature thrived in the black market. Below the shelves, transparent glass drawers brimmed with cigarettes, adjacent to another filled with numerous mechanical USB drives. At this moment, voices emerged from Boss Zhao's direction. The child is quite remarkable. Mrs. Du has always been notoriously stingy, yet she has bestowed upon me a considerable gift. The business she wishes to discuss must be extraordinary. The sound of a lighter flicked, and the smoke in the room thickened considerably. A child, casually picking something up, Dusai chuckled softly a few times, considering the request she wished to make of Boss Xiao, which was indeed no trivial matter. Anything is possible, Boss Xiao replied in a languid tone, as long as the money is sufficient. You may not dare to take it on, Dusai remarked leisurely. Boss Xiao retorted, as long as you offer more money, I shall dare. Dusai scoffed, uttering 3 words. The judge, she stated, questioning whether Boss Xiao truly had the courage to proceed. And Zhe was taken aback, unable to fathom how those 3 words could connect the 2 figures in the black market. Silence enveloped Boss Xiao as well. Eventually, he responded, I only deal with the deceased, not the living, for I fear the trouble it may bring. You wish to bring me the greatest of troubles. To be candid, I have a friend who is infatuated with that colonel to the point of madness, insistent on acquiring him. Dusai continued. You are aware that no living being dares to approach within 3 meters of the judge. Hence, I have no choice but to purchase a counterfeit from you. I will keep it at home for amusement, and it shall not cause any trouble. As for the price, let it be determined by you, Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao merely smiled, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Anja gradually moved deeper into the shop. His steps faltered as he kicked something. Looking down, he saw a solitary, pale human hand lying on the cement floor. The state of the severed limb appeared recent, with a clean, smooth cut devoid of blood or flesh. Anja crouched down and prodded the skin of the hand. It was soft, resembling that of a human arm, yet it was not. It was a prosthetic hand. He chose not to investigate further and stood up. In that moment, his gaze met that of a person standing in the glass display case. Beneath the dim light, a pair of dark eyes fixed intently upon him, half of the figure shrouded in shadow, exuding a tinge of eeriness. And Zhe and the stranger maintained their gaze for an extended duration, and even after 3 minutes, he discerned no rise or fall of breath from the man. Perhaps, he mused, akin to that artificial arm, this was merely a lifeless mannequin. Are you frightened? Boss Zhao's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. And Zhe replied, not really. Boss Xiao inquired, does he resemble someone? And Zhe affirmed, indeed. A raspy chuckle escaped Boss Zhao's lips as he pressed a switch nearby, illuminating the room significantly. At last, Ensued could discern the full visage of the man within the glass display. He was clad in black, tall and slender, with sharp, attractive features. The light striking his face reflected a delicate sheen of white, adding an unaccountable air of severity. "Have you heard of Hubbard, the leader of the AR-137 mercenary team?" Boss Xiao asked. Ensued remained silent, as Boss Xiao's voice continued to fill the room. "He is among the most formidable individuals in the mercenary world, operating in a 5-star danger zone with a nonchalance akin to play. He must be wealthy, correct?" Ensued responded, yes. He understood that the supplies brought back from the outside could be exchanged for base currency at military supply stations. Those exceptional mercenaries were certainly not lacking in wealth. Boss Xiao gestured toward the individual standing in the display case. "This man is his deputy, having grown up together since childhood, and they became mercenaries as adults, sharing a bond forged over 20 years. On their last expedition, tragedy struck, and not even a body was recovered. A grim fate indeed." At this juncture, Boss Xiao chuckled lightly and continued, "3 months after this individual passed away, Hubbard approached me. He was utterly distraught, willing to spend a substantial portion of his fortune to acquire this person, insisting that not a single strand of hair could be amiss. As for me, I certainly could not afford any mistakes. Aside from the fact that he was no longer alive, everything else appeared just as it should." Boss Xiao sighed, acknowledging the reality. After all, this individual would have to spend the rest of his life living alongside a mere replica. "In the past, my craft was for amusement, akin to inflatable figures. However, as the living became increasingly prone to madness in the face of death, my skills began to gain value." Boss Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "If you diligently learn from me, in 10 years, you'll amass more wealth than any mercenary." Ensued regarded him thoughtfully, recalling his previous conversation with Dusai, and inquired, "So, do you intend to be a judge?" "Of course, why not?" Boss Xiao laughed. "The esteemed judge is too preoccupied with killing to concern himself with such trivial matters." Chapter 10. Mr. Hubbard, it is I, Xiao Scott. While Boss Xiao was sending a message to Hubbard, Ensued was engrossed in the task of practicing eyebrow placement on a human head. The heated needle pierced a minuscule hole in the silicone skin, allowing fibers that mimicked human hair to be inserted. Once the softened silicone cooled again, the eyebrow would be firmly anchored within the doll's skin. Boss Xiao's eyesight had deteriorated, making it increasingly difficult for him to engage in such strenuous work, and just speculated that this was one of the reasons for his eagerness to find an apprentice. Setting aside the communicator, Xiao Scott retrieved the mannequin from the glass display case and positioned it upon the central chair of the room. Every joint of the mannequin moved with ease as he crossed its legs and clasped its hands at the elbows, finally adjusting the head to lean slightly forward. The light filtered through its lashes, casting shadows that created a posture both commanding and tinged with melancholy. Ensued lifted his gaze to that figure. The dim light played across the mannequin's face, producing shadows of varying depths. The subtle distinction between silicone rubber and human skin was entirely obliterated, rendering it a silent simulacrum of a living being. An unsettling stillness enveloped the surroundings. The display cases and shelves, objects that might be deemed obscene in human perception, took on a bizarre charm in such an atmosphere. This strange ambience was abruptly shattered by the sound of a door creaking open, as white light from outside flooded in, illuminating half of the mannequin's body. Ensued squinted, directing his attention to the man who appeared at the threshold. Backlit, he was tall, with shoulder-length black curls and brown eyes, his features marked by a cold intensity. Ensued could easily envision him wielding a firearm in the wilderness. He waited for the man to step inside, but he merely lingered at the entrance, his gaze fixated on the mannequin in the center of the room, remaining motionless as if he too had become a figure of inanimate stillness. It was not until Boss Xiao cleared his throat and said, "Please come in," that the man seemed to awaken from a trance, shifting slightly. He strode into the room, yet as he approached the mannequin, his pace abruptly slowed. Ensued gazed at him, his hand raised, longing to caress the doll's countenance. His fingers lingered in the air, hesitant to descend. In the stillness of the room, only the man's breath, faint and trembling, broke the silence. Perhaps a butterfly rested upon the doll's lashes, and he feared to disturb it. Ultimately, he withdrew his right hand to his side, fixing his gaze upon the doll, softly uttering, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," replied Mr. Xiao, approaching with his gray-blue eyes fixed upon him. I must also express gratitude to Mr. Hubbard for providing me with ample data. Hubbard offered a slight smile, his gaze still cast downward. Mr. Xiao gestured towards a person-sized packaging box nearby. Shall I assist you? I can manage on my own, he retorted, finally allowing his fingers to rest on the doll's shoulder, gently lowering it into the box. Mr. Xiao stood by, remarking, I had no idea Captain Hubbard was such an emotional person. There were words left unspoken. Hubbard knelt slowly, carefully closing the box lid. The knuckles of his fingers turned pale as he pressed down, and it was a long while before he rose again. Mr. Xiao crossed his arms, stating, the doll requires maintenance every 2 months. Just send it over when the time comes. Any new skills I acquire I shall apply to it. Hubbard replied, Xiao Scott never engages in unprofitable ventures. Mr. Xiao chuckled lightly. Captain Hubbard possesses remarkable abilities. I, on the other hand, do not. Hubbard inquired, what do you need? A few days ago, I secured a substantial order, but the individual's data is elusive. I hope to enlist your assistance. Hubbard responded, does Mr. Xiao still encounter data he cannot obtain? Boss Xiao broke into a grin, raising his arm and making a gesture as if firing a gun at Hubbard. Hubbard smiled faintly, turned, grasped the handle of the box, and approached the door. Please wait a moment, and Zhe suddenly interjected. Hubbard glanced back, and Zhe hurried over to his side, unbuttoning the first button of his shirt to extract a shell casing hanging from his neck. Sir, he inquired, do you know where this is from? Without uttering a word, Hubbard reached out, took the brass shell casing, and angled it in the light for inspection. And Zhe's heart raced. The supply station and the black market did not possess this type. After a minute, Hubbard released his grip, allowing the shell to fall back against Zhe's chest as he turned to leave, leaving behind a solitary remark, military issue. His silhouette gradually receded, and Zhe reached for the shell casing, clutching it tightly against his chest, lost in thought. In the silence of the room, Boss Xiao chuckled. If Hubbard claims it's military, it surely is, he said, closing the door and squinting with a smile. What's the matter? Have you been involved with someone from the military? Dusai's business is truly substantial. And Zhe slowly shook his head. What should he do if it belonged to the military? TSK, Boss Xiao remarked, have you lost your wits? And Zhe replied, I wish to find its owner. Boss Xiao asked, what, did this person not pay you? And Zhe felt that Boss Xiao's line of thinking was quite misguided. He clarified, no, that's not it. If it's military, the personnel should be able to identify the model. Let me teach you a method, Boss Xiao said earnestly. And Zhe asked, what method? Regarding the main city and the wilderness, they are beyond your reach. However, within the outer city, the City Defense Division and the Tribunal are under military jurisdiction. Perhaps you could venture there late at night and attempt to fraternize with someone. Although the military maintains strict discipline, there are bound to be individuals of questionable moral character. And Zhe pondered this, then inquired, which members of the military venture into the wilderness. Xiao, the proprietor, playfully flicked him on the forehead, retorting, who do you think charts the maps of the wilderness? The tap stung, and Zhe bit his lip, appearing aggrieved. Don't act so wronged, Xiao remarked. Even the Inquisitors spend nearly half the year away from the base. What do you think? The entire military ventures outside. And Zhe remained silent, resuming his task of cultivating eyebrows, realizing he might be staying at the base for an extended period. Upon completing his eyebrow cultivation for the day, Xiao, quite satisfied, dismissed Zhe. Zhe had a craving for the potato soup sold near the entrance of the black market's first floor. Today marked his 3rd day working for Xiao, who had prepaid a month's salary, leaving him with 60 credits on his ID card. However, upon ascending to the ground floor, he sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The usual vibrancy was absent, replaced by hurried expressions, and the exit was sparsely populated. Somewhat perplexed, yet still drawn by the allure of the potato soup, he proceeded towards it. Just as he was about to reach his destination, Zhe abruptly halted. He paused for a moment, then pivoted, retracing his steps. Return, a chilling voice commanded. Resigned to his fate, Zhe turned once more, advancing a few steps to stand before the Inquisitor at the entrance. The judge was not alone. Accompanying him were 3 simply attired, youthful adjudicators. he encountered the routine patrol within the courtroom. Lu Hong observed casually, stiff body language, evasive movements. Note 1 point. The young adjudicator behind him took up paper and pen, attentively glancing at Enje as he recorded Lu Hong's words. Enje turned to them, but his gaze locked onto Lu Hong's, prompting him to swiftly avert his eyes. The furtive glances earned another point of deduction. Lu Hong's tone remained unchanged, while the young adjudicator continued to take notes. Enje found the scene somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, he realized that the judge was not merely performing his patrol duties. He was instructing a novice, akin to how Boss Xiao mentored his apprentice. However, Lu Hong was evidently not as gentle or nurturing as Boss Xiao. His guidance rather brusque. He awaited the next point of deduction, only to discern that despite the rigidity of Lu Hong's instruction, his demeanor was not entirely dismissive. The questioning commenced. Outcome? Back to the colonel, the young adjudicator replied. Considering all indicators, the subject is classified as human. And the reason for the anomalies? Fear of you, came the response. Lu Hong's lips curved slightly. In Chapter 11, Enje beheld Lu Hong smile for the first time, albeit they had only met once before, though the smile was scarcely perceptible. Yet, within that subtle expression, Enje detected that the judge seemed inclined to discuss matters concerning him today. The mirth dissipated, and Lu Feng's countenance reverted to impassivity, save for the lithe, alabaster fingers toying with the sable firearm, a gesture fraught with menace. May I take my leave? Enje ventured. Lu Feng, expressionless, inquired, What is your purpose here? Enje responded truthfully, I am employed here. First or second floor? Third floor. I see. There ensued another protracted silence, broken only by the brisk scratching of the young inquisitor's pen. Presently, he declared, verbal interrogation reveals no anomalies, corroborating the assessment. The subject is human. Enje observed Lu Feng cast a cursory glance in the young inquisitor's direction, though it hardly seemed an approving one. Enje began again. You may leave. Lu Feng conceded. Thank you. Enje promptly turned and retreated inside, seating himself at the stall peddling potato soup, a beverage he genuinely craved today. In the residential sector, the base-supplied potato soup cost 0.3, whereas here it was priced at 1, a stark difference. The concentration of the latter was at least threefold greater. In addition to the potatoes, which were almost entirely softened and dissolved, the soup contained finely minced meat, and perhaps a touch of milk, the sweet fragrance of protein wafting in the air. The spoon was white, and Enje picked it up, scooped a mouthful, blew away the vapor, and then placed it to his lips, swallowing. In the enveloping, dense steam he squinted, feeling content, a sentiment that would be amplified were it not for the Inquisitor's presence in his peripheral vision. With deliberate slowness, yet profound focus, Enje consumed his meal in absolute silence. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed before he concluded, whereupon he steeled himself for the endeavor of passing the judge and departing. As he turned from his seat toward the exit, a piercing beep resonated. Lu Feng had activated the communicator. As Enje drew abreast of him, he overheard Lu Feng utter a curt epithet into the device. Incompetent. Startled, Enje quickened his pace, exiting the black market. Dusk was descending, the sun having dipped below the horizon, leaving the western sky a boundless expanse of gray-blue. The wind was gaining a frigid edge. In 2 hours, the base would be plunged into darkness. The supply station across from the black market was also nearing closure, disgorging a steady stream of individuals. The supply station, the black market, and the train station formed a triangular configuration, encompassing a vast plaza. At this moment, people converged from all directions, resembling a swarm of migrating ants, flowing toward the train platform. The train operated from 6 in the morning until 8 in the evening, arriving punctually every hour. As the scheduled time approached, a faint rumble emanated from afar, gradually crescendoing. After a brief, violent tremor, the train, like a silvery serpent, halted on the tracks. The doors on one side slid open, disgorging a portion of its occupants. Some were returning from other parts of the city to their domiciles, while others had just returned from the wilderness. At that moment, a mellifluous, mechanical female voice echoed from the station entrance. Attention passengers, due to equipment malfunction, all passengers are requested to disembark and await further instructions. Passengers awaiting departure are kindly requested to remain off the train for the moment and disperse in an orderly fashion. We regret to inform you that, due to a technical malfunction, all passengers must disembark immediately and await further instructions at a safe distance. The mechanical directive echoed repeatedly, initially eliciting bewilderment, which gradually gave way to unhurried action. However, a segment of the crowd experienced an immediate and profound shift in demeanor, as they urgently tugged at their companions, swiftly abandoning their seats, scrambling off the train, and bolting towards the periphery. This frantic behavior proved contagious, and within a mere 3 minutes, an atmosphere of palpable dread permeated the entire station, as individuals sprinted towards the plaza. And Je, who had been patiently anticipating boarding, suddenly found himself engulfed in the chaotic surge of humanity. Though unaware of the precise nature of the unfolding events, he instinctively adhered to the established norms of human communal existence, pivoting on his heel with the intention of dispersing outwards with the throng. However, the jostling crowd caused him to falter, and he was abruptly bumped from behind. The sharp staccato of heels against the ground resonated in the air, and as Je turned, he detected a familiar fragrance, identifying the figure as Madame Du, the proprietor of the subterranean Level 3 establishment. She appeared to have just alighted from the train. Their eyes met, and Madame Du, recognizing him instantly, seized his wrist without hesitation, propelling him forward in a rapid dash towards the exterior. In the plaza, the sounds of bodies colliding with the ground and the anguished cries of those being trampled underfoot coalesced into a cacophony of despair. Yet, Madame Du navigated the human sea with an uncanny precision, as if having rehearsed the maneuver countless times, guiding him swiftly until they converged with the vanguard, the fleetest of foot at the plaza's edge, where they abruptly halted. A line of black, lightly armored vehicles was neatly arrayed along the periphery of the plaza, each spaced a measured distance apart. Adorning their exteriors were silver shield emblems, which, according to the base manual Je had perused, signified the City Defense Division, officially, the Extramural Defense Division of the base. At that moment, soldiers, heavily armed, were disembarking in unison, effectively barricading all exits, and Je remained oblivious to the unfolding events. His recent sprint had left him breathless, while Du Sai, beside him, was bent over, gasping for air and punctuated by coughs, and Je gently patted her shoulder. After what seemed like an eternity, Du Sai regained her composure. The plaza was still a scene of pandemonium, with people fleeing towards its edges, only to be intercepted by a human barricade formed by the City Defense Division soldiers. And Je guided Du Sai to a more secluded corner. "What's happening to them?" he inquired. "This sort of thing used to be frequent." Du Sai straightened up, her gaze fixed on the throng in the plaza. "There are aberrations among us," she stated. After a pause to catch her breath, she continued, "There must be aberrations inside the vehicles. Inspecting them within the vehicles would take too long. And if an aberration were to manifest, there wouldn't be enough time to neutralize it before it could affect several carriages. Dispersing them makes inspection easier. It's been a while since this occurred," she remarked. "Didn't the Inquisitor recognize them?" "He's on patrol today," Je replied. Furthermore, he had overheard Lu Feng receiving a communication, during which he curtly rebuked someone as incompetent. In retrospect, this must have been when he received news of the aberrations infiltrating the base. Just then, Je felt a slight tremor in the hand she was holding. "Is he here?" "Affirmative," Je murmured, as if to corroborate Du's words. In the ensuing moment, a muffled thud resonated, and a beam of pristine white light illuminated the twilight sky. This radiant streak descended with incredible velocity, akin to a dazzling bolt of lightning cleaving the evening firmament, before striking the shoulder of an individual standing not far from Je and Du's. Je pivoted abruptly, his gaze directed towards the origin of the light. He observed Lu Feng, clad in his black uniform, standing atop the ashen edifice of the black market. Lu Feng was in the process of lowering a black weapon from his right hand, while his left hand extended a pair of binoculars to the young adjudicator at his side, who promptly received them. "Target designated by magnesium flare," a curt command echoed from the city defense forces. "Prepare." Immediately, a piercing shriek erupted from an armored vehicle in close proximity, its strident wail reverberating across the plaza. A white phosphorus incendiary projectile, trailing a thick plume of smoke, was launched towards the location pinpointed by the magnesium flare. The entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. A pungent, acrid odor of burning filled the air as an individual collapsed to the ground, a hiss of smoke emanating from their body. A cry of agony pierced the cacophony of the plaza. The hand with which Duz held Nja's arm tightened perceptibly. "That person was seated directly behind me," she uttered. But he posed no threat. "I am unharmed." She seemed to exhale in relief. "A white phosphorus incendiary. He cannot possibly survive." Her gaze ascended towards the summit of the black market structure. Lu Feng's silhouette had vanished from the rooftop, yet she remained fixated in that direction. Anja gazed at her, and at this moment, the alluringly mature visage of Madame Du suddenly exuded an extraordinary tranquility. The cacophony of screams around them gradually diminished, and upon the expanse of ground that the crowd had instinctively vacated, a charred, contorted limb ceased its convulsions and struggles, lying utterly still. The others in the square seemed to collectively exhale a sigh of relief, despite the unwavering blockade of the city defense station. 5 years prior, the colonel had saved me once, and Anja suddenly recalled Du Sai's words, reminiscent of that day at the city gate, which bore a striking similarity to the present. He remained silent, absorbing the atmosphere that was gradually calming. On that day at the city gate, he comprehended why some harbored an intense hatred for Lu Feng. Today, he also grasped why others did not share such sentiments. 3 minutes later, soldiers from the city defense force forcibly carved a path through the crowd, and Lu Feng strode purposefully toward the 4 corpses. Due to their proximity, Anja and Du Sai found themselves quite near to the scene. Clad in pristine white gloves, Lu Feng knelt on one knee, parting the central corpse with a brief utterance. "Knife." The judge beside him handed over a gleaming, sharp blade. Following this, Lu Feng, with an impassive expression, made a decisive incision into the abdomen of the corpse. The charred remains emitted an acrid odor. However, upon the opening of the abdomen, he perceived a slight furrowing of Lu Feng's brow as the blade in his hand decisively and cleanly dissected the cadaver's esophagus and trachea. A continuous stream of analogous entities was expelled, indicative of parasitic organisms with a high propensity for dissemination. Lu Feng rose, discarding his gloves onto the corpse, whereupon an inquisitor promptly furnished him with a fresh pair. He simply stated, "Conduct a comprehensive screening of all personnel." Suddenly, Duze's body became limp, and she collapsed forward. Anja was abruptly reminded of her statement from moments prior, wherein she mentioned that the individual was seated directly behind her. He endeavored to support Duze, but her movements were too precipitous, and Lu Feng's gaze had already shifted in their direction. Lu Feng's attention lingered upon her cheek. Following his line of sight, Anja scrutinized her visage and noticed, upon her forehead, a diminutive, blister-like formation, shimmering with a crystalline luminescence, within which minuscule entities appeared to be subtly undulating. As if sensing something, Duze tentatively extended her hand, reaching for the affected area. Trembling, she fixed her gaze upon Lu Feng, tears streaming down her face, and took a few steps toward him. This was the first instance in which Anja had witnessed such an expression on a human countenance, and he was unable to discern whether it conveyed love or hatred, though despair likely predominated. A gunshot resonated. She pitched forward, Anja unable to restrain her fall. Following the dull thud, the human form crashed to the ground. At that precise moment, Anja was within mere inches of Lu Feng, and their eyes met. Those frigid, viridescent eyes, seemingly devoid of all emotion. Abruptly, Lu Feng reached out toward him, causing Anja to recoil slightly. The judge, however, did not pull the trigger. It was not the hand that wielded the gun. His fingers brushed against Nja's cheek, lingering momentarily. Anja recalled the instant when Du Sai collapsed. Her blood splattering onto his face. Initially warm, it quickly turned cold. The icy liquid was wiped away, leaving a vivid scarlet mark on the pristine white gloves, the warmth briefly lingering on his cheek. Anja closed his eyes. Chapter 12. Perhaps it was 3 seconds, perhaps 4, before Lu Feng's fingers departed from his cheek, that fleeting warmth vanishing into the evening breeze, dissipating swiftly. Anja opened his eyes once more, witnessing the silhouette of Lu Feng retreating, identical to the one he had seen at the city gates that day. At that moment, the pure white lights in the square flickered to life. Anja squinted, and Lu Feng's figure blurred in his vision. When clarity returned, the dark silhouette had already been lost in the vast sea of people. Soldiers from the city defense came forth to carry away Dusai's body. Her chestnut hair shimmered with a honeyed hue under the lights, her eyes closed, her expression serene. What she pondered in her final moments, and Je did not know, and perhaps he would never know. Many gazes turned toward this direction. As the soldiers from the city defense departed, whispers began to circulate. And Je's hearing was keen, and he caught fragments of their conversation. Many were aware of the mistress of the underground's third tier, some lamenting the loss of a beautiful woman, while more expressed fear of being parasitized by the monster. Soon, a mechanical female voice echoed, instructing everyone to disperse and wait in place. In 30 minutes, the courtroom will commence its meticulous examination. The voice, though melodious, went unappreciated by those present. Initially, the crowd exchanged fleeting glances, but soon they became acutely aware that at this moment, no one could ascertain whether those beside them were truly human. The throng of people began to undulate like a swarm of ants, each individual striving to distance themselves from others, regardless of familiarity. Ultimately, the chaotic assembly transformed into a sparse grid, and just stood at the periphery, beside the bloodstains left by Dusai. His gaze traversed the faces of those around him, each reflecting fear and trepidation. The human base and the abyss were fundamentally indistinguishable. Suddenly, a piercing voice echoed from a distance. "He has something on his face." Following this was a cacophony of movement, as if a brawl had erupted, soon succeeded by a loud argument. 30 seconds later, a gunshot shattered the tension. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the square. Even the sound of breath ceased. If someone were to tell Inja that he was, in fact, standing in a graveyard, surrounded by what appeared to be towering tombstones, he would not doubt the veracity of such a statement. He scanned the vicinity, hoping to locate Lu Feng, but the multitude was overwhelming and impenetrable. Finally, Inja withdrew his gaze, directing it toward the marble ground of the square, illuminated in stark whiteness by the lights. Suddenly, his attention was arrested. 5 meters ahead of him, at the feet of a man, lay a glimmer of brass. His initial reaction was the realization that the bullet casing hanging around his neck had fallen off, prompting him to swiftly reach for his collar. Through the fabric of his shirt, he felt the cylindrical object press against his hand. He had not lost it. He fixed his gaze firmly on the ground and took a few steps forward, only to be met with a curse from the man beside him, who then distanced himself. "I apologize," Enja explained. "I dropped something." After maneuvering past several individuals and walking a few more steps, he arrived at the spot, crouched down, and retrieved a brass-colored, cylindrical bullet casing from the ground. The moment he grasped it, his hand trembled slightly. It bore an exceedingly familiar weight, texture, and size. He held the casing, unable to discern any difference between it and the one around his neck. His heart raced fiercely as he tightened his grip and stood up. He recalled that 5 minutes prior, Dusai had touched the blister on her forehead, infested with parasites, realizing that she could not possibly survive. She must have been executed by the judge. Yet, in her fear, she seemed to desire proximity to the judge, taking a few steps in that direction. However, before she could reach Lu Feng, the bullet pierced her body. Where had Lu Feng been at that moment? Enja gazed at the dark stains of blood on the ground nearby. Lu Feng must have stood where he now stood, or perhaps not far off, when he fired the shot. What is a bullet casing? It is the shell of the bullet, a fact he was aware of, as similar knowledge resided in Enze's memory. When the bullet is propelled from the chamber of the gun, the casing is ejected backwards, falling to the ground. Undoubtedly, the shell he picked up now belonged to Lu Feng, the master of the tribunal. But what of the identical shell he discovered in the wilderness, at the site where spores were discarded? Could it also be linked to the tribunal? A profound unease surged within Enja, a palpable fear he could scarcely articulate. If the spores were indeed associated with the tribunal, the difficulty of retrieving them was unimaginable. He could not directly inquire, as questioning the spores would be tantamount to confessing his identity as a mushroom. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a flicker of reassurance emerged. At least he now possessed a fragment of a clue. As he pondered these thoughts, 30 minutes elapsed. A mechanical voice resonated once more. "The buffer period has concluded. Please line up in an orderly fashion for infection screening. Upon passing the screening, you may depart. After the directive repeated several times, a large light illuminated a spot across the square, prompting the crowd to gradually converge in that direction to undergo examination. Beside Enje stood what appeared to be a father and son. At least one could assume so, as one was older, sporting a beard, while the other was a boy of about 13 or 14. He overheard the boy inquire, "Why wait 30 minutes? The adjudicator is not a machine. If you've just been bitten by a bug, it should be obvious that you are infected." The father replied softly, "The tribunal states that they can determine infection after 30 minutes. You haven been to the city gates. They also require a 30-minute wait," the boy remarked. "Oh," he responded, but soon followed with, "So how exactly do they ascertain it?" "Don't ask me," his father said. "How would I know how they discerned it? I heard that whoever they wish to eliminate, shut up." The father's voice was short and tinged with a hint of fear. "Do you want to be executed right now?" As if to validate the father's words, a gunshot echoed from the far side of the square. They immediately fell silent. The judges swiftly scanned the crowd, and the intervals between the gunshots sent shivers down one's spine. For a time, the rhythm was consistent. At least one gunshot rang out every 10 minutes, sometimes several in quick succession. After a series of shots, there would be a long pause when the judges ceased firing. The father beside Enje remarked, "They must be nearing the end." At that very moment, another gunshot resounded, causing the boy he accompanied to shudder. Those deemed infected were shot on the spot, while those deemed safe were allowed to depart. The crowd in the square dwindled, and people spontaneously formed a loose line, slowly moving forward. Enje stood at the rear of the line, counting with each shot. By the time he approached the exit, his count had reached 73. He spotted a stone pillar at the exit, with Lu Feng leaning against it, illuminated in the light, a tall silhouette. Two judges flanked him, and on either side stood heavily armed soldiers, their surroundings stained with blood. No, it was not just blood. The ground was scattered with irregularly placed brass shell casings. The father and son in front of him passed through safely, and as it was Enje's turn, he took a few steps forward, halting before Lu Feng. Lu Feng was slightly taller than him, requiring him to lift his head slightly to meet Lu Feng's gaze. In that moment, he felt Lu Feng's eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. What was in his hand? Enje was taken aback that even the small object he clutched could be noticed. Confronted with the cold, indifferent gaze of the judge from above, he could only raise his hand, splaying his fingers to reveal the shell resting in his palm, akin to the scattered shells on the ground, symbolizing a human life condemned by the judge. Silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, Enje heard Lu Feng say, "Let us go." The late-night wind howled, dispersing the sound, rendering Lu Feng's voice somewhat lower than usual as it reached Enje's ears. He turned silently and stepped into the profound darkness of the night. Chapter 13. On the evening of May 17th at 7 p.m., an invasion incident involving parasitic monsters occurred in the outer city supply station square, characterized by a new mode of parasitism. The court has supplemented the judgment guidelines in response to this new parasitic method. Currently, the danger within the base has been neutralized, allowing residents to venture out without concern. To enhance the accuracy of judgments and ensure the presence of judges throughout the proceedings, the city gate hours will henceforth be shortened to 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Please be mindful of your return times. Observations from the lighthouse indicate that the breeding season for arthropod and parasitic monsters has commenced early. To prevent aerial invasions, the base's ultrasonic dispersal devices have been elevated to level 3 intensity. The danger levels for the second plane, 6th basin, and Southwest Canyon have been updated to 4 stars. Please exercise caution in the wilderness and ensure comprehensive protective measures. This information has been disseminated to all outdoor teams. On the evening of May 17th, at 7 p.m., the square of the outer city supply station was filled with the incessant looping of 3 broadcasts. With a swift motion, Boss Xiao silenced them with a clap of his hand and resumed his meticulous task of polishing the mold. Enje remained in his corner, engaged in the intricate art of eyebrow implantation. However, this time it was no ordinary procedure. Boss Xiao had drawn precise shapes and contours on the blank faces of the puppets with a gray pen, practicing the eyebrow implantation for the judge's puppet. Dusai had passed away, Yet the order introduced by him still required fulfillment, as Boss Xiao had already received half of the deposit. They had previously agreed on a delivery date set for 1 month later, with the items to be delivered directly to a room in Building 13 of District 6. By that time, the employer would settle the remaining balance. Lu Hong's eyebrows were as pure black as his hair, a striking hue. His long brows arched slightly, forming a sharply defined peak, gradually tapering to a slender and pointed tail. Merely crafting that pair of eyebrows consumed an entire hour of Boss Zhao's time. Upon receiving the puppet's head, Zhe was tasked not only with adhering strictly to the template for eyebrow implantation but also with frequently glancing up at a profile photograph of Lu Hong displayed on the tablet in front of him to ensure precision. This tablet had been delivered earlier that morning by a young man in black, who had brought it as a gift from Mr. Hubbard for Boss Xiao. After presenting the gift, he cast a glance at Zhe and remarked, "Ah, you found a good job. Do you now have the funds to buy a phone from me?" Zhe felt a profound sense of regret. His salary was merely sufficient for a humble bowl of potato soup, leaving him unable to offer anything more than a simple no in response. The young man, disheartened, let out a sigh and departed. Within the tablet he had brought, several close-up photographs of Lu Feng were stored. Most captured the individual during his patrol in the black market yesterday, taken from angles that were quite judicious. One photograph even featured Zhe, though the focus remained on Lu Feng, rendering him merely a white silhouette in the corner, with a bowl of potato soup positioned prominently in front of him. Boss Xiao chuckled lightly and remarked, "Hubbard has extensive connections in the black market. Acquiring a few images of the adjudicators is hardly a challenge. Though there are no concrete figures, a well-taken photograph can suffice." After saying this, he scrolled through the images repeatedly, adding, "This face truly drives women mad. Do you fancy him?" According to the physiological classifications of human bodies, Zhe was not a woman. Thus, he did not succumb to madness, but rather experienced a sense of discomfort. He harbored a visceral fear towards this adjudicator, as within this human base, only Lu Feng had ever questioned his humanity. Zhe pondered that if he were to meet his demise within the human base one day, it would surely be at the hands of an adjudicator's bullet. He replied, "I do not like him." "So, you are part of the opposition then," Boss Xiao stated. "I detest the opposition. My last apprentice was one of them." "Why?" Zhe inquired. "He had the audacity to take my salary while shamelessly taking half a day off each week to join protests," Boss Xiao explained. "I am not part of the opposition," Zhe asserted. "Regardless of whether you belong to the opposition or the ruling party, Mr. Xiao spoke with earnestness. "There is no need to take leave." "I do not wish to take leave," Zhe replied, observing the benevolent smile that graced Mr. Xiao's face after his words. Zhe cautiously inquired, "May I reside here?" Through his observations over the past few days, he noted that Mr. Xiao's establishment was rather spacious. There were a few idle storage cabinets tucked away in the corners, and between these cabinets, a person could find lodging. Mr. Xiao asked, "What is the matter?" Zhe was aware that the individuals in the base rarely relocated. From a young age, they were uniformly assigned their residences, though whether they actually resided there was another matter entirely. The majority of mercenaries spent their lives in the wilderness, and the men and women on the underground third level seldom returned to their homes. Yet, he could not bear the thought of returning to Building 117. For the entanglement with Xiao, she had left him utterly fatigued. "My neighbor," he explained to Mr. Xiao. He always, before he could find the right words, he noticed Mr. Xiao raising an eyebrow in understanding. "He wishes to share a bed with you?" The only thought occupying Xiao Scott's mind was this, and Zhe confirmed. "Not at all," he denied. "He merely wishes to draw closer to me." Mr. Xiao retorted, "How is that different from his desire to share a bed with you?" "It is different," and Zhe reflected seriously on Xiao Shi's actions. "We were once very good friends. There are some matters that cannot be conveyed to Mr. Xiao. Instead, he could only refer to Nze in his stead. I grew up with him, we were neighbors. I submitted an article to the municipal office's newspaper, receiving a modest remuneration for my efforts. He works as a mercenary, and during times when I find myself short on funds, or he does, we look after one another." Zhe remarked. "However, when I expressed my desire to take the entrance exam for the supply station, he discouraged me, asserting that it was too challenging and urged me to accompany him into the wilderness for some less strenuous work. Upon hearing this, Xiao Scott let out a derisive snort, and she turned to Boss Xiao, seeking his perspective, puzzled by Josie's treatment of Nze. Why does he behave this way? Boss Xiao, holding a puppet's arm while polishing it with a small file, replied, once you enter the supply station and elevate yourself above the common folk, what will become of him? He is destined to remain an ordinary mercenary. Will you still continue to share your life with him? At this juncture, Boss Xiao glanced at Ensued again, adding, perhaps once you are inside, you may find yourself entangled with high-ranking officials from the supply station. He would be unable to hold on to you. But Nze would not act in such a manner, Ensued declared. I shall not. Even if you refrain, he would still harbor such thoughts. Boss Xiao remarked as he completed polishing a nail, applying a coat of varnish before moving on to the next. Who can truly say? Humanity is often so difficult to fathom. Therefore, I implore you, do not entangle yourself with those lacking ambition. Ensued lowered his gaze, recognizing that Boss Xiao was indeed a good person, a wise elder offering guidance for the future to the younger generation. Sometimes, even the monstrous beings dwelling in the abyss exhibit such benevolence. However, immediately following, Boss Xiao remarked, as for you, keep a keen eye on the 3rd floor and look for the leader of a formidable mercenary group, someone of Hubbard's caliber. He will surely take a detour upon encountering you. Should he dare approach you again, simply call your man to give him a good thrashing. If not him, the female captain of AR 1104 would surely take a liking to you, though she bears a striking resemblance to an ape. Ensued replied, the fingers of the judge are somewhat longer than that. Boss Xiao gasped in astonishment, cursing under his breath as he returned to work, too preoccupied to offer further life advice to Ensued. Observing Boss Xiao engrossed in repairs, Ensued chuckled softly. Thus, he made his residence in the depths of the underground. In the absence of Qiao Shi, the world felt significantly more tranquil. Ensued advanced his wages to purchase a folding bed, positioning it between 2 vacant shelves in the corner of the shop. At night, the limbs, eyes, and head of the puppet would keep him company in slumber. Occasionally, when venturing outside, he found himself intercepted by mercenaries inquiring about prices. However, Boss Xiao had imparted to him a rather useful phrase. I have someone. These 4 words sufficed to handle all mercenaries. In truth, all he possessed was an unformed puppet, which was steadily taking shape day by day, increasingly resembling Lu Hong. Chapter 14. Why have you moved the colonel aside again? Boss Xiao bellowed upon entering the shop. At that moment, Ensued had just risen from his bed, rubbing his eyes as he murmured, I cannot sleep well with him beside me. You seem to have quite a lot on your plate, Boss Xiao retorted, approaching to give his head a hearty knock. Just a few days ago, you were able to sleep while cradling a head, weren't you? Ensued remained silent, burying his head once more beneath the covers, refusing to emerge. A head is merely a head, and Lu Feng is Lu Feng, as an aberrant being constantly scrutinized by the judge, and just fear of this person requires no justification. Boss Xiao, your salary will be deducted, he announced. With no alternative, Ensued reluctantly extricated himself from the warmth of his blankets, sluggishly donning his outer garment. Boss Xiao's tone turned frivolous once again. I suggest you refrain from mingling with mercenaries and focus on your work with me. Why? Ensued questioned, recalling that Boss Xiao had not expressed such sentiments the previous day. Look at you. TSK, that won't do, Boss Xiao replied. Those mercenary rascals will take advantage of you. Why would they bully me? Ensued inquired. Simply for amusement, came the response, accompanied by a light tap on Ensued's head. Furrowing his brow, Ensued felt that Boss Xiao's recent gesture was, in itself, a form of bullying. However, he was left with no choice. He felt akin to a parasite, dependent on Boss Xiao's wages. Thus, he complied, rising to wash up and prepare for the day ahead. Today marked the 30th day of puppet production, which meant that by the end of the evening, they were to have the puppet completed and ready for delivery. 10 days prior, Boss Xiao had already crafted the torso and limbs, primarily under Ensued's direction. Once these components were finished, he selected a lifelike prop from the shop's inventory to incorporate with the puppet. Ultimately, through the black market, he procured a remarkably realistic black uniform to adorn the puppet. At present, the judge's effigy possessed a flawless physique, lacking only the head. At this moment, Enje was cradling the doll's head, scrutinizing the direction of the hair he had meticulously implanted to ensure its aesthetic appeal. Meanwhile, Boss Xiao activated the hot melt furnace, stirring a translucent colloid in a small white pot with one hand, while carefully infusing droplets of green dye with the other. Initially, the dye formed a dark green mass within the pot, but soon extended countless delicate tendrils, diffusing outward and distributing evenly as it was stirred, gradually transforming the colloid into a pale green, which then deepened. Having completed his inspection of the hair, Enje, with nothing else to occupy his time, fixed his gaze on the color of the mixture, reminiscing about the hue of Lu Feng's eyes. In the light, they possessed a frigid green, akin to the color of verdant leaves frozen within translucent, whitish ice during winter. Often, when Enje was met with that gaze, he felt a chill begin to envelop him. Yet, in the dim light of evening, Lu Feng's eyes would manifest a deep, intense dark green, like a lake concealed in the night, harboring numerous unknown depths. As he pondered, he attentively observed the color of the mixture, and when it coalesced with the image in his memory, he declared, "That will suffice." Boss Xiao smiled, deactivated the furnace, and remarked, "Your eyesight is commendable." Enje remained silent, handing Boss Xiao the mold. The semi-transparent colloid was poured into the spherical mold to cool and solidify, then embedded into the whites of the eyes, completing the creation of the two eyeballs. Subsequently, these two orbs were installed into the eye sockets of the effigy. The doll's eyelashes were meticulously implanted one by one, with the dark lashes gently veiling the green irises, revealing a cold demeanor in exquisite detail, so strikingly lifelike that Enje felt a pang of anxiety. He picked up a black military cap and placed it upon the doll's head. The subsequent task involved fine-tuning the joints and refining the contours of the face. By the time everything was completed, it was 7 in the evening. Enje gazed quietly at the doll, which returned his gaze, and he felt it had truly become the embodiment of the colonel himself. The doll, so remarkably akin to the colonel, was folded at the joints and placed into a wheeled suitcase. Boss Xiao clapped his hands and said, "It's ready for delivery. I'll have Jin Sen take it. ES cost-effective." Jin Sen was the young man in black who sold mobile phones and had relayed the judge's data to Boss Xiao. However, Boss Xiao's calls went unanswered, ringing again and again without response. His brow furrowed in concern. What is happening? Has it been discovered? He then dialed Hubbard's number, but the voice on the other end promptly announced, "The party you are trying to reach has left the base. Please leave a message." Boss Xiao turned to the tablet on the workbench, swiftly deleting all the photos with a few deft motions. He advised Enje, "The situation is not looking good. We need to offload the merchandise quickly. There is nothing else tonight. Come with me to make the delivery." Thus, Enje found himself in District 6, a place he hadn't visited in a month. Building 13, Unit 4, Room 312 was the location of their employer. The suitcase was heavy, and Enje, along with Boss Xiao, took turns hauling it up the stairs until they reached the 3rd floor. Unlike the edifice of number 117, where Enje previously resided, the entirety of the inhabitants of building number 13 were women, several of whom Enje encountered en route. Predominantly, they sported short coiffures and possessed statures of considerable height, their countenances delineated by sharp, pronounced features. Observing them, Enje was inexorably reminded of Dusai. Dusai was an exceptional woman. Of lofty stature, she was yet more slender than any other woman Enje had encountered, and simultaneously, her bosom was more ample than that of others. Her physique, by virtue of this delicate opulence, exuded an uncommon litheness, a suppleness seldom witnessed even in the subterranean 3rd level. Concurrently, he observed the proprietor, Xiao, casting unrestrained glances upon the women who traversed their path. Ultimately, Xiao remarked, "There exists no second Dusai." Enje remained taciturn, gently rapping upon the portal of number 12. "Greetings. We are here to deliver a consignment." There was no response. Enje amplified the volume of his knock. "Greetings. We are here to deliver a consignment." Still, there was no rejoinder. Proprietor Xiao advanced, striking the door several times with his fist. "Is anyone present?" Delivery from the subterranean 3rd level. A profound silence ensued. Amidst this quietude, the cadence of footsteps emanated from their rear. Enje pivoted, beholding a middle-aged woman clad in gray raiment. He inquired, "Greetings, are you the resident of number 12? The woman demurred, her gaze directed towards the portal. "Are you seeking her?" "Indeed," ensued affirmed. "She placed an order, and we are here to effectuate the delivery." The woman's countenance remained impassive, her gaze shifting to the crate that Proprietor Xiao was dragging. "What manner of goods?" "Superior merchandise, the specifics of which we are not at liberty to disclose." Boss Xiao inquired, "Is she not here? When will she return?" The woman regarded him, her lips taut, momentarily rendered speechless. Unable to contain himself, Boss Xiao continued, "She." Just as the words escaped his lips, the woman interjected, "She is dead. Are you not aware?" A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. "Dead?" After a brief pause, Boss Xiao's voice escalated. "Then who will pay my final amount?" The woman merely curled her lips into a semblance of a smile, responding, "The one who judged her. Seek him for payment." Boss Xiao stood there, akin to a duck grasped by the neck, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Enja suddenly found himself taken aback. He gazed at the woman and asked, "What is her name?" As if oblivious to his inquiry, she turned away, raised her hand, and swiped her ID card to unlock the door opposite her, stepping inside. Just before the door was shut from within, two simple syllables floated out, "Dusai." Enja was once again transported to the moment Dusai cast a glance at Lu Feng just before her demise, leaving him momentarily speechless. Boss Xiao, too, fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, he let out a sigh and remarked with a smile, "Do you know how much this transaction is worth?" Enja replied, "I do not. It is even higher than the Hubbard deal." Boss Xiao's gaze drifted to the suitcase on the floor. His eyes half closed as he slowly remarked, "She has entangled herself with numerous men. Who would have thought she possessed a genuine heart?" Enja added, "Dusai mentioned that the judge had saved her." "Foolish." Boss Xiao sighed and shook his head, saying, "A person like the judge, even if he were to save her, would do so only to eliminate the aberrations. She has been navigating life among men since childhood. She is no longer a little girl, so how can she not comprehend this? It is simply not worth it." Enja remained silent, puzzled by Dusai's affections for Lu Feng. Yet, he acknowledged that Lu Feng was indeed distinct from others. However, he could not articulate the nature of this difference. After a long pause, Boss Xiao remarked, "If the person is gone, what becomes of the goods? We cannot dispose of them. If discovered, the tribunal will undoubtedly trace it back to me." Enja suggested, "Then perhaps we could take them back to the shop?" "Absolutely not," Boss Xiao countered, shaking his head. "Jin's son has suddenly become unreachable, and I fear something may have happened." As he spoke, he turned to Enja, as if suddenly recalling something. "I remember your home is also in Zone 6, isn't it?" He weighed the box in his hands. "You no longer reside there, so you need not worry about being seen. How about this? Tonight you take the goods back to your home. Let them stay there for a few days. If no one investigates, we can find someone to take over." Enja asked, "What about you?" Boss Xiao glanced at his watch, frowning. "I must return first. It's almost time for the last bus." Enja contemplated this and deemed it feasible. Since he did not live at home, it would suffice to temporarily secure the doll there. Boss Xiao patted his shoulder encouragingly, saying, "You can manage this." With that, he hurried off to catch his bus. However, it soon became apparent that Enja could not. Zone 6 is a circular area, and the proximity of number 13 to no. 117 was precisely why Boss Xiao felt assured in allowing him to carry the items home. However, the doll was solid and could hardly be deemed light. He was laboriously dragging the immense box along the road at a snail's pace. By the time he arrived at the foot of Building 117, night had completely fallen, casting vague shadows all around. Only the aurora illuminated the silhouette of the structure. Standing at the entrance, contemplating the arduous task of hauling the box up 5 flights of stairs, Enja felt a wave of despair wash over him. That object was indeed exceedingly heavy. In his desperation, Enja pivoted away from the pitch-black stairwell, intending to pause and rest for a moment. Suddenly, a heated breath resonated behind him as he was abruptly embraced by someone. "Anse." It was Josie's voice. "I saw you from the window and rushed down immediately." Josie held him tightly, asking, "Where have you been? Why did you return only now?" Why didn't you inform me? I've been searching for you. He took a deep breath and continued. You're not allowed to leave again. Josie's possessiveness over Nze was indeed as Mr. Xiao had described. And Nze calmly replied, please let go of me. Yet Josie not only refused to release him, but tightened his embrace further. Are you angry? Josie inquired. Before Nze could respond, he added, I was wrong. I apologize. I will atone in any manner you desire. Nze, I love you. Nze was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Mr. Xiao's words had struck a chord. Indeed, Josie truly wished to share a bed with him. Thank you, Nze said, but I am involved with someone. Are you truly upset? Josie chuckled. You tend to provoke me deliberately when you're angry. Annoyed by this human, Nze struggled, only to be forcibly turned around by Joshi. Look at me, Nze. A gunshot rang out. Joshi, startled, instinctively released Nze and looked around. Nze followed his gaze and saw a figure standing in the shadows of the dark buildings. The person had just fired a shot into the air and was now walking towards them, a familiar, slender figure. Only military personnel were legally permitted to carry firearms within the city. And within the various military institutions, only one type of individual could discharge a weapon at will. Nze mused that he seemed to have encountered the Inquisitor City Patrol again. What a coincidence. Before he could ponder further, he heard Lu Feng's familiar voice. Who is he to you? A neighbor, Nze replied. Lu Feng approached him. At this close range, anyone could recognize him as the Inquisitor. Nze felt Joshi beside him stiffen abruptly. AD 4117, my communication code. Lu Feng's tone seemed casual. Should such an incident recur, you may contact me, and he will be arrested for indecent behavior. Nze looked up at Lu Feng, momentarily taken aback. Since this man was a military colonel, it seemed he did indeed have a duty to maintain order within the city. Very well, he said. He sensed Joshi behind him growing even more rigid. But Nze had no inclination to concern himself with Joshi any further. For Lu Feng's hand was now gently resting on the handle of the suitcase. Allow me to assist you with carrying this upstairs, he said softly. Chapter 15. Nze and Lu Feng exchanged glances. Lu Feng's expression was his usual aloof indifference. His gaze serene, and he was earnest. Nze's speech faltered. No. There's no need. If the box contained something else. And the judge had a sudden whim to assist. Nze, though reluctant to have excessive contact with this man, wouldn't have refused. However, this particular box held something unsavory. Nze placed his hand on the handle, attempting to retrieve it from Lu Feng. I can manage it myself. Can you? Lu Feng regarded him, his brow furrowing slightly. You reside on the first floor? I live on the 5th floor, but I'm still capable. Lu Feng, is that so? His hand covered Nze's fingers, and with a subtle exertion of force, Nze's hand was effortlessly dislodged from the handle. With a crisp click, the handle was retracted into the box, and Lu Feng, grasping the side handle, effortlessly lifted the entire box. Nze, he protested, really, there's no need. Lu Feng, 5th floor? Very well. Nze realized he had inadvertently revealed his floor number. However, before he could react further, Lu Feng had already started walking towards the entrance of the building, leaving him no choice but to follow. Glancing back at Xiao before entering, noticing the man watching them with astonishment and hesitation. Supposing he were to consort with formidable mercenaries, Boss Xiao posited that Joshi would invariably give him a wide berth. This assertion, it would seem, holds a degree of veracity, notwithstanding that an arbiter, rather than a mercenary, is at his side, and that he, in actuality, bears no affiliation to Lu Feng. Yet, in this fleeting moment of distraction, Nze found himself several paces behind Lu Feng. The colonel, endowed with longer limbs, necessitated that he quicken his gait to keep abreast, and together they entered the stairwell. In the interest of conserving energy, the stairwell was dimly illuminated by emergency lights. The locale was enveloped in darkness and characterized by its narrow confines. Amidst the stillness, the resonant cadence of the colonel's military boots upon the ground was acutely audible, each footfall seeming to reverberate upon Nze's very heart. Based on his cognizance of Lu Feng, he anticipated the imminent query, what does the box contain? However, it was not until they ascended to the 5th floor that Lu Feng broke his silence. Nze, positioned before the portal of apartment number 14, produced his identification card and swiped it to unlock the door. The curtains remained undrawn, and upon entry, the aurora borealis cascaded through the window, suffusing the space with its radiant hues. The dominant verdant tones painted the majority of the inky firmament, while the periphery refracted expansive swathes of orange and violet. And just stepped inside and activated the small interior lamp. With the courtesy befitting human interaction, he turned toward the colonel, who stood by the door, and extended an invitation. "Please, come in." Lu Feng acquiesced with alacrity, wheeling the wheeled suitcase to the wall. Observing his countenance, Enja discerned that the man was, in fact, in good spirits and seemingly disinclined to depart. He ventured to inquire, "Do you intend to continue your patrol?" Lu Feng, with arms crossed, leaned against the wall and stated nonchalantly, "There's no need." Those cold green eyes fixed upon him, and Enja could not shake the feeling that even to this day, the esteemed judge had not entirely accepted him as a human, persistently scrutinizing for any conceivable flaw. Enja quietly inquired, "What will you be doing shortly?" "I shall return to the city defense office to rest," he heard Lu Feng reply. Enja endeavored to engage him in conversation in a manner befitting humanity, asking, "Will you not return to the tribunal?" "Too far," Lu Feng replied. Enja responded with a soft, "Oh." Given the current circumstances, he felt it would be appropriate to invite the colonel to sit at his abode, yet he yearned for him to depart, for within this room, it appeared there was but one colonel when in fact there were two. He queried, "When will you be leaving?" Lu Feng cast a glance his way. Enja lowered his eyes, pressing his lips together. "Fetch me a glass of water," Lu Feng commanded, his tone devoid of suggestion or negotiation, as though every word he uttered was an order. "Understood," Enja replied. He grasped the glass from the table and opened the door. The communal water station was not far from the floor. As he approached, he pondered whether Lu Feng preferred hot or cold water. Soon, he pressed the blue button for cold water, as there was no ice available. Otherwise, he would have certainly fetched ice for Lu Feng. After filling the glass, he cradled it in his hands, contemplating the impending encounter with Lu Feng, his heart heavy with the weight of the situation as he retraced his steps back to the room. The judge, who had assisted him with burdens late into the night, had come merely for a drink of water. Was he truly parched after patrolling all night? Such an experience, when recounted to Boss Xiao tomorrow, would undoubtedly elicit the response, "Given his singular focus, that he desires to be intimate with you." No, that is incorrect. And Enja halted abruptly. He suddenly recalled why Boss Xiao had entrusted him with the box, because Jin Sen, who had been diligently selling phones on the black market, had suddenly become unreachable. Boss Xiao suspected foul play and could no longer bring the judge's doll back to the shop. He furrowed his brow, reflecting on Lu Feng's actions. The tribunal's patrols typically moved in groups. As seen at the black market entrance, Lu Feng had brought 3 individuals. Why was he now alone? And why had he appeared specifically at his doorstep? Moreover, Lu Feng, with his almost telepathic ability to detect any anomalies in Enja's behavior, had not inquired about the contents of the box. Enja's hand, which had been resting on the doorknob, paused. He surmised that the judge might be there to apprehend him. He swiftly retracted his hand, retrieved his communicator, and dialed AE 77243, Boss Zhao's number. The black and white screen displayed the words, "Unable to connect," and Enja's internal alarms blared. However, at that moment, a chilling voice, like a death knell, echoed from within the ajar door, "Enter." And Enja's heart pounded heavily. He took a deep breath and opened the door. Lu Feng remained in his original position, head slightly bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Beside him stood the upright suitcase. Enja advanced a few steps and offered the cup. "Colonel, your water." Lu Feng remained motionless. Suddenly, Enja realized something. He slowly turned his gaze towards the other side of the room, where he met the eyes of the true Lu Feng. Lu Feng sat at his desk, legs crossed in a commanding posture, holding a piece of paper and looking up at him. Enja understood the essence of genuine despair. At this moment, he could only take 2 slow steps forward and place the cup on the desk, saying, "Your water." Lu Feng picked up the cup, raised it to his lips and took a gentle sip, then frowned slightly. "Is it cold?" Enja wished to remain silent, feeling he had perhaps erred once more. Lu Feng set the cup back on the desk, returned the paper to its place, and fixed his gaze upon him. Enja quickly confessed, I was wrong. Lu Feng remained silent for a full 10 seconds before asking, "What crime have you committed?" And Zhe replied, "I did not fetch hot water for the colonel." Lu Feng replied coolly, "Cold water suffices." And Zhe's gaze fell upon the bloody pamphlet in Lu Feng's hand, which denounced the atrocities of the judges, and his heart sank further as he murmured, "Participating in an illegal demonstration." Lu Feng replied, "Not quite." That left him with only one possible offense. What could be the charge for creating puppets of the judges? And Zhe lamented his past failure to thoroughly examine the base's laws while desperately searching for terminology. Puppets, used for rather unsavory purposes. Lu Feng's words to Qiao Shi echoed in his mind, and in Zhe despaired. Obscenity? He noticed a glimmer of amusement in Lu Feng's eyes, as if he were half smiling. "Have you studied the base's laws?" "No," Lu Feng stated. "Come here." And Zhe advanced a step and extended his hand obediently. Lu Feng's diction remained terse, his tone commanding. "Place it there." And Zhe hesitated. "Where?" "On me." After a moment's pause, and Zhe gingerly placed his hand upon the left breast of Lu Feng's uniform. The silver clasp and the badge affixed to his chest were cool to the touch, their surfaces subtly textured. He was uncertain as to Lu Feng's purpose in this act. Click. The frigid silver handcuff once more encircled Zhe's wrist. Lu Feng, expressionless, declared, "Indecent assault." And Zhe stammered. Immediately thereafter, Lu Feng retrieved his communicator. "Capture complete, 1 item of contraband seized," he announced. "Send a retrieval team." The corridors of the City Defense Bureau were even more desolate and frigid than the residential tenements. And Zhe was escorted to the subterranean level, where the dim lighting revealed iron doors lining the walls. He realized that this was likely the human prison. He was confined within one of the cells. "Interrogation tomorrow," Lu Feng stated, securing the iron door. "You have 10 hours to prepare your defense." And Zhe replied, "I have no defense." Lu Feng responded, "I suspected as much." With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving only the parting words, "Rest well." And Zhe gripped the bars of the iron door, watching as Lu Feng's figure receded into the corridor. Murmurs emanated from across the way. "I told you, not a single one would be spared. How did Hubbard end up in the wild? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been deprived of his prison fare. He asked me to take clandestine photographs. You two have put me in a bind. Once we are out, you must compensate me. Seek out Desai." She placed the order, and the final payment remains unsettled. "Then take me to her." It was the voices of Boss Xiao and Jean Senator, and Zhe strained his eyes in the dim light, attempting to discern the two individuals confined before him. "You are here too?" "Indeed," Jean Sen replied. "I was merely selling my phone when the court officials apprehended me." Boss Xiao sighed. "After parting ways with you, I hadn't even entered the station before I was seized." "And you?" Jean Sen inquired. "How were you captured?" And Zhe remained silent. "Master," he finally spoke. "What is it?" Boss Xiao asked. "Am I truly so vulnerable to bullying? Only now do you realize?" Boss Xiao replied languidly. "Why ask such a question?" And Zhe did not respond. Instead, he queried, "What crimes have you committed?" "Isn't it obvious?" Boss Xiao remarked. "The illegal acquisition of the judge's information." "Is that so?" And Zhe mused. "What about you?" Boss Xiao pressed, "Aren't you guilty as well?" "Indeed." Boss Xiao let out a hearty laugh. "Your tone has changed. Has someone been tormenting you?" And Zhe replied coldly, "No." Chapter 16. In the stillness of the space, Jean Sen yawned. "The bed in this prison is surprisingly soft." And Zhe glanced around the confined space of his cell. The small room contained a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide plastic mat in one corner, upon which lay a thin white blanket. This was presumably what one might refer to as a bed. He approached, settled cross-legged upon the mat, and wrapped himself in the blanket, leaning against the wall. Footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor, and blinding light flooded the passageway as 3 soldiers from the city defense post entered with flashlights to conduct their inspection. As they passed, one soldier on the left remarked, "There are 3 more. Who brought them in?" "The tribunal, of course. Colonel Lu is formidable. The city defense post has now become the logistics team for the tribunal. They intend to take full control of the post, though the superintendent is still holding out." They flashed their lights briefly over the soldiers' faces and fell silent, proceeding forward. After a thorough inspection, they exited through another passage. Once their commotion subsided, the underground space fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the breathing of the few prisoners present, a sensation that Anja acutely felt. In the distance, the sound of water dripping onto the plastic mat echoed, prompting Boss Xiao to mutter, "The city defense post is so wasteful with water resources." Yet the dripping continued persistently, rhythmically, and evenly. Jin Sen interjected, "It's a clock," and just strained to listen, discerning the sound emanating from the adjacent cell, each tick occurring at minuscule intervals, revealing it was not water but the rhythmic ticking of an old mechanical clock. In the darkness, the second hand moved steadily, elongating the passage of time infinitely. At last, Jin Sen asked, "Boss Xiao, you have more experience. How long do you think we will be confined here?" "Cannot be for long, can it?" Boss Xiao remarked. "The illegal acquisition of information regarding the adjudicators depends on its intended use. As long as it does not inflict harm upon them, it suffices." I disagreed, asserting, "If you are utilizing it for profit, then even if the duration of confinement is brief, a fine must be imposed." Boss Xiao replied, "In that case, I would prefer to be incarcerated for several additional years." Jin Sen sighed. "An adjudicator is indeed an adjudicator. Even taking a photograph can lead to detention. I suppose I shall continue to sell phones honestly from now on." The moment I snapped a picture, I was taken away by the court officials. I thought I had unknowingly transformed into something otherworldly, and it terrified me. Boss Xiao remained silent, but from the neighboring cell, a clear young male voice emerged. "The crime of illegally acquiring information about adjudicators. I have encountered it before." Boss Xiao inquired, "What is the duration of confinement?" "A minimum of 3 days and a maximum of 3 years. There has been a case of execution for one who attempted to assassinate an adjudicator." Boss Xiao tentatively asked, "Was it successful?" "No, it was not. Yet, execution still ensued? Such is the provision of the Adjudicator Act." The voice maintained a calm tone. "Without absolute security for the adjudicators, there can be no absolute authority for them." Boss Xiao questioned, "Then, we had no intention of harming him. How long will we be confined?" The voice replied, "It depends on the mood of the adjudicator." Anja fidgeted with the blanket, sensing that the adjudicator's mood was rather favorable. Jin Sen then curiously asked, "Brother, what offense have you committed?" The voice responded, "Crimes of incitement and spreading panic." Jin Sen appeared perplexed, uttering, "Huh? I was composing manuscripts for the Institute of Culture. Yet the Defense Bureau apprehended me." The adjacent inmate remarked, subsequently, "The Institute of Culture dissolved, and I was never released." Anja mused that this individual was a colleague of Anne's. Jin Sen then inquired, "How long have you been incarcerated?" "Life imprisonment," came the reply. A palpable silence ensued on Jin Sen's side. "You jest," he finally said. The man chuckled, offering no further response. Anja pondered, recalling from Anne's memories that he engaged in a secure occupation. He then questioned his neighbor, "What did you write?" The man responded, "I penned historical expositions for the base. My nom de plume is poet." "Have you encountered my work?" "No," Anja replied. "Would you be amenable to hearing it?" Poet asked. "Your voice possesses a pleasant timbre." "Your voice is equally agreeable," Anja countered, sensing the man's eagerness to narrate. "I would be pleased to listen," he conceded. "Halt," interrupted Boss Xiao. "You are convicted of sedition. Do not attempt to incite our child. Merely lend an ear. There is no cause for apprehension regarding apprehension," Poet responded with a chuckle. "After all, you are already incarcerated." His statement possessed an undeniable logic. "The material I painstakingly compiled has had scant opportunity for dissemination since my confinement," Poet lamented. "However, you likely possess a general understanding of these events." "I do not," Anja demurred. "Indeed?" Poet inquired. "Then allow me to elaborate. I ponder upon where to commence my narration." His speech gradually decelerated. "Let us begin with the era of desolation. Prior to the era of desolation, there existed the Great Prosperity Period, during which the earth was inhabited by 7 billion souls. In the plains, one could travel for an hour by car and invariably encounter a village or a city. These cities were teeming with inhabitants, and surrounding them lay farmlands, pastures, and factories, supplying the urban centers with essential goods. Warfare did occur during that time, yet it was confined to conflicts between nations. Animals and plants were no match for the weapons of humanity. At this juncture, he paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and after a while, he continued, "That was in the year 2020, a matter of over a century ago. During my tenure as a mercenary, I ventured into the ruins of a research institute in a nation's capital, where I unearthed a document, a geomagnetic research report dating back to 2020. Silence enveloped the surroundings as he proceeded. From that year onwards, they detected a rapid decline in the Earth's magnetic field. Are you familiar with magnetic fields? Jin Sen interjected. No need to ask me, my friend. I lack education. The base does not impart such knowledge. The poet continued. In summary, by 2030, the geomagnetic field had vanished. Jin Sen earnestly inquired. So what is the function of the geomagnetic field? The Earth is a colossal magnet, with the north and south poles serving as its positive and negative ends. The geomagnetic field is paramount. The poet elucidated. Following the disappearance of the geomagnetic field, compasses became obsolete, the global biosphere fell into chaos, and human industry came to a standstill, rendering electricity generation and consumption impossible. However, this is merely the lightest consequence following the disappearance of the geomagnetic field. The geomagnetic field. Its paramount function is to safeguard the Earth. The Earth, suspended in the cosmos, is bombarded from all directions by cosmic rays and solar winds. Yet, upon encountering the geomagnetic field, these elements are deflected, preventing harm to surface dwellers. Thus, by 2030, with the geomagnetic field vanished, the entire planet stands directly exposed to the onslaught of solar storms and cosmic rays. The external radiation becomes overwhelmingly intense, uprooting vast expanses of land, depleting moisture, and thinning the atmosphere. Drought, skin ailments, cancer. Half of Earth's population perishes, ushering in what is termed the Age of Desolation. Jin Sen, my goodness. Nevertheless, the Age of Desolation concludes swiftly. The poet chuckled softly and continued. Since the discovery of geomagnetic changes in 2020, humanity has already devised countermeasures, divided into Plan A and Plan B, which I unearthed after sifting through numerous documents in the abandoned city. Jin Sen's tone has grown reverent. You mentioned. Plan A involves constructing colossal magnetic field generators at two specific locations, one in the Asian continent and the other in North America, referred to as the Eastern Magnetic Pole and the Western Magnetic Pole. These two generators will substitute for the Earth's north and south poles, resonating with the charged particles in solar winds to form a new magnetic field that envelopes the globe.
Jin Sen applauded enthusiastically. Remarkable.
Plan B entails the establishment of vast underground cities, shifting the focus of human habitation from the surface to beneath the ground, thereby shielding against the ravages of radiation and solar winds. Jin Sen continued to applaud. Excellent. In the year 2040, Project B succeeded, and the underground cities opened for habitation. By 2043, Project A was also triumphant, establishing a weak magnetic field that enveloped the globe, halting the deterioration of the climate and preventing biological extinction due to cosmic radiation. Human technology began its revival, and the period from 2040 to 2043 came to be known as the Age of Dawn. At this juncture, the poet sighed softly, remarking that humanity's most arduous trials were only just beginning. Anja's eyes widened in astonishment. I understood then, as the individual across from me, Jin Sen solemnly declared, the era of cataclysm has arrived. Indeed, the poet continued, the cosmic radiation has engendered unknown genetic mutations, birthing terrifying entities. Initially, there emerged superbacteria, fungi, and viruses that proliferated within human cities, indiscriminately infecting all. The streets became strewn with corpses, a truth known to those who had ventured into the desolate ruins. Anja inquired, how does one survive? Survival is a matter of fate, the poet replied. If your genes possess immunity to these bacteria, you will endure. If not, you shall perish. Ultimately, the survivors will be those who are immune. In the end, from the 3 billion who weathered the desert age, only about 100 million remained. Yet, this too was not humanity's most challenging epoch. Anja pressed on, and then, the subsequent events are familiar to you all, the poet stated. Whether it is termed unknown evolution induced by cosmic radiation or a virus eluding our detection, a comprehensive mutation of life emerged, with the world succumbing to these entities. There must be something extraordinary about them. Upon contact with humans, one becomes infected, gradually losing their human characteristics and being assimilated. They relish attacking mankind, for human genes are a delicacy to them, thus the war commenced. This marked the grandest conflict in the annals of human history. Taking a gentle breath, the poet continued. The scattered remnants of humanity were unable to withstand the onslaught of the monsters, prompting humans to consolidate their remaining resources and establish a base. Our ID numbers begin with 3, signifying that this is the third human base. The underground city base, Virginia base, northern base, and southeastern base formed an alliance, which became the shared destiny of humanity. Once the base took shape, we could finally catch our breath, leading to the life you now know. With this statement, the atmosphere in the prison seemed to ease, only to plummet again with the subsequent remark. Alas, the base is not a sanctuary. The poet coughed a few times, his voice growing softer. In 2073, a wave of mutated rodents erupted, leading to the fall of the southeastern base. In 2121, oceanic aberrations infiltrated, resulting in the downfall of the Virginia base. Damn it. Jean's son suddenly interrupted. I understand now why you were charged with inciting unrest and maliciously spreading panic. The city defense should silence your tongue. But I have committed no wrongdoing, the poet replied with a smile. I merely mingled with my boyfriend's mercenary team, scavenging for information amidst the ruins of humanity, organizing it for publication, and was sentenced to a lifetime of confinement. Jean Sen remarked, Your tongue ought to be severed for life. How is it that you have a boyfriend? The poet chuckled, responding, It is so dreary in the base. Why should I not have a boyfriend? He disregarded Jean Sen and continued, Thus, the only functioning bases remaining are the northern base and the underground city base. These two sanctuaries safeguard the magnetic field generators, resulting in their auroras shining brighter than elsewhere, as auroras are streams of particles from solar winds. With a sigh, the poet added, I am uncertain whether there is still a connection between the two bases, considering the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean between them. I previously asserted that humanity's most arduous times were not during the Desert Age or the era of great catastrophes, but rather the most challenging period is now. Who can predict what will transpire in the next moment? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Dust cascaded from the ceiling of the prison, landing on Anja, who coughed from the irritation, only for a more violent shaking to ensue. Jean San sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Is it an earthquake? It is not an earthquake. Anja heard the poet struggling to rise from the floor, muttering incomprehensible terms. Earthquakes are transverse and longitudinal waves. This is an irregular vibration. With a shallow source, there is something beneath. Anja understood this statement. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed from the depths of the corridor, accompanied by the clattering of an iron door crashing to the ground. Bang! Another resounding thud followed. A tremor, amplified 100-fold from its predecessor, coursed through the structure as Anja tenaciously gripped the iron bars of the gate to maintain his footing. He discerned the nature of the disturbance. Some entity, a colossal living being, was vehemently assaulting the floor from beneath. Chapter 17 Good Heavens! Jean Sen exclaimed, It's right beneath me. His assertion proved accurate, for in that instant, Anja felt the ground beneath him resonate with a dull thud, a sensation that was intimate and palpable, akin to a heavy mallet striking the opposite side of the floor. Simultaneously, a deafening impact reverberated from the corridor's terminus, causing the iron gates to clatter discordantly, accompanied by the frantic cries of the inmates. It was occurring on that end as well. The poet's cadence accelerated precipitously. Subterranean entities? Are they rodents? They are gregarious. The Virginia base was. His discourse was abruptly truncated as he amended his statement. Nay, rodents do not possess such formidable strength. Subterranean. The hurried cadence of footsteps resounded as a contingent of soldiers clad in black descended rapidly from the stairwell, their flashlights casting a constellation of illumination. The amplified pronouncements echoed through the corridor, reaching a deafening crescendo. Do not be alarmed. The Citadel's foundations are robust, fortified with cement and bespoke steel plating. We are currently ascertaining the cause. Do not be alarmed. Were it not for their simultaneous vocalizations and the rapid unlocking of prison doors to release the inmates, their pronouncements might have carried a semblance of credibility. Concurrently, an ear-splitting siren pierced the air, its wail oscillating in undulating waves. Evacuation signals were being broadcast. Jin-san pounded vigorously on the prison gate. "Brother, release me forthwith." The soldier hurriedly unlocked the 3 distant prison doors and swiftly approached. Boss Xiao stood outside, and once the soldier located the corresponding key, he swiftly inserted it into the lock. With a decisive click, the iron door swung open, and Boss Xiao nearly tumbled out. The soldier quickly instructed, "Turn right and head upstairs to find the exit." Boss Xiao stumbled a few steps before sprinting to the right, dust cascading from the ceiling. The soldier wiped his face and positioned himself before the poet's cell. At that moment, Jin-san shouted loudly, "He is a serious criminal, a dangerous element. Open my cell first." The soldier hesitated momentarily. The ground trembled increasingly beneath them. He turned to unlock Jin-san's cell door. Jin-san clung to the iron door, his voice trembling intensely, "Brother, hurry, brother." And Jin noticed the soldier's hands were also shaking, and after several attempts, he finally managed to insert the key into the lock. Jin-san exclaimed, "You are my real brother." His voice abruptly ceased. The floor creaked ominously, and he was suddenly lifted as a colossal black entity forcefully propelled the shattered floor and dust upwards. A muffled thud echoed as Jin-san's body was trapped between the monster and the ceiling. His eyes bulged outward, and something sharp pierced through his abdomen, causing blood and entrails to cascade down. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Enji's pupils dilated. He slowly turned his with a resounding thud. The ebony object plummeted once more, cleaving a fissure in the ground and swallowing the lifeless form of Jin-san into the abyss below. From the corridor's depths echoed the strident cries of retreating soldiers. "Fall back." Yet, in the ensuing instant, a cataclysmic roar of fracturing earth reverberated from that direction, as iron gates crashed asunder and the ceiling disintegrated, raining down debris. 2 screams, fraught with terror, pierced the air before abruptly ceasing, and Zay discerned the sounds of mastication. A prelude of aqueous noises gave way to the dull rasping of tissue, the grinding of limbs against one another, and finally, the sharp crackling of bones as they splintered. These sounds emanated both from the corridor's terminus and from the subterranean cavity opposite Zay. As the soldier writhed, his flashlight tumbled to the ground, its wan beam illuminating the inky fissure. A single tendril of mycelium emerged from the iron gate's crevice, followed by a surge of others that coalesced, ensnaring the scattered keys and drawing them languidly back into the gate's embrace. The keys rasped against the floor, emitting a grating sound, and Zay perceived the soldier's terrified gaze flicking in his direction. But the man was beyond intervention, just as Zay himself was nearing his end. He queried his neighbor, "Which number is my door?" The poet's voice trembled as he replied, 17. "Are you unharmed?" "I am well," and Zay responded. He surmised that his iron gate was aligned with the poet's, whose limited perspective would obscure the scene of him seizing the keys. As the mycelium retreated, he swiftly grasped the keys, located the one marked 17, and detached it. The sound of chewing intensified. Mycelium, cradling the key numbered 17, once again emerged from the iron door. Part of the mycelium pressed against the door, seeking the position of the keyhole, while another portion deftly inserted the key. The mycelium was fragile, its strength limited. Yet, as more strands converged, the key was finally turned. With a resounding click, the lock mechanism sprang open, and Enji tightly grasped the remaining keys, pushing the door open and stepping in front of the adjacent entrance. His hand trembled slightly as he retrieved the key numbered 18. He then directed the beam of his flashlight into the keyhole, exerting force to turn it left. At that moment, the sounds of chewing ceased entirely. Suddenly, a young man burst through the door, stumbling into the open, and Enji barely had time to discern his features before gripping him tightly, pulling him past the soldier's body. Together, they sprinted down the only safe corridor to the right, the ground still trembling beneath them. There were more than 2 entities lurking below. Just then, the emergency lights ahead flickered briefly before plunging into complete darkness. Enji heard the poet beside him gasp for breath. "Don't look back." Yet, unable to restrain himself, Enji turned his head. A creature loomed before them, a black, worm-like entity, spanning nearly the width of the corridor. Its body resembled a serpent but was distinctly segmented. At that moment, it slithered from a massive fissure in the ground, lifting its head towards ensued and the poet. However, it could hardly be termed a head. Devoid of eyes and any conventional cranial structure, the front of its body bore only a circular maw filled with a multitude of teeth. Behind it, another identical worm was advancing. Two sets of densely packed mandibles turned their gaze towards them, accompanied by a rustling sound as they approached with alarming speed, mere meters away, and Je caught a whiff of the foul stench emanating from them. "Run," the poet urged through clenched teeth. Yet the ground suddenly trembled violently, hurling ensued against the wall. A sharp pain shot through his left arm as if he had collided with a twisted metal door. He propped himself up with his arm, and the poet lent him a hand. In the pitch darkness, they once again raced towards the entrance etched in their memories. In that obscurity, anything could transpire. Perhaps a third worm would burst forth from the ground in the next moment, or they might collide with a wall due to their inability to see. And indeed, he crashed into a wall. His head struck something metallic with a jolt, causing another wave of pain to surge through him as he collided with an unseen object. In the next instant, something wrapped around his waist, attempting to hoist him upright once more. The wall seemed to have sprouted hands. Were there still living souls behind him? Close by, Lu Feng's voice emerged, noticeably quicker than usual, and Zhe's heart nearly ceased its rhythm as he replied, "There are none left. Uranium bomb ready, maximum yield," Lu Feng declared, and just as his words fell, a blinding white light surged forth, racing down the corridor. Before Enje could comprehend the situation, Lu Feng forcibly pressed him down. Rolling, he closed his eyes, his right hand clutching at Lu Feng's sleeve, gasping for breath. He had been running too hastily. The ground was still quaking violently, and a mere 3 seconds later, Lu Feng hauled him to his feet. Others were present, and the lights flared, illuminating the scene. Lu Feng instructed, "Let's go." Anja followed them, ascending the stairwell. He had little strength left, but miraculously, Lu Feng's hand possessed a peculiar knack, always pulling him along whenever he lagged behind. After an indefinite period of blind pursuit, the frigid air outside finally flooded his respiratory system, and he leaned heavily against Lu Feng, panting incessantly. Lu Feng remarked placidly, "It's all right now. Apprentice, apprentice." A figure scurried over, seizing his arm and taking him from Lu Feng's grasp. It was Boss Xiao. Anja, finally regaining some composure and clarity of vision, uttered, "Poet, I'm here." A voice resonated from behind him. Anja turned to see a handsome young man leaning against the wall, arms crossed, also catching his breath. Once he had regained his composure, the man drawled, "You have a knack for bumping into people." However, before Anja could respond, Lu Feng's voice cut in. "Director Howard," Lu Feng stated, "you're late." Anja peered forward, spotting a line of soldiers standing ahead, led by a tall man in a city defense uniform. His hair was iron gray, and he possessed a commanding aquiline nose. The insignia on his shoulder matched Lu Feng's, indicating the rank of colonel. It appeared to be the director of the city defense force. Howard's voice, as unwavering and austere as his personage, resonated. "I had initially intended to initiate an indiscriminate bombardment. Colonel Lu's unauthorized intrusion has placed me in a rather precarious position, especially given that my detainee remains within." Lu Feng's tone was frigid as he retorted, "You dare to execute an indiscriminate bombardment in an area equipped with an ultrasonic dispersal device? The Municipal Defense Bureau's equipment is not within the purview of the Court of Inquisition." Howard countered, "Perhaps you should ascertain whether those emerging from the underground have been afflicted." Lu Feng responded, "The Court of Inquisition's duties are likewise beyond your concern." Howard's gaze, however, gravitated towards Enje with a profound intensity. Enje briefly met his gaze, realizing that he was scrutinizing his left arm, the one that had sustained an injury and bled within the subterranean passage. Lu Feng's right hand clasped his shoulder as he asserted, "I shall take him into custody for observation during the buffer period." Howard acquiesced, "As you wish." Subsequently, he addressed the Municipal Defense Bureau soldiers, "Prepare for bombardment." Subsequently, Enje was escorted away by Lu Feng, amidst the solicitous gaze of Proprietor Xiao. Lu Feng's office within the Municipal Defense Bureau was situated in an annex of the main edifice, a Spartan chamber devoid of any ornamentation. No sooner had Enje entered than Lu Feng secured the door. Enje surmised that this was likely a precautionary measure, lest he succumb to infection and transform into a monster, thereby preventing his escape from the confines of the room. Lu Feng proceeded to a gray desk, opened a drawer, and tossed a roll of white material to him. And Zhe instinctively caught it, recognizing it as a roll of bandage. The Inquisitor's intention, he surmised, was for him to dress his wound. He settled into another set of chairs near the window and commenced fiddling with the bandage. Though the Judicator may casually condemn others, perhaps he is not devoid of virtue. A minor injury marred his left arm, merely a cut inflicted by a metal plate, causing minimal pain yet oozing blood. Anja tore off a bandage approximately half a meter in length and began to wrap it around his left arm with his right hand, an endeavor that proved futile. After much struggle, he managed to loosely encircle it with one hand, yet he could not secure a knot. Human fingers, inherently less dexterous than fungal tendrils, were further hindered by the limitation of having only one usable hand, compounded by his unfamiliarity with human anatomy. Nevertheless, Anja felt a twinge of embarrassment as a superficial human unable to even secure a bandage, prompting him to furrow his brow and persist in his attempts to tie a knot. He sensed a gaze upon him. Lu Feng was observing him. He continued his futile endeavor. However, the thought of the Judicator scrutinizing his every move only exacerbated his incompetence. After 3 arduous minutes, not only had he failed to secure a knot, but his hand trembled, causing the bandage that had been affixed to his arm to unravel completely. At that moment of disarray, Anja felt an urge to unleash his fungal essence in frustration. A soft sound, almost a laugh, emanated from across him. It was not truly laughter, but rather a derisive snort, brief yet unmistakable. Anja recognized it as mockery. The Judicator was indeed ridiculing him. Chapter 18. At that very moment, a hand materialized before him. With long fingers and skin pale as frost, Anja was all too familiar with this shape. After his interactions with Boss Xiao, this very hand had been placed upon the cabinet beside his bed, a sight he beheld every night before slumber. It belonged to Lu Feng. One hand grasped one end of the bandage, while the other hand took hold of the opposite end, wrapping it around his arm several times, the pressure slightly taut. Then, Anja watched as those 10 fingers deftly intertwined, securing the bandage with a neat knot. Lu Hong had helped him with the bandaging, despite having mocked him just a moment earlier. He pulled down the cuff of his shirt and muttered, "Thank you." Lu Hong remained silent. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated from downstairs, a deep sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth. Anja glanced downward. The layout of the city defense station was such that 4 buildings enclosed a spacious courtyard, and the one in which he had been detained that night was the shortest of them all. At that moment, chaos reigned within that building. People were evacuating, and heavily armed soldiers were streaming in, their weapons at the ready. The explosions continued to echo, the structure creaking ominously, glass shattering, and some rooms had already collapsed. The once sturdy and magnificent edifice was gradually transforming into a heap of ruins, enveloped in dust and the smoke from the uranium bomb explosion, resembling a white mist. The soldiers of the city defense station were fully armed, erecting a cordon around the area and setting up radiation warning signs. The uranium bomb employed by the military was a depleted uranium round, known for its penetrating power and relatively weak radiation. However, prolonged exposure could still inflict harm upon the human body, necessitating special handling. Most of the personnel evacuated from the building had been relocated outside the city defense station, while Boss Xiao, the poet, and other prisoners were placed in temporary tents within the courtyard, under the watchful eyes of 5 armed soldiers, whom Anja could see. At that moment, he noticed Lu Hong rising and walking toward the window. Beyond the window, the firmament was adorned with expansive swathes of verdant aurora, a spectacle of mesmerizing brilliance. Lu Feng's silhouette stood before the window, rendered into an indistinct, ebony outline. He pivoted, his gaze directed towards the opposite end of the atrium. Following his line of sight, Anja beheld a colossal, sable apparatus. It resembled a vast, circular disc, enveloped by layer upon layer of immense, octagonal coils. The disc descended in a seamless concavity from its edges, culminating in a robust, conical structure at its center. Radiating outwards from this cone were delicate filaments, akin to conduits or pylons, which interconnected the dark cone with the surrounding coils. The entire contrivance dwarfed the two edifices, such that, when viewed from beneath, it entirely obscured the sky in all directions. And Zhe, his cheek resting pensively on his hand, observed the structure, invariably struck by the magnitude and unfamiliarity of human creations. In his peripheral vision, Lu Feng produced a communicator and initiated a call. His voice, characterized by a detached serenity, resonated like a solitary snowfall in the heart of winter. Lu Feng of the tribunal requesting connection to the beacon center. Their proximity allowed fragments of the conversation to escape from the communicator's receiver, reaching Zhe's ears. A voice on the other end responded, "Connecting, please hold." After approximately 20 seconds, a male voice inquired, "What is the situation at the city defense?" Lu Feng replied, "Subterranean incursion, large vermicular species, suspected to be gregarious. The city defense is currently secure." Understood, the voice acknowledged. "The probability of gregarious vermicular behavior is exceedingly high. We are dispatching a research team to the city defense immediately. Prioritize the protection of the dispersal array." Lu Feng affirmed, acknowledged. Just after hanging up, his communicator buzzed again, this time receiving an incoming call. Lu Feng responded, "Howard? The underground of building number 3 cannot be bombed anymore. Our personnel have located the crawling tracks and are engaged in close combat with the monsters." Howard replied, "There are injuries. The critically wounded have been neutralized, and the lightly injured are being evacuated. You need to keep an eye on this." Lu Feng gazed downstairs. "I can see." He added, "The risk posed by the worm-like creatures is significant. Any contact with their mucus must be immediately reported." Howard cursed under his breath, but Lu Feng's tone remained unchanged as he said, "Be vigilant regarding the dispersal device. So far, no tracks leading to the dispersal device have been detected." Howard retorted sharply, "The foundation beneath the dispersal device is sturdier than the building itself. Colonel Shang should focus on his duties." Lu Feng replied coolly, "Much appreciated." The call was abruptly terminated. The tone suggested that this was not a particularly pleasant conversation, yet Lu Feng seemed unfazed. Leaning against the window in a somewhat languid posture, his eyes remained fixed on the soldiers traversing the courtyard below, and Zhe understood that he was monitoring their safety. With nothing else to occupy his time, and Zhe continued to scrutinize the massive instruments in that section of the courtyard. From Lu Feng's earlier conversation with others, he surmised that this was the ultrasonic dispersal device. He was familiar with the term, as it had been mentioned in the base manual. The outer district of the base housed a total of 10 ultrasonic dispersal devices, all managed by the dispersal center located in Area 1 of the base. Previously, in the establishment owned by Boss Xiao, he had overheard the base's announcement indicating that it was the breeding season for arthropod and parasitic monsters. To thwart aerial invasions, the base had elevated the operational intensity of the ultrasonic disperser to level 3. Thus, the purpose of this device is to safeguard the entire base from airborne creatures, such as arthropods and birds, and Zhe, unaware of its underlying principles, found it to be quite fascinating. After scrutinizing every detail of the disperser, his gaze shifted to the interior of the room. This office was modest in size, devoid of superfluous items, containing merely 2 sets of desks and chairs, a gun rack, and several filing cabinets. The cabinets were meticulously arranged with a multitude of items, including indistinguishable piles of documents and folders, several base manuals, some operational guides, and a hefty volume titled Base Regulations, which revealed that the legal section of the base manual was a mere abridged version. And Zhe's gaze continued to wander. On the next shelf of the filing cabinet, he spotted several glass jars, most of which were empty. However, one contained what appeared to be a dozen plant seeds, and adjacent to it was a bag resembling a soil sample, affixed with a white safety label. This reminded him of his own spores. Seeds and spores share similarities, and he pondered whether the spores extracted by the human military might also be contained within a glass jar or some other vessel. The mere thought of such a scene evoked an instinctive discomfort within him, as if he were confined within an airtight container. The spores represented a crucial part of his being, yet he remained oblivious to their whereabouts. Furthermore, all leads were severed at the hands of the colonel who stood before him, the judge of his fate. To unearth the whereabouts of the spores, he would have to glean information from Lu Feng. However, being merely a mushroom, he was acutely aware of his divergence from humanity. Cognizant of Lu Feng's formidable observational prowess, he surmised that his mere utterance could arouse suspicion. Alternatively, he could endeavor to scrutinize Lu Feng for a duration. Prompted by this notion, he experienced a sudden jolt, pivoting to find himself face to face with Lu Feng's gaze. A pair of narrow, elongated, verdant eyes under the illumination, their expression placid, betraying no indication of how long he had been observed. And just suspected he was once again under scrutiny, yet he had to feign innocence. Meeting the colonel's gaze, he blinked. The colonel's countenance remained unchanged as he stated in a level tone, "You may depart." The grace period had elapsed, and Je inquired, "Shall I return below?" The inmates were quartered in makeshift tents within the atrium. Lu Feng responded impassively, affirmative, and Je bit his lip, and after a protracted pause, his yearning for the spores eclipsed his trepidation of the colonel. He voiced, "It is cold there." Lu Feng regarded him and said, "You are an inmate," and Je countered, "However, I have not committed any crime of indecency." Lu Feng scrutinized him, and after a brief interlude, a smile played upon his lips. "Very well," Lu Feng remarked. "The crime of unlawfully pilfering adjudicator information shall incur a doubled sentence. I did not pilfer," and Je earnestly contended, "I merely utilized your information to create something." "Indeed?" Lu Feng inquired. "The crime of illicitly profiting from adjudicator information shall incur a sentence quadrupled." And Je's voice diminished in volume. "I have not profited," he asserted. Lu Feng, with arms crossed, scrutinized him. "If not for profit, did you intend to utilize it for your own purposes?" "Je," he said, but only him. Lu Feng looked at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. "How much profit?" "I don't know," and Je replied. "What is your salary?" 60. Lu Feng chuckled softly. "How pitiable," he remarked. "Your boss deceived you. Remember to ask for a raise after your release." And Je felt mocked once more. This was the third time tonight that this individual had provoked him. He firmly believed that Lu Feng was the most tormenting person in this base. Still pondering his response, he noticed Lu Feng glance at his watch. It was past midnight. The command in Lu Feng's voice returned, a tone Je recognized well. "Go to sleep." Just then, the chilly night breeze flowed through the window, directly striking Je's face. The temperature difference between day and night at the base was quite stark. He let out a small sneeze, only to see Lu Feng furrow his brow in apparent disdain. With a cold tone, Lu Feng remarked, "Sensitive." And Je realized he had indeed incurred his disapproval. However, the cold was too biting for him to resist, and he sneezed again. Je. He was genuinely afraid of the cold and truly wished to seek some clues beside Lu Feng. Yet, observing the colonel's expression, he understood that if he lingered any longer, he might be unceremoniously thrown out the window. He had no choice but to lower his head, discreetly adjust the collar of his clothing, stand up and turn to leave. Just as he reached the door, he heard Lu Feng's voice behind him. "Stop," and Je halted and turned back. Lu Feng remained leaning against the window, arms crossed, and with a slight movement of his gaze toward the right side of the room, he casually said, "You may go over there." And Je followed his gaze and noticed a door on the right wall. He approached and opened it. It revealed a lounge, furnished with a simple bed and table. By the entrance stood a coat rack adorned with a black uniform overcoat. And Je realized to whom this room belonged. He said, "I cannot sleep tonight." Lu Feng replied, "You may choose to sleep here or outside." Weighing his options, Je decisively said, "Thank you." Lu Feng remained silent, turning towards the window to continue observing the tumult below. The commotion outside persisted, engulfed in chaos. Je stepped into the room, closing the door behind him, and surveyed the space. The atmosphere was steeped in a sense of desolation, with scant evidence of human habitation. Only the neatly folded blanket at the foot of the bed bore a few creases. On the wooden table lay several magazines, alongside a dull silver short military knife. Yet it was not these that captured Je's attention. Rather, it was a booklet spread open in the center of the table. It bore black handwriting. 6, 16, normal. 6, 15, normal. 6, 14, normal. Je realized what it was, the work log of a judge. During that protest against the tribunal, there had been a banner that read "Publish the judge's work records." However, given the simplicity of Lu Feng's logbook, it seemed that even if it were made public, it would hold little intrigue. He flipped through to May, where a series of normal entries was interspersed with 1. 5. 17. Parasitic invasion, resolved, report pending submission. 5. 18. Normal, report from 5. 17 submitted. He continued further up. On May 15th, an anomaly was detected regarding the subject ID 326-117-0514, with a danger level deemed extremely low. The genetic examination was passed, thus entry into the city was permitted. And je mused that, on that fateful day at the city gate, Lu Feng not only discerned his anomaly but also perceived his fragility. Yet, he did not cease his pursuit. An instinct propelled him to delve deeper. Boss Xiao had mentioned that everyone in the military, even those in the tribunal, would undertake field missions. The location where he discarded the spores bore the remnants of tribunal shell casings. And his heart raced as he hastily flipped through several pages, and a singularly distinct record abruptly caught his attention. On February 20th, upon returning to the city, the sample was handed over to the lighthouse. His gaze lingered on this entry, and as he continued to turn the pages, the records on this page suddenly became much denser. On February 12th, in the field at the abyss, 4 supplementary map records were made, alongside the collection of 7 plant samples, 4 animal samples and 7 secretion samples, as well as 3 video recordings of polymorphic monster behaviors. On February 13th, in the field at the abyss, 13 plant samples, 3 animal samples, and 14 secretion samples were collected, with 6 video recordings of polymorphic monster behaviors. He had ventured into the abyss, and his eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze fixating on the final entry of this page. On February 14th, in the field on the return journey, 1 anomalous fungal sample, spore, was collected. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank, and his hand trembled as it gripped the paper. Chapter 19. During the time he spent as a mushroom, he possessed little sense of the passage of time. The rising and setting of the sun merely signified the cyclical nature of existence. He remained oblivious to how long it had been since he discarded the spores. On February 14th, according to the human calendar, winter had yet to relinquish its grip. Indeed, the haunting sound of the chilling wind from the night he lost the spores still echoed in his memories and dreams. There would never be another mushroom that shed its spores in the same winter. His encounter with Lu Feng had occurred long before that fateful meeting at the city gate. Perhaps it was even the judge himself, separated by just a wall, who had personally extracted the spores from him. Pausing for a moment, he flipped through the manual, landing on the next page dated February 20th, when Lu Feng returned to the base and noted the transfer of samples to the lighthouse. His gaze lingered on these words for 3 seconds before he flipped back to June 17th, placing the black ballpoint pen back onto the paper as if it had never been disturbed, and just shifted his gaze from the manual to the wall behind his desk. The judge wielded supreme authority within the base, capable of firing upon anyone, commanding the cooperation of all city institutions, and mobilizing the city's defense forces in emergencies, much like that day at the supply station square. Yet, despite his elevated status, the judge's residence in the city defense was even more desolate and austere than in his own room, with walls merely coated in a thin layer of paint that revealed the underlying gray cement texture. Upon this pale wall, slightly above human height, were emblazoned 8 words and a period in red paint: the interests of humanity above all. A shiver ran through Nja. The dungeon was too frigid, and he still hadn't quite acclimated. He shifted his gaze to the bed nearby, hesitating for a few seconds before ultimately deciding to climb onto it. His head sank into the pillow, reluctant to cocoon himself in the blanket as he usually would, instead allowing it to drape loosely over his body while he curled up. The blanket, pillow, and sheets were standard issue, indistinguishable from those of prisoners in a dungeon. Even the scent of synthetic fibers was strikingly similar. Yet, Nja's experience was markedly different. He lay upon the bed of his judge, with the sound of brief exchanges between Lu Feng and an unknown interlocutor echoing from the adjacent office, invoking an indescribable feeling, one that was perilous yet oddly secure. In such circumstances, anyone would be prone to insomnia, especially someone like him, a mushroom. Yet, remarkably, he did not remain awake for long. As his body gradually warmed under the blanket's embrace, the world before him began to blur, and he slipped into the realm of dreams. and Zhe was roused by an external force, convinced that only a fleeting moment had passed since he succumbed to slumber. Just moments ago, he had been in the wilderness, experiencing the sensation of his spores being excavated for what felt like the umpteenth time. Now, he felt a hand patting the pillow beside him. Startled, he opened his eyes to meet a pair of cold, green ones, clearly belonging to the very individual who had uprooted his spores. Lu Feng swiftly pulled back his blanket, speaking with great urgency. "Evacuate." Without needing to articulate it further, and Zhe felt the subtle tremors of the building beneath him, a disquieting echo of the dungeon. Had worms begun to emerge beneath the structure as well? After a brief moment of contemplation, the wailing of alarm bells pierced the air, signaling yet another evacuation. He had no time to ponder further. He swiftly leapt from his bed and donned his shoes. Lu Feng grasped his shoulder with his right hand and led him out of the room. A blast of cold air surged in through the open door, and upon abruptly transitioning from the warmth of his blankets to this frigid environment, Zhe instinctively shivered. Almost immediately, he felt Lu Feng's grip on him momentarily halt. A dark shadow enveloped him as Lu Feng draped a coat over his shoulders, having retrieved it from a nearby coat rack. Zhe, unable to express his gratitude, merely adjusted the coat around him. Without pausing, Lu Feng swiftly snatched a work manual and a ballpoint pen from the table and stuffed them into the pockets of Zhe's coat before seizing his wrist and hastening towards the exit. Two judges were already waiting at the door, and upon spotting Lu Feng, they promptly exclaimed, "Colonel!" their gazes instinctively shifting to Zhe. Lu Feng remained silent, and the group descended via the nearest emergency exit. The stairwell was shrouded in darkness, the monster's attack having crippled the power supply, leaving only the green glow of emergency lights to illuminate their path. The staircase was both narrow and steep, barely accommodating two individuals side by side. Meanwhile, the other three moved with such urgency that after being pulled down a flight of stairs by Lu Feng, Zhe stumbled several times, realizing that unless he transformed into mycelium, he would not only struggle to keep pace with them but would also impede Lu Feng's speed. He had just intended to tell Lu Feng that he could walk on his own, when suddenly a force gripped his shoulder. Lu Feng clasped his shoulder and twisted him sideways. Momentum from descending the stairs still propelled him forward, causing Zhe to collide against Lu Feng's back. His forehead had already bumped against Lu Feng's chest badge, and now it struck the shoulder insignia. The staircase sloped downward, placing him higher than Lu Feng, and in this collision he instinctively grasped Lu Feng. Before he knew it, he was being lifted onto this man's back. Clinging to the neck of the adjudicator, Zhe reflected on the chaotic yet seemingly inevitable series of actions that had just transpired, feeling a sense of wonder. Remarkably, Lu Feng carried him as if it required no effort at all, effortlessly leaping down several steps before landing steadily on the ground. He then took a few running strides, vaulted out of the second-floor window, and with a boost from the platform outside, Zhe was enveloped by the rushing wind, and somehow, Lu Feng landed gracefully on the lawn below. Although Lu Feng did not possess the prominently defined muscles of Vance or Howard, Zhe could still perceive the terrifying explosive power in the tautness of his body through layers of clothing. The human body is vastly different from the soft, yielding mycelium. After Lu Feng landed, two more brief thuds followed, signaling the arrival of the other two adjudicators. Zhe, merely clinging tightly to Lu Feng, felt he was exerting considerable effort, recognizing that he too possessed a human form. The disparity between individuals is even greater than that between a human and a mushroom, and he became acutely aware of this truth. However, 3 seconds later, he realized that everyone in the courtyard was watching him. The early dawn light, coupled with a faint mist, did little to obscure their gaze. Boss Xiao peeked out from the nearest tent, casting a glance at Lu Feng before shifting his attention back to him, subsequently beginning to make exaggerated facial gestures. Lu Feng set him down, and Zhe also released his grip around Lu Feng's neck, allowing himself to touch the ground. "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome," Lu Feng replied nonchalantly. "Let us head to the tent." The tent was just a few steps away, and Zhe nodded in agreement and turned around, only to collide with Howard, who was approaching head-on. "What's happening?" Lu Feng inquired. "The situation has changed. Suddenly, there are many more of them. The people from the lighthouse have arrived, activated the radar, And it shows that there are bugs under all 4 buildings, Howard explained. It's not just 1 or 2. They are congregating. There's a nest beneath the city defense station. They are breaking through the ground, intending to attack the personnel inside the buildings. Are we evacuating everyone? Lu Feng asked. We are evacuating everyone, and you need to leave as well, Howard replied firmly. Lu Feng insisted, show me the radar imagery. No need to look. It's hopeless, Howard retorted. The dispersal device is here. Howard's tone turned icy, standing his ground against Lu Feng. The dispersal device cannot be prized. Howard appeared incensed, yet wary of the Inquisitor's prerogative to kill at will, and gestured dismissively in one direction. A man in simple shirt attire approached from the opposite side, holding a black device. Lu Feng took the instrument from his hand, his gaze sweeping across the screen, and Zhe watched transfixed, as the temperature on the man's face plummeted from 0 to -18 degrees Celsius. His voice frigid enough to crystallize the air. The monster's target isn't the personnel inside. It's the dispersal device. He lifted his eyes to Howard, his words rapid. There's a dispersal device in the atrium. The foundation has been reinforced and cannot be breached. They can only emerge from the surrounding buildings. Howard, the lighthouse's report does not corroborate your conclusion. Colonel Lu, I spend half the year in the abyss. Lu Feng's fingers tightened on the gunstock, his eyes narrowing slightly, a frigid deterrence chilling everyone present. Howard, I've seen more monsters than you've seen people. Howard was silent for 3 seconds. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his pupils dilated, and his expression underwent a drastic change. What about the other dispersal devices? Contact the dispersal center, Lu Feng commanded. Immediately, the Inquisitor behind him produced a communicator, dialed a series of numbers, and activated the speaker. A monotonous, waiting tone resounded. 9 rings later, the communicator emitted a rapid busy signal, which ceased after 3 seconds. No one answered, and the communication was automatically terminated. Howard swiftly retrieved his communicator and, after pressing a few buttons, spoke into it. This is Howard from the City Defense Office. Connect me to the Dispersion Center. Any line will suffice. Immediately. Please hold, came the operator's voice. After a prolonged silence lasting 3 minutes, the operator's voice returned, tinged with a slight tremor. The dispersion center is unreachable. Chapter 20. The moment the operator's words fell, Lu Feng's expression changed dramatically. He turned and strode away, with the lighthouse researcher hastily following. Outside the city defense office, a vehicle from the tribunal awaited, and a young adjudicator rushed over. Colonel, Lu Feng replied, you need to remain and assist the city defense office. Colonel, should we summon the tribunal? Lu Feng's gaze swept over the sparse flow of pedestrians along the road. Close the city gates. Assemble in District 5. Understood, the adjudicator responded. Colonel, please ensure your safety. Without uttering another word, Lu Feng slammed the car door shut. The engine roared to life, and he sharply turned the steering wheel, the black vehicle darting away like an arrow towards the dispersion center in District 1. Close behind were Howard's car and the heavy armor from the city defense office. In the back seat, the researcher held the communicator, engaged in a conversation, facing inquiries. We are en route to the dispersion center, the researcher stated. We must prepare for the worst. Currently, it is suspected that the ultrasonic dispersion device, intended to repel arthropods and birds through specific frequencies, is inadvertently attracting subterranean worm-like organisms. However, there is also a prevailing suspicion that this incident is a premeditated assault. Indeed, we are in the process of contacting the locations of the remaining dispersal devices. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, the sound of the alarm tower suddenly pierced the air, its relentless and shrill wail deafening. The sparse morning crowd on the streets turned pale upon hearing it, exchanging glances before hastily fleeing towards the nearest building, the continuous blaring signifying an urgent need for shelter. Concurrently, the street broadcast initiated. A melodious mechanical voice announced, "Attention, due to a malfunction of the ultrasonic dispersal devices, there may be an emergence of insects, birds, and worm-like creatures within the city. Until the issue is resolved, residents are advised to securely close all doors and windows and refrain from venturing outside. Should any suspicious occurrences arise, please promptly contact emergency services and reach out to the city defense office. The military base will exert every effort to ensure your safety." The alarm echoed again, reiterating the warning of potential monstrous intrusions. The sound of windows slamming shut resonated from every direction, as staff members and prisoners at the city defense office were swiftly relocated to the nearest residential area. A steady stream of armored vehicles emerged from various outposts of the defense base, dispersing throughout the streets. Anne's boss Xiao and the poet found themselves in the same room, the city defense office preoccupied with crises, while the three of them faced various charges. One for inciting unrest, another for illicitly obtaining information from the adjudicators, and the last being accused of bizarre allegations fabricated by the adjudicators, none of which were lethal offenses. With no soldiers to oversee them, they were merely confined by a locked door. The dispersal center remotely administers all dispersal devices in the outer city. The poet gazes out the window, where even the smallest insect in the open air could potentially infect humans. The base uses ultrasonic waves of a specific frequency to repel them, ensuring the absolute safety of the residents. Not even a fly can enter the base. If something were to happen to the dispersal center, the entire city would be exposed to potential infection. For insects in their breeding season, human flesh is the ideal breeding ground for their eggs. And just sits on the bare bed, hugging his knees. What will happen? He asks. The poet reaches out and gently pinches the back of his neck. Assuming a small insect laid its eggs in your skin last night, the insect's genes would fuse with human genes. In 3 days at most, you would become a husk filled with billions of insect eggs. The small insects would fly out of your eyes and respiratory tract, spreading to others. Soon, Boss Xiao interjects disapprovingly, "Don't scare the child." The poet slowly withdraws his hand. "I'm serious." And just suddenly recalls the alien he saw in the supply station square, whose abdomen and respiratory tract were filled with translucent insects. "Then what do we do?" he asks. The poet shakes his head. "We can only pray that nothing major has happened to the dispersal center, or that if something has just occurred, the dispersal devices can be repaired quickly. Otherwise," he sighs softly, "otherwise, either the entire base will experience an outbreak of infection, or Judgment Day will be relived." And Je frowns, gazing out at the empty street. "However," Mr. Xiao inquired, "are you familiar with the Day of Judgment?" "I've heard a little," the poet responded. Mr. Xiao sighed. "I believed that as long as I remained within the confines of the base, I could live to a ripe old age. The base has been secure for far too long." The poet continued to gaze into the distance, remarking, "I consistently forget that safety is merely ephemeral, while danger is perpetual. Existence is not our due. It is a benediction." And just struggled to comprehend and was unsure how to inquire. He had but one question. "What is the Day of Judgment?" Mr. Zhao's gaze shifted towards him. "I forgot to ask you, what's the matter with your attire?" And Zhe was still draped in Lu Feng's coat, with Lu Feng's work manual and ballpoint pen in the pockets. Mr. Xiao narrowed his eyes and questioned, "Where were you last night when the poet and I were in the tent? Did you sleep with him?" "No," and Zhe replied softly, feeling as though Mr. Xiao was interrogating him. "He didn't sleep." Mr. Xiao chuckled. "How do you know he didn't sleep? You did sleep with him, didn't you? What was it like? Tell me." Knowing he couldn't outwit anyone, and Zhe feigned deafness and repeated, "What is the Day of Judgment?" "Then, are you aware of how the Judgment Act was proposed?" the poet asked him. And Zhe replied, "No." The poet turned to Mr. Xiao. "The old gentleman must know." Mr. Xiao raised his eyebrows and stated, "I do know." The poet inquired, "Your age?" However, Boss Xiao did not respond. Instead, he remarked, "In my youth, everyone ardently supported this bill." The poet settled down beside Anjur in the corner of the bed, his gray prison uniform showing signs of wear in several places. His long black hair was simply tied back at the nape of his neck, and his face bore a tranquil expression. When he spoke, there was a certain cadence to his tone, perhaps a hallmark of the poetic profession. "The Judgment Act has persisted for nearly a century. I believe the northern base is quite grateful for it. My understanding of that matter is rather limited, as there are too few elders at the base." Boss Zhao's interest seemed to finally divert from the question of Anjiz's sleeping habits. He toyed with small puppet parts he had taken from his pocket while continuing, "I, too, heard about it during my childhood." The poet encouraged him, "Please go on." After the downfall of the southeastern base, fear permeated the atmosphere. At that time, the mutations of the were not as severe as they are now. Individuals returning to the base were only required to undergo a full-body examination, provided they bore no wounds or other abnormalities. Soldiers were stationed throughout the base, and upon the discovery of any mutation, they were executed on the spot. Boss Xiao interjected, the ultrasonic disperser had yet to be invented. Insects swarmed the base unchecked. The significantly mutated creatures were swiftly dealt with by soldiers, while the smaller ones evaded capture. The base was adorned with insect traps, and miners were prohibited from leaving. Thus, they were organized into insect-catching teams to eradicate the pests. The poet remarked, a chaotic and tumultuous era. Indeed, Boss Xiao replied, I even served as the captain of an insect-catching team during my childhood. Years later, the ultrasonic disperser emerged, ensuring that not a single insect could infiltrate the entire base. The poet remarked, by then, the Judgment Act had already been enacted. Indeed, Boss Xiao concurred, however, the legislation was not prompted by the insects, but rather by a particular surveillance recording. During a routine inspection of the water tower's past footage, a security officer stumbled upon an unsettling incident occurring in a dimly lit corner, too obscure to be discerned at the time. The moment he witnessed the recording, the officer was utterly horrified. You cannot fathom the imagery. Anja found himself captivated by Boss Xiao's narrative, noting that the poet was equally engrossed. Boss Xiao continued, he observed a figure, moving in an oddly contorted manner, approaching the recirculating purification pool. Then that person sat down as if devoid of bones. I have heard those who viewed the footage describe him as resembling a humanoid leech. Once seated, he submerged his legs into the pool. The poet inquired, is he an aberration, contaminating the water source with his secretions? Boss Xiao chuckled softly. Oh, it's not that alarming. The poet raised an eyebrow. Subsequently, the figure's legs transformed into a translucent, mottled substance that erupted, dispersing throughout the water in a manner beyond description. Boss Xiao shook his head and continued. Then, the entirety of that being flowed into the pool, causing the water level to then, it followed the current and flowed away from the outlet, which was the base's drinking water. Boss Xiao remarked, the worst news is that this footage is already over 20 hours old. The poet furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat queasy. After a few moments of swallowing, he uttered, the entire city is exposed. Indeed, Boss Xiao replied. The lighthouse has provided the research results. This is a type of soft-bodied aquatic mutant, and its spread in the water may serve as a means of reproduction. In any case, the entire base faces the risk of infection. No one is safe. Shortly thereafter, an emergency bill was enacted. The poet added, there is a theory that the initial judicators and the tribunal do not belong to the military, but rather are subordinate entities of the lighthouse. That is not incorrect. After the invasion of the aquatic mutants, among the scientists at the lighthouse, some specialized in humanoid mutant forms and possessed considerable knowledge regarding these entities. They formed the tribunal and, within 10 days, organized a thorough examination of everyone in the base. No one bore any wounds, yet anyone could potentially be infected, and there were no means of detection. It all relied on naked eye observation and intuitive judgment. Although you may have done nothing but drink some water, if the tribunal decrees your death, then you must die. Boss Xiao sighed and said, those 10 days were truly a river of blood, with reports suggesting that half of the entire base perished. It aligns with the information I previously gathered, the poet responded. Those 10 days are what is referred to as the Day of Judgment. You scribes are an enigmatic bunch, Mr. Xiao remarked, furrowing his brow. You refer to those 10 days as Judgment Day, invoking divine references. The poet chuckled softly. On that eschatological day, all of humanity shall stand before the Almighty to be judged, destined for either celestial paradise or infernal damnation. Such is Judgment Day, but who truly knows? Mr. Xiao brushed a speck of dust from his cuff. Upon hearing of our base's decision, the Virginia base erupted in vehement condemnation. They dispatched scientific teams bearing instruments purportedly capable of discerning the xenos with scientific precision, and even deployed drones to disseminate dissenting leaflets. And what was the outcome? The poet murmured. Less than a year later, humanoid marine xenos invaded, causing a widespread infection and the ultimate downfall of the Virginia base. With the Virginia fools serving as a foil, the Judicator Act was officially promulgated. Mr. Xiao continued, empowering any judicator to summarily execute individuals. Those beyond the judicator's discernment were referred to the judicator for ultimate judgment, with no repercussions for wrongful deaths. The judicator became akin to God. Mr. Xiao grinned wryly. Alas, even deities are prone to madness. The indiscriminate slaughter of compatriots proved unstoppable. The scientists at the lighthouse responsible for judgment were replaced in rapid succession. 3 succumbed to insanity within a decade, 2 committed suicide. No one was willing to succeed them, so the military assumed control. The military personnel, having spent years stationed in the wilderness and encountering a plethora of monsters, possessed a keen ability to distinguish xenos and exhibited remarkable psychological resilience. Consequently, the rate of judicator replacements slowed from 1 every 3 years to 1 every 10 years. When Lu Feng ascended to the position of arbiter, he was barely 20. I considered him too young and even wagered that he wouldn't last 3 years. Lost a considerable sum, shrugged Mr. Xiao. This marks his 7th year. Hubbard remarked that the number of lives he had taken far exceeded that of his predecessor, escalating exponentially each year for the past 3. It was common knowledge that he was teetering on the brink of insanity. It's difficult to ascertain whether the psychological burden on the arbiter outweighs that of the judged. Leaning against the wall, the poet mused. Given Colonel Lu's apparent leisure to dally with children, he seems far from losing control. No, that's incorrect, he swiftly retracted, his brow furrowing. For someone as callous as Colonel Lu, this could very well be a harbinger of impending madness. He leaned in towards Ensued, a look akin to that of Mr. Xiao flickering in his eyes. How is he? Did he cause you any discomfort? Ensued, huddled in the corner, merely tightened his grip on his clothes, reluctant to engage. A sharp thud reverberated through the room, instantly seizing their attention. A vividly colored beetle had collided with the window pane. Chapter 21 From downstairs. A woman's piercing scream echoed. Perhaps she too had sighted the insect. The beetle crawled languidly across the glass, its 8 slender legs adorned with a dense array of minute protrusions. These protrusions adhered seamlessly to the glass surface, each bearing a minuscule white at its center, a suction cup. Its teardrop-shaped tail trailed a long, soft brown tentacle, leaving deep brown streaks on the glass as it crawled, seemingly yearning to enter. The poet extended his hand, his fingers gliding through the narrow gap between the 2 window panes. It's all right, it's sealed tight. It cannot come in. Each generation seems to be less admirable than the last. Mr. Xiao remarked, it grows increasingly unsightly. The fusion of genes, gazing at the glass. The poet mused. The more they amalgamate, the more peculiar the exterior becomes, and the stronger the potential for contagion. I am acquainted with a scientist who asserts that, over the past century, humanity's research has yet to elucidate the principles of infection. Mr. Xiao, with a dismissive utterance, shrank into the corner of the room, maximizing his distance from the window, and said, Can't you draw the curtains? I wish to gaze upon this city once more, the poet replied, lowering half of the curtain. The room fell into a dimness that enveloped him, his silhouette exuding a peculiar melancholy. This city, whose existence remains uncertain for how long. Ensued gazed outside. In the morning, half of the gray city was shrouded in a delicate white mist. The sun ascended, gradually dissipating the fog, revealing colossal mechanical structures piercing the sky. Humanity is often fascinated by such bizarre contraptions, which are meant to ensure the safety of the base, yet sometimes fail, as is the case now. At that moment, the poet turned to him. You seem utterly unafraid. Ensued pressed his lips together, uncertain of how to respond. The poet relinquished his grip on the remaining section of the curtain, casting a smile in Ensued's direction, remarking, You possess a truly peculiar nature. Ensued responded, Is that so? The poet continued, You exude such tranquility, as if impervious to the unfolding events. Individuals of your disposition are a rarity in our era. Ensued offered a faint smile, conceding, perhaps, it would be improbable for there to be no disparities between fungi and humans. In an attempt to emulate human behavior, he inquired of the poet, What course of action shall we undertake presently? The poet deliberated for a duration of 3 minutes before articulating, Let us engage in supplication. May we beseech that the ultrasonic dispersal device has not suffered irreparable damage, or that the insects are merely a collective of mindless creatures, driven solely by instinct. Furthermore, let us implore that our glass possesses sufficient fortitude to withstand being shattered with ease. Precisely as the poet's words faded into the air, a cacophony of sounds erupted from beyond the window, the distinct resonance of countless insects colliding against the glass. With a somber countenance, Proprietor Shao directed his gaze toward the poet, retorting, "I beseech that you were bereft of speech." The poet, now visibly alarmed, cautiously unveiled a fraction of the curtain before swiftly concealing it once more, exclaiming, "Refrain from observing." Proprietor Shao asserted, "I have borne witness. The insect swarm has descended." In the ensuing moment, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, as he urgently commanded, "Expeditiously, secure the ventilation shaft." The poet's gaze abruptly shifted toward a corner of the room, exclaiming, "The ventilation shaft lies there." Their collective gaze converged upon the area directly above Enj's head. With a swift motion, the poet tore a segment from his sleeve, extending it toward Enj, urging, "Seal it off for the time being." Enj leaned against the wall. The ventilation opening was sizable. He gathered the fabric of his sleeve with his right hand and stuffed it inside. It was insufficient. The poet tore off another piece, while Enj pressed down on the original bundle with one hand and received the new piece with the other. Suddenly, a slight pain pricked at the tip of his right index finger. Enj paused momentarily, maintaining a composed demeanor as he stuffed the bundle in, sealing the ventilation thoroughly before settling back onto the floorboards. Boss Shao and the poet were scouring the room for any other potential leaks. He raised his index finger to his line of sight, revealing a crimson dot the size of a pinprick. The texture of his skin subtly transformed, morphing into a snowy white mycelium. Seizing the moment when the other two were turned away, he swiftly yanked, severing the mycelium. New strands sprouted from the torn edge, reassembling into a human finger, unblemished and without wounds. Enj was uncertain of the efficacy of this act. The severed mycelium appeared devoid of any apparent issues, yet he found himself with no alternative. No other openings remained. The poet turned back and spoke. Enj replied, However, the sound of insects colliding against the glass grew increasingly dense and louder, the glass rattling ominously as if it were on the verge of shattering. The intercom in the hallway crackled with announcements, merely urging people to close their doors and windows, and not to panic. The poet took a seat, his complexion slightly pale. "Let fate decide. You should be quiet." Boss Shao, with a serious expression, turned his gaze from the poet to Enj after his outburst. Enj, bewildered, inquired, "What is it?" "Hurry," Boss Shao insisted. "Call your man." Enj. In Zone 1, the dispersion center stood shrouded in an ethereal mist beneath a somber gray sky, its immense black ultrasonic disperser resembling a colossal flower blossoming amidst the cityscape. Vehicles sped along the roads, the surrounding buildings receding rapidly, while the shadow of the disperser loomed ever larger ahead. If the dispersion center were to be compromised, Lu Feng's voice interjected, would the other dispersers continue to function? "There is a possibility they may cease operations," the researcher replied after a moment of contemplation. "The operation of the dispersers is exceedingly intricate. To ensure that the entire outer city is enveloped in a perfect ultrasonic blanket, the intensity and frequency of all dispersers are remotely coordinated by the dispersion center. Should the core be damaged and emergency protocols fail to activate promptly, the consequences could be dire. However, this represents the worst-case scenario, and the likelihood is minimal." He continued, "The number 1 disperser at the center is the largest ultrasonic device in the entire outer city. Its excessive power could inflict adverse effects on human health, which is why Zone 1 lacks permanent residents. The personnel at the dispersion center, along with the station troops, are few in number, and any temporary disconnection may stem from other reasons." His voice trailed off as his gaze pierced through the car window, fixated on the ultrasonic disperser ahead. Over a century ago, during a spring of peace, when the flora began to flourish, gardeners would spray insecticides upon the plants to protect them from the ravages of pests. At this moment, the ultrasonic dispersal device, this ebony bloom, displayed striations of ashen, ivory, and sable protuberances across its surface, resembling colossal annelids crawling over it. Nay, not merely annelids. His respiration faltered, becoming acutely tremulous. "Colonel, do you observe this?" he uttered, executed a sharp maneuver. The automobile, with breathtaking audacity, executed a hairpin turn on the constricted path, reverting to its original trajectory. The armored vehicles trailing behind initially signaled their displeasure. Yet in the ensuing instant, they too pivoted in a frantic reversal. In the distance, the obsidian swarm erupted like pyrotechnic bursts, ascending and descending in a cataclysmic downpour. The exoskeletal bodies of arthropods hammered against the glass, the vehicle advancing as if braving a barrage of shrapnel. Within the car, the communicator blared, relaying the operator's convulsing voice. "Colonel, urgent dispatch from Sector 2. A full-scale insectoid outbreak, requesting reinforcements. Urgent dispatch from Sector 3. Numerous insectal monstrosities discovered during evacuation, requesting reinforcements. Urgent dispatch from the City Defense Command. Urgent dispatch from the Municipal Affairs Bureau. Urgent dispatch from Sector 8. Connect Sector 8. Interjected, his cadence brisk. Can the subterranean refuge securely accommodate the city's populace for emergency evacuation? Lieutenant Colonel. The respondent's voice escalated in urgency. A diminutive mosquito swarm infiltrated via the ventilation system. We are experiencing over a dozen infections here. Requesting assistance from the tribunal. A pregnant silence ensued for 3 seconds. Lu Feng stated, infected individuals neutralized. Remaining personnel seek refuge. Await reinforcements. Communication terminated. Colonel. Subsequently, a youthful voice resonated. The tribunal has assembled, currently without casualties. Disperse to support all sectors. Sector 8 takes precedence. Affirmative. Communication ceased. Colonel. Inside the vehicle, the researcher's voice, feigning composure, arose. We are returning to the main city. Lu Feng's voice was faint. The main city? The main city possesses independent defense and dispersal systems, ensuring absolute security. The vehicle's velocity gradually decreased, the road ahead bifurcating. Lu Feng stated, what of the outer city? The researcher's tone gradually regained composure. The outer city is entirely exposed. Insectoid entities possess a physical advantage, ubiquitous in their infiltration. The peril posed by the insect swarm surpasses that of the rodent infestation which led to the fall of the southeast base. The researcher's tone gradually regained composure, stating, you are an arbiter, but in this circumstance you can rescue no one. Ample justification restored the researcher's rationality and composure. He even offered a faint smile, stating, there is no significance in proceeding to any location at this juncture. It will not mitigate any casualties. You are cognizant that my assertion is accurate. You cannot safeguard others, but you can preserve ourselves. The communicator's tone resonated anew. In light of the preceding emergency, Lu Feng had configured emergency mode. Consequently, after 3 seconds, communication was automatically established. Yet it was not the operator's voice which was transmitted. Colonel. A crystalline voice echoed, with a cadence slightly more deliberate than Lu Feng was accustomed to, the enunciation imbued with a gentle softness. Your belongings remain in my possession. Lu Feng. Where are you? Beside the city defense post, and Je remarked. So many insects are colliding with the glass. His voice quivered at the end, betraying a hint of fear. Lu Feng turned the steering wheel more than halfway, veering onto one of the diverging paths, while the researcher gazed at the abandoned route, his eyes widening in alarm, his body nearly leaping from his seat, only to be restrained by the seatbelt. He exclaimed, you. Yet, it seemed Lu Feng did not hear him as he communicated with the device, saying, wait. Chapter 22. Anja was forcefully ejected from the door by Lu Feng, who wrapped his uniform jacket around his head as they exited. Of course, the poet and Boss Xiao were also ushered out, albeit they managed to cover their heads themselves. At the entrance of the building, Lu Feng had summoned a small ultrasonic jammer, temporarily clearing a 10-meter radius. Anja was securely placed in the vehicle, with the poet and Boss Xiao hastily joining him. The 3 of them crammed into the back seat. Lu Feng returned to the driver's seat and stated, we are overloaded. Anja inexplicably felt as if the judge was targeting him once more. Boss Xiao readily interjected, reporting to the colonel, I am not human. Hence, we are not overloaded. Oh, Lu Feng replied. He then initiated a communication. The ultrasonic jammer rescue plan is feasible. I recommend organizing a large-scale evacuation of the residents. Howard's voice came through the device. Evacuate to the underground shelter? Lu Feng responded, I will first head to the Zone 8 shelter to confirm its safety. Thank you. With that, Lu Feng started the engine, and their vehicle rounded a bend, heading toward Zone 8. En route, Lu Feng's communicator incessantly rang. The City Hall had just dispatched a distress signal. Sector 5 was requesting reinforcements, and scarcely had Sector 5 received reinforcements when the tribunal contacted them, lamenting insufficient personnel. Subsequently, Lu Feng's replies became exceedingly mechanical. Please refer to the City Defense Department. Please refer to the City Defense Department. Please refer to the City Defense Department. My gratitude. Please refer to the City Defense Department. Lu Feng, you son of a... This time it was Howard on the other end. Lu Feng promptly terminated the call. Subsequent to the disconnection, he furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of the researcher beside him. Have I received any communication from Sector 6? Researcher. It appears not. Lu Feng dialed. Sector 6? Greetings. This is the Sector 6 City Affairs Office. May I inquire as to your... The operator's tone was composed, a fact that surprised even Nze. Lu Feng's brow furrowed more deeply. Tribunal, Lu Feng. What is the situation in Sector 6? The other party paused momentarily. Sector 6 is entirely normal. May I inquire as to your... Lu Feng interjected once more. Entirely normal? Affirmative. Lu Feng terminated the call with dispatch and turned to the researcher. The researcher, initially taken aback, then exclaimed with barely suppressed excitement. There is but one explanation. Sector SIXS Ultrasonic Dispersal Device Emergency Protocol has been successfully initiated. Poet wow. Lu Feng continued to dial. Tribunal, Lu Feng. Please reconfirm that Sector 6 is entirely normal. Please confirm that the dispersal device is functioning correctly. Confirmation. All is normal. The operator's voice carried a hint of confusion. Colonel, is something amiss? Indeed, Lu Hong's response was succinct and direct. Raise the isolation barriers immediately, verify the supply of resources, and prepare for emergency shelter. Understood, Howard replied. The situation has changed. The entire city is to seek refuge in District 6. Very well, came the response. The personnel from the city defense will handle the rescue and relocation. Acknowledged, Lu Hong stated, the tribunal will manage the screening of individuals. Thank you. Once this communication ended, Lu Hong dialed another number, which Nje noted was particularly short. Main City United Front Center. Hello, Colonel Lu. Tribunal, Lu Hong. Requesting citywide adjudication authority. Please provide the expected mortality rate and duration of execution. After a 3-second silence, Lu Hong replied, 60%, 5 days. Please hold. Citywide adjudication. Nje heard the poet beside him murmur, Isn't this? Boss Xiao gazed straight ahead and said, Judgment Day. 5 minutes later, a voice resonated from the communicator. Execution permitted. Affirmative. The vehicle turned around, heading towards District 6. Throughout the journey, Nje sensed Lu Hong's unusual silence. As they entered the road of District 5, a massive armored vehicle from the city defense was halted ahead. An unsightly ultrasound device had been temporarily affixed to its top. Aiding in the he stated, You are to follow the municipal garrison. Compelled to heed the Inquisitor's directives, Nje found himself ushered into an armored vehicle by the garrison soldiers. It was then that he recalled his oversight, failing once more to return Lu Feng's attire, a detail seemingly unnoticed by Lu Feng himself. With no time to seek Lu Feng out, a resounding thud signaled the closure of the vehicle's hatch, plunging the compartment into darkness as it lurched towards Sector 6. In the dim confines, Nje was surrounded by a throng of bodies. The poet clasped his hand tightly, while his other hand gripped the sleeve of Proprietor Xiao. The carriage swayed subtly, and the sultry, humid air was punctuated by the faint sound of weeping. Do you hear that? The poet whispered, The projected mortality rate for this judgment day is 60%. Indeed, Nje responded. I am somewhat apprehensive, the poet confessed, but we shall survive. Nje remained uncertain. He felt a certain unease, though not entirely due to the impending judgment day, but rather the insect bite he had sustained. Sensing his rigidity, the poet gently patted his back. Fear not. Attempt to rest. Nje hummed softly in assent, closing his eyes. The gentle rocking of the carriage facilitated a descent into slumber. As the world faded into obscurity, a vision materialized before him. The earth, the wind, a hazy yet expansive vista, and peculiar undulations beyond human perception. He was soaring, buoyed by the wind, his body weightless. Towards what destination? He discerned it then. A nebulous, gray city, emanating warmth. With a start, Ensued jolted awake. He gazed vacantly into the darkness ahead, the earlier scene too nebulous for him to comprehend its implications. Yet, he had encountered similar scenarios before, in the depths of the cavern when his mycelium absorbed Anne's blood, taking root in Anne's viscera and bones, human knowledge unfurled before his very eyes. Anja exhaled softly, his gaze dropping to the bitten finger, which anxiously caressed the pad of his thumb. In the abyss, no creature would contemplate foraging for mushrooms, though he occasionally stumbled upon remnants of beings still clinging to flesh, or had his mycelium severed by the barbs of vines. Yet, he had never succumbed to infection, whether due to luck or some other reason remained uncertain. And what of this time? Catastrophe struck abruptly, akin to an unforeseen judgment. As night deepened, the entrance to Zone 6 flickered with dim yellow light, while a dark throng of people coiled along the isolation wall like a serpentine stream, extending beyond the limits of sight. The sound of insect wings resonated from all directions, evoking images of them vigilantly observing the city as if it were a greenhouse capable of nurturing progeny. Concurrently, the thunderous rumble of rolling wheels, the clanking of treads, and the tremors of heavy armor grinding against the ground echoed through the air. The military was tirelessly retrieving residents from various living quarters, while the rail transit trains also bore the responsibility of transporting inhabitants. Occasionally, they would find insects mingling within the trains, but such concerns were far from their minds. Once these residents reached the periphery of Zone 6, they were lined up at the end of the queue, awaiting their judgment. The line resembled a black river, countless souls flowing slowly forward. Upon passing the trial, they would gain entry into the safety of Zone 6. The mechanical broadcast incessantly emphasizes the importance of adhering to queue discipline and exercising patience. Occasionally, startled cries emerge from the crowd as a living individual undergoes a mutation before the eyes of all. The soldiers patrolling the perimeter swiftly eliminate the transformed figure. Following a series of gunshots, the initially restless throng succumbs to a profound silence. Their pace is agonizingly slow. None dare to advance, yet the soldiers persistently urge them onward. However, the principal source of gunfire does not emanate from the center of the line, but rather from the city gates of the 70 years have passed. An elderly man remarks, and the day of judgment has arrived once more. The 9-year-old boy he holds gazes up at his elder with terror, yet finds no solace in the hollow eyes of his companion, who merely grips his hand tighter. Outside, it is the insects that kill. Having been rescued from the tide of vermin, they now stand in Zone 6, where it is humans who commit the murders. God judges humanity, yet even divine judgment relies on the distinction between good and evil. In the court of judgment, some face death despite having committed no transgressions. As night deepens, a distant wind howls, reminiscent of far-off ocean waves. A gunshot rings out, and a figure collapses in front of Anja. 2 soldiers drag the lifeless body away. Each residential area boasts a colossal incinerator, which now bears the grim duty of CR initially. A buffer zone is established, vigilantly guarded by sentinels. Should an individual exhibit discernible signs of mutation, the soldiers are authorized to neutralize them immediately. Upon successful navigation of the initial checkpoint, the individual faces 4 adjudicators stationed on either side of the isolation gate. Each adjudicator possesses an absolute veto, empowered to execute the individual at their discretion, provided they deem the person non-human, irrespective of their colleagues' assessments. The adjudicators account for approximately a quarter of all fatalities. Unlike the swift transformations induced by oviposition or bites, the insidious process of infection often manifests subtly, with many carriers displaying no overt symptoms. More often than not, the adjudicators exchange glances and permit the individual to proceed. Subsequently, the individual advances into the epicenter of carnage, confronting the ultimate trial, Lu Feng. Eschewing a formal or reverential posture, Lu Feng maintains a nonchalant demeanor, casually leaning against the gate, seemingly toying with his firearm. He wields this weapon to administer the supreme and definitive judgment. Another gunshot reverberates as he terminates a 12-year-old child, whose dying gaze remains fixated upon him. A junior adjudicator, ashen-faced and throat convulsing, doubles over, struggling to suppress a retch. Lu Feng casts a fleeting glance in their direction, uttering a curt directive. Replacement. The adjudicator is escorted away by soldiers. During the brief interlude, no one undergoes judgment. A representative from the municipal office, clad in a white shirt, distributes chilled water infused with verdant mint leaves to each adjudicator. Lu Feng, however, declines the offering. Within moments, a new adjudicator assumes their post, and the adjudication process recommences. Boss Xiao and the poet engaged in a subtle tug-of-war, neither eager to step forward first, ultimately resulting in Ensued being pushed to the forefront. The soldier cast a glance at him, signaling for passage, and Ensued proceeded ahead. The four judges exchanged a fleeting look, granting him freedom as well. Upon reaching Lu Feng, Ensued was met with the gaze of the judge, whose green eyes bore an ominous dullness under the dim light, devoid of any discernible emotion, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Ensued slightly lowered his gaze. It was a curious coincidence that he had arrived at the human base merely a month ago, yet this marked his fourth confrontation with the judge's tribunal. Just that morning, he had been stung by an insect. However, aside from a fleeting vision of bizarre images in his mind, nothing significant had transpired. He pondered whether Lu Feng might also remain oblivious to any underlying issues. Just then, he observed Lu Feng raise his left hand and then gently press downward, a sign of approval. He exhaled in relief and stepped inside. Lu Feng's attire and work manual still adorned him. Yet in this situation, presenting such items to Lu Feng seemed decidedly inappropriate. He paused at the entrance. Ahead, a military truck awaited. If packed optimally, the truck's bed could accommodate 60 or 70 individuals. Those passing through the city gate could opt to board the vehicle, and once full, the military would transport them to a designated shelter, some vacant residential buildings. Should those be filled to capacity, they would be allocated to regular accommodations, sharing quarters with the local inhabitants. In any case, there remained options for refuge. Moreover, if the newcomers were residents of District 6 or had close relatives or friends within that area, they were permitted the freedom to move about at their discretion. Within a minute, Boss Xiao and the poet arrived one after the other. "Phew," Boss Xiao exclaimed, "I am alive. We can ascertain that we were not infected when the judges rescued us from the city defense, as we remained in the car the entire time." The poet smiled and replied, "It is only natural that we passed." Boss Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. "Then who was it that dared not be the first to be judged?" The poet said, "I have forgotten." Boss Xiao patted Ensued on the shoulder. "Where is your home? I need to find a place to sleep. I haven't rested in 2 days." Ensued replied, "I am not going home." Boss Xiao frowned. "Then what will you do?" Ensued pointed to his clothes. "I am waiting for him to be free so I can return these garments." Boss Xiao slapped his forehead. "I forgot. I cannot go to your home." "Never mind," he said. "I shall find my mistress." Ensued watched his master's retreating figure, momentarily perplexed by the use of the word also. Then he heard the poet say, "Boss Xiao has been running operations on the 3rd underground level for many years. At least 90% of the erotic literature and films in the base originate from his shop. It is said that in his youth he had countless lovers." Ensued realized that his master seemed to possess quite a reputation. He asked, "Do you all know him?" "The base is so small," the poet chuckled. "Who doesn't he know what Boss Xiao does? However, in his old age he has become less flamboyant." The poet then added, speaking of the 3rd level, "It reminds me of Dusai. Have you seen her? Dusai is the most beautiful woman in the outer city." Ensued nodded slightly. The poet sighed. "I wonder where she is now. If she has passed away, it would be a great sorrow." Ensued remained silent. The poet, confined within the prison walls, was oblivious to the fact that the proprietress of the black market, residing on the 3rd floor, had succumbed in the prelude to the breeding season. Yet, observing the poet's wistful expression, Ensued suddenly grasped the truth. A person can feel grief for another's demise. This unique emotion might be one of the reasons humanity harbors a deeper fear of death than other beings. "You are wearing that expression again," the poet remarked. Ensued quietly responded, "What? Everything happening here is of no concern to you. It seems you are merely an observer." The poet rested his elbow on Ensued's shoulder, teasingly yet gently stating, "It appears you are either watching us or pitying us." For a fleeting moment, I sensed a kind of divinity about you. Ensued blinked, somewhat perplexed. Perhaps he indeed lacked humanity, After all, he was an otherworldly being. Now it's gone. The poet whispered in his ear. Now you resemble a little fool. And Je replied. The poet patted his shoulder. I must be on my way. Where are you going? And Je inquired. Anywhere, really, the poet replied. The city guards have no time to concern themselves with me. I intend to escape. He flashed a smile at Anja. Farewell. Anja watched as the poet's silhouette faded into the vastness of the night. The poet is a prisoner confined within the city's defense, devoid of communication devices or identification cards. Where could he possibly go? Anja muses. Perhaps he seeks his beloved. Or maybe he is off to share tales of the base's establishment with others. Yet, within 3 days, the city's defense will apprehend him once more. After the poet departs, Anja finds himself alone at the foot of the wall, amidst an open space not devoid of company. For many linger nearby, engaged in hushed discussions, while a few others gather in the distance, their intentions unclear. The makeshift barrier is low and semi-transparent, through which he can discern Lu Feng's silhouette. The auroras swirl and shift across the sky, each evening presenting a hue distinct from the last. Corpses are routinely dragged from the city gates, while the influx of newcomers remains scant, as gunfire and death seem to be the only constants in this realm. The night breeze sweeps in, carrying the stench of blood, and though Anja cannot perceive Lu Feng's expression, he finds that silhouette strikingly beautiful, yet profoundly lonely. One may grieve for another's demise, but does the judge mourn for those whom he has condemned? Perhaps he has grown accustomed to it. Footsteps approach from behind. What are you doing here? A familiar voice inquires. Anja turns to find the young judge, often seen in Lu Feng's company, clutching a bottle of mint water. His countenance is not pleasant, yet his demeanor remains gentle. Are you not returning? Anja nods. I wish to return this to the colonel. He removes his coat and adds, could you pass it along for me? The judge offers a slight smile. Are you not waiting for him? Anja pondered. He had only worn the colonel's coat once, yet it seemed as if everyone assumed they shared a certain bond. I am acquainted with the colonel. He articulated, we are not particularly familiar. I am aware. The judge's response took him by surprise. It is simply that I have never seen the colonel in the company of others. He extended his hand. Give it to me. Anja confirmed that the work manual and pen were at the back, folded the coat neatly, and handed it over. The judge cradled it in his hands, his beautiful eyelashes casting a slight shadow as he lowered his gaze. The colonel had been working tirelessly for an extended period. He murmured, are you truly not waiting for him? At that very moment, the sky transformed abruptly, the aurora illuminating the heavens and the earth like a bolt of lightning. Anja's heart raced. An overwhelming intuition surged within him. He could not restrain his gaze from the city gate, where Lu Feng's silhouette stood, tall and solitary in the night. Suddenly, a realization struck him. If he left now, he would forever sever any connection with this individual. He grasped the coat once more. The judge looked at him. Anja said, I shall wait for him. The judge smiled gently, unfurling the coat and draping it back onto him. Thank you. Anja turned his attention back to Lu Feng's figure. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Feng had taken 2 more lives. He inquired, when will he take a break? I do not know, the judge replied. Perhaps in another 2 or 3 hours. Anja responded, thank you. Yet he heard the judge ask, how did you come to know the colonel? Anja reminisced it was at the city gate. He omitted the incident regarding the spores, stating, he suspected I wasn't human and subjected me to a genetic test, which I passed. The inquisitor raised an eyebrow. Anja continued, subsequently, I was apprehended by him. The inquisitor smiled, eyes crinkling. I am aware. Crafting such things requires considerable audacity. Anja, then, it was at the city defense station. I was rather susceptible to the cold, and he offered me his room for the night. Anja counted on his fingers after that. My friend and I were trapped in a room, uncertain of what to do. We contacted him and we were brought here. Upon finishing his account, he inquired, does the colonel frequently assist others? If that is the case, then Lu Feng is indeed a benevolent individual. I am uncertain. There are no others in his vicinity, the inquisitor responded. After a pause, he added, at times, I too wish to safeguard certain individuals, but the opportunity eludes me. No one seeks aid from the tribunal. Anja pursed his lips and remarked, You are a good person. He appended, you do not resemble an inquisitor. The inquisitor's temperament was exceptionally mild, even among all the individuals Anja had encountered. The inquisitor chuckled. Many have expressed the same sentiment. Perhaps individuals such as the colonel are more suited to the role. Anja, it appears so. He mused that Lu Feng's aloof demeanor might be the reason he was capable of making the most judicious decisions. This year marks the colonel's 7th year serving the tribunal. The judge remarked, it is an exceedingly arduous task to discern the true nature of entities that bear no outward distinction from humans, for such judgments are prone to errors and, at times, fatal miscalculations. While the judgments rendered by the judge can be validated by the adjudicator, there remains no one to convey to the adjudicator the veracity of his own conclusions. He must contend with unimaginable behemoths, lurking aberrations, the skepticism of others, and his own inner turmoil. Thus, I surmise that what has sustained the colonel through 7 years in the courtroom, apart from his indifference, is something else altogether. The judge expressed, I hope you can comprehend him. This judge consistently steered the conversation towards Lu Hong, and Anja saw through him. At that moment, he noticed the judge's brow furrowing as he gazed towards the isolation wall, where an assembly of individuals had gathered, more than before. Initially, Anja presumed they were merely townsfolk drawn by curiosity, yet their expressions were grave, as if attending a significant assembly. They were conversing in hushed tones, and Anja faintly caught a few words. Ratio. Terrifying. 4,000. Begin. He observed the judge frowning slightly, signaling to the distant guards. As a contingent of soldiers approached, the throng gathered at the wall began to disperse. They numbered in the hundreds, and their separation only accentuated their vastness, with more individuals emerging from the city to join the assembly. Amidst the crowd, someone waved, and Anja confirmed that it was directed towards him. He turned his gaze and beheld a familiar youthful visage. It was the very individual who had guided him to Building 117 on his first day at the human base. At that time, they were engaged in a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, Anja comprehended the purpose of their presence. His eyes widened as he observed them. The leader among them retrieved a folded sheet of white paper from his attire and unfurled it. In bold red letters, 7 striking words proclaimed their opposition to the atrocities of the judicators. In an instant, those surrounding him also unfurled their own papers, revealing the details of public trials. Please disclose the standards for judgment. Refuse the repetition of Judgment Day. Provide an account for the deceased. Deny the acceptance of senseless killings. Reject the notion that indiscriminate slaughter ensures the safety of the base. Request regular assessments of the judicator's mental state. To the tribunal, please take responsibility for the declining population of the base. The current judicator's murder rate far exceeds that of their predecessors. An explanation is warranted. Beneath the aurora, these white sheets blossomed like flowers, converging into a silent, flowing ocean. The pallor served as the ocean's backdrop, while the blood-red inscriptions rose like waves upon its surface. The crowd outside stirred, craning their necks to peer through the translucent barrier and discern the unfolding scene, breaking the eerie silence with hushed whispers. Yet, Anja's attention was drawn to the city gate. There, Lu Feng's silhouette shifted, as he turned to glance inward. It was merely a mundane glance. He appeared to see nothing at all. Turning around, he chambered around and pulled the trigger. Yet another soul fell into a pool of blood. This time, a girl with short hair. If Anja recalled correctly, this marked the 11th life claimed by Lu Feng. Now it was time for the 12th, a man with bronze skin. His terrified gaze flickered between Lu Feng, the judge, and the deep crimson stain on the ground, hesitating to take a step forward. A soldier approached to urge him onward. His facial muscles twitched as he steadfastly stared at the crowd of silent demonstrators before him. Finally, he clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and sank to the ground. I will not go. This act invigorated the demonstrators within the walls, who raised their placards even higher. Outside, the second person sat down, followed by the third, then the fourth. It was as if a tidal wave had swept through. Within a mere 5 minutes, they collapsed like fallen dominoes, silent, with not a single individual daring to enter the judgment zone. The aurora danced wildly across the sky as they silently regarded Lu Feng at the center, expressing their defiance through their unwillingness to comply. In front lay judgment, behind, a tide of insects. By sitting there, it seemed they could resist everything surrounding them and attain immortality. Yet, Lu Feng's expression remained unchanged. He lowered his eyelashes slightly, bowing his head to replace the magazine in his gun. His naturally arched brows and elongated eyes possessed an inherent sharpness. When he looked down, that curve mirrored a cold indifference and scorn. With a soft click, the magazine was replaced. He commanded, "Bring him up." The soldiers of the city defense hesitated for a moment. After a tense silence lasting a full 10 seconds, 2 soldiers stepped forward and roughly seized the first man seated. Lu Feng slowly raised his gun, and all eyes turned towards them. A woman's sob broke the stillness of the crowd, and soon her weeping spread like a contagion, resonating into a vast ocean of lamentation. The sound of crying filled the air, as if what they were about to face was not judgment, but slaughter. Perhaps the essence of Judgment Day has always been a massacre 100 years ago and 100 years hence. At that moment, the rumble of an armored vehicle shattered the taut atmosphere. Howard disembarked from the vehicle, accompanied by a contingent of guards, and addressed Lu Feng. "What is happening?" Lu Feng replied in a flat tone. The residents refused to cooperate. Howard glanced around, his brow furrowed in disapproval. "Lu Feng, have you gone too far in your actions?" Lu Feng maintained his tone, his voice slightly hoarse. "No." The urgency of the situation was palpable as Howard's aide presented him with a megaphone. He spoke to the residents. "This concerns the safety of the base. A widespread infection could occur at any moment. We ask for your cooperation with the tribunal and the city defense." No one moved. Perhaps the looming threat of an infection, the timing of which was uncertain, was far more terrifying than the muzzle of a judge's gun. Howard evidently noticed the silence, and after a brief glance at the protest signs, he contemplated for a moment before saying, "Let us each make a concession. The tribunal will publicly disclose the details of the trial, and the residents shall re-enter the trial process." The voice of Lu Feng gently resonated through the air, suddenly igniting a wave of startled exclamations from the crowd. This was provoked by the slow pivot of Lu Feng's firearm towards Howard. Stunned, Howard furrowed his brow and retorted, "Colonel Lu, what are you doing?" In unison, Howard's guards stepped forward, raising their weapons and aiming them squarely at Lu Feng. A tense standoff ensued. Howard let out a cold laugh, declaring, "I have been outdoors all day, and I swear I have not come into contact with a single insect." Lu Feng replied, "You have already been infected. I comprehend that the tribunal wishes to take control of the city defense and prefers not to disclose the specifics of the trial." Howard's voice was low and somber. "However, at this critical juncture for the base's survival, Colonel Lu, your abuse of power must have its limits." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Lu Feng's finger rested upon the trigger. He uttered not a single word, yet his gesture unmistakably conveyed his intentions. The guards at the city defense station mirrored his tension. Their movements were more pronounced, evidently prepared to unleash a hail of bullets upon him should he dare to fire at their superior, Howard. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, spreading like ice. Amidst this stifling quiet, a voice rang out from within the walls, shouting, "Oppose the tyranny of the judges." The call was met with fervent agreement, as all present, both inside and outside the walls, those who had always been there and the newcomers, joined in unison, chanting, "Oppose the tyranny of the judges. Oppose the tyranny of the judges. Oppose the tyranny of the judges." The volume of their cries surged higher and higher, yet at the center of it all, Lu Feng remained steadfast and unmoving, and she gazed at Lu Feng's silhouette, nearly forgetting to breathe. His understanding of Lu Feng was superficial, yet based on that scant knowledge. He was acutely aware that Lu Feng was indeed capable of wielding a firearm, and that death loomed ominously. The young judge beside him murmured, "Do not." The aurora flickered abruptly, the atmosphere turning as frigid as ice. At that precise moment, a piercing horn shattered the somber night, drowning out the cries of the crowd. A brilliant white light suddenly emerged on the distant road, flashing and drawing closer, prompting the throngs to scatter. A white mechanical vehicle adorned with a red triangular insignia thundered towards them, and as it approached, the door swung open. A young man clad in a white lab coat leaned halfway out of the window, and Je recognized him. A month prior, at the city gate, This young doctor had conducted his genetic test. "I am the head of the Lighthouse Testing Center," he announced, grasping a megaphone and gasping for breath. "The first-generation gene-coupling agent was successfully prepared an hour ago. It enables rapid visualization of the target and requires—" He struggled to catch his breath before continuing. "Only 5 minutes." The crowd remained still, and he leapt from the vehicle, hastening towards them. Upon reaching the entrance, he unscrewed a disposable syringe and stepped forward. "Director Howard, if you are willing to cooperate." Howard calmly rolled up the sleeves of his fully sealed protective suit to allow for blood extraction, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Lu Feng. The remaining onlookers directed their gazes towards Lu Feng, as in should discern their anticipation for a particular outcome, a favorable result from the Howard gene test, which would substantiate the claim that the judge had indeed perpetrated indiscriminate slaughter. Among the demonstrators behind him, someone proclaimed, "We are about to alter the course of history," and Je observed Lu Feng, who lowered the muzzle of his gun, his expression impassive as he leaned against the wall, cleaning his weapon as if indifferent to the unfolding events. What thoughts occupied his mind? And Je pondered. 3 minutes later, Lu Feng completed his task, securing the gun back at his waist, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the surrounding crowd. And Je watched him, and for a fleeting moment, their eyes met, perhaps for a mere fraction of a second. Instantly, and Je positioned himself closer to the judge, signifying his allegiance. Lu Feng seemed to smile faintly, though Je could not discern it clearly, as the man turned away almost immediately. 1 minute remained. The crowd of demonstrators grew increasingly agitated, their murmurs rising in intensity. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. They began to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The lights atop the testing vehicle blazed crimson. An ominous siren pierced the air, abruptly sounding an alarm. In mere seconds, the crowd plunged into an oppressive silence. Bang! A gunshot reverberated. There was no need for Lu Feng to act. The guards at the city gates had fired. The stillness expanded, enveloping the scene, and at last, the doctor broke the silence. "Colonel," Lu Feng remained wordless, turning to stride toward the city, passing by everyone, including Je. The silent crowd appeared as if frozen, like marionettes only reacting when he approached, slowly parting to create a path. His silhouette, in Je's eyes, coalesced with the image of his receding figure at the Bay City gate that day. And Je had only ever witnessed him departing, never approaching anyone. The Inquisitor nudged Je, prompting an immediate reaction. Clutching Lu Feng's manual, he hastened after him. The judge, being tall and long-legged, necessitated a brisk pace to keep up.
Colonel.
Lu Feng offered no response. "Colonel, please wait a moment." Still, Lu Feng remained silent. Colonel and Je, breathless, his voice softened by exertion, furrowed his brow. "Could you slow down, please? I can't keep up." The colonel halted, turning to face him. And Je, still regaining his composure, looked up. "Colonel, speak plainly," Lu Feng instructed, his gaze cool. "Refrain from affectation." And Je, Chapter 23. "I am not." And Je murmured, handing Lu Feng the manual. Lu Feng, with a slight lift of his brow, accepted it. And the coat. He removed his overcoat, offering it as well. "Thank you." Lu Feng draped the garment over his arm, regarding Je. "No need to wait for me," he stated. "Simply leave it at the city gate." And Je remained silent. Their eyes met for a few moments before he cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Lu Feng averted his gaze. "I am," he replied, his tone indifferent, as if nothing had transpired. "And Je, oh." He continued to inquire, "Where are you headed?" Lu Hong cast a glance at him. Those scrutinizing, cold green eyes evoked thoughts of something frigid within Je. Coupled with the night's chilling breeze sweeping through the city, he shivered slightly, having just escaped the warmth of his coat. Lu Hong extended his hand, tossing the coat back into Je's embrace. "I don't know," he replied, "but first I shall escort you home." And Je clutched the garment and draped it over himself once more. After fastening it securely, Lu Hong advanced, lifting his leg to stride ahead, and Je followed closely. The path was flanked by a throng of demonstrators, their expressions grave, lips tightly pressed downwards, still clutching banners and pamphlets, which rustled in the night air. Each individual remained silent, their gaze fixed upon them, embodying an air of tension. The ethereal hues of green, purple, and orange illuminated their faces, merging with their skin to create an uncanny metallic sheen. From those eyes, Enja discerned a palpable animosity and vigilant suspicion. Had it not been for the firearm accompanying Lu Hong and his lethal authority, they seemed capable of anything. Similar gazes fell upon Enja as well, and it could be surmised that a significant portion of the crowd was focused on him. Enja instinctively drew closer to Lu Hong, aware of the reason behind his escort. By approaching the adjudicator, he had inadvertently attracted the attention of the dissenters, akin to wolves circling their prey. Fortunately, although the crowd was substantial, it was not overwhelmingly large compared to the expanse of the city. Within 5 minutes, they traversed the protest zone and stepped onto the residential streets. The towering edifices of the residential sector cast tenebrous silhouettes upon the earth, illuminated by the aurora borealis. The ashen concrete thoroughfares were fragmented into tessellations of ebony and argent by the interplay of light and shadow, upon which the elongated specters of himself and Lu Feng were superimposed, coalescing with the erratic patchwork. Enja remained uncertain of what to communicate to Lu Feng, nor did the latter initiate any discourse. Despite the nocturnal hour, the locale was far from tranquil. A military lorry rumbled past, halting at a fork in the road. Its doors swung open, and inhabitants seeking refuge from the city gates disembarked, escorted by a cohort of soldiers and a municipal employee in a white shirt, clutching a ledger, who guided them into the building for accommodation. A man inquired of the soldiers, "How long must we seek refuge?" A soldier responded, "It is contingent upon the circumstances." Another resident queried, "I have heard that only Sector 6 remains unscathed. Can you assure us of its continued safety?" The soldier replied, "There is no definitive information. We await the research report from the beacon." As others attempted to pose further questions, the soldier interjected, "Follow me, all of you, quickly." The sound of hurried footsteps ensued as they entered the building. Enja gazed upward at the designation on the upper right of the structure. Building 55. Lu Feng's pace remained unbroken, and neither did his. Advancing 30 meters further, they arrived at Building 56. Building 56. Something stirred within Enja's breast. He lifted his gaze to the designation, then to the cavernous entrance of the building's central unit. Given its proximity to the quarantine gate, the military had already commenced the resettlement of individuals in Building 55, implying that Building 56 would soon follow suit. Lu Feng's voice broke the silence. "Do you wish to go?" Enja shook his head. Lu Feng spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, "If you wish to go, then go." Enja expressed his suspicion that the judges and jurors had been trained in mind-reading techniques. He replied, "Then let us proceed." Lu Feng changed direction, heading towards Building 56, while Enja walked alongside him, extracting an ID card from his pocket. The card bore a series of numbers, 326-056-3209, indicating room 09 on the second floor of Unit 3 in Building 56. This was not Enja's room. The ID card did not belong to him either. It belonged to Vans, the individual who had brought him to the northern base. After Van's body was taken away that day, the soldiers handed this ID card to Enja as a keepsake, and he had carried it ever since. Enja swiped the ID card to unlock the door. It was still valid, indicating that the base had not yet reclaimed the rights to this room. He stepped inside and turned on the light. It was a simple room with the bedding haphazardly piled on the bed, as if the occupant had just risen and left. On the table lay some personal items, a water cup, a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter. This was Van's home. A month had passed since Van's death, and Enja occasionally found himself reminiscing about him. He had always wondered why Vans chose to return to the base, fully aware of the risk of infection. However, after witnessing the death and fear of so many today, as he passed by Building 56 once more, he felt that he understood Vans in some sense. Driven by instinct, he too was compelled to risk death in search of spores within the base, and perhaps humanity could not comprehend his motives either. Unlike the monsters driven by instinct, humanity is a species often governed by emotion, leading them to engage in actions that defy reason without requiring substantial justification. As long as one comprehends the situation, the bizarre behaviors of humans become less perplexing. Enja pondered this as he gently pressed his ID card beneath a cigarette box, recalling that Vance was fond of smoking. Having completed this task, He turned to leave, where Lu Feng awaited him, leaning against the doorframe. His gaze resembled a falling snowflake, descending upon Enje with an air of distinction that seemed altered from their previous encounters. Enje inquired, "What troubles you?" "I subjectively believe you are human," Lu Feng replied, turning to exit. Enje silently followed, choosing not to speak. Indeed, the judge perpetually harbored doubts regarding his humanity. As they returned along the path, Lu Feng's communicator chimed, the voice of the doctor resonating within. The testing apparatus has commenced the judgment process at the city gate, and the residents' emotions have been somewhat alleviated. Tomorrow, the lighthouse will dispatch 5 more devices, yet the pace remains inadequate. Colonel, you may need to return. I am aware, Lu Feng responded coldly. I shall return during the day. Thank you. Please ensure you rest well tonight. The doctor paused before adding, Director Howard has passed away. What shall we do next? You are the only remaining colonel with executive authority in the outer city. The colonel at the City Affairs Office is a civilian, and merely coordinating emergency supplies could render him bald. The tribunal will temporarily assume control of the city defense, with all military forces diverted to rescue operations. Lu Feng remarked, After the day of judgment, I hope the lighthouse can assist us in devising a plan to reactivate the dispersal devices. The doctor replied, Of course. Lu Feng ended the communication and began dialing another number to arrange matters with the court. Enje quietly listened, noting that the words of the adjudicator remained as straightforward as ever, delivered with a consistently cool and efficient tone. Much had transpired that evening, yet Lu Feng appeared unchanged, still the same Lu Feng. Enje turned to observe his profile, discerning from the doctor's implication that this man would return to the city gates the following day, and he himself tacitly accepted his own return as well. The young adjudicator had stated that the colonel was contending with unimaginable behemoths. Perhaps Lu Feng had become accustomed to such challenges. The only deviation from his usual demeanor that night was his decision to turn and leave the premises. Once the call concluded, they arrived at Building 117, with Lu Feng seemingly more familiar with the route than Enje. They effortlessly reached Gate 14. Upon switching on the lights, everything within appeared as usual, save for the absence of one item by the wall. Yet, even if given tenfold courage, Enje dared not inquire about the whereabouts of the captured puppet. Enje asked Lu Feng at the entrance, Would you like to come in and sit? No need, Lu Feng replied. You should rest. Enje hesitated for a moment before asking, Then, where will you go? Lu Feng slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly in contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he responded, I do not know. The communicator's screen indicated that it was now deep into the night, 11 o'clock. Enje counted the hours and concluded that the colonel had likely gone nearly 40 hours without rest. He was cognizant of the exigency of the day's events, acknowledging that many arrangements were provisional, orchestrated ad hoc by Lu Feng and Howard. They had endeavored to accommodate the populace within Sector 6, yet personnel such as soldiers, members of the Inquisition, and officers of the city defense force might still lack permanent offices or residences, perhaps merely bivouacking overnight in residential zones near the city gates. However, he surmised that Lu Feng, in his present state, might not desire to return to the city gates. Enje found himself in a quandary, his fingers involuntarily tightening as he pursed his lips. What troubles you? Lu Feng inquired, his voice somewhat subdued. The corridor was dimly lit, and perhaps due to the interplay of light and shadow, his countenance appeared less severe than usual. Enje steeled himself, even solely for the sake of the spores. He needed to cultivate a modicum of rapport with the colonel. Should you lack accommodations, Enje ventured, gazing up at Lu Feng, you are welcome to stay at my abode. Chapter 24. Words once uttered by humans are notoriously difficult to retract. Thus, matters had transpired in this manner. Within the communal lavatory on the 5th floor, adjacent to the sink marred by streaks of brown rust, Enje stood before a row of faucets, meticulously engaging in his ablutions, a toothbrush in one hand and a water glass in the other. He possessed an understanding of human diurnal habits and diligently emulated them daily. However, on this particular day, his demeanor was more circumspect than usual, given the colonel's presence beside him. Upon completion, he continued to carefully stow his belongings, turning to regard Lu Feng. The latter had just refreshed himself with a splash of cold water to the face, his hair tips glistening with crystalline droplets, akin to newly melted snowflakes, and Zhe wordlessly proffered him the towel. Lu Feng accepted it, curtly saying, "Thank you. You're welcome," and Zhe replied. He believed his actions were in accordance with human etiquette, as sharing was a common gesture among them. He offered his cup to Lu Feng, inquiring, "Would you like to use it? There's only one, though." Resources were scarce within the base, with limited personal items allocated to each individual. Any additional necessities had to be acquired independently from the black market. And Zhe possessed only a single cup and a toothbrush, and with the black market now defunct, there was nowhere to purchase replacements. Lu Feng's gaze was fixed upon him for approximately 5 or 6 seconds before he stirred, and Zhe lowered his head, the dim, amber light of the lavatory casting a pale golden hue upon the rim of the cup. Lu Feng's slender fingers clasped the porcelain handle, taking the cup from his hand. It was the same hand he used to wield a gun, his fingertip bearing a thin callus. As Zhe released his grip, his finger was gently grazed. Lu Feng refrained from using his toothbrush, opting only to use the cup to draw water and rinse his mouth with liquid toothpaste. Upon finishing, he reclaimed the cup, and the two proceeded towards the exit. It was 11 o'clock at night. Under normal circumstances, the lavatory and corridors would have had their water and electricity supply cut off in accordance with base regulations. However, with the entire 6th district under emergency containment, restrictions on water and electricity usage had been lifted. Amidst the pervasive unease, many were unable to find sleep. It is precisely due to this that, even in the dead of night, the washroom still harbors others. Those few individuals, while attending to their ablutions or laundry, cast furtive glances at the two of them. And Zhe noticed this, and he was certain that Lu Feng had as well. However, the colonel seemed rather indifferent to it all. As Zhe walked ahead, the washroom floor was damp, with several puddles scattered about, compelling him to lower his gaze and navigate carefully to avoid those spots. Upon reaching the doorway, unexpectedly, a shadow emerged from around the corner, colliding with him, and Zhe looked up, recognizing the voice belonged to Qiao Shi. Instinctively, he took a step back, bumping into Lu Feng's chest. He observed Qiao Shi looking at him, seemingly on the verge of saying something. Yet as his gaze shifted, it became frozen, and Zhe found himself in a similar state of half-stasis. Qiao Shi was effectively blocking the entrance, leaving him unable to enter or exit. At that moment, he felt a slight pressure on his shoulder, as Lu Feng's fingers rested there. Qiao Shi's eyes widened, and Zhe could almost perceive the tremor in his pupils. In the next instant, Qiao Shi averted his gaze, lowering his head, and stepped aside with a gesture of deference, granting passage at the threshold. Lu Feng's grip on Zhe's shoulder tightened slightly, guiding him out before releasing the hold. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and Zhe's heart raced uncontrollably, his entire being tensed with fear that Qiao Shi might, in the presence of the adjudicator, utter the name Zhe or articulate something that belied his identity. Yet, as they walked several steps away, Qiao Shi remained silent, and Zhe glanced back at Qiao Shi's profile. The man's fingers were clenched tightly around his clothing, his lips drawn tight, and Zhe suddenly realized something. Here, the adjudicator wielded the ultimate authority over life and death. Consequently, the vast majority of individuals within the base, including Josie, dared not utter a word to the adjudicator. As they traversed the corridor, they returned to their room. Lu Feng did not inquire about the identity of the person in question or the nature of the connection between him and Josie. Strictly speaking, apart from their mutual arrangement of lodging, he and Lu Feng could only be considered as two strangers. Upon entering the room, Lu Feng seated himself at Zhe's desk, opened the work manual and began to write. His pen moved swiftly as he inscribed in the column for June 18th, Day of Judgment, countless executed. Zhe stood nearby, contemplating a question: what significance did such a work manual truly hold? He remarked, "You have written so little." Lu Feng closed the manual, stating, "For the sake of inspection." His tone carried a sense of nonchalance. Zhe responded, "Oh," and then added, "I will change my clothes." Lu Feng replied indifferently, Zhe changed out of his daytime attire into a soft white cotton nightgown. Once changed, he nestled under the covers, lying on the bed, which, although merely a standard single bed, was not cramped. He could even roll over comfortably. and Zhe speculated that this might be due to the many burly mercenaries occupying the base. Thus, once he lay down, there was ample room for another person. After settling in, he turned to Lu Feng and said, "I am ready." He noticed Lu Feng was examining the supply station assessment manual on his desk. Lu Feng inquired, "Do you wish to go to the supply station?" And Zhe replied, "Yes. Unfortunately, it seems I may never be able to go. If the outer city remains under the control of the insects, we shall visit the municipal office tomorrow afternoon," Lu Feng remarked. In recent years, the number of newborns has surged, and the main city lacks sufficient personnel. Thus, the city defense has been tasked with recruiting in the outer city. As he spoke, he rose from his chair, draping his coat over the backrest, and approached Zhe, who sensed the scrutiny of those green eyes upon him. Lu Feng continued, "Although you may be of little use, you can look after the children." And Zhe wished to refute the former assertion but found himself at a loss for words. Embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to cover himself with the blanket. He then heard Lu Feng chuckle softly, followed by the sound of the bed creaking as Lu Feng settled beside him. The chill of his breath was palpable, and Zhe could hear the rhythm of his breathing. The occurrences of the day felt surreal. As an anomaly, he was to spend the night alongside a judge. Therefore, Zhe cautiously peeked out from beneath the blanket and murmured, "Do you still doubt my humanity? Genetic testing has cleared you, and you have successfully passed the 30-day observation period," Lu Feng replied, his expression impassive. "What does the observation period entail?" Zhe inquired. "Once infected, an individual will invariably lose their human cognition within 30 days, the probability nearing certainty," Lu Feng explained. "Is it possible for anomalies to retain their sanity?" Zhe cautiously probed, "Despite being an anomaly, can one still possess the semblance and thoughts of humanity?" "They merely possess an additional ability to transform into other beings." He was aware of his own otherness, yet also cognizant of his clarity. "Do you believe the will of humanity is formidable?" Lu Feng inquired. Zhe was uncertain how to respond, but it seemed Lu Feng did not require an answer. In truth, it was hardly worth mentioning. The lighthouse had conducted numerous experiments. Lu Feng remarked indifferently, "The will of humanity cannot surmount the survival instincts of the other species. Conversely, the other species gradually assimilate human cognitive abilities for their own survival. Take today's insects as an example. The lighthouse's investigative report has yet to be released, yet I unilaterally suspect they are plotting an attack." Zhe's eyes widened slightly. This was the first time Lu Feng had spoken at such length, and the gravity of his words was considerable. He continued, "The unique human will, in the face of genetic amalgamation, is insignificant. Humanity is, in essence, a feeble organism." "I beg to differ," Zhe replied, feeling reassured after the judges deemed both subjective and objective perspectives as human. At least he felt emboldened to converse further with Lu Feng. If willpower were truly strong. Lu Feng interjected, "It is not a matter of strength. There are no ifs." Zhe furrowed his brow, contemplating earnestly, "For instance, if you were to become infected." He was abruptly enveloped by Lu Feng's blanket, buried within its depths. "I would immediately take my own life," Lu Feng stated coolly. "Sleep." Zhe sensed that the colonel might be fatigued, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, though he himself was weary. In fact, Lu Feng had not rested for 40 hours, while he had merely caught an additional 2 or 3 hours of sleep in Lu Feng's room the previous night. It was almost as if he had closed his eyes for an instant before succumbing to deep slumber. When he awoke once more, Zhe found himself momentarily disoriented, uncertain of the hour. He sat up in bed, the room still shrouded in the dimness of night, with only a sliver of faint light seeping through the curtains, reminiscent of weak sunlight filtering through layers of foliage in a deep abyss. Upon drawing back the curtains, the room remained enveloped in darkness. Outside, the sky was overcast. He retrieved his communicator and glanced at it. It was already 11 in the morning. Suddenly, Zhe felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness wash over him. With a jolt, he fully roused himself and first looked towards the bed. There was nothing there, only his solitary presence in the room. Almost immediately, he noticed a sheet of paper laid out on the table, accompanied by a ballpoint pen. Rising from the bed, he approached the desk and picked it up. It was the flyer opposing the tyrannies of the judges, flipped over, revealing a few words hastily scrawled in black ink. "Gone. Call if needed. Lu." For reasons unknown, Enja chuckled softly. He found Lu Feng's message to be as succinct as a manual for one's work. Setting the note down, he moved to the wardrobe, pondering over his attire for the city affairs office. After considerable contemplation, he finally selected a gray sweater to wear. Gray, Enja lifted his gaze to the outside world. The sky and its light bore a grayish hue, low and barely hanging over the rooftops, with dense gray clouds clustering together, sprawling across the city and stretching to the horizon, as if a heavy downpour were imminent. Enja felt a surge of joy. Mushrooms thrived in rainy weather. Moreover, Lu Feng had shared news with him just yesterday. If he could secure a position through the city defense office, he would be able to venture into the main city, where the lighthouse resided. He seemed to have taken another step closer to reclaiming the spores, deciding to overlook the incident where Lu Feng had taken his spores. Chapter 25. Atop the street's utility poles, a mechanical female voice echoed repetitively from the broadcasting device. Currently, the supply of resources in Zone 6 is adequate, and water and electricity are being supplied normally. The city's defense agency has implemented a comprehensive ultrasonic dispersal system for real-time protection. According to the meteorological station, the weather is turning overcast with a high probability of rain. Residents are advised to secure their doors and windows and limit their outings. The municipal office has commenced personnel screening across the city. Residents who meet the requirements are urged to report to the municipal office promptly, followed by a reiteration of the selection criteria. This was the only sound permeating the street aside from Enja's footsteps. Following the incident at the base, the city gates had been sealed, prohibiting entry and exit, leaving various districts in a state of paralysis, with a similarly tense atmosphere in Zone 6. As he made his way to the municipal office, the surroundings were eerily desolate, with only scattered flyers opposing the judgment bill fluttering down from the walls, swirling on the ground. After walking a bit further, he noticed military armored vehicles zooming past intermittently, heading swiftly towards the city gates. The base is divided into 8 zones, safeguarded by the dispersal center, the city defense agency, and the court, while the municipal office and supply stations manage city affairs. Just as the court is positioned at the city gates, the headquarters of the city defense agency is located in Zone 5, and the dispersal center is in Zone 1. Fortunately, the municipal office is situated in Zone 6. Thankfully, it has sustained no casualties and continues to operate normally, even recruiting new personnel. The City Affairs Office is situated at the heart of District 6, nestled behind a train station and adjacent to an alarm tower. The main structure is a 7-story building, with a spacious service hall at its center. At this moment, the sky has completely darkened. Despite it being midday, the atmosphere resembles that of an early evening, heavy with clouds as if they are poised to unleash their burden upon the City Affairs Office. It is only upon entering the hall that Enja finally senses the presence of life. There are no fewer than 500 or 600 people here, divided into 2 lengthy queues, all bearing youthful faces. Their recruitment criteria echo repeatedly over the loudspeakers. Candidates must be aged between 18 and 25, free of illness, disability, and criminal records, as well as devoid of any inappropriate speech records. Enja ponders this for a considerable time. Although he has served time in prison, it was merely a verbal conviction from Lu Feng, perhaps yet to be entered into the system. Having satisfied the basic conditions, there are additional stipulations. Applicants for administrative positions must have completed at least 3 foundational education courses, while those for non-administrative roles must have earned over 5,000 base currency in rewards as mercenaries. These 2 requirements alone could eliminate the vast majority of young individuals within the base. For instance, Qiao Shi, who, in his teens, opted not to pursue foundational courses but instead trained with a mercenary group, has not achieved remarkable success as a mercenary, with his merit still falling short of 5,000. Enja steps forward, taking his place at the end of the administrative queue. He may have arrived late, or perhaps the inclement weather deterred others, for no one follows behind him. The individual originally at the back of the line turns at the sound of his footsteps and glances back. Their eyes meet, and Enja feels a palpable awkwardness hanging in the air. In the next moment, Enja shifted his gaze to the adjacent wall, while the young man swiftly turned his head away. The reason for this was simple. They were acquaintances. He was the very boy who had initially urged Enja to embark on a journey and had called him a comrade. Just yesterday, at the city gate, He had mingled among the demonstrators opposing the judicators and had even greeted ensued. However, ensued had donned the robes of the judicators and departed alongside them. Neither wished to acknowledge the other, and thus they stood in silence, queuing. The interviewer was a man with delicate, cold features and silver-rimmed glasses, exuding an air that suggested he was not easily approachable. Strangely, the line diminished rapidly. Each individual was subjected to only a few straightforward questions before being directed through another passage behind the hall. Occasionally, a few were asked to leave, but their numbers were scant. In just an hour and a half, only a handful remained, and it was soon the boy's turn. Yet the interviewer raised a hand in a gesture to pause, picking up a communicator. Please relay to Colonel Lu that his presence is urgently required, and he should arrive within 5 minutes at most. Ensued heard him say, it is already an exception to send these individuals to the main city. The safety of the main city is of utmost importance. No mistakes can be afforded, and the judicators must be present. The boy in front of ensued expressed his astonishment. To the main city? Isn't this a recruitment for the city administration? The current circumstances were indeed undesirable. The abrupt climatic changes had not been anticipated, and restoring the dispersal center was not something that could be achieved in a short span of time. To ensure the safety of the main city, the judicator must evacuate with us. Human interests supersede all else. Remember this phrase. With that, he set down the communicator and cast a glance at the boy before ensued. The boy placed his ID card on the sensor, and the screen displayed the information. Name: Colin, age, 21, ID, 326-007-0412. Before the interviewer, there was another screen which ensued assumed contained more detailed information. Colin proactively stated, I have completed the foundational courses in mathematics, physics, and biology. The interviewer nodded slightly, returned the ID card, and instructed, turn right and exit. Next was Ensued's turn. After swiping his card, he answered based on Ensued's previous experiences. I have completed courses in literature, languages, and economics. My grades are commendable. The interviewer responded, but just then, a tremendous sound of rain echoed outside. The interviewer hastily shoved the card back into his hand, speaking rapidly, hurry, Ensued quickly followed Colin into the right corridor, which led to a glass bridge now splattered with large, dense raindrops, obscuring any view of the outside. They hurried forward, only to find that the bridge connected to the platform of the train station, where a ground traffic controller clad in black stood. My dad doesn't even know yet, Colin exclaimed. Are we heading to the main city now? The controller grasped his arm and shoved him into the carriage, saying, no time for idle chatter. Ensued was subsequently shoved inside, and the train was filled to capacity. Colin frantically dialed his communicator, but his efforts were in vain. They proceeded to the last carriage, which was surprisingly empty, and just settled into the farthest corner, with the rear window of the train behind him, allowing a clear view of the scenery beyond, obscured by an endless curtain of rain and mist. Colin, seated at the opposite end, continued his relentless attempts to connect, muttering to himself, this is wrong. Something is amiss. I must go back. He almost sprang from his seat, only to be met by the simultaneous slamming shut of all the train doors. Colin pounded on the door with fervor, but it would not budge, attracting the attention of the train staff. Sit down, barked the conductor, a burly man. We'll be at the main city shortly. What's all this fuss about? My father doesn't even know yet. Colin replied, I can't just leave all of a sudden. Are you hiding something from us? The conductor fell silent for 3 seconds before responding, your father will be pleased. Colin gasped for breath in his seat. This isn't right, this isn't right. Yet, despite his protests, he could articulate no coherent reasoning, and thus returned to fiddling with the communicator. Ensued remained quietly in his corner, and after 5 minutes, the sound of the train doors and a few voices reached them. Approximately 10 minutes later, an eerie stillness enveloped the carriage. The judges are here for inspection, someone whispered ahead. This was soon followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. 2 individuals, their military boots creating a distinctive echo that was easily recognizable. As the footsteps drew ever closer, he raised his head, only to meet Lu Feng's gaze. My heavens! The young judge behind Lu Feng also regarded him and remarked, we thought you were not here. I am here, Ensued replied. He looked into Lu Feng's eyes, a subtle unease stirring within him, and softly inquired, "Has something happened?" For the first time, he perceived something unusual in Lu Feng's demeanor, though the man's exterior appeared unchanged from his usual self. It was not coldness, but rather a profound weight. Lu Feng responded, "It's nothing." A voice crackled from his communicator. "What's the situation?" Lu Feng replied, confirming safety. Received. Ng's apprehension intensified as he gazed up at Lu Feng, who met his stare but remained silent. At that moment, Colin suddenly spoke, his voice trembling and hoarse. "I understand now. I understand." He turned to the conductor beside him and asked, "The dispersal device is still malfunctioning. I senti it, right? I studied physics. Ultrasound is a sound wave, and sound requires a medium to travel. With the heavy rain, the temperature, density, and air pressure have all changed. The medium has altered, necessitating a recalibration of the frequency parameters. But, he lunged forward, gripping the conductor's arm tightly, his eyes reddening and his body trembling. "But the dispersal center is gone. There's no way to adjust the frequency now, is there? The original frequency has failed in this downpour, hasn't it?" As his trembling words lingered in the air, a sudden scream erupted from the front carriage. Bang! The glass beside Ng was violently struck. A black insect, mingling with raindrops, forcefully collided against the train's glass. Ng turned his gaze outside, where the insect's 6 pairs of blood-red compound eyes fixated intently upon him. He locked eyes with the creature, which was as large as a human head, its elongated limbs stretching toward him, before watching it ascend into the rain and strike against the opposite window. The incessant sound of its impacts resonated around the train, and after a piercing whistle, Ng observed outside the train window as a ground controller in a fluorescent uniform abruptly gestured forward. The vibrations and rumbling sounds surged together. After a series of clanging noises, the train gradually commenced its journey ahead. Colin cried out, clutching the communicator, before collapsing. Meanwhile, the ground controller was besieged by countless insects of various sizes, transforming into indistinct shadows amidst the rain curtain. Merely 5 or 6 seconds later, his body succumbed to the throng of shadows, crashing forward onto the ground, splattering a spray of bloodied water. The train's speed steadily increased, and after rounding a bend, his figure vanished entirely. Ng widened his eyes, observing it all. He stood up, facing the rear window. Shadows loomed, an overwhelming mass of darkness, some circular, some elongated, irregular shapes slithering like colossal worms on the ground, alongside swift, leaping insects with massive scythes. When had they arrived? Perhaps the moment the downpour began. A clattering sound emerged from the roof, and several cracks appeared on the outer glass of the window, while the inner pane remained intact. The train accelerated, racing forward as Ng raised his gaze to the entire city. What fell from the sky was not rain. Those overwhelming entities, comprising droplets of crimson and emerald intermingled with blood, the grotesque forms of monsters, and the limbs of humanity, created a disquieting tableau. The car windows muffled some of the cacophony, yet he could still discern the rising and falling wails and cries, accompanied by the retching and trembling of others within the compartment. After the torrential downpour commenced, he remained in the vehicle for a span of 10 minutes, utterly oblivious to the massacre unfolding beyond. Now he could only conjure the harrowing imagery. How many souls still breathed, and how many would meet their demise? Such thoughts eluded him. The entirety of the city remained shrouded from his view. The base had anticipated the worst just yesterday. The young adjudicator murmured, "The relocation of youthful personnel is merely a contingency measure, yet we did not foresee the unexpected arrival of calamity." His voice was slightly hoarse. "I apologize. If only we had a few more days, the military might have reclaimed the dispersal center. But time is no longer a luxury we possess. No one can predict what the next moment may hold." Anja understood his unspoken sentiments, akin to peering into an abyss where the next instant remains shrouded in uncertainty. He pressed his hand against the car window, now stained a deep red with blood and remnants of flesh. Gazing outside, his breath quickened. Thus, the train hurtled away from Zone 6, the sanguine waters gradually receding, and the window was cleansed, returning to its transparent state. In the abyss, he had witnessed countless monsters gnawing, struggling, suffering, and perishing. Yet, he had never encountered such a scenario, such a one-sided slaughter, a swift descent into annihilation. The individual before him spoke in a quavering, fragmented tone. Is it? Just like that, and then? It's all gone? It is gone. Only a rain is needed. And you observed as flocks of dark birds soared from the uppermost edge of his vision, heading towards District 6. Moments later, he realized that their wings were not flapping. They moved in a straight line, not as birds, but as human warplanes, arriving from the direction of the main city. They hovered directly above the alert tower in District 6 within a minute. He pondered whether this might be the main city's assistance to the fortress. Thus he inquired, "Are we to save them? Human genes must not fall into the hands of monsters." He heard Lu Hong reply. Lu Hong's voice was steady yet carried a hint of coldness. A few footsteps echoed, and he joined Zhe at the rear window, standing closely behind him. And Zhe could hear his breath. Their proximity was such that a slight retreat would bring his shoulder against Lu Hong's chest. He heard Lu Hong speak into the communicator. "Prepare. Indeed, human genes must not be obtained by monsters. With each person who perished, the world gained one or more highly intelligent aberrations. Therefore, whether in the wild or at the base, any signs of infection necessitated immediate execution, and the corpses must be incinerated." Thus, Zhe contemplated, the main city was dispatching forces to rescue as many as possible from the outer city, to prevent further infections by the insects. He voiced, "Yes, the poet and boss Xiao are inside. I hope they can be rescued." Suddenly, a soft rustle of fabric reached his ears as Lu Hong extended his hand. And Zhe was uncertain of his purpose, merely gazing at the scene ahead as the train departed the construction zone, entering the vast buffer zone between the outer city and the main city. The towering structures of Districts 6, 7, and 8 receded in his view, becoming smaller and smaller, transforming into a gray jungle shrouded in mist and rain. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from that direction. Instinctively, Zhe squinted, yet the intense brightness penetrated his eyelids, flooding his vision with a vivid scarlet before abruptly plunging into darkness. Lu Feng's hand completely covered his eyes. In the silence and darkness, Zhe's senses heightened. 3 seconds later, the train's floor trembled slightly. The silver train sped along its designated track, and at the moment the last carriage exited the outer city, a colossal mushroom cloud surged from District 6. Chapter 26. 10 minutes into the train's rapid journey, the city had been entirely left behind. After withdrawing his right hand, Lu Feng revealed a dense layer of ominous clouds in the direction they had come from. Fighter jets returned, their thunderous roar sweeping over the train's roof before vanishing from sight. He said nothing, quietly gazing for several seconds before returning to his original seat. At the moment he boarded, he had contemplated informing Xiao, his boss, of his whereabouts once communication was restored, but that no longer seemed necessary. Resting his chin on his hand, he observed the outside world, catching sight of a dark figure in his peripheral vision. Lu Feng had taken a seat beside him, while the young adjudicator who had been following him also settled into a seat nearby. "Colonel, news from the tribunal," he stated. The tribunal evacuated 21 individuals with 9 fatalities, 4 infected who have been neutralized. Lu Feng inquired, "What about the City Defense Command?" "Data is currently unavailable." Subsequently, silence filled the air, and Zhe's gaze remained fixed on the world outside the window, though there was nothing of particular interest to behold. In the rain-laden mist, only the vast expanse of concrete ground was visible. This was the buffer zone, an extensive area devoid of any structures, strategically placed between the city gate and the outer city, as well as between the various districts of the outer city. Its purpose was to afford the military precious time for rapid response in the event of an alien invasion or large-scale conflict, preventing the immediate penetration of densely populated residential areas by the alien entities. Before long, a stir arose within the carriage as Colin, who had briefly lost consciousness, regained awareness. He clambered up from the aisle, returning to his original seat. His face was ashen, and with his head bowed, he retrieved a pair of black-rimmed glasses from his pocket, meticulously cleaning them with the hem of his garment. He did not utter another word. In that moment, Zhe perceived a change in the boy, a departure from the person he had first encountered. He turned his gaze back to Lu Feng, who, at that very instant, withdrew his attention from Colin and met Enja's eyes. Their gazes locked, and Enja nervously clutched at the hem of his own garment. Lu Feng merely glanced at him indifferently before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Enja found Lu Feng to be unfamiliar at this moment, even though they had shared the same bed the previous night. After a moment's contemplation, Enja inquired, "What's next?" Lu Feng replied, "Based on the curriculum you've studied, you will likely be teaching children to read. How about you?" Lu Feng inquired. "I await the arrangements from the main city," he replied. Enja summoned his courage. "Will you be going to the lighthouse?" He was acutely aware that the spores were likely to be present there. Lu Feng cast a glance at him, which Enja interpreted as one reserved for the intellectually challenged. "I belong to the military," Lu Feng stated, "and our forthcoming mission is to reclaim the dispersal center." Enja responded softly, "Oh, well, good luck." Lu Feng observed him in silence for a few seconds before replying, "Thank you." Subsequently, their conversation ceased. Enja sensed that the colonel might not be in the mood for further dialogue. After several more minutes, the train arrived at its destination, and Lu Feng made his way to the front of the carriage. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed through the compartment. "Dear passengers, in order to ensure the safety of the main city, please line up for a secondary inspection." The passengers began to form a queue, with Enja and Colin positioned at the rear. The secondary inspection involved a genetic test conducted by a machine, overseen by a young doctor clad in a white lab coat, with golden hair and blue eyes. After both he and Colin had a vial of blood drawn, the doctor activated the machine and instructed, "Please wait for 5 minutes." Enja obediently pressed a cotton swab against the site from which his blood had been drawn. Standing aside, the doctor smiled and remarked, "It's you again." "Hello," Enja replied. It was rather surprising that the adjudicator would bring someone in for genetic testing. "Our entire testing department was taken aback," the doctor commented. Enja remarked, "He has now come to believe that I am human. Perhaps he is merely seeking a reason to argue." The doctor shrugged, remarking, "Those in the tribunal often have a few issues with their mental state." Enja responded, "He seems to be all right." The doctor cast a look of admiration towards him, saying, "You are the first person I have encountered who speaks in defense of Colonel Lu." As he spoke, the doctor's gaze shifted to Enja's left arm. Injured, Enja noticed that due to the movement, his cuff had been pulled up, revealing a portion of the bandage wrapped around his left arm. "Yes," Enja replied, "it's time for a change of dressing." The doctor picked up a nearby medical kit and pulled out a roll of fresh bandage, stating, "Allow me to assist you." He seemed to be a kind-hearted and affable individual. Enja quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." As the doctor unwrapped the old bandage, he casually commented, "This knot is quite well tied." Enja pondered for a moment but chose to remain silent, deciding not to divulge that it was Colonel Lu who had bandaged him. Otherwise, the inspection team would likely be astonished once more, as they seemed to perceive Colonel Lu as a man devoid of moral principles. This thought crossed his mind, and Enja suddenly furrowed his brow. In that moment, he appeared to grasp why Colonel Lu seldom engaged in conversation with others. The position of a judge inherently dictated such isolation. While he was absorbed in these thoughts, he heard Colin's low voice beside him, "Doctor." After the doctor had secured the bandage on Enja, he turned to Colin. "Yes?" Colin continued, "Now that the outer city has completely fallen, there seems to be no necessity for the tribunal to exist. Can we discern the principles guiding the tribunal's judgments?" Enja reflected, acknowledging that Colin truly embodied a steadfast opposition. "Why do you wish to know?" The doctor leaned against the equipment cart, arms crossed as he gazed at him. "Do you have family and friends who were slain by Lu Hong?" "My mother," Colin replied. "During that excursion into the wilderness, she never left the armored vehicle. Although the minuscule creatures were few, they were not entirely absent. Yet, her demeanor and appearance exhibited no anomalies." The doctor stated nonchalantly. "And what of it? If every individual sought explanations from the court and the inspection agency regarding their kin, we would have no time to ensure the safety of the city gates. But things are different now. You have time." Colin's voice rose. "We merely seek to understand the rationale." The doctor smiled at him. "You are correct. Things have indeed changed. You are now citizens of the main city, and in due course you shall uncover much information." He continued casually, "Do you believe that once infected, it is merely a gradual erosion of the human body?" Colin responded, Isn't that the case? Not at all, the doctor said, gazing up at the sky. The moment infection occurs, your DNA chain, every structure of your DNA, transforms instantaneously. Once infection takes hold, the fate of an individual is sealed. That is impossible, Colin countered. I have studied biology. Viruses require time to proliferate and often have an incubation period, but the doctor interrupted him directly. Subsequently, the structure of the DNA helix influences the composition of RNA, and the alterations in RNA subsequently affect the synthesis of proteins, leading to changes in human biological characteristics. These transformations occur in a remarkably brief period. Your skin, appearance, demeanor, mannerisms, cognitive processes, and linguistic abilities all undergo profound alterations. The training that judges undergo before officially assuming their roles is centered on the acute observation of these distinctions. He chuckled and remarked, when their accuracy in discernment reaches 80%, they are deemed ready to graduate and assume their positions. Do you believe that your superficial observations of human behavior can rival their years of rigorous training? 80%. Colin suddenly raised his gaze. So the tribunal cannot entirely identify the other species. They indeed resort to large-scale slaughter to ensure no mistakes are made, correct? Regrettably, I must inform you of a particular fact. The doctor turned his attention to him. Lu Feng achieved a perfect score. Colin stood in stunned silence for a few seconds and replied, Impossible. I hope you do not measure others' potential by your own mediocre standards. Particularly after entering the main city, the doctor said in a calm tone. He spoke to Colin while his gaze shifted towards Ensued. At least in situations where the correctness of judgment can be verified, he has never faltered. The connection between the testing department and the tribunal is quite intimate. I have reviewed his assessment results. All metrics for the judges of his time were perfect, though this may not necessarily explain his ability to identify the other species with absolute certainty. He seemed to possess an innate gift and intuition, the doctor stated. After discovering his aptitude in this area, the testing facility drew his blood monthly, yet regrettably no significant breakthroughs were achieved. No, Colin retorted, his brow furrowed. That contravenes scientific principles. Intuition cannot serve as a foundation for scientific inquiry, nor can the infection method you initially described. A brief beep sounded, and the machine illuminated with a green light. Your new ID cards and communicators, the doctor announced, handing them 2 blue chips and communicators. Board the shuttle. The main city will allocate your accommodations. Await further instructions via the communicator. Colin received the items, but I am cognizant that it defies certain tenets of biological science, but the most alarming aspect of this era lies in. The doctor fixed him with a gaze, his azure eyes seemingly glazed with frost, and articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. We have ascertained that the edifice of human science is negligible. Chapter 27. Human science is akin to mountaineering, but we suffered a precipitous fall a century ago. The doctor chuckled. It's analogous to our current inability to elucidate why the Earth's magnetic field abruptly vanished for such an extended duration. With that, he ceased further elaboration and simply said, Let us proceed. Colin lowered his head and wordlessly advanced toward the direction of the shuttle. After bidding the doctor farewell, Ensued also boarded the vehicle. Lu Feng was nowhere to be seen. Ensued did not spot him. The man was preoccupied and seemingly disinclined to interact with him today. He had likely already departed. Upon confirming that the last 2 individuals had boarded, the shuttle bus departed along the tracks from the train station. This was the final vehicle, crowded to capacity with nearly 100 passengers. Their journey commenced within the confines of the structure, obscuring the view of the outside world. It was not until 3 minutes later, when the shuttle traversed a tunnel, that the sounds of rain and light from the outside world surged in. The atmosphere ahead suddenly opened up, accompanied by a faint sound of inhalation from within the bus. Ensued's gaze swept across the throng of passengers. Extending beyond the window, once again they encountered a buffer zone. Yet, just beyond this transitional space, a multitude of gray-blue edifices, shimmering with glass facades, rose majestically from the ground. His eyes widened slightly. A month prior, upon his inaugural visit to the human base, he had been awestruck by the marvel of human architecture, towering above the majority of colossal mushrooms, impressively grand and lofty, though this grandeur was seen through the eyes of one who had never encountered the world before. Now, however, the perception was altered. As one accustomed to the architectural norms of the outer city, he once again felt the towering structures gaze down upon him. The residential buildings in the outer city typically stood 10 stories high, but here the structures were markedly different. He counted up to 30, but due to the lengthy interval, the building had already receded from his line of sight, and he had scarcely counted half of its height. Simultaneously, the buildings were strikingly dense and intricately interwoven, creating a kaleidoscopic tapestry in Ensued's view. The rain gradually subsided. Summer storms always passed swiftly, and golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, glimmering upon the glass curtain walls atop the buildings. Ensued had once heard the complete tale of the base's establishment from the lips of a poet. Initially, it was merely the weakening, even the complete disappearance of the geomagnetic field that prompted the construction of 2 magnetic field generators, one of which was safeguarded within the main city of the northern base. Subsequently, with the emergence of mutations in bacteria, flora, and fauna, humanity began to unite for self-preservation, culminating in the establishment of the entire northern base. Thus, the main city was constructed prior to the outer city, at a time when many events had yet to unfold, with the magnetic field generators and the main city representing the zenith of human technological advancement and architectural prowess. Thereafter, it has been a steady decline. The mechanical voice of the guidance system announced, "Dear passengers, due to the scarcity of residential resources in the main city, the lighthouse and Eden's associated residential areas have reached full capacity. You will be temporarily accommodated in the military housing sector. Please locate your designated address according to your ID card number and await further instructions." Ensued produced his newly issued ID card. The number had changed, now reading 312-404-3702. 3, where 3 denoted the human base, 1 indicated the main city, and the remaining digits specified the exact residential location. The occupants of the vehicle began to whisper amongst themselves, realizing their respective accommodations were quite dispersed. "I understand," one remarked. "The residents of places like the Lighthouse and Eden are engaged in work devoid of peril. Hence, their residential areas are fully occupied. Conversely, the military frequently experiences attrition, thereby vacating numerous spots, conveniently allowing us to be inserted." The others readily concurred with this perspective. Before long, the shuttle came to a halt, disembarking them. Alongside Ensued, several others were assigned to reside in Building 24, Unit 04. They entered the building, flustered as they endeavored to learn how to operate the elevator, an amenity absent in the outer city. At last, Colin alighted from the elevator on the 36th floor and proceeded to the 37th, the topmost level, where no further buttons could be found. Before him stood 2 doors, both sealed with white tape. He tore open the seal on door 02 and swiped his card to gain entry. The living space in the main city was evidently more expansive than that of the outer city. It was a 1-bedroom apartment complete with a separate bathroom and kitchen. The living room was furnished with a modest coffee table and a small gray sofa. On the wall directly facing the sofa hung a black square that reminded him of the tablet he had once played with at Boss Zhao's. He approached it and pressed the button located below. Having safely transitioned into the main city, the emergency defense status was activated. According to the United Front Center, the base would enter a consolidation period lasting 5 to 10 years until the next generation matured. Simultaneously, the lighthouse speculated that the external monsters had developed heightened intelligence through mutation, and this invasion of insectoid creatures was a collective action during their breeding season. To mitigate the potential risks of genetic leakage, the lighthouse advised the United Front Center to exercise caution in dispatching personnel and to refrain from high-risk operations, shifting the focus towards resource production and combat preparedness research in search of solutions to the current predicament. The interface then transitioned from a suited newscaster to a serious-looking middle-aged man clad in a lab coat. It is well known that arthropod monsters do not hold a survival advantage in high-risk areas. However, during the breeding season, they require nutrient-rich and genetically superior flesh from animals to serve as a nurturing ground for their eggs. We surmise that this is the reason behind their coordinated assault on human bases. Reproduction, after all, is the foremost duty of any species. They are capable of extraordinary feats. However, the genesis of their collective intelligence remains shrouded in mystery, possibly linked to certain individuals assimilating human genes. The broadcaster inquired, "What message would you like to convey regarding this situation? The complete downfall of the outer city is indeed unfortunate. Nonetheless, we have ultimately eradicated any possibility of further leakage of human genes and have denied the monsters any opportunity to proliferate, which can be considered a victory. The researcher stated, "What I wish to impart is that there is no need to worry about the safety of the main city. It is the pinnacle of human technological achievement, and its level of security ensures it will not be breached by external creatures. Furthermore, there is no cause for anxiety regarding the future of the human species. I have received news that breeding technology has advanced significantly, and the number of newborns in Eden has surged in recent years. The base is on the cusp of a population expansion phase, and our future is bright." The researcher spoke at length, primarily aiming to reassure the populace. After he concluded, the broadcaster connected with a military representative to provide updates on the latest developments in fieldwork. And mused that the news broadcast from the main city was far more detailed than the monotonous announcements from the outer city. He found it quite engaging, and only after the news concluded and the screen faded to a dull gray, playing some inconsequential music, did he turn it off. At this moment it was dusk. Gazing out of the bedroom window, the first stars began to twinkle in the sky. In the distance loomed a colossal cylindrical shadow, so immense that it nearly occupied a quarter of an inch's view, towering above all other structures like a monstrous beast lying in wait at the heart of the city. Ethereal auroras swirled rapidly around it, and Enja pondered that perhaps this was the fabled magnetic field generator. He continued to observe for a while before opening the door to head for dinner. Much like the outer city, the main city featured collective dining halls on certain floors. At that moment, he noticed that the seal on his neighbor's door had been torn away, and Enja had no inclination to inquire into when his neighbor had returned or what kind of individual they might be. The day had commenced with a chilling thrill, which he found unsettling. He yearned for a tranquil conclusion. Thus, he was fortunate enough to find peace until the following morning, when his communicator buzzed with a message instructing all civilian personnel transferred from the outer city to convene at the entrance of the Eden. The previous night, Enja had studied the map of the main city and the base manual, learning that the permanent adult population of the main city was 20,000, with 70% being military personnel and the remaining 30% comprising researchers and various civilian staff. The periphery of the main city consisted of military zones, military bases, helipads, train stations, and residential areas, while the interior housed the core zone, which contained the vital institutions of 3 bases. The first was the United Front Center, the military hub responsible for the deployment of armed personnel and supplies. The second was the Research Center, aptly named for its function, and often colloquially referred to as the lighthouse due to its emblematic representation of a simplified lighthouse. The United Front Center and the lighthouse each possess a grand edifice, interconnected by a corridor, collectively referred to as the Twin Towers. The third structure bears a lengthier name, known as the Center for Breeding, Cultivation, and Education, serving dual purposes. Firstly, supplying food and nutrition to the base, and just speculated that this might be the site where humans cultivate potatoes. Secondly, nurturing offspring, where human infants are raised and receive foundational education. Due to its cumbersome name, it is colloquially dubbed the Garden of Eden. Enja's future workplace will be at the Garden of Eden. He gazed into the distance at the Twin Towers, then turned his attention to the Garden of Eden, feeling a flicker of anticipation, as he had yet to encounter human offspring. His spores resembled a soft, white mass. He wondered if human infants would share a similar appearance. However, would caring for human infants truly equip him with experience for nurturing his own progeny? It seemed unlikely. Chapter 28. Do not go gentle into that good night. Enja and Colin traversed a narrow, white corridor, where the harmonious sound of youthful voices reading aloud resonated, creating a faint echo around them. This was the 6th floor of the Garden of Eden. Accompanying them was a man in his 30s named Lin Zhua, dressed in a white shirt and adorned with delicate gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. They were ushered into an office, where Lin Zhua inquired, "Is everything satisfactory here?" Colin responded affirmatively, "Very good." Lin Zhua remarked, "The conditions in the main city are indeed superior to those in the outer city." Enja could certainly attest to that. At the very least, while he was in the outer city, he had never contemplated the existence of a colossal structure such as the Eden. This corridor encompasses a total of 10 rooms, excluding the offices. 5 of these are classrooms, while the other 5 serve as dormitories for the children, furnished with compact beds that can accommodate 100 occupants in each room. According to Lin Zhua, this level of Eden comprises 10 such corridors, with each floor housing children of similar ages. In essence, there are 4,000 nearly 6-year-old human infants here. Upon reaching the age of 6, the majority of these children would have been sent to the outer city for adoption. However, with the outer city now fallen, the main city must assume responsibility for their education post-6. The staff is insufficient, but fortunately you have arrived. Lin's was stated that infants under 6 years of age cannot be entrusted to newcomers. Thus this cohort of children will be assigned to you upon turning 6. And Je responded affirmatively. Presently, further educational arrangements have yet to be established, so the two of you will first accompany me to familiarize yourselves with the procedures. Is that acceptable? Colin replied with an affirmative hum. Lin's was smiled gently, retrieving several manuals from the bookshelf. These are the textbooks and duty schedules. Please peruse them and feel free to inquire if you have any questions. And Je accepted his copy. The educational curriculum here consists of 2 subjects: language and literature, and mathematics and logic. He received the textbook for language and literature. By the age of 6, children have grasped basic phonetics and grammar, and the textbook includes short fables and poems. And Je excelled in these subjects, so there were no syllables or words unfamiliar to him. Having perused the textbook, it was time for the lesson to commence. And Je relocated a desk and chair to a secluded corner at the rear of the classroom. He held a seating chart, his assignment from Lin's was being to monitor the pupil's attentiveness in addition to attending the lecture. Should a child proactively respond to a query or pose one, merits were to be added. Conversely, if they engaged in hushed conversations or extraneous actions, points were to be deducted. Upon his entrance, the fledglings collectively turned their gaze towards him. Their complexions were remarkably delicate, and their eyes held an untainted innocence. They were uniformly clad in white attire paired with black shorts, their hairstyles similarly cropped, rendering it momentarily challenging to discern their genders. They exchanged whispers before resuming their appraisal of Anja, who responded with a smile. Consequently, several of the fledglings reciprocated his smile, one of them blinking and fluttering their eyelashes as they inquired, "Are you a newly appointed instructor?" Anja affirmed, "Indeed I am." "Wow," another fledgling murmured softly, "You are quite comely." Anja replied, "Thank you." "You are welcome," the fledgling responded. Another fledgling inquired, "What is your designation?" Anja divulged his name. The fledglings chirped, "I am Bainan. I am Jisha. I am Ducheng." Naturally, there existed some aloof fledglings, such as one situated in the recess, who cast a fleeting glance before redirecting their attention elsewhere. However, the vivacity surrounding Anja was short-lived, for Lin Zhua entered the premises. The young ones swiftly dispersed from Nja's side, returning to their respective seats. Lin Zhua surveyed the room, confirming that no one was absent before commencing the lesson. He began to recite the very poem that Nja had overheard in the corridor, the last one in the textbook, more intricate than the preceding content, which he had heard a child reciting from a classroom as he passed. The young ones first recited the poem from beginning to end. "Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Though wise men at their end know dark is right, because their words had forked no lightning, they do not go gentle into that good night." Upon completing the recitation, Lin's was stood at the front of the classroom and inquired, "Is there anything you do not understand?" A young one raised his hand. Anja checked the seating chart and identified the child named Bainan. Bainan spoke up, "I don't understand anything." Laughter erupted among the other young ones. Lin's were replied, "Narrow the scope of your question." Bainan scratched the back of his head, his tone uncertain. "Why must we not go gentle into the night?" Anja marked an additional point for Bainan on the chart and then turned to Lin Zhua, awaiting his response. He too was oblivious to the answer. In the abyss, within the confines of the human base, he had witnessed countless sunsets gradually supplanting the daylight, each night descending so gently upon the earth, an inevitability to which one could not resist. Lin's gaze swept over them, his lips pressed together slightly, forming a somewhat serious curve. "This is the final passage of this year's curriculum," he stated, noting its distinct significance compared to all preceding texts, although it may prove somewhat challenging for you. He turned and inscribed the line, "Do not go gentle into that good night" upon the whiteboard. then redirected his gaze towards the eager young minds before him. This poem, composed of metaphor and symbolism, conveyed a profound message. Do not go gentle into that good night signifies a refusal to passively succumb to demise. Enja's eyes widened slightly as he jotted this phrase in his notebook. Subsequently, Lin's began to elucidate from the poem's opening line, prompting Enja to diligently take notes. Upon completion, the young ones recited the verses from beginning to end. Curse me now with your tears. Bless me. Do not go gentle into that good night. Enja's pen paused momentarily as he lifted his gaze towards the luminous window. In the distance, the twin towers shimmered under the sunlight, the city unfurling gradually, its edges fading into the cerulean horizon. He understood that this city had yet to descend into the good night and was striving to resist that fate. After a day's lessons, Lin's finished work, entrusting the children to him and Colin. They were to dine with the life instructor, and later gather in the dormitory to watch the day's news. In an effort to cultivate a bond with the young ones, Enja was prepared to clarify any confusions regarding the news, only able to conclude his day after the broadcast finished. The well-fed children exhibited vibrant energy, frolicking and chattering in the corridor. Enja felt as though a multitude of mosquitoes were buzzing frantically around his ears, yet he exhibited a remarkable tolerance towards these human offspring. Even in the depths of despair, a monster tends to treat its own progeny with gentleness, albeit only those of its own kind. As the time for the news segment approached, the life instructor produced a grating sheet, causing the young ones to fall silent, instinctively gathering in a circle around the large projection screen. With Enja seated at the center, he gazed at the screen when suddenly, he felt a gentle nudge against his finger. Looking down, he discovered that the child named by Nan had nestled beside him, intertwining his finger with Enja's. Enja had not engaged in much physical contact with humans, save for a memorable incident when he collided with Lu Feng, leaving him with a painful bump from Lu Feng's badge. However, the child's form was distinct from Lu Feng's. It was soft and pliable. The human offspring remained quietly beside him, akin to spores nestled within his being. Enja derived a fleeting sense of tranquility from this fantasy and gently stroked Bai Nan's head. In response, Bai Nan inched closer, snugly leaning against him, wrapping his arms around Enja's arm. Simultaneously, another child named Ji Sha approached, reminiscent of a young girl. Soon, the cluster of children began to wriggle towards him, while Colin also garnered the affection of several offspring. It seemed an innate instinct among all young beings to gravitate towards adult figures. Yet, one solitary child remained seated in his place, unperturbed. Enja recalled his name, Si Nan, who never posed questions during class. He exchanged a glance with Si Nan and offered him a faint smile. Si Nan averted his gaze, returning his attention to the large screen. The news segment commenced. Following the bombardment in District 6, the number of monsters in the outer city had noticeably diminished. The military's 2nd Aerial Squadron had taken flight at 6 this morning, landing in District 1 to assist the outer city. Colonel Lu Hong of the Tribunal would lead the existing forces in the operation to reclaim the dispersal center. Enja suddenly heard a familiar name. Since his arrival in the main city, he had not encountered Lu Hong, only to realize that the individual had returned to the outer city. Bai Nan whispered, "It's the adjudicator." Ji Sha remarked, "How frightening." Enja inquired, "What's the matter?" Bai Nan replied, "The news often reports how many people the adjudicator has executed." Ji Sha added, "He frequently ventures into the abyss. The abyss is so terrifying." Enja gently patted her head, reassuring her, "There's no need to be afraid. You are human. The adjudicator will protect you." Ji Sha scrunched her nose in response. Bai Nan then asked, "Have you ever met the adjudicator, teacher?" Meanwhile, the news continued. Now we connect with our war correspondent. The camera flashed, revealing the reporter interviewing an officer clad in black uniform. For a brief moment, Enja mistook him for Lu Hong, but quickly realized otherwise. The figure was the young adjudicator who stood beside Lu Hong. The news interface displayed his name, Saran. Softly, he answered Bai Nan's question, "I have." Bai Nan pressed on, "What does he look like? He hasn't appeared in the news before." Ji Sha chimed in, "Is he very fierce in appearance?" The young cubs all turned their gaze towards him, seemingly intrigued by the question. Enja recalled Lu Feng's appearance, striving to make an assessment through the lens of human aesthetics. He possessed a somewhat fierce demeanor, yet was undeniably handsome. What could he be compared to? The inquiries from the cubs grew increasingly challenging, and Enja found himself at a loss for metaphors. In the midst of his arduous contemplation, he suddenly remembered the color of Lu Feng's eyes, that cold, deep green, akin to the place where the auroras unfurl in the sky. He said, like, the aurora, perhaps. A look of confusion appeared in the eyes of the cubs. At that moment, Enja noticed the life instructor beside him giving him a thumbs up. You truly deserve to teach language and literature, the instructor remarked. Enja was uncertain whether this was a compliment or a critique. He merely smiled faintly. Days in the main city passed one after another, and before he realized it, he had nearly lived there for a month. Life in Eden was quite tranquil, with the most significant disturbances arising from squabbles and fights among the cubs. On several occasions, Enja had approached the twin towers, yet entry to both towers required a card swipe, and he lacked the necessary access. To meet the spores, he first needed to ascertain their exact location within the lighthouse and be granted entry, and both objectives seemed distant. However, concurrently, the news reports brought increasingly exhilarating updates to humanity. Just 10 days prior, Colonel Lu led a team deep into the heart of the Dispelling Center. Formulating a detailed action plan, news outlets particularly emphasized that, due to the tribunal's regular training in the abyss, they possessed extensive experience in dealing with monsters. 5 days prior, the military officially reclaimed the dispersal center, purging it of the remaining monsters and conducting extensive cleaning and disinfection. Subsequently, a team dispatched by the lighthouse entered to commence the repair of the equipment. Today, Enja had originally planned to continue listening to the news, but as Linzwa was scheduled for the night shift, he had no choice but to leave work early. At 6 o'clock in the summer, the sky remained bright, with only a thin layer of gray-blue creeping across the western horizon. Enja swiped his card, and the glass doors of the Eden building slid open slowly. He stepped outside, and Colin, also leaving early, followed suit. It was not the usual time for employees to depart, and the streets were sparsely populated. He navigated through the alleys, taking a shortcut toward the ferry station. He and Colin regarded each other with mutual disdain, thus maintaining a considerable distance as they walked the same path. The world was unusually quiet, yet just as he was about to cross the narrow street and step onto the broad road, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. In his peripheral vision, a fleeting white figure rushed past him. It was a diminutive silhouette, and Enja furrowed his brow in recognition. It was a little girl, he was certain. The children in his class, both boys and girls, bore a striking resemblance to one another, all around the age of 5 or 6, and this child before him was undoubtedly a girl. She possessed an exceptionally slender frame, with shoulder-length black hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a delicate white frock. Ahead lay the road, vehicles traversing its expanse. Enja called out, "Be careful!" Just then, a car sped past, startling the girl, who abruptly halted in her tracks. She gasped for breath, glancing back at Enja with wide, terrified eyes, a visage that conveyed both fear and bewilderment. Enja inquired, "Do you need my assistance? Are you from Eden?" However, as soon as his words fell, the girl's tense demeanor intensified. She abruptly turned her head and dashed straight towards the road. Enja hastened to follow her. Just then, a dark figure emerged from around the corner, moving decisively to block the girl's path. She halted in her tracks as the figure bent down and lifted her effortlessly, stepping back a few paces. The girl struggled violently for a moment, but it was futile. Upon arriving, Enja found himself locked in a gaze with the figure. "Hello," Enja managed to utter. "Hello," Lu Feng replied. Enja contemplated asking if the recovery center had been reestablished, yet at that moment, he had something of greater importance to convey, something he had been mulling over for an entire month. On that day aboard the train, Lu Feng had appeared discontent, though, truth be told, his mood seldom improved. Enja surmised the underlying reason. Very few individuals could rationally comprehend the colonel. In light of the colonel's recent selfless act of rescuing the girl from the perilous road, Enja's assertion gained substantial weight. "Colonel," he began. Lu Feng seemed to raise an eyebrow slightly. "What is it?" The girl continued to struggle, her gaze vacant, her hair disheveled, suggesting something was amiss. Lu Feng awkwardly patted her back, his technique clumsy, yet his intentions remained noble. Thus, Enja's assertion was reaffirmed. He glanced at the little girl before turning back to Lu Feng and sincerely declared, "You are a good person." The colonel truly raised an eyebrow this time, a faint smile gracing the corners of his lips. It was not a sincere smile, but rather one that seemed to suggest he had overheard Enja utter some blatantly falsehood. In the next moment, he restrained the little girl with one hand while grasping the communicator with the other. Route 7, target apprehended. He then cast a casual glance at Enja. Enja. Chapter 29. Enja stood rooted to the spot, the evening breeze tousling his hair. He observed as a silver car bearing the Eden emblem suddenly rounded the corner and halted before them. A man clad in white work attire hurriedly exited the vehicle, taking the little girl from Lu Feng's grasp. "Thank you for your assistance." Lu Feng's expression remained indifferent. "Be careful next time." The man returned to the car. This was an accident. With that, he fell silent, shutting the door behind him. The vehicle swiftly accelerated away, heading in the direction of Eden. Lu Feng turned back, and Enja felt a flicker of anger rising within him. Then he caught Lu Feng's gaze, which held a cool indifference as he remarked, "Am I a good person?" At last, Enja understood how to articulate his feelings. He believed Lu Feng had deceived his emotions, as if mushrooms could indeed harbor sentiments. He resolved to ignore the man and turned to walk down the road. However, after only a few steps, he felt a hand grip his shoulder. "Lead the way," Lu Feng said. "I don't remember how to return to the residential area." "Enja?" he inquired. "You don't recognize the way?" "Lu Feng, I haven't been back in many years." Enja contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the validity of the statement. The colonel was either in the abyss or at the city gate, likely having not resided in the main city for at least 7 years. Conversely, he had spent a month in the main city, and the route back felt familiar. Thus, he inquired, "Where do you reside?" Lu Feng appeared to ponder briefly before retrieving a blue ID card from his chest pocket, presenting it to him. Enja accepted the card, noticing that the colonel's card bore a different design. His gaze descended to the back of the card, where embossed golden lettering showcased a sequence of numbers, 312-404-3701. Enja recalled his own new ID number and, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "I'll take you there." The colonel seemed to notice his demeanor and asked, "Are you unwilling?" Enja responded, "I am willing." Thus, he escorted Lu Feng onto the complimentary shuttle within the main city. The vehicle featured seats on both sides with 2 seats connected. Enja settled into the window seat, while Lu Feng sat beside him. Lu Feng possessed an appealing appearance, and coupled with the sharp and tailored attire of the tribunal uniform, he stood out distinctly in the crowd. As they boarded the shuttle, every occupant cast a glance in their direction. Enja stated, "Disembark at the terminal." "Thank you," Lu Feng replied. "Where do you live?" Lu Feng inquired. "I reside nearby," Enja answered. "Very well," Lu Feng responded. Originally, the staff quarters of Eden were situated nearby. However, Enja joined later and was assigned to a military residence far from here. The shuttle bus, stopping intermittently, took nearly 40 minutes to reach its final destination. The moment he alighted, the younglings of Eden appeared docile, yet in reality, they were quite the opposite, especially when they began to inquire about various matters. By the end of the day, Enja often experienced a spell of lethargy, much like now. In the past, he would have chosen to lean against the bus and doze for a while, but today, with Lu Feng beside him, he deemed it wiser to remain alert. Thus, Enja opted to rest his chin on his hand, gazing out at the scenery, the Twin Towers, Eden, and a myriad of other structures. After 2 months in the human city, he still felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. As he continued to stare, his eyelids gradually grew heavy. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber. A gentle mechanical announcement resonated. "We have arrived at the final stop. Passengers, please disembark in an orderly manner. Until next time." Lu Feng glanced at Enja, who had leaned against his shoulder. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the bus window, casting a luminous glow upon the tips of his eyelashes. Enja's sleeping visage was serene, with only the gentle rise and fall of his breath interrupting the stillness. He appeared utterly non-threatening, exhibiting no vigilance or wariness towards the outside world, resembling a child yet to mature. Lu Feng mused that it would be quite fine for him to continue sleeping in such a manner. However, the shuttle bus began to decelerate, gradually coming to a halt, prompting the passengers to rise, their footsteps echoing in the aisle. And just stirred awake, realizing he had never experienced such comfort in sleep before. His gaze meandered languidly, eventually settling upon dark fabric adorned with a silver emblem. He started, straightening up to find Lu Feng observing him, his expression far from cold, seemingly unperturbed by the recent occurrence. "Let's go," Lu Feng said, and rubbed the sleep from his eyes, his mind clearing as quickly as it had succumbed to slumber. He gestured towards a structure in the distance. "Building 24 is over there." Lu Feng offered a concise expression of gratitude before proceeding in that direction. And followed suit. Midway, Lu Feng paused. "You may leave me here." And remained silent, continuing to accompany him. At Unit 04, Lu Feng pressed the elevator button for the 37th floor, and ascended with him. The rudimentary choice between Unit 01 or 02 hardly necessitated guidance. And eyed the remnants of the seal, freshly torn from the door of number 01 the previous night, surmising that the colonel remained oblivious to the fact that his duplicity had been laid bare. His opposite neighbor, number 01, had had his seal broken a month prior, a sight had personally witnessed. This indicated that Lu Feng had already spent a night here, thus precluding any possibility of unfamiliarity with the route. Yet, Lu Feng had feigned ignorance, requesting guidance, which suggested Lu Feng was merely toying with him, compelling him to expend superfluous effort. Alas, the charade had crumbled the moment he had glimpsed Lu Feng's ID card. At that moment, he heard Lu Feng remark, "You're quite conscientious." The realization that this person genuinely believed he was diligently guiding him rendered Enj's expression even more implacable. He turned to face Lu Feng, who was already observing him. Enj emulated Lu Feng's composure, coldly pivoting and approaching Gate 2, where he affixed his Azure identification card to the sensor. A distinct beep emanated from the sensor, accompanied by a verdant illumination, followed by the click of the unlocking mechanism. Enj glanced back at Lu Feng, who appeared momentarily taken aback before stating, "What a coincidence." Enj remained impassive. "What's wrong?" Lu Feng's gaze seemed to hold a hint of inquiry, but in an instant, comprehension dawned upon him, his eyes transforming into an expression of amusement, his lips curving into a smile. "I wasn't deceiving you," he said. "A month ago, I attended a pre-war council in the main city before venturing to the outer city." And simply stated the seal. It was the military, aware of my return to the main city, who dispatched personnel to clean, Lu Feng explained. And responded with a curt "Oh." However, he had no intention of trusting this man any further. He turned away to go home. Just then, a piercing, urgent beep erupted from Lu Feng's door. He turned back to see Lu Feng swiping his card. Yet the sensor displayed a prominent red light despite the correct card being used. Lu Feng furrowed his brow. Enj watched him with suspicion as Lu Feng dialed a number and succinctly described the situation. An explanation came from the other end of the line. After ending the call, Lu Feng gazed at Enj and remarked, 3 years ago, the ID cards in the main city were upgraded, but mine was not updated in time. Enj pondered that he might have unjustly accused Lu Feng. Yet, the roads in the main city were hardly complicated, and the buildings bore conspicuous numbers. Even someone as naive as he could discern when to disembark from the shuttle bus. For a moment he found himself wavering. Ultimately, considering the sake of the spores, he suggested, "Then, shall we go to my home first?" Lu Feng readily acquiesced. He welcomed the esteemed judge to the sofa and turned on the television while Enj retreated to the kitchen. Before entering, he inquired, "Have you eaten?" Lu Feng replied in the negative. Enj intended for this question to imply that Lu Feng could go downstairs to the communal dining hall. But Lu Feng's response bore a hidden meaning. It indicated that he would be preparing a meal for two. Enj sliced an additional 2 potatoes. The communal dining hall not only provided meals but also offered ingredients. Over the past month, he had gradually become accustomed to making his own soup, which proved to be richer and more flavorful than that from the hall. He placed the potatoes and small pieces of smoked meat into the pot, added water and milk, ignited the flame, covered the pot, and returned to the living room. The news was reporting on the successful progress of the dispersal center's repair work. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his textbook, seemingly in good spirits. This individual had a tendency to tease others when in high spirits, yet he would hardly engage when feeling downcast, much like a month prior on the train, when he appeared entirely disinclined to converse with Enja. After the fervor of his emotional deception abated, he had regained his composure. During the interlude of slicing potatoes in the kitchen, he contemplated his rapport with Lu Feng with earnest consideration. The crux to unearthing the spores lay in cultivating a propitious association with Lu Feng. The prerequisite for establishing a favorable connection with a human being was to ascertain his predilections. Ergo, Enja ensconced himself beside Lu Feng, observing him engrossed in a poem from a textbook depicting an autumnal tableau. Lu Feng, you instruct this? Enja, I am still learning. Lu Feng's proactive inquiry further solidified his perception that the man was in good spirits. Thus, he initiated Colonel. Lu Feng diverted his gaze from the textbook, fixing it upon him. What is it? Previously, aboard the train, Enja had lowered his gaze slightly, murmuring, It seemed you were disinclined to acknowledge me. Have I erred in some manner? Lu Feng scrutinized him intently. No, he responded laconically, it is my issue. Enja, is that so? Lu Feng, does it concern you? Enja, affirmative. Following a brief interlude of silence, Lu Feng extended his hand. His digits lingered momentarily upon the skin of Enja's nape, before descending to retrieve the shell casing he wore suspended around his neck. Enja elevated his gaze towards him, a hint of trepidation evident. He was unaware of when Lu Feng had discerned the existence of the shell casing. I terminated the proprietress of the black market. You were in proximity at the time. Were you in her employ? Enja demurred. I was solely affiliated with Boss Xiao. 326-056-3209, at the city gates. Lu Feng continued, Is he your teammate or your boyfriend? Enja replied, A friend. Lu Feng grasped the shell casing around his neck and inquired, Whose is this? Enja fell silent. He could not speak, yet his silence served as a response. After a moment of quiet, Lu Feng refrained from pressing further and tucked the shell casing back into his collar. I have taken many lives. However, in the recent spate of mass killings you have been present at each occurrence, he remarked. Under such circumstances, your assertion that I am a good person astonishes me. Enja reflected on this, realizing the truth in his words. During their first encounter, Lu Feng had killed Fan Si. Their second meeting involved Du Sai, when that night the abominations infiltrated the city, and he claimed the lives of 73 others. A month later, he found himself once again within the confines of the quarantine wall, witnessing the day of judgment unfold amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Ultimately, aboard a train departing the outer city, Lu Feng issued the command to obliterate District 6. Lu Feng had extinguished many lives connected to him. Nonetheless, this did not deter Enja from perceiving Lu Feng as a good man. Firstly, he recognized Lu Feng's acumen in identifying abominations. Secondly, even if he were to be recognized as an abomination by Lu Feng and subsequently killed, or if District 6 were to be destroyed while he was among them, there seemed little to contest. When in Rome, one must abide by the customs of humanity. Yet, Lu Feng was the one who carried out the death sentences. Are you troubled by this? Enja queried. Not at all, Lu Feng replied, meeting his gaze. I am fully aware of my actions. Then, Enja hesitated, uttering but a single word. What, then, could account for the emotional turbulence? However, Lu Feng seemed to perceive his innermost thoughts. I have never strayed from my principles, he stated, but no one is here to judge my right or wrong. Enja recalled the words of the young judge, Selen, who had spoken to him, and asked, Are you uncertain about the righteousness of those you have killed? No, I am certain, Lu Feng replied, gazing out the window, his green irises resembling a frozen lake, distant and eerily silent. I merely ponder at times. The choices I have made, what exactly am I judging, and ultimately who will judge me? Enja did not fully comprehend his words. Perhaps when humanity descends into madness, they utter incomprehensible nonsense. Yet he felt a strange understanding. Looking at Lu Feng, he remarked, I do not harbor any hatred towards you for those matters. After a pause, he added, You have done nothing wrong. Lu Feng turned to him, enveloped in an extended silence. It lingered so long that Enja was led to a misconception, that those eyes were not a frozen lake, but rather gentle, cool waters. Twilight gradually descended upon the room, and Lu Feng extended his right hand to ruffle Enji's hair. Chapter 30. Enji lowered his gaze slightly. The sensation of being patted on the head by the one who judges was quite peculiar. He sensed that Lu Feng was in a rather gentle state. If his previous words had indeed offered this individual some comfort, he felt a measure of happiness. Thus he smiled at Lu Feng. However, he soon observed Lu Feng's expression darkening, as his fingers that had once gently tousled his hair descended to pinch his cheek. Enji found that Lu Feng was somewhat more amiable when in a foul mood. At the very least, he would not indiscriminately bully others. He swiftly distanced himself from Lu Feng, exclaiming, "I must go check on the pot." Lu Feng. Enji returned to the kitchen and discovered that the fruit was already boiling, the foam bubbling up, nearly threatening to overflow the pot. Over the past few days, he had acquired sufficient culinary skills. He lifted the transparent lid, and a plume of steam rose, causing the foam to recede rapidly. The smoked meat had already softened in the boiling water, and the edges of the potato chunks had become rounded. A splash of milk lent a delicate creaminess to the broth, and amidst the fresh, savory aroma, there lingered a subtle, enduring sweetness that Enji particularly relished. He picked up a nearby ladle and began to mash the softened potato pieces against the bottom of the pot. As he stirred and crushed, the chunks gradually dissolved into the soup, rendering it visibly richer. Lu Feng, unbeknownst to him, had also entered the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe and casually remarked, "Do you need any assistance?" Enji certainly did not expect the esteemed colonel to be familiar with kitchen tasks. He replied, "No." Yet Lu Feng did not leave. He simply observed Enji, then shifted his gaze around the modest space of the kitchen. Finally, his eyes settled on the silver faucet above the sink. "Leaking?" he inquired. Enji responded, "Yes." The kitchen faucet had been leaking since the very first day he moved in. No matter how tightly it was turned, water would persistently drip down. During the day, the sounds were barely perceptible, but as night descended and silence enveloped the surroundings, even the distant lights of the twin towers extinguished, the incessant dripping of water echoed throughout the room, occasionally disturbing his slumber. Yet the disruption of sleep was of lesser concern. More pressing was the thought that, day by day, he would likely incur a greater water bill. He observed Lu Feng as he removed his outer coat, draping it aside, and rolled up the sleeves of his uniform shirt, raising his hand to shut off the black water valve above the faucet, an area beyond Enji's reach. Subsequently, he twisted off the faucet. Enji silently regarded his actions, contemplating that Lu Feng's intentions could only lean towards two possibilities. Either he sought to completely dismantle the faucet or he aimed to assist in its repair. Rationally, he inclined towards the former, yet emotionally, he wished to believe in the latter. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lu Feng was in the midst of disassembling the faucet, not lifting his head as he commanded, "Go." His tone was so assertive it suggested he was the true occupant of the room. The genuine owner, Enji, set down his spoon and approached the entrance to open the door, revealing a soldier clad in military uniform. The soldier surveyed the living room before stating, "Colonel Lu sent me here." His voice boomed, only to be met by Lu Feng's calm reply from the kitchen, "Here." The soldier approached the door, his military boots clicking in salute. "Colonel Lu, I am a member of the logistics team. I regret the oversight regarding your ID card. It was a lapse in our duties." His words suddenly faltered as his gaze fell upon the faucet parts in Lu Feng's hands, his expression akin to witnessing a ghost. He continued, "We sincerely apologize and—" "Spare me the pleasantries," Lu Feng interrupted coldly. The soldier replied, "I have brought you a new ID card." "Thank you," Lu Feng said without sparing him a glance, deftly reassembling the two parts. "Just set it down." Beside the sink lay a pile of potato peels, accompanied by a kitchen knife, while the sink itself was filled with water. The colonel held the faucet components in his hands, and the soldier, clutching the ID card, found himself momentarily at a loss as to where to place it. Enji, standing nearby, quietly urged, "Hand it to me." After receiving the ID card, it was time to bid farewell. At the door, the soldier cast another glance at the colonel in the kitchen before turning to Enji. He intentionally lowered his voice, but given his naturally loud tone, it remained quite audible. "What is the colonel doing?" Enji replied, "Fixing the faucet." "Does a judge still fix faucets?" The soldier regarded him with skepticism. So, what is your relationship with him? Enja answered, currently we are neighbors. And previously? Enja recalled the times they had shared each other's beds and replied, I suppose we were friends. The soldier's lips curled into an awkward smile. He seemed to be skeptical, perhaps because Lu Feng seldom interfered with others' affairs. Enja calmly bid farewell to the soldier. Upon returning to the kitchen, he found the faucet restored to its original position. Lu Feng turned on the water valve, and the faucet leaked not a drop. Wow, Enja remarked, observing the faucet. He felt that the judge was not always aloof and indifferent, yet this person appeared to possess a myriad of skills. You are quite impressive, he said, his voice soft and delicate. The aroma of potato soup had completely enveloped the room, mingling with the dense steam. Lu Feng replied nonchalantly, You are not too bad yourself. Once the potato soup was fully prepared, Enja ladled it into 2 bowls, accompanied by 2 packets of compressed biscuits as the main course. While Lu Feng appeared to be in high spirits, Enja found the meal tasteless, his mind preoccupied with extracting information about the lighthouse from Lu Feng, leading him to pose numerous questions. What will you do next? Wait for arrangements. Will you be working at the Twin Towers? Possibly. Does the lighthouse frequently communicate with the military? Not often. The doctor works at the lighthouse. Are you familiar with him? Not really. Lu Feng's expression remained impassive. His evident indifference dissuaded Enja from further inquiry. Yet to cease questioning seemed even more suspicious, so he pressed on, What about that little girl today? In the next moment, Lu Feng turned his gaze towards him. He spoke with a quiet authority. Refrain from asking unnecessary questions. It's impolite to speak while dining. Disappointed, Enja fell silent. The entire meal passed without him gleaning any information about the spores. Yet the Inquisitor's demeanor seemed to have softened considerably. Enja opened the door to see Lu Feng off. Farewell, Lu Feng said. Goodbye, Enja responded. Lu Feng affixed the new ID card to the sensor. A green light illuminated, and the lock disengaged smoothly. Lu Feng pushed the door open, then abruptly halted, becoming as still as a statue. Such a display was exceedingly rare for the colonel, prompting Enja to cautiously peer into the room. His gaze met with a scene that caused him to freeze as well. The room was not empty. Beside an open, enormous suitcase, a black uniformed officer sat rigidly on the sofa, his dark hair and verdant eyes fixed with a cold stare upon the doorway. Lu Feng turned back, his gaze mirroring that of the officer, and just stammered, It wasn't me. Indeed, it was not him. The Inquisitor's puppet, unseen since his capture, was thought to have been obliterated along with Sector 6. How could it be in Lu Feng's residence? Just then, Lu Feng's communicator buzzed. The voice on the other end, loud and boisterous, belonged to the logistics soldier who had delivered the card earlier. Colonel, have you returned to your quarters? Is the new ID card functioning correctly? Yes, it is, Lu Feng replied. However, I'm curious as to the presence of the puppet in my living room. Puppet? The soldier across from him first exhibited a moment of confusion, followed by a sudden realization. During the emergency evacuation of the tribunal, vital documents and items were salvaged. The soldiers tasked with the rescue witnessed this and assumed it might be significant military equipment, thus bringing it along. Unsure of how to handle it, they placed it in your room. Lu Feng reiterated, Significant military equipment? Indeed, while we reside in the main city, we are aware that there exist some opposing factions in the outer city against the tribunal. We surmise that the humanoid figure could potentially be a tool for the tribunal to lure enemies, especially considering its manufacturing cost appears rather. The individual continued to ramble on. Lu Feng remained silent. It was then that the individual finally sensed something amiss. Colonel, did I say something incorrect? No, thank you. Lu Feng terminated the communication. After hanging up, he addressed Enja. Come here. Enja felt a profound sense of despair. His previous case had yet to reach a verdict, and he had only been released from prison due to a sudden worm attack. Now, with the reappearance of the contraband, was the adjudicator about to resurrect old matters and convict him anew? Reluctantly, he approached. Lu Feng forcefully lifted the figure from the sofa and stowed it back into the suitcase, then pushed the suitcase towards Enja. Enja, perplexed, grasped the handle. This is for you, Lu Feng stated. Enja replied. Chapter 31 Grasping the Handle. Enja numbly remarked, Am I not committing an act of indecency now? No, Lu Feng responded, turning back to the bedroom. The determination of indecency hinges on the victim's consent. That man had the audacity to call himself a victim. Anja, having discerned the true nature of this individual, retrieved the crate and placed it in the most inconspicuous corner of his abode, ensuring that Lu Feng within would never bask in the sun's radiance. By this time, the news broadcast had concluded, transitioning to the meteorological forecast for the following day. The dulcet tones of the presenter announced that the plains where the base was situated would be subjected to an uncommon gale, urging residents to secure their doors and windows. In his nascent days as a mushroom, Anja harbored a fear of strong winds, apprehensive that they would damage him. However, after his metamorphosis, he gradually grew impervious to the wind, even developing a fondness for its caress. After ablutions, he returned to his chamber and perused his textbooks for a while. As the night deepened, Anja prepared to retire. It was then that a deep, peculiar sound reached his ears, a protracted, undulating sound, akin to the echoes reverberating through the narrowest of canyons. At times, it was a profoundly low drone. At others, it would suddenly become piercingly sharp. It resembled the sound of wind from the outside, yet it also seemed to resonate throughout the entire room, defying any attempt to locate its origin. This was not the first time he had heard such a sound. On many previous nights in this room, the low, distant sound, accompanied by the rhythmic dripping in the kitchen, created an eerie harmony. The combination of these two sounds often gave him the illusion that he was still in the abyss, outside the cave, where the wind swept through the dense forest, and the viscous secretions of plants or animals dripped onto the moss-covered stones. Sometimes, the wind and the cave structure would generate a peculiar resonance, filling the air with a low hum, like the muttering of some creature. However, the sounds tonight were louder than ever before, and Anja finally discerned that the source of the noise was within his own room. He furrowed his brow and closed his eyes, attentively perceiving his surroundings. Besides the wind rustling outside the window, there was that sound, an unsettling noise close to his body. He abruptly opened his eyes, rose from the bed, and stood barefoot on the floor. Grabbing the flashlight from the table, he switched it on and half knelt, lifting the bedspread to direct the beam beneath the bed. A dark, circular opening emerged before him, positioned at the junction of the wall against which the bed rested and the floor. The opening was the size of a human head, resembling an artificial pipe, and within it lay an abyss of darkness, devoid of any discernible features. He felt a breeze emanating from within, and the sound that had troubled him for a month was indeed the wind whistling through the pipe. After scrutinizing the opening for half a minute, Anja replaced the bedspread and climbed back into bed. The peculiar structures of human abodes were always a source of intrigue. He resolved to retire early that night, for tomorrow was a day of great significance. Your bodies still struggle, yearning to return, while nameless wildflowers bloom abundantly above. Anja observed by Nan silently inscribing a line of poetry on his exam paper. Today marked the culmination of this group of fledgling scholars, and he was tasked with patrolling the examination room to prevent any malfeasance. Last night, a somber sound echoed within the classroom, yet everyone appeared to have grown accustomed to it. Anja, situated inconspicuously in the corner of the room, discovered a similar aperture. It seemed to be a common feature in human architecture that he had previously overlooked, likely due to the daytime clamor that obscured such sounds. However, today, the fierce winds outside amplified the gusts within the opening. As he moved past by Nan's position, he observed Jisha's exam paper in disarray, marred by numerous corrections, with only a smattering of neatly filled words in the English section. Anja glanced over it and noted that she had answered only a few questions correctly. The majority of the other cubs shared Jisha's predicament, while some had not exerted even the effort to make corrections, leaving their papers nearly blank. Of course, a rare few, 7 or 8 cubs, had completed their exams remarkably well. As Anja strolled and surveyed, he reached the corner of the classroom, beside a detached cub named Sinan. Sinan had already finished his paper, and the examination had only commenced half an hour prior. He was swifter than all others. At that moment, he neither reviewed his work nor appeared lost in thought. Instead, he was sketching in the blank spaces of his paper with a black pen. To call it sketching would be a misnomer. It comprised erratic black lines, chaotically entwined like vines in an abyss, exuding a sense of wildness that threatened to breach the confines of the paper. By the time the hour and a half of testing concluded, the frenzied lines had covered the entirety of the exam sheet, with only the sections for answers still legible. Once the papers were collected, the cubs were escorted back to their dormitory by the life teacher. And Zhe, however, carried his paper back to the office, where Lin Zue and Kulin were already present. Lin Zue had just finished grading the mathematics and logic examination when he noticed Zhe entering the room. He handed the paper over, saying, "You and Colin will be graded together." Zhe obediently complied and moved beside Colin, who began to read aloud the names and scores of the young ones. Zhe diligently recorded the scores into the computer spreadsheet. Sinan, Colin pronounced 100. Zhe entered the score, whispering, "He is incredibly talented." Having reviewed the mathematics and logic exam, Zhe recognized that the arithmetic operations were the simplest among the content. He doubted his ability to solve the geometry and logic problems. At that moment, Lin Zue, who was grading the language and literature papers, remarked, "Sinan is an exceptionally rare genius." Zhe responded, "Yes, but I do not intend to promote him to Class A." Lin Zue continued, "After a month of living together, Zhe had learned the patterns of the young one's academic progression. The life instructor maintained a score adjustment table, and during classes, there was another record of these increments and decrements. These records, combined with various assessments throughout the term and the final examination scores, culminated in the young one's final results. The few top-performing young ones in the class would advance to Class A, where they would continue to receive education in the main city, eventually entering various institutions according to their specialties. The remaining young ones would undergo training and assessments at military bases, from which approximately a dozen B-class young ones would be selected for further cultivation, destined to become soldiers in the military upon maturation. The remaining cubs were classified as Category C and sent to the outskirts, awaiting adoption by the residents there. If no one adopted them, they would continue to live collectively in the designated area, thereby becoming part of the outer city community. However, Lin Zue stated that he did not intend to place Sinan in Class A. Zhe inquired, "Why?" Lin Zue replied, "His temperament is problematic. He is also unsuitable for military service. He lacks emotional depth and harbors resentment towards the base, rendering him incapable of serving the main city. Eden concurs with my assessment. He will be assigned to Class C, and I will rely on the two of you henceforth." Zhe responded, "Understood. He is quite an unusual child." Lin Zue continued, "The life instructor informed me that he frequently awakens in a state of distress at night, sometimes trembling, yet no medical cause can be determined. A caregiver who looked after him before he turned 3 mentioned that he lost a friend, which may have left a psychological scar. As the morning passed, the final evaluations were completed, and 5 cubs, including Bai Nan, were selected. They, along with the other outstanding cubs from different classes, were sent to the 7th level of Eden for education. Lin Zue transitioned to the 3rd level to begin mentoring a new cohort. Zhe and Kulin officially became the lead instructors for the remaining cubs, tasked with guiding them to the military base, overseeing their training and assessments. The main city operated with remarkable efficiency. By afternoon, they boarded a shuttle and arrived at a military training ground situated on the city's periphery, accompanied by cubs from other classes. The training ground was buffeted by strong winds, which stirred up fine sand. Nevertheless, the younglings were in high spirits, frolicking across the open field. The military personnel responsible for selecting the younglings were due to arrive shortly to take charge of them. Consequently, Zhe and Colin found themselves with some downtime, their sole responsibility being to supervise from the sidelines. Seated side by side on an iron bench, Colin abruptly broke the silence that had characterized their interactions for the past month. "I am willing to relinquish some of my animosity towards the Inquisitors," he declared. Zhe turned to him, noticing that his gaze pierced through the layers of buildings, fixed upon the gray corner of Eden visible in the distance. It was a chilling gaze. "Because the entire main city is as cold and ruthless as the Inquisitors," Colin remarked, his eyes still fixed on the distant view. Zhe inquired, "Why? Did you see Eden?" Colin responded, "It resembles a hive." Eden, a colossal hexagonal structure, indeed bore a resemblance to a beehive. Zhe remained silent as Colin continued, unprompted. "Eden is the queen bee, producing tens of thousands of offspring each year. From the age of 3, They are subjected to rigorous assessments to identify the most intellectually gifted few, who are then permitted to remain in the main city to pursue scientific research or other endeavors. These children are valuable to the main city. They are drones and, as such, are granted privileged living conditions. He added, the others are merely worker bees, relegated to the rudimentary conditions of the outer city. The base controls the supply of food and water, forcing the worker bees to become mercenaries, risking their lives in the wilderness to bring back resources to the base, just to survive. These resources are then used by the base to benefit the main city. He let out a cold laugh, saying, this is how the entire base operates. Only those deemed valuable to the main city are considered human. They demolish Zone 6 without a shred of remorse, for the inhabitants of the outer city are merely discarded remnants to them. And Je replied, but the main city can only sustain a very few. Colin turned to him, do you believe what they are doing is justified? After a moment's hesitation, and Je nodded. You think their actions are justified because you have survived. You stand here, aligned with the interests of the main city. Colin's emotions flared, his chest heaving with intensity. Human interests supersede everything. Thus, whatever they do is right. He continued, but what of those who perished, those they obliterated? Your kin, your friends, what crime did they commit? Are they not human? And Je remained silent, unfazed by Colin's inquiries. He understood that even in the abyss, there exist social creatures. Through his prolonged observation, he had discerned that for an individual animal, survival is paramount, yet for a collective, the continuity of the group holds greater significance. He did not deem Colin to be wrong. Rather, this individual seemed more suited to life in the Virginia base. Colin gazed into his eyes, finally stating, I see now. You possess no compassion. Their dialogue came to a halt, and Je shifted his focus back to the young ones, finding them far more endearing than Colin. Yet, amidst the group of cubs, chaos erupted as a fight broke out, and Je rose and stepped into the fray, with Colin following closely behind. Sinan and another robust boy were embroiled in a scuffle. Sinan, his eyes slightly reddened, had the other boy pinned to the ground. Release him, Colin instructed. Sinan, this will result in demerits. Sinan remained unyielding, compelling Colin to physically separate them, his adult strength far surpassing that of a child. Sinan stood aside, his face impassive. And Je, looking down at him, inquired, what happened between you two? Sinan remained silent, but the other boy exclaimed, you were talking in your sleep last night, calling out Lily's name. Lily was taken away and locked up long ago. You'll never find her. And Je noticed Sinan's fists clenching. Lily, it seemed, was the name of a young girl. He asked, who is Lily? Sinan finally responded, my friend. Where is she? Eden, Sinan replied icily. And Je recalled Lin's mentioning that he had lost a friend. He surmised the cause of the altercation. The boy had touched upon a painful subject for Sinan. Don't be angry, he said, kneeling to meet Sinan's gaze. He gently patted Sinan's shoulder. I'll ensure he doesn't bring up such matters again. Sinan's expression remained unchanged. Despite being a juvenile, he possessed a detachment unlike that of any other youngling. And Je could only stroke his hair before rising. The training ground was in disarray with the other juveniles, while Colin was successfully disciplining another youngling. The mere mention of demerits was enough to elicit immediate obedience. Enlightened, and Je instructed Sinan, no fighting next time. It will result in deductions. Sinan's lips quirked upward as he retorted, you all don't want me to stay in the main city anyway. While other fledglings were still struggling to articulate themselves, this one possessed an unsettling awareness. And she felt helpless, yet there was no one to offer assistance. Just then, a black automobile halted in his peripheral vision, and 3 individuals emerged. And she glanced over, his gaze meeting that of the person in the middle. He blinked. Lu Feng also noticed him, his eyebrow arching slightly as he approached. And Je, are you here too? Attending a conference, Lu Feng replied. What's wrong? And Je's voice carried a note of helplessness and supplication. 2 children are fighting. A reprimand for each of them would suffice, Lu Feng suggested. His words elicited an involuntary smile from Je, who leaned down and said to Sinan, next time you fight, you'll be the one punished. Lu Feng observed him. With your amiable nature, he remarked coolly, they will not only continue to fight but also target you. And Je. He composed his expression, striving to appear more formidable, hoping to possess even a tenth of Lu Feng's sternness, which would ensure the smooth disciplining of the young ones. Lu Feng, regarding him, curved his lips into a subtle smile before shifting his gaze to Sinan, where it abruptly halted. "Keep your distance from him," Lu Feng stated coldly. A moment later, perplexed, Enje instinctively obeyed Lu Feng's command, taking 2 steps backward. Lu Feng stepped forward, positioning himself between Enje and Sinan. He donned his gloves and grasped Sinan's chin, compelling him to gaze towards the sun. The sunlight was blinding, causing Sinan's pupils to constrict. He posed a question. Lu Feng deftly turned Sinan's head. "Contact the lighthouse." Chapter 32. Initial infection. Infection progress. 20 units, 13 animal targets, indicating arthropod mutations. The doctor approached, carrying a thick stack of reports, and placed them before Lu Feng. "Wherever you go, anomalies seem to follow." Lu Feng picked up the reports. The doctor crossed his arms and remarked, "You actually chose not to eliminate him on the spot." "I am not well versed in the infection characteristics of children," Lu Feng replied. "Then don't kill him. Leave him as a specimen for me," the doctor said nonchalantly. "Arthropod mutations, there's nothing much to discuss." The doctor glanced at the stack of reports in Lu Feng's hands. "Prepare for a meeting. An infection has surprisingly emerged in the main city, and it involves children from Eden. I have reported this. It is not a trivial matter." "Arthropods," Lu Feng remarked coolly. "Is there a connection with the previous incident in the outer city?" The final investigation results of the outer city insect swarm incident were released today, categorizing it as a collective behavior of mutated insects under reproductive season stress. The doctor's voice dropped, his expression grave. "However, we do not know how they managed to connect with one another, nor if there exists a commanding figure. Yet, the main city is fortified from top to bottom. Nothing from outside can penetrate." He took a deep breath, closed his eyes in contemplation, and remarked, "Even if something were to happen in the main city, it must be that the aberrant samples from the lighthouse have escaped. Why is it the children of Eden?" Lu Feng glanced over the report and turned to Enje. As the instructor for Sinan, Enje bore the responsibility of accompanying them to the lighthouse. "Where has he been?" Lu Feng inquired. "He has been with the other children," Enje replied. "Last night, when I finished work, they were together watching the news and then went to sleep. This morning they had an exam in the classroom, and in the afternoon they were at the base." Lu Feng stated, "Contact his teacher and the dormitory supervisor." Enje acknowledged the instruction. After finishing a call to Lin Zhua to explain the situation, he pondered for a moment and said, "I can go ask him. He is quite intelligent." Lu Feng responded with a non-committal hum. Consequently, Enje approached the glass-sealed door. As an infected individual, Sinan had been isolated along with others. He now occupied a silvery laboratory. Inside, a diminutive figure sat alone on a silver dissection table, his head slightly bowed, maintaining an expression that suggested he was detached from the turmoil occurring outside. A commotion arose behind Enje as Lu Feng's communicator blared, indicating the gravity of the situation. In just these 2 or 3 minutes, 3 groups had already come searching for him. He muttered something to the doctor before rising and heading out into the corridor. The door had sound transmission devices, and Enje picked up the communication device. "Sinan." Sinan looked up at him. "Do you know what has happened to you?" Enje asked. Sinan nodded slightly. "Do you know the reason?" Enje inquired. "Did you encounter anything peculiar in the Garden of Eden?" Sinan's dark, obsidian eyes bore into him, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. In that moment, Enje suddenly comprehended the discernible differences between the anomalous beings and humans. Such a gaze resembled that of a creature, something distinctly non-human. If such eyes were to belong to a monstrous entity from the abyss, he would feel no sense of incongruity. After a prolonged silence lasting a minute, Sinan replied, "No, think again." Enje endeavored to steer the young one gently. "What did you do yesterday? Were you with your classmates the entire time?" Sinan merely continued to regard him with those pitch-black eyes, remaining silent regardless of Enje's inquiries. As the stalemate persisted, the doctor's communicator emitted a sound, prompting Enje to glance over. The doctor activated the speakerphone, and Lin Zhua's voice came through, calm in tone yet rapid in pace. revealing the forced composure of humanity. We have reviewed all footage from the past 3 days. He has consistently been in the company of others. He may leave the monitoring range for restroom breaks and occasional free time, which is normal. No absence exceeded 3 minutes, and he is confined to the corridors of this level, Linz was stated. There were no anomalies in the Garden of Eden. Could it be that he was infected on his way to the training base, or perhaps within the base itself? I have heard that children exhibit a far more rapid onset of infection than adults. I apologize, Mr. Lin. Although the pace of infection in children surpasses that of adults, it is evident that the infection occurred at least 15 to 20 hours prior, as indicated by the morphological changes in his cellular structure. Linz fell into a brief silence before stating, in that case, he was indeed infected in Eden. However, the other children and teachers there appear to be entirely normal, showing no signs of infection. Please do not panic. The doctor responded, we are awaiting further directives from our superiors. By 3 o'clock at the latest, the lighthouse will collaborate with the tribunal to conduct infection screenings on the children who were active on the 6th floor during that period. Kindly prepare to assist us. Linz replied, understood. Thank you for your understanding. If there is nothing else. The doctor interjected, wait. Linz asked, do you have any additional leads? Not exactly leads, but I hope this information may assist you. Linz continued. Nan has always been a peculiar child. His intelligence is exceptionally high, yet his mental state remains rather detached. I have watched him grow, and I am certain that his cognitive or sensory perceptions differ from those of other children. Thank you for the information. I shall investigate further, the doctor replied. The adjudicator has returned. We are about to depart. We will discuss this in detail upon our meeting. Linz affirmed. All right. Lu Feng returned to the room. How is it? The doctor inquired. Eden and the training base are under lockdown, Lu Feng reported. We are currently accounting for personnel and will depart in 10 minutes. Very well, the doctor concluded. Lu Feng raised his eyes to Nan in the laboratory, inquiring, how are you faring? The doctor shrugged nonchalantly. Lu Feng stepped forward, positioning himself beside Enja. Nan's gaze slowly shifted towards Lu Feng, and in that moment, Enja noticed that the once distinct black pupils were ominously beginning to blur outward, resembling a web of spider silk radiating in all directions. Lu Feng stated, 10 hours. Enja was momentarily taken aback, comprehending Lu Feng's implication. Within a mere 10 hours, Nan would irrevocably transform from a human child into a mindless monstrosity. He attempted to establish some form of communication with Nan, calling out his name. Yet, Nan's gaze remained fixated on Lu Feng, unwavering. Lu Feng met his stare. Nan opened his mouth, and with a voice that was both youthful and chilling, he articulated 5 words. You will all die. Lu Feng offered a faint smile. He took the communication device from Enja's grasp. No one escapes death, he replied. Humanity will endure. Having said that, he returned the device to its place and turned to walk away. Enja noted that, in terms of the icy demeanor and tone, the colonel was indeed superior. Several researchers took over Nan, and the partition rose. The doctor remarked, this child is quite peculiar. Lu Feng responded, I will assign personnel for interrogation. The doctor acknowledged, much appreciated. At that moment, the sound of wind echoed once more in Enja's ears. He glanced around and discovered a similarly concealed circular hole at the junction of the ceiling and wall. Lu Feng. Enja gently tugged at Lu Feng's sleeve. What is that? Lu Feng followed his gaze to the ceiling and remarked softly, the ventilation duct. Enja blinked in surprise. You haven't seen one before? The doctor inquired. Not in the outer city as it was constructed later, he replied. The doctor, ever eager to impart knowledge, encouraged Enja to continue questioning. What purpose does it serve? Enja asked. It supplies air, was the doctor's succinct answer. He then elaborated. During the construction of the main city, the magnetic field had not yet fully dissipated, and humanity's industrial capabilities were at their zenith. To create a base capable of withstanding cosmic radiation and solar winds to the greatest extent, the walls of all buildings were constructed to be 4 to 5 times thicker than ordinary structures, utilizing special materials. The design was entirely sealed, relying on the ventilation system to provide clean air. The survival of the main city owes much to the effectiveness of this system. He chuckled softly. After the establishment of artificial magnetic poles, various mutations began to emerge. Before the invention of the disperser, insects infiltrated everywhere. To prevent any creature from entering through the air, the main city added 3 layers of filtration and extermination systems at the intake and exhaust points of the ventilation system. Thus, as long as we manage the ingress and egress of the city gates properly, the main city remains absolutely secure. While typing an email on his computer, he muttered almost to himself, "Why did the infection incident occur? It simply doesn't make sense, especially since the other children in Eden are unharmed." At this juncture, he paused. Glancing at Lu Feng, "I heard that a girl escaped from Eden yesterday. I've inquired about it." Lu Feng stated, "That girl is perfectly normal." The doctor's brow furrowed more deeply as he rapidly typed information on the keyboard. Lu Feng, observing the computer screen, inquired, "Are you contacting the subterranean base? Recent events have filled me with trepidation." The doctor inhaled deeply, replying, "I wish to ascertain the extent of the monster's evolution in North America. However, communication between our bases via the emergency channel is a matter of chance, with results being far from guaranteed." Having spoken, he clicked send. Anja then noticed that he dispatched the same document to another recipient, labeled Institute. "Done," the doctor announced, closing the interface. "I'm going to coordinate the instruments." Lu Feng responded, "I shall proceed to Eden first." The corridors of the citadel were long and white, illuminated by cold light. There was a tea room in the corridor. As they pushed the door open, 2 researchers in lab coats were kissing. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, one researcher embraced the other and turned, their forms disappearing into the depths of the tea room. This scene seemed to elicit antipathy in Lu Feng. He frowned slightly, saying, "Where is your discipline?" "There is no recourse," the doctor responded. "The more we research, the more disillusioned we become. An atmosphere of hedonism pervades the citadel from top to bottom. You cannot impose military discipline upon us. Even I am occasionally overcome by despair." Lu Feng remained silent. At the corner, he led Anja in a direction diverging from the doctor's. In the subsequent afternoon, Anja followed Lu Feng blindly, uncertain of his destination. He could only be considered a temporary worker in Eden, having received no orders or instructions. However, Lu Feng seemed unperturbed by his presence. In fact, when the man was inspecting the children of Eden one by one, he even permitted Anja to rest in the hall for a while. Thus, Anja settled on a sofa in the corridor hall, engrossed in a book, while the wall opposite him bore a blood-red slogan proclaiming the supremacy of human interests above all else. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the doctor arrived at Eden with a few subordinates, appearing somewhat fatigued as they activated the detection instruments in the hall. Selen had been dispatched by Lu Feng to assist the doctor's endeavors. The young adjudicator glanced at the apparatus in the center of the hall, his brow furrowing slightly. "Is there only one?" he inquired. "What of the other?" The doctor replied, "The second one is stationed at the main city entrance to receive returning mercenaries from the outer city." This implied that the entire base currently possessed a mere 2 instruments. "Do you harbor any misconceptions regarding our current industrial production capabilities?" The doctor continued, "For high-precision machinery of this nature, 2 units are already at the limit." "I apologize," Selen responded. "No matter," the doctor assured him, "you may proceed with the initial assessment, and we shall gradually screen with the instruments thereafter." Selen replied earnestly, "The tribunal has not conducted specialized training for the children. I trust in the adjudicator's discernment. He will undoubtedly identify any other infected entities," the doctor stated. Just then, the sound of Lu Feng's footsteps echoed as the inspection of the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels was completed. Lu Feng was communicating via his transceiver. No suspected infected individuals detected. Andrew observed the tremor in the professor's hand as he adjusted the instrument controls. Lu Feng walked past him, stating, "I'm entrusting this area to you." The professor's complexion was inexplicably pallid as he responded, "Understood." He then added, "With the abundance of aberrant specimens at the Citadel and the emergence of infection in Eden, my apprehension extends to the Citadel as well. Would it be feasible to petition the Unified Command for the deployment of the tribunal?" Lu Feng inquired, "My clearance level?" The professor replied, "Identical to mine." Lu Feng affirmed, "Very well." He proceeded towards the elevators, and just silently watched him depart, only to notice the man cast a glance in his direction. The look conveyed a silent summons, and Zhe set down his book and obediently followed. Lu Feng, the professor, interjected abruptly. Lu Feng paused but did not turn around. Yes? And Zhe subtly turned to see the professor gazing in their direction, a hint of bewilderment and helplessness evident in his azure eyes, his eye sockets tinged with red. A century ago, the infection rate following injury was a mere 30%. Minor lacerations and punctures posed no risk of mutation. However, the situation has been deteriorating progressively over the years. This year, in particular, has witnessed a surge in infection rates. You are aware that even a pinprick can now lead to infection. I have been contemplating whether a day will arrive when, irrespective of our actions, our genes will become disordered, resulting in transformation into aberrants. Lu Feng remained motionless and silent. With a chime, the elevator arrived, and the silver doors slid open smoothly. The voice of Dr. G trembled slightly as he spoke. There are neither monsters nor aberrations in Eden. The child's infection occurred without cause, and we remain oblivious to the source of this contagion, as well as its mode of transmission. The lighthouse is incapable of detecting that virus, nor do we possess the means to defend against it. If such entities have infiltrated our surroundings like an epidemic, it is the most vulnerable children who, due to their individual constitution, become the first to be infected. He took a breath and asked, "So what shall we do, Dr. G?" Lu Feng's voice was cold and unyielding. "You are wavering." With that, he placed his right hand on Zhe's shoulder and led him towards the elevator without a backward glance. Chapter 33. Upon arriving at the base of the residential building and stepping out of Lu Feng's car, Zhe expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." "There's no need for thanks," Lu Feng replied. "How do you manage your meals?" "I cook for myself," Zhe responded. "Potato soup?" "Yes." "Do you like it?" Lu Feng inquired. Zhe pondered for a moment before replying, "I do, but I have no money to buy anything else." "I noticed," Lu Feng remarked. "Tonight, I will treat you to something different." "Why?" Zhe asked. Lu Feng replied nonchalantly, "In gratitude for your assistance in uncovering the aberration." That sentiment resonated truthfully. It was indeed because of him that Lu Feng had become aware of the compass. Thus, Zhe was granted the opportunity to choose from the selection in the food area. Referring to the menu provided by the base, he ultimately purchased tomatoes, potatoes, and frozen beef. The price of beef was exceedingly high, and there was a conspicuous sign indicating an impending discontinuation. He hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to make the purchase. However, during his moment of indecision, Lu Feng had already completed the transaction. The balance displayed on the card reader highlighted the disparity between individuals, leaving Zhe with a profound sense of awareness. Beside the ingredients, there was a simple recipe, and as Zhe possessed no other culinary skills, he opted once again to prepare a soup. As he simmered the concoction, Zhe made a notable discovery. He stood still, silently observing the gently bubbling surface of the pot. The broth had thickened significantly, the potatoes thoroughly softened, and the sweet and tangy aroma of tomatoes mingled harmoniously with the scent of beef, creating a flavor distinctly different from that of potato soup. Exceedingly delicious. Yet, Lu Feng glanced at him, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "I." Zhe lifted his gaze to meet Lu Feng's. The green eyes staring back at him, veiled by a thin layer of white steam, seemed less intimidating than he had anticipated. I think I might have made too much." "Too much?" Lu Feng moved closer, leaning slightly to peer into the pot. Zhe was acutely aware that it was indeed excessive. He had added too many ingredients and consequently too much water. When preparing potato soup, he preferred to add a generous amount of water to attain softer potatoes and a richer broth, gradually reducing it to create a concentrated soup. However, this current mixture seemed to deviate from the principles of potato soup. If it continued to simmer, the ingredients would disintegrate, transforming into an indistinguishable amalgamation. He estimated that even if served for 3 people, it would be more than sufficient. Lu Feng remarked, "It is indeed too much." Zhe pondered deeply and finally devised a remedy. He could invite Colin to dine with him. Lu Feng turned his head and cast a faint glance in his direction. From that subtle gaze, Zhe astutely discerned a hint of Lu Feng's emotion. It appeared that overcooking the soup had become a considerable blunder. Lu Feng stated, "Ceylon resides in 3202. send him a portion. After ringing the doorbell of 3202, Ceylon swiftly opened the door from within. It's you? He seemed slightly taken aback. And Je presented the thermos to him, saying, I made soup and brought you a serving. Wow, Ceylon exclaimed, thank you. I was just about to head out for dinner. And Je handed him the soup, replying, you're welcome. Ceylon then asked, why are you giving this to me? Perhaps the colonel would enjoy it. And Je momentarily struggled to find an appropriate response. Ultimately, he replied, the colonel has some too. Ceylon chuckled and said, I guessed as much. So, it was the colonel who informed you of my residence here? And Je nodded. Ceylon ushered Je inside, placing the thermos on the living room table. He then retrieved a pink-wrapped item from a drawer. It appeared to be a type of confection. He pressed it into Je's hand, saying, please, have some candy. Thank you, Je replied. Ceylon inquired, are you adjusting well to living in the main city? Which floor are you on? Je answered, I'm on the 37th floor. My goodness, Ceylon laughed softly, what a coincidence. At that moment, a fierce wind howled outside, and the sound of the pipes in Ceylon's room echoed eerily. Je turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The ventilation duct, which was typically closed, would occasionally open during the summer when the winds were strong, preventing excessive moisture from accumulating within the pipes. During these times, it would emit a considerable noise, loud enough to disturb even those who lived in the bustling city, often preventing them from sleeping. However, there was no cause for concern. Saran spoke in a gentle tone, and after a brief pause, added with a smile, but the colonel has probably reassured you. Je felt perplexed. Firstly, he did not feel afraid and therefore did not require any reassurance. Secondly, Lu Feng had not reassured him at all. He replied he did not. Saran responded, perhaps he simply forgot. Je believed that Saran was overly idealistic about Lu Feng's character and had an exaggerated view of their relationship. Upon returning to room 3702, he was taken aback to find the colonel had personally set the table with cutlery, a gesture that felt rather humbling. Regrettably, even after one serving had been taken, there remained an excessive amount. The colonel's cold green eyes bore into him. You may. Je retorted, I cannot. Lu Feng replied, you must not waste the base's resources. Je scooped a small piece of beef with his spoon, struggling to swallow it. After finishing his portion, he was compelled by Lu Feng to confront the remaining food in the pot, of which he had already consumed half. Lu Feng's tone remained flat. Continue. Je consumed another piece of potato and a spoonful of soup, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. The capacity for human consumption is finite, even if the soup was exceptionally delectable. He feared he might exceed his limits. Raising his eyes, he looked at Lu Feng, only to find the man observing him, his brows slightly lifted, an expression of subtle pleasure dancing in his eyes. He should have known better. Lu Feng's intention was never to conserve resources for the base. His joy derived from bullying him. Furrowing his brow, he felt a surge of anger. This time he was resolute, declaring, I won't eat anymore. Lu Feng, that would be a crime of wasting food. Je retorted, then you are guilty as well. Lu Feng crossed his arms, surveying him as if appraising him from head to toe, and remarked, you've become clever. Je grasped his implication. He swore that the next time this person came to dine, he would slip a piece of his own mycelium into the food to poison him. He had no intention of engaging with this individual further and set down his spoon. However, Lu Feng merely chuckled. He reached out and placed the remaining soup before himself, seemingly intent on exonerating himself. After observing Lu Feng's demeanor for a moment, Je decided to reduce his portion to half. After dinner, he escorted Lu Feng outside. The colonel had a teleconference to attend that evening. As they reached the door, Lu Feng appeared to suddenly recall something. He retrieved a semi-transparent small box from the pocket of his uniform and tossed it to Je. You can use this if you have trouble sleeping, he said. Upon returning to his room, Je opened the box. Inside were a pair of white, umbrella-shaped rubber earplugs. He pondered for a long while, still wavering between viewing Lu Feng as a good or bad person, ultimately defining him, for the time being, as a mercurial character. The wind outside continued to intensify, and the sounds within the cave grew faintly sharp, indeed to a degree that could hinder human sleep. Yet he did not intend to wear those earplugs, at least not for now, Je stood before his bed. For the entirety of this afternoon, he found himself preoccupied with a singular thought. If he was unable to traverse the lighthouse freely, when would he ever discover the spores? Once, he perceived this as an insurmountable dilemma, but now a path had unveiled itself. All the edifices of this city were interconnected through ventilation ducts. He turned to gaze out the small window, which was no larger than 2 stacked textbooks, flanked by 2 metal sliding doors. Approaching the window, he exerted force to push the sliding door inward. With a satisfying click, the door sealed shut, rendering the room invisible to the outside world. Mycelium. The mycelium spread forth from Ensued's body. His garments, along with the shell pendant around his neck, tumbled to the ground, producing a soft sound. Simultaneously, a cluster of pristine white mycelium emerged from the collar, rolling beneath the bed to quietly confront the dark opening. In his mushroom form, Ensued experienced a vague awareness of his surroundings. Vision and hearing merged into one, while smell and touch became indistinguishable. No longer did he perceive images or sounds. Instead, he encountered a peculiar sensation that transcended human language. At the entrance, a fine mesh of metallic wire, 3 layers thick, was sufficient to thwart any small or large insects. Yet, it could not deter a supple mushroom. Chapter 34 unfurled as a singular white mycelium extended outward, gently resting upon the surface of the metal mesh. Then, it slipped through the minuscule gaps in the grid. It was safe. At least here, there were no lethal weapons, merely the barrier of the mesh. The first mycelium penetrated through the 3 layers of grating and reached within the pipe, followed by the remaining mycelium, which advanced forward, coalescing together, exhibiting a state akin to liquid due to their remarkable softness and flexibility. The snow-white tide pervaded every nook and cranny, cascading over the 3 layers of metal mesh, before reuniting behind it. A forward-extending pipe materialized in Ensued's perception. Its walls were uniformly smooth, yet certain areas bore mottled rust. The scent of iron oxide wafting through the air, reminiscent of the tang of blood. A breeze was blowing in from the end of the pipe. Ensued moved ahead, his mycelium, akin to tentacles, pressed against the pipe's wall, flowing gently forward. The pipe remained straight, and after rounding a right angle, it continued its linear path. He pressed on, encountering an intersection ahead. A slightly wider lateral pipe connected with the one he currently occupied. The wind intensified, the currents becoming intricate, suggesting that this vast piping system resembled a convoluted labyrinth. Ensued hesitated momentarily in place, extending a long strand of mycelium to mark his path within the pipe before proceeding onward. Though Lu Feng deemed him not particularly clever, Ensued considered himself not entirely foolish. He resolved to use this strand of mycelium to chart his course, ensuring that he could retrace his steps regardless of where he ventured. After making this decision, Ensued felt a wave of relief, and he traversed the intersection directly, continuing in the same direction. After another right angle, a faint light beckoned from ahead. Ensued arrived at the source of the illumination, another vent. The familiar cadence of a news anchor resonated through the air. Evidently, he had infiltrated someone's ventilation system. After a month-long endeavor, the main city has recalled 12,000 mercenaries from abroad, officially entering a period of recuperation. During the projected 10-year recovery phase, the city's entire scientific research capacity will be dedicated to investigating the origin of the infection. A rhythmic rapping echoed. Ensued, having inadvertently trespassed, harbored no intention of infringing upon another's privacy and resolved to depart. However, a subsequent event temporarily dissuaded him. The sound of a door opening broke the silence. Colonel Lu. A woman's voice announced with brisk efficiency. Colonel Lu. This was Lu Feng's quarters. Ensued stealthily emerged from the vent, inching forward to enhance his auditory perception. He possessed a genuine curiosity regarding Lu Feng's existence. Subsequently, he discerned the familiar, frigid intonation. Greetings. Good day, Colonel Lu. I am a representative from the 21st level of Eden. Eden. Ensued perked up his auditory apparatus, assuming he possessed such an organ in his present form. Lu Feng inquired, "What is the matter?" Well, the woman responded with a subtle smile. Firstly, congratulations on your return from the outer city. Secondly, I have been instructed by my superiors to inquire whether you currently harbor any inclination to donate sperm to Eden. Lu Feng's response was unequivocally terse and devoid of sentimentality. Negative. That is most regrettable. Should you develop any interest in the future, we implore you to contact us. Your genetic material is exceptionally valuable. Its underutilization would constitute a loss for the entire base. Despite her commendation, Lu Feng's tone remained unchanged. He inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Madame Lu's flowers are in bloom," the woman stated. "She requested that I deliver a bouquet to you. The work in the central city is quite demanding, and she urges you to rest and take care of yourself." After a brief pause, Lu Feng asked, "Is she in good health?" "All is well." "Thank you," Lu Feng responded, his voice softening slightly. "Please convey my regards to her." Their conversation concluded there, and after the door closed once more, the room fell silent. The weather forecast reported that the high winds would persist, and temperatures would decline. The sound ceased abruptly, presumably as Lu Feng turned off the television. Then, footsteps approached, and Lu Feng returned to the bedroom, seating himself at the desk. Following the rustling of papers, the room was enveloped in silence, broken only by Lu Feng's breathing. And Zhe was tempted to extend a few hyphae from under the bed to observe what the colonel was doing, but he dared not. Ultimately, he retraced his steps through the ventilation shaft. At the crossroads, he chose the direction from which the wind blew, continuing his progress while trailing the slender hypha, which served to mark his path. The cool, blood-scented wind buffeted his hyphae, and the pipe walls connected to other ducts, each of which linked to additional complex pipe structures. Concurrently, another intersection appeared ahead, even in this short segment of the path, and Zhe could discern the complexity of the entire system. He possessed no definitive roadmap, only a vague sense of the lighthouse's direction. He could envision the challenges of entering the lighthouse through the pipeline. Yet, he remained resolute in his search, not one to exhibit impatience like a mere mushroom. After several turns, and Zhe found himself utterly disoriented, oblivious to the passage of time. He only knew that as he advanced along the direction of the wind, the pipeline widened, and the gusts grew stronger, leading him to surmise that he had discovered the main vein of the ventilation system. At times, he worried that his mycelium might snap, but there was no means to reinforce it or spare an additional thread. The mycelium was to the mushroom what blood is to humanity. Excessive loss could spell demise, and he could not afford to exhaust it. Occasionally, he encountered metallic grates or sharp edges, as if capable of slicing through flesh and sinew. In such moments, he would cautiously glide along the razor's edge, careful to avoid severing his mycelium. And Zhe was unaware of how long he had been traversing. Only the sound of the wind and the faint rustle of the mycelium brushing against the corroded pipe accompanied him. Ahead lay an infinitely extending black tunnel, and behind him was the same. A sensation that transported him back to the time he had lost his spores, aimlessly wandering through the depths, perhaps to recover them tomorrow, or perhaps never to find them again. When the diameter of the pipe reached a height of 2 men, and Zhe perceived a dim red light flickering ahead, he moved forward, cautiously navigating past a large turbine, only to be unexpectedly ejected from the pipe. He fell onto the hard, rough metallic floor, illuminated by a dim crimson light. Anja glanced around. This was no longer the interior of a pipeline, but an expansive cylindrical space, as vast as the Hall of Eden, with wind and red light streaming in from above. It was too high and distant for Anja to grasp. Thus, his snow-white form elongated upon the ground, the mycelium coalescing into a human body and skin. Feeling the chill, the mycelium spread across him, intricately weaving a loose white robe that shielded him from the oppressive cold outside. Barefoot on the metallic surface, Anja lifted his gaze upward. A colossal turbine was tilted at the apex of the space, dominating his view. Surrounding the turbine was a curtain of dark red laser light, akin to that on the outer city walls. Anja recognized it as a type of human defensive weapon. Should any creature attempt to breach it, an alarm would be triggered immediately. Peering through the iron teeth of the turbine, Anja glimpsed the outer sky, where the aurora continued to shimmer. This place was connected to the outside world. He realized it was the inlet of the ventilation system. Once the turbine activated, fresh air from the outside would be drawn in and distributed through the myriad pipes. Retracting his gaze, he looked forward. At the center of this cylindrical space stood a rectangular metallic workbench, perhaps the control station for the entire system. He approached it only to discover otherwise. On the metallic surface were welded 3 rectangular small boxes, and in the light, he could discern faded inscriptions beside them, seemingly plated. Anja leaned slightly, brushing away the dust and rust to reveal the densely packed inscriptions. A letter to future generations. I am Kong Jinglan, the chief engineer responsible for the construction of the underground ventilation system at the northern base. The design of the ventilation system took 1 year, while its construction spanned 9 years, costing 110 million yuan per kilometer. Detractors had suggested postponing the project due to the immense challenges and resources required for the base's construction. However, after thorough deliberation, we concluded that if the geomagnetic deterioration continues to worsen, within a decade, the global economy will inevitably collapse. Within 50 years, the remaining human population will completely lose the capacity for heavy industrial research and production, with all resources and focus shifting to the medical field. We are out of time. Fortunately, this year, the underground ventilation system was successfully completed alongside the above-ground base, allowing our fellow humans to live under its stringent protection. This is my sole source of solace. Despite the rigorous safeguards against cosmic radiation, I am afflicted with multiple cancers and immune diseases. I requested the base to inter my ashes at the core of the ventilation system, so that each generation of engineers maintaining the system may be reassured that the base remains secure and that humanity, this magnificent species, endures. May you all have a luminous future. Yours sincerely, June 2030. This is the urn containing ashes, a vessel that once held a human form. It serves as a tomb, and the inscribed words are a letter left for future generations, perhaps more aptly termed an epitaph. To the right, one can see a nearly identical box, its base welded onto the surface, also inscribed, accompanied by a letter with a similar tone. To Mr. Kong Jinglan, and to those who follow, I am Liao Ping'an, the head of underground ventilation system maintenance at the northern base. The ventilation system undergoes biannual inspections and comprehensive maintenance every 2 years, and is currently operating in perfect condition. As Mr. Kong foresaw, the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field not only persisted, but completely vanished in December 2030. Fortunately, the artificial magnetic pole project succeeded shortly thereafter, and the Earth was once again shielded by a magnetic field, sparing humanity from radiation-induced ailments. Regrettably, cosmic radiation led to the infection and mutation of bacteria, fungi, and viruses, ushering in an unprecedented cataclysm for humanity. As a survivor of this calamity, I have witnessed the contraction of human-inhabited areas, the collapse of economic systems, and the gradual loss of industrial capacity. The base has channeled all of humanity's remaining production capacity into military manufacturing, the construction of military bases, and the expansion of the base itself. An endless stream of firearms, ammunition, nuclear weapons, aircraft, armor, and tanks are being produced. I am uncertain of the base's intentions, nor do I know whether this action is accelerating the depletion of human resources. I can only hope that the base has profound intentions beyond my understanding. During this catastrophe, I was unfortunately infected with a lethal bacterium. As my life nears its end, I still feel endless dread for the future of the base, and thus choose to be buried here with Mr. Kong, awaiting the report of safety from the next generation of engineers. May you have a bright future. Respectfully, November 2052. The following concerns the third urn and epitaph. To Mr. Kong Jinglan, Ms. Liao Ping'an, and to those who come after, I am Yang Yi, the head of the underground ventilation system maintenance at the northern base. The ventilation system undergoes inspections every 6 months and comprehensive maintenance every 2 years, and it is currently operating in flawless condition. I must convey to both of you, esteemed predecessors, that in this era, the ventilation system has transcended its role as merely one of the numerous infrastructures within the base. It now plays an extraordinarily luminous role in safeguarding human safety. In 2053, the global biological mutations commenced and human bases, with the military as the principal force and civilian mercenaries as auxiliary support, embarked upon a monumental defense war. In the face of scarce resources and limited industrial capabilities, the solid military bases and formidable weaponry inherited from the previous generation have proven invaluable, ensuring the safety of the remaining human populace. Moreover, the ventilation system has been transformed into one of the defensive fortifications of the base's central city. protecting the inhabitants from the incursion of insect-like monstrosities. Currently, the northern base remains secure, with military and mercenary teams continuously retrieving monster samples from the outside world, as well as recovering scientific equipment, civilizational documents, and other essential supplies from the ruins of human cities. The research capabilities of the base are focused on studying the principles of infection and the propagation of the human race. While the former has yet to yield a clear direction, the latter has made preliminary breakthroughs, leading to the emergence of a significant number of new lives and a gradual increase in population. Although the environment remains harsh, I firmly believe that all will improve. Under the sanctuary of the base, I have succumbed to the blissful ailments of old age. I wish you a bright future. Yours sincerely, January 2104. And je read intently, then glanced to the side, where an expanse of emptiness lay before him, devoid of any other boxes. The year 2104 felt like a distant epoch. Perhaps, in the near future, the next generation of engineers would also repose here, their epitaphs recounting recently unfolded tales of the outer city's downfall, or something equally significant. At this moment, a resounding lament echoed from all directions, as the tumultuous night wind surged through the inlet, causing Enje to shudder involuntarily. The fierce gusts were akin to an irresistible torrent, nearly blinding him. He braced his elbows against his eyes to shield them from the onslaught, inclining his head slightly. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced him. A strand of pure white mycelium, caught in the wind, floated into his peripheral vision, its pale form flickering before vanishing in an instant. Enje swiftly turned around, noticing that the white mycelium he had deliberately left as a trail marker on the ground had only dragged a short length behind. Trembling in the wind, the tempest had severed his mycelium, the broken segment whisked away by the gale. His pupils constricted as he gazed toward the direction he had come from, where 6 pitch-black apertures stood in neat alignment, identical to one another. In the dim red light, those 6 circular, dark openings resembled the compound eyes of an insect, fixated upon him. Instinctively, Enje stepped back, colliding with the metallic surface behind him, momentarily destabilizing his body, his hand pressing against the epitaph. The engraved letters on the epitaph offered a tactile rhythm. For reasons unknown, this cold, solitary metallic platform, housing the ashes of the deceased within the desolate hall, provided him with an unexpected sense of security. Enje exhaled softly, cautiously advancing forward until he stood before a row of openings. He endeavored to crawl into each of the 6 pipe entrances one by one, yet he found no trace of mycelium. It was too fine, fracturing and retracting, ultimately carried away by the wind, perhaps to some hidden corner. Moreover, the darkness enveloped this place. Enje gazed around in bewilderment. Within this cylindrical space, there were 6 pipe entrances on each side, front, back, left, and right, totaling 24, all leading to different directions. This was the very source of the city's ventilation system. He realized he had 2 choices: to find his way back to his dwelling before dawn, to return the following night, or to simply abandon the idea of returning altogether. He could relinquish his human identity, allowing Enje to vanish within the main city, while he, as a mushroom, would wander endlessly in the underground tunnels, indifferent to day and night. As long as he explored long enough before withering away, he could infiltrate the lighthouse. The wind intensified, causing Enje to shiver slightly. He understood that the decision he was about to make would determine his entire fate. Yet, even if he resolved to return, could he truly find his way back? Enje was uncertain. Staring at the 6 openings from which he had come, he gritted his teeth and crawled into the one slightly to the right of the center. Unsure if it was indeed the original path, he could only leave his fate to chance. In truth, traversing the openings in the form of mycelium would have been more convenient. Yet 3 human elders resided here, and he did not wish for them to witness the entrance of an aberration. Consequently, it was not until he had fully entered the duct that Enje reverted to a mass of mycelium. The mycelium quickened its pace, drifting in the direction of the wind, which also propelled him from behind. Enje navigated several bends and junctions, his sole desire being to reach a duct opening that connected to a human dwelling, preferably one with a window, from which he could surreptitiously escape. Under the cover of darkness, he would locate the nearest shuttle stop, furtively clinging to the undercarriage. The nocturnal shuttle would convey him to the terminal near Building 24, enabling him to slip back into his own stairwell. Provided the night was sufficiently dark, he would remain undetected. After a seemingly endless and haphazard journey, as the ventilation shaft narrowed, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, signaling his arrival at an outlet, a ceiling-mounted vent. Gazing down, Enjeu's attention was immediately drawn to a cylindrical, transparent container filled with a slightly turbid liquid. Within the liquid floated a fleshy mass, diminutive in size, roughly equivalent to 2 human fists. A transparent tube connected one end of this fleshy entity to a complex apparatus. A peculiar sensation arose within him, an emotion Enjeu could not precisely articulate, yet he knew that the container held a living organism. He was suddenly transfixed. He understood. It was a juvenile, an embryo, a human embryo. Shifting his gaze, he observed another identical apparatus. Indeed, the expansive room was densely populated with such devices, row upon row of them. His vision was limited, rendering him incapable of comprehending the vastness of the room. Yet, he was aware that the base could yield between 5,000 to 10,000 offspring annually. Thus, this was no ordinary place. By a stroke of serendipity, he had inadvertently stumbled into Eden, and sighed with relief. Eden was a realm he was well acquainted with. However, he was simultaneously beset with apprehension. He understood the extent of human affection for their young. Almost every corner of Eden was monitored by cameras, with personnel on watch around the clock, ensuring that no harm could befall the little ones. This thought ignited a surge of anger within him. If only the world of mushrooms had cameras, how could his offspring have been taken by Lu Feng? Yet, merely 3 seconds later, he recognized the flaw in his reasoning. Even with cameras, Lu Feng could still abscond with the spores. The crux of the matter lay not in the surveillance, but rather in the existence of the villainous Lu Feng. No, the critical issue was how he could extricate himself from this predicament. Chapter 36. Beep, beep, beep. The source of the monotonous sound remained a mystery. Yet, another sound permeated the room. Thump, thump, thump. This rhythm resembled the heartbeat of a human, though it was not genuine, for it reverberated throughout the chamber, emanating from devices seemingly positioned in the corners of the walls. At that moment, footsteps approached from the far end of the room. 2 humans were conversing as they walked, seemingly documenting something. After a brief interval, snippets of their dialogue echoed in the air. The 4th district is functioning normally. The 6th district is also normal. Subject 113 has ceased development and will be under continued observation. Subject 334 exhibits abnormal proliferation and must be eliminated. The transplantation of Subject 334 occurred prematurely. Unfortunately, the previous report was not approved, and the superiors are determined to offset the high abnormality rate with a higher birth rate. Over the past 2 years, the rate of embryonic abnormalities has been steadily increasing, which is hardly a wise decision. Embryos require at least an additional month in the maternal environment to ensure successful development. The maternal cycle is too brief, and extending the duration would lead to an insufficient birth rate. Why is this so challenging? On a brighter note, the overall number of children is on the rise. The footsteps gradually recede, leaving only the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat resonating throughout the room. The light within the chamber is dim and soft, creating a tranquil nest, akin to a vast, hollow organ, where the powerful heartbeat serves as a testament to the presence of life. Enjeu slowly withdraws from the conduit. Feeling a slight discomfort in his body, there seems to be some peculiar fluctuation affecting him. However, upon observing the arrangement of the human quarters, he finally regains his sense of orientation. He must make his way closer to the exterior of the building. After traversing numerous circuits within the conduit, he discovered a multitude of ventilation openings, each leading to a succession of small, grid-like chambers. It appeared to still be the hour of slumber, for each room housed an occupant in repose. He found himself unable to emerge from beneath the beds to observe, yet he could discern the faintest sounds of breath, the delicate inhalations of the young ones. The windows were sealed tight, and above, a red-lit camera observed, rendering any escape from these chambers futile. Time passed languidly before Enjeu finally located a ventilation shaft positioned on the ceiling of the corridor. Cautiously, he extricated himself from this opening, spreading his form across the ceiling, traversing the corridor while clinging to its surface. The camera, directed downward, could not capture the scene above. The layout of each level of Eden was reminiscent of the others, and he recognized this corridor as one designated for menial tasks, a repository for cleaning tools, domestic items, foodstuffs, and various odds and ends. A flicker of excitement coursed through him. According to pattern, 3/4 along the corridor, a door would lead to a modest terrace, occasionally used for airing items, and sometimes a spot where staff would indulge in a smoke. Soon enough, Enja successfully located the door and strained to extend his mycelium, slipping through the narrow gap. The sky beyond was bright. It was indeed day. However, before he could fully contemplate this revelation, his attention was wholly captivated. On the expansive terrace, atop the cement barrier, stood a diminutive figure clad in white, a girl in a white dress. She faced away from Enja, gazing outward, slowly extending her arms, her body leaning precariously forward. She was on the verge of plummeting. The figure of Enja materialized, taking a few steps forward to grasp the girl's shoulder, gently lowering her from the railing to the ground. The girl turned back, and Enja was momentarily taken aback. He recognized her. Just 2 days prior, she had dashed from the Eden towards the street, only to be intercepted by Lu Feng and subsequently taken away by the staff of Eden. He could not be mistaken. At that moment, she cast a glance at Enja, one that was devoid of spirit, lacking the vibrant hues that characterized the children in his class. For an instant, Enja perceived her as a lifeless doll. He was acutely aware that his current appearance was far from ordinary, draped in a cloak woven from mycelium, resembling a person who had carelessly wrapped themselves in a sheet. Yet, normal humans would not venture out in such a manner. Remarkably, the girl seemed oblivious to his peculiar attire, as if she did not register the abruptness of his presence. Nor did she appear to recognize him. Perhaps she had entirely forgotten his existence. 3 seconds later, she slowly turned her gaze back to the front. It was early morning outside, with the auroras just fading away, dense white mist enveloping the deep gray city, surging towards the gray-blue sky like undulating waves. From this angle, half of the view was obscured by a nearby cylindrical magnetic field generator, which towered larger and higher than any building, resembling a mountain, an isolated island amidst the sea fog, or a spiral staircase connecting the heavens and the earth. The streetlights twinkled alongside the morning stars on the horizon, yet in the presence of such a colossal figure, they paled in comparison. The girl gazed upward at the boundless sky. "I did not intend to jump." Her voice was youthful, yet her enunciation was remarkably clear. "I want to fly." Enja replied, "You will fall." She responded, "I know." Her tone was rather flat, unlike that of children her age. The morning breeze caressed her white dress and black hair, creating an extraordinary delicacy and softness. Such qualities were absent in the women and girls outside. Dusai possessed a similar trait, yet this girl exhibited it even more distinctly. Enja stood behind her. He had just safeguarded a human cub, paying a price for it. At the very least, his presence was revealed in the eyes of this girl, placing him in grave danger, where he could not afford to show any vulnerability. He asked, "Why are you here?" For a brief moment, the surveillance might falter. They had yet to discover it. The girl replied, "I came out to see the sky. I can see the sky during free activity time." Enja inquired, "Which grade and class are you in?" He earnestly fulfilled his role as a teacher, unwilling to let a cub remain in such perilous surroundings. She said, "I am in Eden." Enja pressed, "Which floor and class in Eden?" She retorted, "I am not in any specific floor or class. Boys are the only ones there." She added, Enja patiently explained, "There are girls in the class too." His class had many girls, such as Jisha, though their attire resembled that of the boys. They did not mirror the girl before him, who donned a dress and sported shoulder-length hair. Those girls were not truly girls. She turned to Enja, saying, "Only those above the 20th floor are true girls." Enja inquired, "Why? You don't even know this?" She replied. Enja admitted, "I do not." Regarding this human settlement, he indeed possessed scant knowledge. For the first time, a sentiment beyond mere indifference graced the girl's visage. Her lips curled into a subtle smirk, laced with a hint of pride. "Then you must be unaware of the Rose Declaration as well." Enja asked, "What is that?" The girl pivoted, leaning against the railing as the sun faintly began to rise on the horizon. You certainly don't know about bacterial infections either, do you? She posited. And Je responded, I do. He was aware of the calamity that had led to the demise of 90% of humanity. Only those with exceptional genes survived, she continued. And Je nodded. The virulent mutated bacteria rendered human treatment ineffective. Survival hinged solely on innate immunity. A person's genetic makeup determined their resistance to such maladies, allowing them to endure. Subsequently, those who survived discovered that very few children were born alive in this new reality. She ran her fingers through her hair, pausing for a moment as if to gather her thoughts before stating, among the girls who survived the infection, their reproductive abilities are all compromised. Only a scant few possess lesser deficiencies. And she remained silent, wrinkling her nose before continuing. Scientists will conduct genetic testing on them. Those scoring below 60 will completely lose that function, while those scoring above 60 may have the potential to bear healthy children. Thus, the Rose Declaration was born. You are a boy, so the declaration does not concern you. And Je inquired, what is the declaration? We just recited it. She said, do you want to hear it? And Je replied, all right. Her tone remained calm as she recited. A total of 23,371 women with a fertility score of 60 or above have unanimously approved the following declaration. I willingly dedicate myself to the fate of humanity, accept genetic experimentation, and embrace all forms of assisted reproductive methods, devoting my life to the cause of the human race's continuation. That is all. She added, so I am on the 20th floor while you are below. Now you know. Thank you. And Je remarked, but you must still be cautious not to venture into such dangerous places. I will not jump down, she assured. I come here every week. Did you not come as well? She turned her gaze back to Je. I want to see the sky, so I came here. Why did you come? And Je replied, I can no longer find my way back. I know the way, she said. I have a secret passage. And Je pondered. I have no clothes to wear. I also know where the laundry room is, she responded. And Je asked her, then can you tell me? Instead of offering a direct response, she inquired, are you a student from the lower levels? I am a teacher, and Je replied. Promise me something, she urged, her eyes seemingly regaining some vitality as she addressed Je. Promise me something, and I shall procure attire for you and guide you through a clandestine passage to the outside. What is it? And Je asked. Locate a boy named C. Nan on the 6th level and inform him that I have been injected with a tracking agent, precluding me from future outings with him. She instructed. Return here at this time next week and relay his response to me. And Je remained silent. The girl regarded him, questioning, is this beyond your capabilities? And Je met her gaze, and she blinked, momentarily resembling a normal child. Ultimately, and Je conceded, I may be unable to fulfill that. He can be found. She asserted he resides on the 6th level. And Je offered no reply. Growing somewhat impatient, she pushed open the terrace door, declaring, I shall retrieve the garments for you. Before Je could call out to her, the hem of her white dress vanished into the doorway. If the Sinan she mentioned was indeed the same Sinan known to Je, then he was no longer in Eden but at the lighthouse. However, Je hesitated, uncertain of her reaction should he impart this news, having learned that human emotions could engender suffering. Thus, even as the girl departed and returned, ushering him through desolate, cavernous corridors, and finally halting at a half-open small door amidst a pile of debris, he remained undecided on the appropriate phrasing. If you can get in, you can descend to the 1st floor, she pointed towards the doorway. The door stood ajar, having long succumbed to neglect, no longer closing tightly, but rather slightly ajar. However, a rusted metal latch still dangled from the door, embedded in the wall, allowing only a narrow opening just wide enough for a child to squeeze through sideways. And Je remarked, I shall give it a try. He approached the door and leaned slightly. An adult could not pass through this way, yet he was, after all, a mushroom. Beneath his garments, his form briefly transformed into mycelium. Free from the constraints of human anatomy, he effortlessly slipped inside. Your body is quite pliable, the girl commented. There is something I must ask of you. And Je said, could you keep my visit here a secret? The girl replied, if you come back here next week. Her voice abruptly halted. Lily, a woman's voice called out. You are here again. The tone carried a hint of reproach. And Je stepped aside as he heard Lily say, I apologize, ma'am. This time, "It was I who found you." The woman addressed as ma'am spoke gently. "If it were them, you would be locked away once more." Lily responded, "I shall not do so again." Then came the sound of footsteps. They seemed to be moving away, and she peered through the crack and saw Lily being led by a lady in a flowing white gown, her figure gradually receding into the dimly lit corridor. Lily's words remained unfinished, yet he discerned her unspoken intentions. It seemed as though he and Lily had reached a tacit agreement. He would return here next week to convey Sinan's response. Burdened by his thoughts, he surveyed his surroundings. An atmosphere thick with dampness enveloped him, and he could faintly perceive the walls, marred and peeling, adorned with patches of gray-green mold. The floor was strewn with pale, powdery debris. This was a narrow, steep staircase, evidently neglected for countless years. And Je located the stair railing and descended gradually, the absence of windows rendering the space darker than night itself, scarcely better than the confines of the pipes. Each level comprised 20 steps. As he counted them, he reached the 6th floor, where a small door at the landing revealed a gap akin to that of the 20th floor. He exited through it and arrived at the storage room on the 6th floor. Bright lights illuminated the space. The attire Lily had provided him was the standard uniform of Eden personnel, a pristine white shirt, indistinguishable from his previous outfit. He stepped out and glanced at the wall clock in the corridor. 7 o'clock. He was already late for his shift at the training base. Thus, Enja hurried down the stairs, quickening his pace toward the entrance. In the hall, the striking crimson slogan proclaiming humanity's interests above all contrasted sharply against the immaculate white walls. Staff clad in white uniforms moved across the gleaming floor, and distant children's laughter echoed, a world apart from the dim and winding confines of the pipes. He felt as if he had been reborn. As the glass doors of the hall swung open, he collided with someone head-on. Enja. Lu Feng. To Lu Feng's side stood Selen. He noticed Lu Feng's eyes narrowing, and from that gesture, he sensed a hint of danger. Indeed, Lu Feng spoke in a low voice. "What are you doing here?" In the presence of this man, Enja felt as if his very fibers were about to explode. He should not be in Eden. He ought to be training alongside Colin at the base. "I." He looked up at Lu Feng, whose cold, icy green gaze seemed to convey, "You may begin your fabrication." Enja replied, "I took a wrong turn. I truly lost my way in the labyrinthine depths of the city. Had I not fortuitously stumbled into Eden, or failed to find that terrace in time, I might have remained ensnared in that place, losing my identity as a human and never escaping. Moreover, that wicked Lu Feng would henceforth have no connection to him." He slightly lowered his gaze, perplexed by the fact that, at this moment, the colonel seemed less detestable than before. Then Selen gently remarked, "You were supposed to be at the training base today. Didn't you realize you had changed locations?" And she remained silent as the sun rose from behind the distant artificial magnetic pole, casting golden rays upon the silver buttons of Lu Feng's uniform. His voice was somewhat hoarse. "And I am going to be late." Lu Feng did not respond but did not press him either. And she felt that, given Lu Feng's understanding of his intellect, Selen's reasoning held sufficient weight. He attempted to sidestep Lu Feng, seeking to leave this place. Suddenly, Lu Feng's voice rang out beside him. "I will escort you." Lu Feng drove steadily and swiftly, his speed exceeding that of the shuttle bus by at least twice. As he halted at the entrance of the training base, the time displayed on the car's screen read precisely 7:25 in the morning. Leaving 5 minutes before the required start time, he was not late. However, as Enja alighted from Lu Feng's vehicle, he sensed the gaze of his fellow colleagues arriving for work at the training base upon him. Being scrutinized was not a new experience for him. Approaching the card-swiping gate, Enja paused momentarily. He had made an observation. Footsteps echoed behind him, and upon turning, he found Lu Feng standing very close, eyebrow raised, watching him intently. Enja thought to himself, "I forgot my card." Just then, Lu Feng emitted a soft click of his tongue. With 2 slender fingers, he produced his blue ID card and placed it on the sensor. A beep sounded, and the gate swung open. Lu Feng had used his own ID card to grant Enja passage. Simultaneously, the colonel's voice, tinged with mild disdain, resonated in his ear. How foolish. Chapter 37. Even a mushroom would recognize that these 3 words were hardly complimentary. Yet Enja found himself at a loss for a retort. He crossed through the gate, while the guard at the kiosk bore witness to this exchange, appearing both indignant and hesitant to voice any discontent. Enja empathized with them. Despite the judge's rank being relatively modest, his authority in matters of life and death was unparalleled. No one wished to offend Lu Feng, and neither did Enja. Thus, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Colonel." "Don't mention it," Lu Feng replied. "Take the afternoon off." Enja. Lu Feng seemed to lazily lift his eyelids, stating nonchalantly, "Come with me to the lighthouse." Enja. "For what purpose?" Lu Feng. "Dr. G is looking for you." Enja felt a twinge of skepticism regarding the veracity of this statement. Why would Dr. G seek him out? For a fleeting moment, he suspected that this was merely Lu Feng's pretext to apprehend him and take him to the lighthouse. Yet, he believed his performance earlier that morning had been flawless, so much so that Selen had even spoken on his behalf. Enja. He suddenly realized that in Selen's eyes, he might not appear particularly astute. However, even if he was not the most intelligent of humans, he was still a rational mushroom, and visiting the lighthouse was, in fact, an opportunity he yearned for. He replied, "All right." Lu Feng acknowledged him with a soft hum and then turned to depart. While the children were being trained by the military instructor, Enja sat on a nearby bench, waiting for the instructor to call upon him for assistance, such as scoring or timing tasks. With no other activities to occupy him and no reading material of interest in the office, he resorted to perusing a manual that detailed the operation of various weapons. Colin did not sit beside him. Instead, he chose a separate bench, engaging with a new acquaintance, a boy of around 20, who was the language and literature teacher from the adjacent class. At this moment, the pages of the book spread open in Enja's hands elaborately detailed a large fighter aircraft with the model name PL-1109. This was a masterpiece of human technology from the chaotic magnetic field phase, possessing a top-tier radiation shielding exterior, superior engines and motors, and a unique independent cruise system exclusive to the base, capable of accurately pinpointing a course in the absence of a magnetic field. It sounded formidable, but Enja had absolutely no interest in it. In fact, he was beginning to doze off slightly due to a sleepless night. To his right, Colin had concluded his exchange of pleasantries with the language arts teacher. They had shared names and begun conversing, the content of their talk carried by the wind to Enja's ears. "Do you have an affinity for the main city?" Colin inquired. Enja keenly perceived that Colin was about to commence proselytizing once more. "Why wouldn't one?" The boy responded. "The main city has afforded us a secure existence." He seemed to be quite loquacious, for no sooner had this sentence fallen than the next one followed. "It's been a month since we came to the main city. What are your sentiments?" "I can't profess to be fond of it," Colin stated. "Why not?" The boy probed. "No need to venture out as mercenaries to meet one's demise, something I wouldn't have dared to imagine previously. I thank my mother daily for compelling me to complete 3 courses, although her primary intention was for me to finish language and economics, so that I could test into the supply station and avoid having to eke out a living in the wilderness." Colin paused for a moment before asking, "What of your mother?" "She perished in the wild," he replied. "It wasn't long after they adopted me that my father failed to return, and subsequently, neither did she." "My condolences," Colin expressed. "It's nothing," the boy smiled. "I've grown accustomed to it." "What about you?" "My mother was slain by the judges, and my father. He remained in Zone 6 when we ventured to the main city." "I am sorry," the boy replied softly. Yet, the exchange of their experiences seemed to swiftly draw them closer together. After a brief silence, the boy gazed at the children on the training ground, resting his arms behind his head, and sighed. "Having spent so long in the outer city, I've almost forgotten that we, too, emerged from the main city in our childhood. I remember it quite vividly." Colin. "At 5 or 6, I aspired to be a biologist and I performed well academically, yet I still couldn't remain in the main city. I once dreamed of becoming an officer," the boy continued, "but during the final assessment, I fell and was not accepted by the military." Colin remarked, "Fate is capricious. Do not dwell on it. Our qualifications are insufficient. Even if we had stayed, it would have been arduous." The boy sighed again. "Staying in the main city may not guarantee happiness. I've heard of someone who wished to organize and study human archives, but due to exceptional mathematical talent, they were relegated to a lifetime of calculating trajectories in the lighthouse. Just think about it. You wish to be a biologist, yet the base deems you more suited to be a linguist, assigning you to translate documents. It would be unbearable for me. This is why I harbor disdain for the base. Colin replied, it resembles a cold, unfeeling machine. You must envision yourself as a mere cog. Your genes serve as your model, dictating the sector in which you must toil. Colin rarely smiled, but when he did, he remarked, you are quite amusing. The boy replied, we who study languages tend to be metaphorical. However, humans are not mere components. The base, under the pretense of serving humanity's interests, has persistently forsaken the very essence of what it means to be human. What other choice do we have? We cannot subsist on the base's charity. We must contribute some value. The boy then stood up, casting his gaze upon the children before him. I truly adore children, he suddenly exclaimed with great joy. I am thoroughly enamored with this job. Perhaps one day, among the children I teach, there will be an extraordinary genius capable of saving the world. He then muttered to himself, I must prepare my lessons diligently. And Je, resting his chin on his hand, curiously observed him before glancing back at Colin. Colin fell silent, and Nja thought to himself that this time he had failed to find a comrade. When in the outer city, Colin held a banner opposing the judges. What would he hold in the main city? Nja speculated it might be against the classification of humanity or a demand for freedom. His thoughts began to swirl chaotically, and fatigue enveloped him as he struggled to focus on the military compendium. He hastily skimmed through the section on aircraft, then onto weaponry. The various yields of bombs, uranium, and hydrogen bombs could effortlessly shatter a mushroom into fragments. Yet, he felt no fear. Humanity is distinct from the abyssal entities, a creature governed by discernible patterns. As long as he adhered to the rules, he would survive. He spent the morning in this manner, and by noon, after the children's training had concluded, several cubs had bumped into one another, while others found the training excessively challenging and chose not to eat, instead gathering around him, murmuring softly. Anja gently applied a bandage to one cub, while comforting a short-haired girl nearby who felt overwhelmed by the training. Keep going. Once you pass the training, you can become an officer. The girl replied, can't I just be eliminated directly? Anja said, no, that's not an option. He thought to himself that even if they could not remain in the main city, they ought to train diligently. Otherwise, when they grew up, if the outer city were to resume operations by then, those lacking physical fitness would find no one to adopt them, no mercenary teams willing to take them, and would struggle to qualify for clerical positions at the city administration or supply stations, ultimately relegating them to the underground levels, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. He had spent a month there and knew that life was harsh for those inhabitants. Thus, he urged, you all must train hard. The girl clung to his arm and said, but even after becoming an officer, we'll have to train every day. Anja patted her head and reflected, but there are splendid uniforms. A boy glanced at the soldiers on the training field and remarked, they look awful. Their ranks are still too low, Anja replied earnestly. Once you attain the rank of Colonel, the uniforms are quite handsome. Really? The cub inquired. Do they look that good? Another cub added. Anja asked which one. The cub pointed behind him. Anja turned to see. A few meters away, against a lamppost, stood a colonel clad in a black uniform. Surprisingly, the young ones were unafraid of his presence, perhaps because the colonel's gaze was fixed on Nja, his slightly raised eyebrows hinting at a trace of amusement. Nja realized that his earlier words had likely been overheard. Chapter 38 in Lu Feng's vehicle. Nja had succumbed to slumber. The catalyst for his awakening was an instinctive sense of peril. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the car had come to a halt at the entrance of the lighthouse, and the colonel had already opened the door on his side, surveying him from above with a scrutinizing gaze. Did you not sleep last night? The colonel's voice was cold enough to freeze the air. Still disoriented, Nja rubbed his eyes to shake off the haze of sleep before stepping out of the car. As a result of his fatigue, he stumbled forward, nearly collapsing into Lu Feng. Strong arms caught him, steadying him just in time, preventing a fall, and he became more alert. Inside the lighthouse, the atmosphere remained as serene yet bustling as ever. As they traversed the corridor on the first floor, they encountered four soldiers bearing two bodies draped in white cloth. Serlon trailed beside them, his complexion slightly pale. Upon seeing Lu Feng, he simply remarked, "Experimental incident exposed." Lu Feng nodded slightly and led Ensued to the elevator that ascended to the 10th floor. Dr. G awaited them in the center of the corridor on the 10th floor. "You have arrived," he stated. "What is the matter?" Lu Feng inquired. "I need to borrow your little darling for a moment," the doctor replied, turning his attention to Ensued. "Follow me." Ensued did not perceive himself as a possession of the Lu Feng family, yet he followed along nonetheless. The doctor led him to the familiar laboratory, the very place where Sinan was confined. Through the transparent, airtight glass walls, Ensued beheld Sinan, or rather a distorted version of him. Approaching the glass barrier, he observed a black insect, larger than Sinan's original form, roughly the size of an adult human torso. Atop its head were two ebony compound eyes, glistening with a dark silver sheen under the illumination. Between the compound eyes, a pair of elongated antennae protruded, while translucent, elongated wings trailed behind its back. Its abdomen was slender, adorned with deep gray fur, which similarly cloaked its pincers, resembling a bee. In that moment, it flitted chaotically within the transparent cage, incessantly colliding with the glass walls, seemingly longing for escape. Yet its thorax and limbs trembled violently, as if it were enduring immense suffering. Its condition was peculiar, and its brainwaves deviated significantly from the records stored in the database. I harbored suspicions that it retained a fragment of human consciousness, grappling with the instincts of an alien nature. The doctor remarked, however, "None of us can communicate with it effectively, which is why we sought your assistance." Thus, Ensued found himself once more before the communicator. "Sinan," he uttered. The elytra of Sinan rustled, producing a soft, scratching sound. It seemed to hear nothing, continuing its erratic flight throughout the space. However, Ensued was certain that, for a fleeting moment, the compound-eyed head had glanced in his direction. "Sinan," he uttered. "Do you recall Lily?" There was a brief cessation of the rustling sound. Subsequently, the gray bee began to collide with the glass wall with increased ferocity. He gazed at Sinan and softly inquired, "Is there anything you wish to convey to her?" Sinan's wings trembled frenetically, yet having lost the vocal apparatus of a human, all that was presented to the doctor were irregular troughs and crests on the electroencephalogram. Dr. G remarked, "There is a change in the electrical activity. He comprehends." "Who is Lily?" Ensued's gaze was slightly vacant. His dialogue with Lily was a clandestine secret, but presently, there was no other recourse. An hour later, there was a gentle knock at the laboratory door. Ensued turned his head. The first thing that met his eyes was a snow-white skirt. "Madame Lu?" Dr. G's voice held a hint of surprise. "What brings you here?" Ensued looked up. Entering the doorway was a lady of graceful and gentle demeanor. She had long, dark hair, loosely arranged into a bun at the back of her head, and wore a light blue mask, allowing Ensued to see only a pair of tender, dark eyes. Her figure was slightly plump, which enhanced her benevolent aura. The girl she held by the right hand was indeed Lily, flanked on either side by two Eden personnel. "The mutation rate in Eden has increased over the past 3 months, and I must personally deliver the report to the beacon, requesting them to make a further determination," she stated. "Coincidentally, I received a request from the beacon for Lily to assist with a certain task, so I am bringing her along the way." Dr. G responded, "Thank you for your trouble." This was an unprecedented departure. Madame Lu entrusted Lily to Dr. G, saying, "Please treat her well." "Rest assured," he replied. After the handover, Madame Lu slowly turned her head. On one side of the room stood Lu Feng, who had been gazing at her since the laboratory door was opened. "You are here as well," she remarked. Lu Feng lowered his eyes slightly and responded, "Mother." "It seems to be a crucial study," Madame Lu observed, looking at him. They were positioned at opposite ends of the room. Their eyes met. Madame Lu's expression was gentle, while Lu Feng's gaze remained serene. Ensued, witnessing this scene, had a gut feeling that there were unknown undercurrents in this exchange, but he could not decipher them. After about 10 seconds, Madame Lu said, "I should be going." One of the two staff members supported her as she turned around, shielding her meticulously. As the sound of footsteps faded away, Dr. G closed the door. "This year marks Madame Lu's 35th year working for Eden," he said, his gaze seemingly wistful. "She is truly a remarkable woman. Why didn't you speak with her more?" Lu Feng's gaze remained fixed on the closed silver door. We have not seen each other for a long time. That is all the more reason to speak with her more. Has your work in the tribunal made you so callous? Dr. G retorted. I remember when I was young. I even messed up the surveillance on the 20th floor so you could see her more often. The madam gave me delicious candy. Dr. G, Lu Feng said quietly, it would behoove you to speak less. Dr. G shrugged. Then after a brief pause, he remarked, I executed it flawlessly back then. Do you think the surveillance has been repaired after all these years? Lu Feng glanced at Lily, then at Anja, who was observing Lily, and responded, apparently not. Lily had already pressed herself against the glass wall. Her eyes gazed at the bee-like aberration behind the glass, a rare delight surfacing in her usually vacant pupils. Is that a bee? The gray bee clung to the glass wall, facing her. Its movements stilled momentarily, before it lapsed back into convulsive throes. It appeared to be in agony. Lily turned to Anja, recognizing him, and inquired, Did you want me to see the bee? Anja murmured, It's Sinan. Lily paused, and just as Anja anticipated a sorrowful expression, she suddenly burst into laughter. Sinan, she said to the gray bee through the glass wall. You can fly now. Her eyes betrayed no fear, no unfamiliarity. She had not witnessed the monster's acts of violence, nor had she received warnings to stay away from aberrations. To a child, there was little distinction between a bee and a person. She wasn't even surprised that Sinan had transformed into a bee. Perhaps because, in the eyes of a child, the whole world is a place of kaleidoscopic change. It's disrupted again, the doctor said, observing the instruments, but for 3 seconds just now. Its electrical activity was remarkably close to that of a human. Dr. G patted Lily's shoulder. Lily, could you do us a favor? What assistance is required? Sinan's consciousness is currently engaged in a struggle with the bee's consciousness. Perhaps you could aid in restoring his lucidity by engaging him in continuous conversation? I am capable. Could you also transform me into a bee? If you were to undergo such a transformation, the Eden authorities would summarily execute me. It would be advantageous if you could establish communication with him. We must ascertain the etiology of his infection. The source of the infection resides within Eden, yet it remains elusive. Only through its prompt discovery can we ensure the security of the main city. Very well. If I render assistance, will I receive remuneration? What are your desires? I no longer wish to reside on the 20th floor. Could you facilitate my liberation? I regret to inform you that such a request transcends the boundaries of my capabilities. I anticipated such a response. I shall endeavor to the best of my abilities. Indeed, she dedicated an entire afternoon to her efforts. Sinan's condition fluctuated, with only sporadic instances of normal feedback. Nevertheless, according to Dr. G, there was a marked improvement compared to previous observations. He resolved to extend another invitation for the following day. Given Dr. G's other pressing research endeavors and aversion to interacting with others, was also required to accompany Sinan at the lighthouse for the ensuing days, facilitating communication. At 7 o'clock in the evening, S physical and mental reserves, commensurate with those of a child, were depleted. She was escorted back to Eden, and was permitted to conclude his workday. At noon, he dozed off in the car and was reprimanded by Lu Feng. This time, he learned his lesson and remained alert throughout the journey, disembarking with clarity and sharing the same elevator with Lu Feng to the 37th floor. He faced his closed door with a sense of awareness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until Lu Feng's lightly amused voice resonated behind him. Why don't you go in? And je took a deep breath. Recklessly venturing into the pipeline last night was one of the 2 gravest mistakes he had ever made. The other was rolling in the windy wilderness on the evening of February 14th. He felt profound remorse. The colonel, fully aware of the predicament he faced, stated calmly, the main city's administrative office can issue an ID card replacement. It takes 3 days. You will need to find your own accommodation. With that, he effortlessly swiped his card, opened his door, and pretended to close it. Anja turned to look at him, his brow furrowed, lightly biting his lower lip, displaying a conflicted expression as if contemplating something. Yet, Lu Feng remained silent, merely observing him with indifference. Time passed quietly, unexpectedly, Anja turned and pressed the elevator button. Then I shall seek out Selen. Chapter 39. The colonel's room resembled one that had seemingly never been occupied, a mirror image of the lounge he had in the outer city's defense office. As for how Enja knew what the Colonel's room looked like, it was because at the moment the elevator doors opened, he felt an unsettling chill in the air. Turning around, he locked eyes with Lu Feng, who leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. "Come back," Enja pouted slightly. In truth, he was not well acquainted with Saran. As he pressed the elevator button, he even envisioned an awkward scenario where, should Saran be absent or hesitant to comply with his request, he would be compelled to seek Colin's assistance. He glanced back at Lu Feng, a sudden wave of melancholy washing over him. He felt somewhat aggrieved. This individual was fully aware that he had no friends at the base. Lu Feng also perceived his discomfort and inquired, "What's wrong?" Enja cast his eyes downward, at a loss for words. He yearned to express his desire to remain in Lu Feng's room, yet he feared the Colonel's potential refusal. He heard Lu Feng chuckle softly, "Just teasing you." Lu Feng approached and ushered him into the elevator, stating, "Let us eat first, and tonight you can sleep with me." Dinner was taken in the communal mess hall, the meal far from delectable, and opposite him, Lu Feng had ordered a bowl of mushroom soup. However, the prospect of sharing a bed with Lu Feng was undeniably more appealing than spending the night with Saran, and vastly preferable to sharing it with Colin. Enja attributed this preference to the fact that he was ultimately familiar only with Lu Feng, having previously shared accommodations with him on 2 occasions. After washing up in the Colonel's bathroom, he dried himself and swiftly wrapped a pristine white towel around his body before settling onto the bed. Huddled under the covers at the far edge, he had no pajamas. In the Colonel's room, the furnishings appeared to surpass those in his own quarters, likely a result of the military's special provisions. Nevertheless, no matter how exceptional the accommodations, there would be no additional blanket or pillow. He conscientiously repositioned the pillow from the center of the bed to the side. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a cluster of red at the bedside. There stood a simple glass vase, within which were 3 vibrant red flowers, their thorny stems and dark green leaves captivating. 2 blooms had fully blossomed, while the third remained a plump bud. This marked Enja's inaugural encounter with flora within the confines of a human base. This city, forged of steel, seemed to permit no existence beyond humanity. The delicate fragrance of the flowers wafted gently through the air, just as Lu Feng concluded a call regarding his subordinates' reports and returned to the bedroom. Noticing Enja's gaze fixed upon the bouquet, Lu Feng remarked, "They are from my mother." "Madame Lu?" Enja inquired. "Indeed," Lu Feng replied casually, his attention lingering on the 3 flowers. After a prolonged silence, he turned his gaze to the outside. The night was profound, shadows looming, and the hexagonal Eden stood tall beside the artificial magnetic field. Following his line of sight, Enja observed that Eden did indeed resemble a beehive from this perspective. Suddenly stirred by a memory, he looked back at the 3 vivid red flowers, their color and form striking a familiar chord, a recollection from ages past concerning a certain art book, a plant commonly seen during the flourishing days of human civilization. "Roses," he murmured. "Indeed, roses," Lu Feng confirmed. In his class, the children engaged in imaginative play, crafting flowers from colored paper. Yet, it appeared that Eden harbored genuine roses. "Does Eden cultivate roses?" Enja inquired. Lu Feng's response was succinct. "No." Just as Enja surmised his response had reached its conclusion, Lu Feng spoke once more. "She harbored an affection for flora, yet the base was devoid of it." His tone remained tranquil. "During my field training at 16, I gathered a collection of seeds, which were subsequently deemed safe by the beacon and presented to her." "And Madame cultivated them?" Enja inquired. "Indeed," Lu Feng affirmed. Enja was abruptly reminded of the sealed plant seeds he had observed within Lu Feng's office cabinet a month prior, and he surmised that Lu Feng held his mother in high regard. Today, at the beacon, Madame Lu was en route to submit several reports, exuding the aura of a research scientist. Consequently, he posed the question, "Is Madame Lu a scientist?" Lu Feng deliberated for a moment before replying, in a manner of speaking. It was at this juncture that Lu Feng interjected, "You are acquainted with the girl from Eden." Enja nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Feng had already encountered Lily, leaving him with nothing to conceal. To what extent? Enja surmised that the Colonel was probing the depth of his understanding of Eden. He recalled Lily's utterances, stating, "I am familiar with the Rose Manifesto." Thereupon, Lu Feng gazed out the window, seemingly lost in reminiscence. It is said that at the age of 12, due to her intellectual prowess, the base determined that her dedication to scientific research, rather than procreation, would yield greater contributions to humanity, and she was dispatched to the beacon for scholarly pursuits. Remarkable, and Je commented. He invariably harbored curiosity towards humans of exceptional intellect. However, she subsequently initiated a request to return to Eden, assuming the responsibility of procreation while simultaneously researching advancements in in vitro embryo cultivation techniques. And Je inquired, and then? There is no and then, Lu Feng replied, it remains the same now. And Je recalled the visage of Madame Lu. Even though she wore a mask today, the mere glimpse of her eyes left a profound impression on him. She is quite beautiful, he remarked. Thank you, Lu Feng responded, reflecting on the events of the day. And Je probed further, is your relationship with her strained? Indeed, it is. And Je blinked in surprise. Why? He sensed that Lu Feng was indeed concerned about his mother. She always thought I was at the United Front Work Department, but in truth, I chose to go to the tribunal, Lu Feng stated in a monotone. Perhaps I have taken too many lives. Can she not accept that? It is I who no longer wish to maintain our bond, Lu Feng said, tossing a pillow towards Enje. Enje embraced the pillow, gazing at Lu Feng, and curiously, he comprehended the weight of his words. To remain eternally just, perpetually vigilant, and unfeeling, the judge must entirely exile himself. Exile, a term that abruptly surfaced in Enje's mind. The Eden and the tribunal enact opposing principles. Is it because you cannot waver? He queried. Silence. Lu Feng leaned in, retrieving the pillow from Enje's arms, lifting him slightly, and placing the pillow beneath his head. Your eyes can barely stay open. As Enje sank into the plush cushion, his consciousness began to wane. He was genuinely fatigued, having exerted himself throughout the night. Before succumbing to slumber, he observed Lu Feng retrieve a silver-white case, a parting gift from a lighthouse staff member. Its contents remained a mystery to Enje, and he deemed it unnecessary to inquire. The colonel invariably acted with purpose. Enje's neatly folded garments lay nearby, their collars dusted with an ashen residue, foreign to both the training grounds and the lighthouse. Yet, Lu Feng was cognizant of minor disruptions in Eden's surveillance during that period, rendering Enje's movements untraceable. Lu Feng's gaze detached from the clothing, his finger depressing the case's release. The silver attach opened, tendrils of frosty vapor escaping. Within the cryogenic compartment rested a slender syringe filled with a viridescent fluid. Adjacent to the case lay his firearm. His eyes lingered momentarily on these two items before settling on Enje, his finger instinctively finding the gun's handle. At that instant, Enje stirred, nestling gently against him. He was fast asleep, resembling a diminutive creature curled within the pristine sheets, his milky white nape and shoulders exposed. His brow was unfurrowed, his lashes delicately curved, his breath rising and falling in a measured, tranquil rhythm. A single digit peeked from beneath the covers, lightly flexed yet utterly relaxed, devoid of any tension. He slumbered there, unguarded and unsuspecting, as if in a sanctuary of absolute trust, confident that no harm would befall him. Lu Feng was abruptly reminded of their initial encounter 2 months prior. On that day, Enje, gazing into his eyes, had declared, he is unharmed. He had long grown accustomed to arguments and denials. Inquiries and indignation were daily encounters for him. Yet, upon gazing into those eyes for the first time, he found himself devoid of questions and bewilderment, only enveloped in sorrow. This sorrow, however, bore an innocent tranquility, as if the mere articulation of a reason would grant him the capacity to accept and forgive all. Prior to this moment, he had disregarded the protests of others, but on that occasion, he drew back the white cloth that shrouded the corpse, revealing the wound of the individual. The tremors of humanity often commence with the first softening of the heart. Chapter 40. Enje dreamt. He seemed to stand above an abyss of swirling dark waters, confronted by an endless expanse of desolation. The breath of danger seized him like a vice, and he felt an unseen presence lurking in the distant shadows, watching him intently, rendering him breathless. A sense of peril enveloped him, prompting him to instinctively scan his surroundings and retreat a couple of steps, seeking solace in the proximity of another person. In this trepidation, His hand moved restlessly, gently grasping the sleeve of Lu Hong. His breath quickened, tinged with fear. Lu Hong closed the lid of the silver cold box, discarding the used syringe into the bedside trash bin, and returned the firearm to an easily accessible location beside the bed. After completing these actions, Enjie's previously rapid breathing began to steady. Yet high he appeared as a tender, furry creature, exuding an aura of delicate serenity, as if susceptible to utter annihilation yet equally capable of being shielded flawlessly. Lu Feng gazed upon him impassively. After a protracted silence, he extended his hand, his fingertip lingering upon the warm skin of Enjie's brow, akin to a dragonfly alighting on water. The furrowed brows gradually unfurled. However, a mere 3 minutes later, he had once again lapsed into the same tranquil slumber as before. Upon awakening, Enjie found the entire room illuminated with the brilliance of a late morning sun, the intensity of which jolted him into complete consciousness with the dread of tardiness. He then discovered that the towel he had used to enwrap himself the previous night had become undone, having slipped considerably downward, exposing his shoulders and back. His hand tenaciously clutched the hem of a certain human's garment, his entire being leaning against this human, his face resting upon his shoulder. Had this individual been Saran, Enjie would have extended his apologies in accordance with the customs of human etiquette. Had this individual been Colin, Enjie would have promptly and expeditiously departed. However, this individual was none other than the frequently stern Colonel Lu. Enjie surreptitiously released his grasp, then raised his head to gaze upon him. Yet, on this occasion, Lu Feng refrained from scolding him. The man reached out, drawing the quilt back up to recover Enjie's exposed arms and shoulders, then stated nonchalantly, "It is 8:30. Enjie's place of employment remained the lighthouse on this day, yet the nature of his tasks proved to be exceedingly tedious and monotonous. Moreover, Lu Feng, seemingly devoid of any legitimate occupation, remained in his company throughout the day. The tableau of the entire laboratory could be encapsulated as follows: Si Nan observing Lily, Lily observing Si Nan, he observing Lily, and Lu Feng observing him. After half a day, Si Nan's condition surprisingly showed a stable improvement. The duration of his steady brainwaves increased from a fleeting 1 or 2 seconds to a sustained 4 seconds. During this brief moment of lucidity, he would rhythmically tap on the glass wall, as if to convey to Lily that he was still present. The doctor, upon hearing the results, expressed his delight but mentioned that he was temporarily unable to leave, instructing them to continue on their own. In those moments when Sinan was completely unresponsive, Lily would engage in conversation with Enjie. "I still wish to venture outside," she remarked. "The world out there is vast." Enjie inquired, "Aren't you allowed to go out?" "No," she replied, "they say the outside is too perilous." Lily continued, "When I was younger, I pleaded with them to let me out for just 5 minutes, but they refused. I used to argue with them daily. The lady would comfort me, advising me not to hold grudges against them. She said that all the children in the base are akin to those in Eden. Children can be willful at times and may inadvertently harm their caregivers, yet such behavior is understandable. Moreover, everything we consume, the shelter we inhabit, and the electricity we utilize all belong to the base." With a sigh, Lily's gesture seemed somewhat out of place for a girl still in her youth, and she gently patted her head. "Only Mrs. Lu is permitted to go outside. She is a scientist." Lily continued, "I also aspire to be a scientist. I heard them say that previously, embryos had to develop in the womb for at least 5 months before they could be extracted, which was quite painful. However, the lady and the research team at the lighthouse have been working to shorten this duration, and now it only takes 1 month." And Enjie listened quietly as she spoke. At that moment, Lu Feng's communicator chimed, and upon answering, Enjie faintly discerned a discussion about the verification of sample growth on the other end. After ending the call, Lu Feng remarked, "I shall step out for a moment." Enjie nodded in acknowledgement. As Lu Feng's footsteps faded down the corridor, Lily suddenly leaned closer to him, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Did you know that Colonel Lu is the lady's child?" Enjie turned his gaze toward the girl, who had become notably more vivacious over the past 2 days. He inquired, "You know this too?" "Because I am clever," Lily replied, lifting her chin slightly. "They only sleep, but I know everything." Enjie had little interest in her previous statements. However, the mention of Lu Feng piqued his curiosity, prompting him to ask, What else do you know? The lady's communicator has always stored the colonel's photos. I have seen them, Lily said, swinging her legs playfully on the chair. They say the colonel is truly the lady's child because he was not cultivated with machine assistance. And Je pondered the peculiar relationship between Lu Feng and Lady Lu, realizing that the children of Eden were unaware of their true parentage, their only constant from birth being the number on their ID cards. Lily continued, there seem to be two reasons. The first is that the colonel's condition was unstable at that time, making external cultivation unsuitable. The second, well, is merely conjecture. And Je inquired, what is it? The lady spent time outside the Garden of Eden, and later, she was to attend a meeting at the lighthouse, engaging with those from the outside world, thus granting her the ability to venture forth. I surmise that the lady may have once been in love with someone from the outside. Perhaps even Colonel Lu Feng is the offspring of the lady and her beloved. At this juncture, Lily turned to Enjia and inquired, are you the beloved of Colonel Lu? Enjia pondered the connotation of that term for a moment before shaking his head. Have you, then, contributed your sperm? You seem to be of age, Lily remarked. Though you lack a beloved, it is possible you already have children. No, Enjia furrowed his brow and replied. But what? Enjia slowly shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. He did not possess children in the human sense, yet he had his spores, whose whereabouts remained unknown to him. He feared that inquiring about Lu Feng would reveal his otherworldly identity. Continuing to traverse the ventilation shafts posed the constant risk of becoming lost or exposed. The only certainty he held was that, according to Lu Feng's manual, the spores were most likely within the lighthouse. Yet here he was, amidst the intricate access gates and confidential laboratories, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. It was evident that he and the spores might be very close. During his 2 days at the lighthouse, the thought of this brought him profound sorrow. Lily asked, are you not happy? And Je replied, He was not a complete mushroom. An incomplete mushroom, in any case, could find no joy. At that moment, a gentle tapping sound echoed once more, and Sinan regained his senses. Lily immediately abandoned him and approached Sinan, and Je felt an increasing sense of despair. Just then, footsteps resonated in the corridor. It was Lu Feng returning with the doctor. The doctor was conversing with Lu Feng. What have you done to it? Lu Feng replied, what could I possibly do? It has remained as still as death until your frequent presence in the lighthouse over the past couple of days, when it suddenly began to grow. I cannot help but feel this is not mere coincidence. Additionally, it has been suspended in nutrient solution, floating aimlessly. Why is it that upon your arrival near the culture chamber, it drifts closer to you? Lu Feng's response was curt. Isn't this your area of research? You must first provide us with sufficient information. Do you share some special connection with it? I have taken it down, sealed it, and sent it to the lighthouse. Lu Feng's tone grew increasingly frosty, signaling his desire to terminate the discussion. That is all. This is a key project. You must cooperate with the research on that side. Do as you wish. The voices drew nearer as the two returned to the laboratory. The doctor walked back to the instruments while Lu Feng flipped through the military equipment manual he had taken from Enji's backpack to pass the time. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Enji gradually felt a twinge of suspicion. He slowly turned his gaze towards Lu Feng. Sensing his stare, Lu Feng lifted his eyes from the pages and met his gaze. Enji inquired, what have you been up to? Chapter 41. Lu Feng cast a fleeting glance at him but refrained from directly addressing the inquiry, merely responding with a nonchalant, Enji, sensing his reluctance to engage, nevertheless summoned his courage, contemplating the potential hints he might glean, and ventured. Something is approaching you. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, retorting, there is nothing approaching me. Enji continued, the doctor mentioned earlier I went to observe a project. Lu Feng replied in an indifferent tone, there is nothing else. Enji felt an overwhelming frustration with this individual. He yearned to inquire about the nature of the project Lu Feng had observed, yet the latter's words subtly conveyed a sense of dismissal. A laboratory had called for him. The doctor returned to the monitoring equipment, resumed his routine, and after fulfilling his duties, he returned. However, it seemed he might need to make several more visits in the near future. With that said, the doctor began to concentrate on reviewing the previous footage from Sinan. The intricacies of Lu Feng's thought process were elusive. Not only had he failed to grasp the crux of the matter, but the doctor also seemed to evade the questions posed. And Zhe was left without any information. He sat beside Lily, his mind in turmoil, frustrated by the lack of answers and resentful of his own inability to inquire more directly due to the fear of exposing his identity. He even contemplated the idea of following Lu Feng during his next outing. Then he heard Lu Feng's calm voice beside him. "Focus on your work." And Zhe could only respond with a silent acknowledgement. At 5 in the afternoon, it was time for Lily to return. After her departure, Nan ceased his coherent tapping on the walls, beginning to thrash about the confines of his cell, and Zhe succinctly recorded the events of the day. The doctor informed him that he could return home, and Zhe glanced at Lu Feng, who replied, "I will stay here." The doctor added, "He is on duty tonight," and Zhe responded with a hesitant, "Oh." Various experiments were being conducted within the lighthouse, a significant portion of which pertained to research on foreign species. Occasionally, due to improper handling or unforeseen incidents, staff members could become infected, necessitating a permanent presence of personnel at the lighthouse. Upon this realization, Zhe suddenly felt the situation had become rather complicated. Without an ID card, he could not return to his home, and if Lu Feng chose to remain, he would have nowhere to go. Just then, Lu Feng retrieved his ID card from the pocket of his uniform and handed it to him, saying, "Go back yourself." And Zhe accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." The doctor interjected with a click of his tongue. And Zhe inquired, "Will you have dinner here?" Lu Feng continued to peruse the military armament catalog, replying nonchalantly, "Yes." And Zhe then asked, "What will you eat?" The doctor, while typing, remarked, "The newly developed compressed nutritional solution, in collaboration with Eden, is currently available only for internal use at the lighthouse." As he spoke, his typing grew more vigorous. "It is the most unpalatable food I have ever consumed." And Zhe stood in contemplation for a moment. He realized that the ventilation ducts were insubstantial, and the lighthouse itself was equally ephemeral. The only one truly connected to the search for the spores was Lu Feng. He turned to Lu Feng and asked, "Would you like me to bring you some food?" Lu Feng raised his gaze to him, his icy eyes betraying no discernible emotion, and Zhe coincidentally turned to the page depicting the PL-1109 fighter jet. Lu Feng remained silent, prompting Zhe to softly say, "Then I'll bring it for you. TSK." The doctor made another sound. The doctor declared, "I want some too." Lu Feng replied, "You don't have any." The doctor then turned to Zhe, saying, "I wish to have tomato soup." Zhe replied, "Perhaps there isn't any." He was not lying. The supply of ingredients in the living quarters varied each day, with potatoes being the only constant, dependent on the Eden's output at the time. However, today's selection did indeed include tomatoes. Zhe paused in front of the compartment housing the tomatoes, hesitating for a moment. Then he turned around, directing his attention to the refrigerated cabinet containing mushrooms. He recalled having dinner with Lu Feng the previous evening, where Lu Feng chose mushroom soup from the same bland offerings of potato soup, tomato soup, and mushroom soup available at the communal dining hall. Though Lu Feng's choice had caused Zhe a slight discomfort, he wrestled with his indecision for 2 minutes before ultimately selecting 2 portions of mushrooms. The mushrooms cultivated at the base were a pale gray, with plump stems and soft caps. He frequented this place often enough that the staff recognized him, asking, "Planning to make mushroom dishes tonight?" "Yes," Zhe replied. "Do you need any other ingredients?" Following the guidance of the staff, Zhe returned with fresh meat and a seasoning pack. He utilized Lu Feng's credit card. Previously, the sum of these victuals would have seemed astronomical to him, but juxtaposed with the balance, it appeared negligible. Zhe grasped the knife, inhaled deeply, and commenced slicing the mushrooms, which were so tender that they cleaved in twain with the slightest pressure. The preparation of mushroom soup also required considerably less time than other soups. After scalding the small pieces of fresh chicken bones in boiling water, he introduced the seasoning packet, followed by the mushrooms, and within moments, a delicate and fragrant aroma ascended from the water's surface. Zhe sealed the pressure cooker and, having set the timer, vacated the kitchen. With nothing to occupy his time, he replenished the water for the roses in the colonel's room, tidied up the apartment, and switched on the living room television. It was precisely the hour for the news broadcast, and as the image materialized, Zhe was astonished to discern a familiar figure, Hubbard, the mercenary captain who had once commissioned a doll from Boss Shao, and had also assisted Boss Xiao in procuring information about Lu Feng. At that juncture, had he not already departed on another mission with his team, he too would likely have been implicated in the crime. Currently, the mercenary recall operation is proceeding smoothly. This morning, the entirety of AR-137 mercenary team returned to base. This is the only team besides the military that is qualified to carry out 6-star mission. They brought back valuable samples and the latest news from the outside world. Our reporter interviewed Mr. Hubbard, the captain of AR-137. On the screen, Hubbard, clad in outdoor gear, had just disembarked from an armored vehicle. A reporter was in the process of interviewing him. Mr. Hubbard, welcome back. Hubbard, thank you. A staff member beside them was guiding the blood test procedures, stating, the main city welcomes you. Thank you. Hubbard expressed his astonishment at the state of the base. A reporter inquired, your return date is slightly later than that of other mercenary teams. Did you encounter difficulties along the way? No, Hubbard replied tersely. The signal was poor. I just received the recall notice. The reporter chuckled. Could you share from which region you have returned? The outskirts of the abyss. What is the situation like there now? The forms of the monsters have become increasingly varied. Indeed, the abyss is a terrifying place. What did you bring back from there? Specimens. We appreciate your contribution to the base, the reporter remarked. You're welcome. And she mused that Hubbard's brevity could rival Lu Feng's, though his eyes lacked the latter's allure. The scene shifted back to the news anchor. As we understand, the returning mercenary teams will be integrated into the military structure after their achievements are assessed, continuing to serve the base. Following this news segment were several trivial updates. There were not many noteworthy events occurring daily in the main city. For the most part, the anchor reported on the new advancements made by the Lighthouse Research Institute, laden with technical jargon and terminology that left Nja feeling drowsy. The pressure cooker in the kitchen emitted a soft beep, liberating Nja from his reverie. Upon lifting the lid, a rich aroma enveloped him. The soup had simmered to a thick, luscious consistency, with delicate white mushrooms subtly emerging within. He took a tentative sip, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Joyfully, he ladled 3 portions of the soup into a thermos, intending to bring it to the lighthouse. Yet, just as he stepped through the kitchen door, he froze in disbelief. The news broadcast displayed a gleaming laboratory, surrounded by intricate machinery, and at its heart stood a cylindrical glass tank filled with a clear, pale green liquid. Within this tank, which stood as tall as a person, a small white object floated serenely in the center. Nja widened his eyes, hastening to the television screen. At that precise moment, the camera zoomed in, offering a close-up of the small white entity. Snowy and fluffy, it resembled a cloud adrift in water, comparable in size to the mushrooms he had prepared earlier. Moreover, slender white mycelium unfurled, suspended in the water, swaying gently with the creature's undulating movements. Nja felt as if his breath had been stolen away. He could never mistake his own spores, even though they appeared slightly larger than when he had last seen them. He raised his hand, fingers trembling slightly, pressing against the cold surface of the television screen, as if he were touching the glass tank itself, with the snowy entity merely separated from him by a transparent barrier. However, the illusion was abruptly shattered by the voice of the news anchor. For months prior, an anomalous fungal sample collected by the tribunal had been designated as a Level 1 observation subject. As a unique category of eukaryotic organisms, fungi had never before exhibited mutations that deviated from their fundamental morphological forms. Consequently, the lighthouse deemed this sample to possess invaluable research potential, for through its examination, it might elucidate the processes and principles underlying biological infections and mutations. Nja furrowed his brow. Indeed, his spores had been taken for study. The news anchor continued, stating that, according to researchers, the sample had been in a state of semi-death for the past 4 months. However, within the last 2 days, it had astonishingly regained vitality and exhibited growth. An exhilarating revelation. Nja's heart raced. He understood that the spores recognized him. After all, why else would they begin to flourish precisely during his 2-day stay at the lighthouse? The spores had sensed his presence. They surely yearned to return to him. The anchor elaborated that the laboratory had contacted the tribunal, confirming that the growth trajectory of the sample closely resembled that of the original organism. Meanwhile, on screen, The spores swayed and drifted towards a particular direction, and Zhe mused that it must be towards his laboratory, as the spores sought him out. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside the glass water tank. Their body remained out of frame, leaving only a vague silhouette, rendering their identity unknown. And Zhe wished for this individual to keep their distance from his spores. Quite contrary to his hopes, the person extended a hand, their slender fingers delicately grazing the surface of the tank, the elegant knuckles creating a graceful outline. And Zhe furrowed his brow, recognizing the shape of the hand before him. The sleeve of this person was also familiar, as were the silver buttons. And Zhe ground his teeth in frustration, confirming that this individual attempting to touch the spore was undoubtedly the troublesome Lu Feng. At that moment, the spore floated gracefully toward the troublesome figure, its delicate, snow-white mycelium extending to gently graze his fingertip through the glass tank. Chapter 42. And Zhe watched, his eyes wide, as his spore reached out with its mycelium to touch Lu Feng through the barrier of glass. Even when Lu Feng withdrew his hand, the mycelium drooped downward, appearing to carry a hint of melancholy. Witnessing the spore's display, and Zhe felt a pang of sadness, as if he had just experienced it himself. He wished for Lu Feng to refrain from approaching the spore when he raised his hand, yet when he let go, he desired him to linger just a moment longer. In that fleeting second, the scene shifted to a researcher in a white coat, who stated that this sample exhibited unprecedented inertness in terms of infectious mutation. After 4 months of analysis, the extract from the sample posed no risk of infection to any organism, nor did it show any structural changes when subjected to the extract of mutated organisms. The researcher remarked that the lighthouse believed this could be a breakthrough in overcoming mutations. And Zhe tightened his grip on the thermos handle. Humanity's assertion that his spore represented a breakthrough against mutations indicated that it would be protected with utmost care. Finally, the announcer concluded the news segment with an optimistic tone, proclaiming a bright future for the base and expressing gratitude for the dedication of the researchers. As the news segment wrapped up, the weather forecast followed, indicating that, according to the lighthouse observations, the region housing the base would experience a significant rise in temperature over the next 3 days. A reminder was issued to all areas, especially the lighthouse laboratory and the Eden crop breeding base, to prepare accordingly. And Zhe, disinterested in further listening, departed from his home and boarded the shuttle. Throughout the journey, he pondered how to approach his spores. First and foremost, he needed to ascertain the precise location of the laboratory and then observe the working patterns of the researchers. Typically, they would not remain in the laboratory around the clock. If he could infiltrate the laboratory through the ventilation system during a lull in activity, he could devise a plan to reclaim the spores within himself, thus enabling him to escape the human base and return to the abyss. With the experimental samples having been stolen, humanity would undoubtedly pursue an investigation, leaving him seemingly with no option but to flee. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, and Zhe turned, gazing through the shuttle's glass at the brightly illuminated city enveloped in night. The aurora had risen, its green luminescence swirling across the night sky, shifting rapidly, akin to the passage of time. The announcement chimed, signaling the arrival at the Twin Towers. Clutching his thermos, and Zhe disembarked, used Lu Hong's ID card to unlock the door, and entered the lobby before ascending the stairs. In the silver corridor, each laboratory was ablaze with light, various instruments emitting sounds of differing frequencies, creating a symphony of activity. He located the doctor's laboratory, but only Dr. G and his assistant were present inside. He has arrived. The doctor glanced up at him and said, "Lu Feng will return shortly." "Very well," and Zhe replied, placing the thermos on the workbench, twisting it open, and serving the doctor a bowl. The thermos performed excellently, the soup steaming hot, its rich aroma wafting through the laboratory like a fragrant mist. "Goodness," the doctor exclaimed. Taking the utensils he handed over, "You are quite generous." And Zhe smiled softly. "Aren't you going to eat?" the doctor inquired. "I'll wait for him to return," and Zhe replied. "TSK," the doctor remarked, "I won't wait for him." He then turned to his assistant. "Continue the process." "Understood," the assistant replied. And Zhe gazed at the computer interface before the doctor, where the central window displayed a video of C-Nan. Below it, another window was partially obscured, revealing a list of email recipients. The doctor had sent emails to both the underground city and the research institute. His attention returned to the video of Nan, the gray bee. Lily was engaging him in endless chatter, shifting from, "Will you have honey?" to, "Is it more enjoyable to be human or to be a bee?" The doctor remarked, "It has grown. And the growth is quite noticeable." He took a bite of chicken, squinting at the screen. "Indeed." The assistant interjected at the right moment. "It has gained 10 kilograms. The doctor responded, "What has it consumed?" The assistant replied, "It has not fed." Once again, the doctor stated, "It is ill-advised to ponder this matter during mealtime," he remarked, initially in high spirits. Anja inquired, "What troubles you?" The transformations and growth of the aberrant species not only contravene established biological definitions but have persistently challenged the law of conservation of energy. The doctor turned to Sinan and stated, "Organisms derive energy from their surroundings, converting it for their own use. Yet, should humanity transform into an aberrant species, their size could potentially increase tenfold, with muscle mass far surpassing that of humans. Where does such energy originate? The flesh and blood of humanity serve as mere petri dishes, utterly incapable of providing such abundance. It is as if they spring forth from nothingness." Anja remained silent, lacking the requisite knowledge, yet the creatures in the abyss were undeniably colossal. "Never mind," the doctor sighed. "The collapse of our entire knowledge system has not occurred overnight." He continued to immerse himself in the delectable mushroom soup, though his gaze remained fixed on the screen. As he neared the end of his meal, Anja asked, "Would you like more?" The doctor did not respond. Anja glanced into his eyes and noticed his unwavering focus on the screen. "Rewind," he commanded. The assistant rewound the video to a minute prior. Lily, appearing fatigued, leaned against the glass wall, remarking, "Be careful not to crash into the wall. It's quite painful." She added, "Though conversing is exhausting, the lighthouse is far more entertaining than Eden." At that moment, Sinan regained a fleeting lucidity, his fur-covered pincers gently tapping against the glass. "Lily, you're awake." The pincers trembled slightly, tapping rhythmically several times. The doctor furrowed his brow. At half speed, the footage replays. The image magnifies, the pace decelerates, focusing intently on the action of striking the glass. The interval between the first and second strikes remains consistent, followed by an extended pause before another strike. Then another lengthy pause. The doctor retrieves a notebook, swiftly marking points with a ballpoint pen. After this pause, he delivers 3 consecutive strikes, maintaining equal intervals. As he speaks, he records the numbers 2, 1, and 3 on the paper. Upon the conclusion of this video, the doctor states, "Next, a lucid record." The assistant begins to adjust the pace, appearing to be the doctor's student, inquiring, "Do you suspect it conveys messages through the frequency of the strikes?" The doctor replies, "This is certainly abnormal." Yet he is merely a 6-year-old child. He turns to Anja and asks, "What subjects do you cover in mathematics and logic classes?" Anja responds, "Arithmetic, geometry, and reasoning." "Do they share extracurricular stories?" The doctor inquires, "Such as radio codes?" He adds, "No, that's incorrect." He continues, "He hasn't been placed in Class A, so he cannot possess such high intelligence." Anja counters, "His exam scores were perfect. His exclusion from Class A is due to psychological factors." The doctor nods in acknowledgement and begins to view the next video. In this recording, Sinan's periods of lucidity are fleeting. He strikes twice rapidly, with intervals differing from before. The doctor sketches 2 closely positioned points on the paper. Next segment. In the subsequent segment, Sinan strikes the wall 7 times at identical time intervals. In this segment of the footage, it remained conscious for a full 5 seconds. The initial portion of the recording reveals its behavior to be astonishingly consistent with that of the first segment. 2 taps, 1 tap, 3 taps. Upon the completion of the 3rd tap, there was a significant pause before it promptly descended with 2 more taps. This segment appears to be a seamless amalgamation of the first and second recordings. The doctor diligently noted his observations in a notebook as the video continued. In the 5th segment, it executed a series of 7 uniform taps. Throughout all subsequent moments of awareness, its tapping maintained this rhythmic cycle until 5 o'clock, when Lily was retrieved by the Eden staff. The doctor recorded a sequence of numbers: 2, 1, 3, 1, 1, 7, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1, 7, 2. The assistant inquired whether they should consult a mathematician to decipher the sequence. No need, the doctor replied. The message it wishes to convey is brief and should not be difficult. Let me ponder. And Je furrowed his brow at the string of numbers. Humanity communicates through language, and he was uncertain how numbers could encapsulate a message unless they concealed some form of text. 213. The doctor's frown appeared to ease slightly, and Je hesitated for a moment before suggesting, B-A-C? The doctor swiftly inscribed the 3 letters, B-A-C, on the paper. And Je reviewed the previous records. Following 213, it had tapped twice more, indicating it should be Baka. The 6th tap was 7 times, corresponding to the letter G in the alphabet. In alignment with his thought process, the doctor inscribed the 6 letters Bakog, yet drew a line beneath the 2 consecutive AS. The assistant remarked that the brief interval between the 2 taps signified an expression in another language. The doctor suddenly interjected, stating that the 2 short taps did not signify 2 separate ones, but rather the numeral 11. The letter corresponding to 11 is K, thus transforming the string of characters into bag. The doctor inquired about his proficiency in English. Anja replied, affirming that it too was exemplary. Foreign languages constituted nearly 50% of the curriculum in the language and literature course. Should these children later enter the lighthouse, they would encounter stringent requirements for linguistic proficiency in their exploration of human civilization's literature. The doctor articulated a single word, back, then shifted the letter G forward to the beginning, squinting as he succinctly expressed, go back. Such brevity would not be replicated in other languages. Furthermore, the assistant added that within Lily's understanding, should she take note, she would comprehend its significance. The doctor nodded, pondering what it implied that he wished her to return. The recording continued, as Lily, with a lackluster demeanor, addressed the erratic compass, stating, the doctor says the base is currently perilous. You must assist us or else everyone will transform into monsters, which is quite terrifying. The assistant remarked that if they were indeed good friends, it would indicate that Eden was a safe haven. Yet, he was aware or forewarned of the dangers lurking outside, hence his insistence on her return. Ironically, this boy had become infected and transformed into a different species within the confines of Eden. The doctor pondered for a moment. Could it be that the first anomalous species appeared in the Garden of Eden, leading the investigation's focus to shift there as a diversionary tactic? The assistant inquired, shall we convene a meeting to discuss this? The doctor cast a glance at the laboratory door. Why hasn't Lu Feng returned yet? He retrieved his communicator to dial, but was met with a busy signal. The assistant remarked, he may have entered a signal jamming laboratory. And Je keenly sensed an opportunity and interjected. What was he doing there? The doctor replied, it pertains to the project from this afternoon. They believe the colonel can facilitate the growth of a sample and insist on his presence to accompany the child. Without hesitation, Je offered, I can go find him. The doctor chuckled, observing him. You two share quite a bond. Very well, bring him back, and perhaps we can dine together. The doctor instructed. That laboratory holds a high security clearance, jointly managed by the military and the lighthouse. It's on the 13th floor, accessible via the skybridge, room D1344. And Je acknowledged. Understood. He turned to exit the laboratory. Clearly, Lu Feng was now in close proximity to his spores, perhaps right beside the glass water tank, or engaging in a game of mutual contact with them. He could not fathom why such a situation had arisen, yet he was resolutely skeptical of the notion that Lu Feng could enhance the growth of the spores. They had not yet matured to the point of independent growth when extracted, only developing in his presence or within his body. As the elevator arrived, 2 researchers were engaged in a conversation regarding the recent weather. Following a fierce wind, the temperature had risen, and the climate had become exceedingly extreme. With the arrival of summer, such fluctuations were deemed somewhat normal. However, the base exhibited a greater apprehension towards a drop in temperature rather than a rise. Indeed, this was the case. Yet, I have heard that it is attributed to fluctuations in magnetic field intensity. Is it an issue with the artificial magnetic poles? The adjacent laboratory has observed several unusual anomalies, while our eastern magnetic pole remains unaffected. There is a consensus that the disturbances stem from the artificial frequency adjustments of the western magnetic pole. While one researcher chuckled, has the technology at the underground base made new advancements? I would surmise so. Otherwise, no one would dare to tamper with the magnetic poles. They have already contacted the United Front Center to request the initiation of high-frequency shortwave communication with the underground base. Everything is improving. Indeed, everything was indeed improving. He was on the verge of encountering his spores. As the elevator doors opened, and just stepped out, and the corridor connecting the lighthouse and the United Front Center was spacious, flanked by transparent walls made of glass or other materials. D-1344 laboratory was easy to locate, and he rapped on the door. A feminine voice replied, "Please, come in." As Anja stepped through the doorway, he was immediately struck by the sight of the central glass water tank, identical to that featured in the news. Beside it was a small white mass, accompanied by Lu Feng, clad in a black uniform. He placed his finger on the water tank, and the spore wobbled over to seek him out. Then, Lu Feng removed his finger and repositioned it at a distant spot. The spore sluggishly altered its course towards this new location. Just as it was on the verge of reaching him, Lu Feng would relocate once more, deliberately preventing any contact. Anja watched this scene, his frustration mounting to the point of nearly forgetting to breathe. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's expression remained inscrutable, though he was evidently deriving pleasure from tormenting the spore. At that moment, Lu Feng glanced up and caught Anja's gaze, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Anja surveyed his surroundings, complex instruments and surveillance equipment, along with a dozen researchers, realizing that he could only observe the spore from a distance. No, there was another course of action he could take, to remove the tormentor of the spore. He approached the water tank, but infuriatingly, the spore did not drift toward him, continued to hover near Lu Feng. Lu Feng spoke in a light tone, "What's the matter?" Anja replied sharply, "It's time for you to return for your meal." In Lu Feng's eyes, there appeared a glimmer of amusement, as if the act of toying with the spore brought him considerable delight. Lu Feng then moved beside Anja and addressed a researcher. "I'm leaving." The researcher responded, "Please make sure to come back tomorrow." Anger gnawed at Anja as he cast a final glance at the minuscule spores adrift in the nutrient solution, before the laboratory door sealed shut before him with implacable finality. He and Lu Feng traversed the corridor in silence. "Will you be here tomorrow as well?" he inquired. "Affirmative," Lu Feng responded. "Are you toying with the specimens, then?" Anja retorted. "Collaborating on research," Lu Feng countered. Disbelieving of these specious words, Anja remained silent. They rounded a bend, arriving at the skywalk leading to the beacon, flanked by the city's nocturnal panorama and the celestial aurora borealis. Lu Feng, as if perceiving his disquiet, queried, "Are you displeased?" Anja offered no reply. Lu Feng halted, his gaze fixed upon him. Anja averted his eyes towards the external aurora, as if the world had been momentarily hushed. At that instant, Anja's pupils contracted sharply. A searing pain coursed through his entire being. The light was excessively intense. Instinctively, he shut his eyes as the firmament of auroras erupted in a radiance akin to daylight, resembling a verdant bolt of lightning cleaving the heavens. In the ensuing moment, Lu Feng enveloped his shoulders, the forceful momentum causing him to stumble downwards. He was pressed to the ground, and the two of them rolled over once, all transpiring in a fraction of a second. Anja felt no impact, as Lu Feng's arm had shielded him. He opened his eyes, realizing he had been brought back inside the corridor. Lu Feng assisted him to his feet. Anja's head swam, and he gazed out at the skywalk, transfixed. The aurora was dissipating, the entirety of the aurora. In the fleeting moment following the brief eruption, they dissipated like retreating waves into the night sky, their hues fading within a mere 10 seconds before vanishing entirely. A resplendent Milky Way stretched across the cerulean violet expanse above. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the chaotic flickering of the city lights below, harmoniously intertwining with the galaxy overhead. The corridor lights flickered erratically, and the laboratory echoed with disarray as several researchers emerged in haste. Lu Hong pulled Anja back to a location obscured from view and, addressing the hurried researchers, he spoke in a grave tone. "What is the status of the magnetic field?" Chapter 43. The emergency power supply has been activated. The urgent internal communication channel is now open. Emergency defenses have been initiated. The ventilation system is operational. The radiation defense shutters have been deployed. All departments are to remain on standby. Within the corridor, amidst the cacophony of hurried footsteps and shouts, the broadcast commenced, no longer a mechanical voice, but now that of a human woman. As her words resonated, a dull clanging sound reverberated from all directions, and Je turned his gaze once more towards the corridor, where the cold steel curtain abruptly descended, obscuring all windows. Its thickness was formidable. He recalled the poetess' words. Should the magnetic field vanish, the cosmic rays and solar winds would swiftly assault the Earth's surface. Thus, he understood that Lu Hong had pulled him away from the corridor to evade the potential reach of cosmic radiation, while the main city, as a pinnacle of human technological achievement, possessed walls of considerable thickness and specialized materials capable of withstanding radiation attacks. The lights of the United Front Center flickered wildly before stabilizing once more, albeit this time with a significantly diminished glow, exuding a feeble pallor. The recent laboratory echoed with the urgent summons of researchers, their desperation palpable in the air, reverberating through the corridor. D-1342 requests an increase in power supply. The instruments must remain operational. Another laboratory chimed in. D-1343 urgently requests power. Otherwise, precious samples are at risk of deactivation. Who would attend to their pleas and whether their needs would be met remained a mystery to Je, who instinctively clutched the sleeve of Lu Feng while gazing towards D-1344. Lu Feng glanced down at him and reassured, "It's all right," and Je nodded in response. The announcement continued to broadcast. Personnel from the Equipment Center, City Defense Agency, Emergency Response Department, and Logistics Supply Office are requested to proceed to the first conference room on the 17th floor of the United Front. Please refrain from using the elevator. Utilize the emergency passage for ascending and descending. The Lighthouse Magnetic Field Observation Office is to immediately contact the United Front Center. The Lighthouse Magnetic Field Observation Office is to immediately contact the United Front Center. The volume of the announcement reached its peak, echoing through the corridor in layered reverberations. And Je turned to Lu Feng and inquired, "Shall we return to the lighthouse?" "I await orders," Lu Feng replied, his gaze drifting towards the far end of the corridor, as if pondering something, before returning to Je. "Do not wander. Stay close to me." And Je affirmed, "Understood." The broadcast announced, "Attention Command Center, Joint Staff, Tribunal, and Operations Center personnel, please proceed to the Communications Center on the 14th floor of the United Front. Do not take the elevator. Utilize the emergency staircase for your ascent and descent." As Lu Feng entered the Communications Center alongside Je, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of voices within. Northern Base calling Underground City Base. Please respond if you hear this. Northern Base calling Underground City Base. Please respond if you hear this. Northern Base calling Underground City Base. Please respond if you hear this. A communications officer, adorned with oversized black headphones, was speaking fervently, his workstation illuminated by a multitude of screens displaying oscillating curves and parameters. Yet, within this communication channel, only his voice resounded, met with the hollow crackle of static on the other end. In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man clad in a dark military uniform, his features austere and his demeanor commanding. The insignia on his epaulets signified his rank as a lieutenant general. Upon noticing Lu Feng's arrival, he inclined his head slightly, acknowledging him. Following closely behind Lu Feng were several other military personnel, varying in rank and affiliation, yet all bearing an expression of solemnity and resolve. The communications hall was furnished with chairs, and they dispersed to take their seats, while Je quietly settled beside Lu Feng. The lieutenant general received a communication, and after a brief 30 seconds, he ended the call and addressed the assembled officers. "I have received a notification from the Lighthouse Magnetic Field Observation Station. 5 minutes ago, the global magnetic field intensity plummeted to 0. However, the eastern magnetic pole under our protection has exhibited no anomalies. Clearly, there has been a significant malfunction at the western magnetic pole on the opposing side." As Je listened to the words of the general, he comprehended the significance of magnetic poles for humanity. The magnetic field safeguards everything on Earth. Should it vanish, cosmic rays and solar winds would surge uncontrollably, leading to severe drought across the globe in the short term. Exposed humans would suffer from radiation, succumbing to various malignant diseases, ultimately facing death or mutation. If the protection of the magnetic field were to be absent for an extended period, the entire atmosphere of Earth would be dissipated by solar winds, transforming the world into a desolate wasteland. The two magnetic poles created by humanity, one situated at the northern base and the other in the subterranean city, jointly maintained a weak magnetic field enveloping the planet, inseparable in their function. Should one encounter an issue, the other would likewise become ineffective. There existed no need for superfluous communication between them. Each night, the aurora gracing the sky served as a message to the other. We still exist. We are still safe. Now, however, the aurora had vanished. At that moment, a technician adjusting the equipment reported. The artificial magnetic field has dissipated, the ionosphere is in chaos, and short-wave communication is unfeasible. The general furrowed his brow. After 3 seconds of silence, he declared, "At all costs, initiate long-wave communication." Understood. In an era where humanity had lost satellites and ground relay stations, long-distance communication had become exceedingly arduous, relying solely on radio. Short-wave communication transmits signals through the ionosphere, yet the artificial magnetic field was inherently weaker than the natural geomagnetic field, rendering communication unstable. With the magnetic field now entirely absent and the ionosphere utterly disrupted, communication became a formidable challenge. Long-wave communication, in contrast, is grounded, utilizing the earth and seawater as mediums. It is stable and reliable but incurs high initial costs, and messages can only be conveyed using the most archaic of telegraphic codes. Furthermore, it operates unidirectionally, meaning that communication is impossible unless the counterpart has also activated their long-wave communication at that precise moment. Messages are relayed layer by layer until the communication center finally receives feedback indicating that the long-wave communication device has been activated. The telegrapher picks up the apparatus, emitting monotonous beeps of varying intervals and lengths, which are sequentially inputted into the system and then transmitted to the communication channel. The northern base calls the underground city base, requesting a response. A prolonged silence ensues. The underground city base, being the most well-constructed among humanity's 4 bases, is hard to imagine as having encountered calamity. An officer remarks, "Let us hope it is merely a malfunction of the equipment." No sooner had he spoken than a jarring electrical static abruptly erupted from the receiving device. The crackling and hissing sounds seemed to emanate from the vastness of the cosmos, akin to the dying breath of a colossal beast. Everyone in the room held their breath, until over 20 seconds had elapsed. Beep, 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 beep. The telegraphic sound resonated, causing the telegrapher's body to shudder, nearly collapsing onto the workstation as he swiftly recorded the information. 5 minutes later, the general inquired, "What did they say?" The telegrapher's complexion turned pale. His lips trembled as he gazed at the paper recording the signals, and he uttered, "They reported. The underground city base is under assault by an alien coalition, suffering severe losses. Engaged in a fierce struggle, efforts are being made to repair the magnetic poles. The ammunition reserves have dwindled to less than 1/5. The stockpile of thermonuclear weapons has been depleted, and personnel are insufficient. A request for assistance has been made." He clenched his teeth and uttered, requesting support. A profound silence ensued. Chapter 44. Silence often signifies a critical juncture. Save or abandon. Is it still possible to contact the underground city? A voice shattered the stillness. There has been no response. The meeting in the first conference room has concluded. Given the current resources, if the survival of the entire city is to be ensured, it could last for 3 to 10 days. What if survival for the entire city is not guaranteed? If only the Twin Towers and Eden's resource supply are assured, it could be sustained for 15 to 30 days, without considering climatic factors. In extreme circumstances, core personnel could be relocated to the underground sanctuary in Eden for potential long-term survival. There remains a glimmer of hope. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Finally, someone posed the question, to save or not to save? The general's gaze swept across the room, and having heard the broadcast convening this meeting, was acutely aware that this chamber was filled with the highest-ranking officers from the command center, the staff, and the operations center, distinct from the logistics and city defense personnel who had gathered in the first conference room. These were all individuals destined for the front lines. Yet, even Nja understood the perilous nature of this impending front. What calamity could bring a facility as well-equipped as theirs to the brink of collapse? rendering even the artificial magnetic poles incapable of defense? Perhaps by the time reinforcements arrive, that place will have transformed into a desolate city. Perhaps the destination has not yet been reached when the team encounters a storm and crashes to the ground, or perhaps into the depths of the Pacific. Alternatively, the northern base might have utilized its military reserves to aid the underground base, rendering it incapable of resistance during the next joint assault by the alien forces. In the prolonged silence, Ensued heard Lu Feng beside him say, "I will go." The Major General regarded him for a long moment. "You are the best candidate," he remarked. Ensued gazed at Lu Feng, understanding the Major General's reasoning. In different regions of the same continent, vast disparities exist among the monsters, and the northern base is separated from the underground base by the expanse of the Pacific, where the creature's habits and combat styles may be entirely unknown. Who can adapt most effectively to such uncertainties? Those who frequently delve into the abyss. The monsters of the abyss are chaotic and frenzied, with nearly all patterns of mutation traceable within them. At that moment, another officer interjected, "I excel in commanding large joint operations. I request to be assigned." Captain AR-137, Lu Feng interjected, "Communications officer, please inquire if he is willing to proceed." Mr. Hubbard agrees to go. As the meeting adjourned and they were leaving, the Major General called out to Lu Feng, "Who will assume the responsibilities of the tribunal?" "My deputy." "Is he capable?" "Yes." After exiting, Saran approached the tribunal's operational area located within this very building. He whispered, "Colonel." Lu Feng responded with a faint acknowledgement. In the dim light, Saran's eyes were tinged with redness. Lu Feng had departed, burdened with numerous preparations. Saran had urged him to rest in the office of the tribunal. Midway, Ensued excused himself and ascended to the 13th floor. The light at the door of D-1344 still glimmered, accompanied by the voices of researchers within, discussing the pressing nature of their work. Time was of the essence, and every research endeavor must be completed in haste. Ensued lowered his head. As a being of mushroom, his form was too frail and delicate to intrude recklessly. He returned to the lobby on the first floor. The hall bustled with people, and Saran approached him. Ensued remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding scene. The throng of busy individuals, the incessant announcements, the flickering lights, and the intermittent power supply created a vivid tapestry of chaos. Everything transpired swiftly, as humanity's fate shifted like the capricious aurora in the sky. At 11 o'clock at night, news from the equipment center confirmed the completion of the task. At midnight, the logistics supply department echoed the same report. By 1 o'clock in the morning, PL 1109 had undergone maintenance, and the squadron of aircraft set forth. A dull rumble resonated from afar. The ground command required a clear view, prompting the isolation walls to rise. Fiery rays and fierce winds rushed in, compelling everyone to retreat to the safety zone deep within the hall. In the distance, a row of lights illuminated the horizon, and Ensued strained to gaze in that direction. Wingtip and nose lights outlined the formidable silhouette of the aircraft. 3 PL 1109 jets, along with an entire formation, gliding smoothly forward. PL 1109, Ensued recognized it. A marvel of human ingenuity, the vessel boasted a fully radiation-shielded exterior and an autonomous navigation system requiring no magnetic guidance. Humanity had long foreseen and prepared for the impending cataclysm, though the efficacy of these measures remained an enigma. At last, he understood the meticulous construction of the base's surfaces, smooth, sturdy, and expansive. The military installation, inextricably linked to the city center, featured vast buffer zones and ubiquitous landing pads and runways. A century prior, humanity had spared no expense in its creation. These features were not for mere aesthetics or orderliness, but because the entirety of this human stronghold was designed to withstand a potential war. Another gate swung open, and several officers clad in black combat attire emerged. Among them, Ensued immediately recognized Lu Feng, a figure of upright and lean stature, with sharp, clean lines. Unlike the lofty elegance and frigidity of the Inquisitor's uniform, the combat suit, though similar in design, exuded a more casual air, accentuating the roguish qualities within him. Yet, Ensued resolved not to call him a rogue this evening. Lu Feng was, at his core, a good man. Lu Feng approached him, his former uniform draped over his arm, which Saran accepted. "Stay with Saran and don't wander," Lu Feng instructed, his gaze fixed on Anja. He then turned to Saran, adding, "Keep an eye on him." Though his words were simple, Anja detected an undercurrent of threat, as if straying would incur a penalty. He furrowed his brow and looked up at the man, who responded by ruffling Anja's hair in a haphazard manner. His gaze was not as indifferent or harsh as usual. Anja even perceived a hint of softness in those eyes. This individual had resolutely decided to journey to the underground base at the opposite end of the earth. Anja felt compelled to utter something, perhaps a caution to stay safe or to take care of himself. He opened his mouth, only to conclude that the colonel was likely accustomed to such a life, seemingly capable of managing everything without the need for reminders. Ultimately, Anja merely remarked, "I made mushroom soup tonight. No matter how fine the thermos, it cannot compare to the flavor when it's piping hot." A faint smile danced in Lu Feng's eyes. "Thank you," he replied. "Make sure to prepare it for me upon your return." Those eyes, hued like the faint glow of fireflies deep within a summer night jungle, looked at Anja. He seemed to lean in slightly, and for a fleeting moment, Anja felt that Lu Feng wished to draw closer, but that sensation was ephemeral, likely never to return. Lu Feng's voice was slightly husky as he said, "Take care of yourself." Anja responded with a soft hum, watching as Lu Feng turned and departed without a backward glance, stepping into the makeshift boarding bridge. How many times had he watched Lu Feng's silhouette fade into the distance? He could not recall. He was perplexed by how this person could continuously forge ahead, unhesitating in aiming a weapon at his compatriots, yet willing to sacrifice his life at any moment. Outside, a sandstorm arrived with the fierce winds, the night shrouding it, making the swirling dust and grit resemble an endless nocturnal mist. Amidst this vast night and the moonlight, the hum of engines resonated, and the pitch-black PL-1109 fighter jet took off smoothly. Its outspread wings resembled those of a colossal bird, receding higher and smaller in Anja's gaze, eventually transforming into an imperceptible black dot, ultimately vanishing amidst the resplendent Milky Way that spanned the horizon. A distant rumble echoed, the sound of a sonic boom, as the fighter jet accelerated once more. Anja could no longer locate it. Everyone turned their eyes towards the boundless night sky, and within the hall, a solemn silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a prolonged moment, individuals began to disperse. Anja remained standing, and behind him, the soft sound of footsteps drew near. It was Saran. "I often ponder why the colonel chose me as his successor, what traits and principles he believed a judge should embody." Saran remarked, "Now I think, contrary to what people believe, it is not cruelty but rather compassion. The welfare of humanity supersedes all. It is not merely kindness towards an individual, but a benevolence towards the fate of humanity as a whole that serves as the unwavering source of conviction." Saran's voice was soft and somewhat husky. "I sincerely hope that a century from now, people will not have to confront the challenges we face today, if humanity still exists by then." Anja remained silent, gazing up at the star-studded night sky, an infinite expanse of brilliance. Saran draped his military jacket over Anja's shoulders. "When the aurora shines brightly again, the colonel shall return." Chapter 45, though erroneous, still correct. In the corridor connecting the courtroom's working hall to the training area, one wall bore the inscription, "The welfare of humanity supersedes all," while the opposite side displayed another profound statement. Beneath this sentence lies a row of silver-framed portraits. The first frame that greets one is empty. As one proceeds further, the second frame contains a black-and-white photograph of a strikingly handsome officer, approximately 30 years of age. He is attired in the uniform of a judge, and inscribed on the wall beneath the frame are the dates of his birth and death, revealing that he lived for 36 years, passing away 7 years prior. The subsequent frame also holds a black-and-white photograph along with its corresponding dates. As one continues forward, the photographs and dates progressively reflect a bygone era. Thus, it dawns upon Anja that these are the portraits of past judges, and the outermost empty frame is undoubtedly reserved for Lu Feng. Contemplating this, Anja momentarily halts, an indescribable weight pressing upon his heart. If only he could wish for Lu Feng's photograph to remain unmounted for a while longer. Much like the moment Lu Feng boarded the plane that evening, he hoped this individual could stay, anchored in a place of safety. Yet Lu Feng has his own choices to make. Following Selin, he continues onward, and at the end of the corridor of photographs, an unusual scene unfolds. On the grayish-white wall, there exists a rectangular area that is somewhat pale, matching the size of the frames. The corners of this white patch bear marks of nails, suggesting that a frame once occupied the space, but has since been removed. Below it, the spot that originally displayed a name along with birth and death dates has been scraped clean, leaving only a few mottled traces. And just strains to decipher them, managing to discern that they begin with a capital letter P. Serlon noticed his lingering presence and elucidated. It is said that this was the first judge and the proponent of the Judges Act, who established the judicial system. Anja inquired, "Has his photograph been removed?" "Indeed," Serlon replied. "In the end, he questioned the legitimacy of the judges' system and betrayed the base." Anja nodded. The intricacies of human thought are often unfathomable, and he refrained from further questioning. Serlon settled him in a lounge, as the geomagnetic field dissipated, plunging everything into chaos. The logistics and emergency response departments were undoubtedly in disarray, while the other inhabitants of the base were in a state of unease, forced to rest while awaiting the military's subsequent evacuation arrangements. The sounds of hurried footsteps resonated from above, and next door, Serlon was engaged in a conversation, seemingly orchestrating the subsequent operations of the court. In the pitch-black room, the outside world was obscured. Anja could only hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Strangely, as if sensing an extraordinary force, he lifted his gaze towards the depths of darkness, a feeling that was ineffable. He felt as though he were attuned to a colossal wave. He, Serlon, everyone, the entire human base, and all existence in this world were but insignificant fragments of that indescribable wave, quivering and transforming, sending forth delicate ripples. There is a phrase in the textbooks of the young ones that speaks of the torrent of fate, which he found remarkably fitting, except for the singular discrepancy that this wave seemed to genuinely exist around the entirety of the world, rather than being an abstract metaphor or figment of imagination. Just then, his communicator chimed. It was a call from the doctor. The doctor inquired, "Lu Hong has taken off. Where are you?" And Zhe candidly conveyed the information to him, affirming that safety was paramount. The doctor remarked, "I have just concluded an emergency meeting regarding the lighthouse. I shall return to the laboratory to rest for the night. You should also take care to rest well." And Zhe replied, "Understood." It seemed the doctor was ascending the stairs, and after a brief interval, he continued, "I have been contemplating Sinan's performance this morning. He reminded Lily to return to Eden. Could it be that he foresaw the disappearance of the magnetic field? Different species possess varying sensory organs, and certain organisms can indeed perceive magnetic fields." And Zhe pondered for a moment before responding, "Perhaps. Yet it is quite a distance." He was well aware that each species is distinct. In the abyss, some creatures possess exceptionally keen hearing, while others can detect the scent of prey from thousands of meters away. However, the notion that Sinan sensed the invasion of the underground city base on the opposite side of the Earth from the northern base seemed implausible, as there was no long-wave communication technology among the alien species. The doctor did not respond. Only uneven breaths echoed from the other end, and Zhe surmised that he might be walking. Yet, 3 minutes later, the doctor remained silent, his breathing increasingly rapid. The sound resonated in the darkness, inexplicably inducing a sense of unease. "Doctor?" And Zhe called out, but there was no reply. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly heard the doctor speaking at an alarming speed. "Have Selin take the call." And Zhe hurried out of the lounge. Selin answered the communication, exclaiming the doctor's name followed by a frown, swiftly stating, "I will be there immediately." Without hesitation, he grasped the firearm laid upon the table, summoned several individuals, and strode purposefully out. And Zhe glanced at the direction the others had taken and chose to follow. Yet, their pace was too swift, and his ascent up the staircase was too languid, causing him to fall a step behind. By the time he reached the corridor where the laboratory of the doctor was located, he heard a gunshot echoing from the depths, followed by the sound of a body collapsing. The doctor stood in the center of the corridor, and Zhe approached him. "I noticed from a distance that his gait was somewhat off." The doctor was panting heavily, his pupils slightly dilated, and his complexion pale, exhibiting signs of sheer terror. And Zhe peered ahead and saw Selin just putting away his firearm, The individual lying on the ground was unmistakably the doctor's assistant, who had been working alongside the doctor earlier that afternoon, meticulously reviewing the footage from the compass. Selin addressed the doctor, stating, "Confirmation of infection. Was it due to exposure during the experiment? Infection?" And Je immediately thought of the sole source of infection in this place, the compass. "Impossible." The doctor replied. He did not possess the clearance to open the glass cover. Thus he could not have come into contact with the foreign species. Selin suggested, "I should go in to take a look." "No," the doctor's voice suddenly escalated. "Do not approach." Selin halted, turning to regard the doctor. "Do you recall when I mentioned that there may come a day when we could be infected without ever encountering the foreign species?" The doctor's voice trembled as he declared, "This is far too abnormal. We must prepare for the worst." Selin frowned, asking, "How can we substantiate your claim? There is no way to provide evidence." The doctor shook his head, however, "As you are aware, injecting the tissue fluid of the monster into the tail of a test animal allows us to observe genetic changes in its head simultaneously. Those organizational fluids have not participated in the circulation of bodily fluids. The genetic makeup of the entire animal has already undergone transformation. If such occurrences are possible, then why could an infection not arise without direct contact with the monstrosities?" At this moment he suddenly trembled all over. Selin, his voice faltered completely. "Downstairs, there are living specimens of other species. There are at least 100 staff members there." Selin's expression grew grave. "I will descend immediately. Take care of yourself." The doctor instructed, "Keep as far away as possible from anything alive within the range." He did not specify other species or humans. Rather, he referred to living things. Selin nodded, and they moved swiftly, dispersing down the stairs. In the silent corridor, only Je and the doctor remained. The doctor seemed drained, leaning against the cold wall, while Je offered him support. In the ensuing silence, the doctor suddenly spoke. "Aren't you afraid?" Je shook his head. The doctor gazed at him. "You possess a quality that seems absent in the people of this era," he remarked. Je remained silent, listening intently as the doctor continued. His gaze lingered on Je for a considerable time. Then he exhaled gently, his lips trembling slightly, as if he had been struck by an extraordinary epiphany. He then articulated, "You are so naive. Like an observer." He added, "Everyone lives in fear, yet you remain tranquil, an anomaly among all." At this point, he appeared to smile softly. "Now I understand why Lu Feng enjoys your company." Je gazed at the doctor, whose youthful visage bore a hint of weariness, suggesting he was somewhat fatigued. Je inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Thank you," the doctor replied, his voice quivering at the end as he looked into Je's eyes. "As long as you live safely, that is enough." After a moment of contemplation, Je responded, "I will do my best." He fell silent, and the corridor echoed with the doctor's musings. Without physical contact or airborne transmission, could such a thing truly occur? No one answered him. However, a gunshot resounded clearly from downstairs, followed by a second, then a third. The sounds persisted, reverberating within the building for an extended period. With each report of gunfire, humanity's theoretical frameworks for understanding the world crumbled entirely. The doctor's grip tightened on Je's arm, his fingers trembling. "Why?" Chapter 46. The gunfire ceased, and a few individuals began to ascend from downstairs, with Selin trailing behind. "Were these the uninfected?" Selin affirmed, "Yes." Je listened as the doctor inquired about the survivors' activities today, ensuring that their nourishment, hydration, and respiration were all untroubled, all supplied uniformly by the lighthouse, even the air provided by the ventilation system. If any of these three elements faltered, the entire lighthouse would fall into ruin. However, they share a commonality. During the elapsed time since the magnetic field's disappearance, none of them have had close encounters with the experimental subjects. Some have been occupied in the office, meticulously organizing data, while others attended meetings on different floors, just returning. Like Dr. G himself, the infected personnel also possess a shared trait. They have all been in close proximity to the aberrant entities. This interaction was not genuine contact, but rather a mere spatial closeness to the monsters or mutants. For instance, a research assistant spent the entire afternoon engrossed in coding within a small office, attempting to fit a specific data model. yet was still deemed to have undergone genetic infection, the only point of suspicion being that 2 reptilian monsters were housed in the lab just a wall away. Selen sought guidance from the military, mandating a comprehensive lockdown inspection of the entire floor housing the anomalous research center, prohibiting access to all personnel. Water, food, and air could all serve as potential vectors for infection. In the break room of the tribunal, Enja shared the space with the doctor, who spoke to the blank wall. If only that were the case, but alas, it is not. Is it radiation? He continued. What if each monster is a source of radiation? Initially, the radiation is weak, infecting only severe injuries. Later, even minor wounds may lead to infection, and then the intensity of the radiation gradually increases. As long as one remains near these monsters, the genes will undergo instantaneous alterations due to the radiation. Enja found the doctor's words profoundly resonant. However, in the next moment, he witnessed the doctor bury his face in his palms, taking a deep breath in a posture of near collapse. But our instruments are unable to capture it, the doctor lamented. Enja sensed that the doctor was on the brink of madness. Empathizing with him, he grasped the root of the doctor's despair. The research concerning the monsters was not burdensome due to its complexity, resource demands, or inherent dangers, but rather because, until this point, they remained oblivious to the true nature of their adversary. It was akin to traversing a pitch-black expanse, having lost even the last bastion of support. He was acutely aware of the precipice nearby yet could not ascertain when he might inadvertently plunge into the abyss. He observed the doctor slowly lift his head, his cerulean irises slightly unfocused, his facial muscles quivering, an embodiment of desperate fear and horror, as if confronted by an immense, terrifying, and ineffable entity. Before him loomed a vacant white wall. Indeed, the most terrifying of all horrors is that which is unknown. Enja poured a glass of water for him, and the doctor drank it, managing a feeble smile. "Thank you," he uttered. "The base's water supply is uncertain in how many days it can last." The doctor was not mistaken. Since the evening the aurora had vanished, the entire base had been plunged into a state of emergency. Outside lay the solar winds and radiation. No one could exit the building. Yet the heat from outside permeated through the thick walls, causing the room's temperature to soar above 30 degrees Celsius, devoid of any temperature control measures, rendering the atmosphere dreadfully arid, with electricity reserved solely for the operation of essential equipment. Every day at 8 in the morning and 8 in the evening, the base distributes a block of compressed biscuits or a packet of nutritional powder, accompanied by a bottle of drinking water. After 3 days, water is dispensed only in the morning. This location is the Twin Towers, home to the military command center and researchers. Enja occasionally reflects on the dire state of resource supply at the Twin Towers and wonders how the ordinary residential buildings outside are faring. The 1109 fighter jet takes 12 hours to fly from the northern base to the underground city base, with a return flight requiring the same duration. After 120 hours, we have yet to receive any news. The doctor, while calculating complex formulas on paper, expresses to him, "I emotionally trust Lu Feng, but we must prepare for the worst." 5 days later, the nutritional powder is also depleted. With the elevators out of service, Enja quietly sneaks out of the tribunal. As he ascends the stairs, he encounters at least 3 pairs of couples kissing in corners. Perhaps they are not couples, but at this moment, they are undeniably inseparable. "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." On the 13th floor, he passes a conference room where a dozen white military officers and researchers are gathered, reciting the Bible. At least half of them have tissues stuffed in their nostrils, as the high temperatures and dryness make it easy for humans to experience nosebleeds. In truth, high temperatures and aridity are even less conducive to the survival of mushrooms. Enja has not enjoyed a restful night's sleep in recent days. At times, he feels as though he is buffeted by the torrents of fate, while at other moments, he senses himself laid bare under the sun, on the verge of desiccation. When he finally awakens, an overwhelming hunger washes over him. Yet he can afford to wait. It matters not. This very morning, the doctor remarked to him, "Though the situation worsens, you seem to grow increasingly composed." Indeed, Enja is not plagued by panic. He embodies the essence of a serene mushroom. Over the past 5 days, he has quietly resided within the Twin Towers, accompanying the Doctor and Saran in their comings and goings, and many have now become familiar with his presence. He observes the dark red glow emanating from the surveillance cameras, signifying the state of activity, and he attentively listens to each broadcast. Just yesterday, that glow dimmed. This morning, the Doctor received notification that, due to insufficient energy, all research activities have been suspended. Anja inhaled deeply, standing before the door of Laboratory D1344, where silence reigned. Even the rhythmic beeping of machines had ceased. At last, he awaited the departure of those researchers. The laboratory door remained firmly shut, the sensor at its entrance flickering with a faint light. In the next moment, he produced Lu Feng's ID card. Chapter 47. The Underground City. Upon the barren ground stood the upper half of an artificial magnetic pole. In a landscape of ochre soil, it resembled a grand monument. This location boasts an exceptional geographical position, shielded from storms and cold currents by towering mountains on all sides, while the center is a vast, level expanse, with stable geological formations robust enough to support the construction of incredible subterranean works. This subterranean metropolis rivals the grandest human cities of our zenith. In the nascent days of the 4 human bastions, it was prophesied that if mankind were ever to face its ultimate downfall, these underground citadels would be the last to succumb. Yet, this expansive plain is now saturated with blood, of monsters, of aberrant entities, and of humans. The ground is littered with dismembered limbs, severed hands, and the wreckage of heavy weaponry. A sleek, ebony fighter jet swiftly schemes the terrain, releasing several high-yield ordnance. The muffled detonations reverberate, momentarily amplifying the deafening roars of the monsters, only to be engulfed by the ensuing dust clouds. Ascending, the aircraft stabilizes in a steady orbit. Lu Feng, clutching a walkie-talkie, announces, surface entities have been neutralized. Beside him stands Hubbard, the fabled mercenary captain of the outer city, gazing towards the entrance of the subterranean city. The interior presents a formidable challenge, he remarks. Lu Feng, his gaze fixed on the same point, remains silent, implicitly acknowledging Hubbard's assessment. Their collaborative command of aerial operations over the past few days has fostered a profound understanding between them, an understanding deepened by their shared experiences at the forefront of the abyssal trenches. None are more intimately acquainted with the habits and lethality of those entities. The subterranean city, a bastion of defense and resilience, inherently boasts radiation shielding. However, its very structure portends a grim fate. Should it be breached by the aberrant entities, chaos and devastation would inevitably ensue. And now it has been breached. Their most pressing deficiency lies in firepower. With birth rates lagging and manpower dwindling, they are compelled to escalate military expenditure. Having overextended ourselves, we now find it impossible to mount an effective defense. Hubbard's hawk-like gaze narrowed slightly. We have brought sufficient supplies, arriving in a timely manner, thus retaining a semblance of hope. At that moment, a voice crackled through the intercom. The underground city expresses gratitude for your generous support. The operator's voice quivered. However, on humanitarian grounds, we must inform our comrades at the northern base. We have observed instances of contactless infection within the base, and unpredictable infections may occur at any moment. The northern base acknowledges this, Lu Feng interjected, cutting off the operator. Please prepare for ground support. Hubbard furrowed his brow. Lu Feng continued, the flight formation will hover momentarily. I shall lead a team down. I will go, Hubbard asserted. Listen to him. It is far more perilous inside than we anticipate. Once you descend, there may be no return. You bear no obligation. But I have no attachments, Lu Feng replied evenly. Neither do I, Hubbard countered with a smile, asking rhetorically, do you truly? Lu Feng met his gaze. His cold green eyes betrayed no emotion, yet this time he remained silent. At times, you gaze out the window for what seems like an eternity, Hubbard remarked. I left someone behind at the base, Lu Feng said, leaning against the window, a shell from a weapon I wielded hanging around his neck. You killed someone of his? Hubbard inquired. Lu Feng offered no response. So he bears a grudge against you. Hubbard spoke, seemingly recalling something. I once encountered a boy who possessed one of your shell casings, inquiring if I knew its origin. Lu Feng curled his lips slightly. Hubbard remarked, Your relationship appears to be quite intricate. Perhaps, Lu Feng replied as he stepped outside. All my relationships are rather complex. His tone was indifferent as he addressed the navigator. Prepare for takeoff. On this occasion, Hubbard refrained from interjecting, watching Lu Feng's silhouette, lost in contemplation. As the enormous, blood-red sun set on the western horizon, the flight formation landed, the cabin doors opened, and Lu Feng descended from PL 1109, heading towards the sprawling, blood-soaked city underground, the northern base. Just as he was about to press his ID card against the sensor, and heard footsteps behind him, he turned to find a soldier on routine patrol, led by a familiar adjudicator. Upon spotting him, the adjudicator asked, "What are you doing here?" And lowered his gaze slightly, replying, "I'm here to fetch something for Dr. G." "Is the doctor still conducting research?" inquired the adjudicator. And responded with a soft hum, choosing not to elaborate. The adjudicator did not pursue further questions but advised, "Return soon. There are matters concerning the military today." "Thank you," Enja replied. As they passed each other, he took a deep breath, pressed his ID card against the sensor, and was relieved to find the access system still operational. With a click, the door unlocked. Enja stepped inside, the hinges creaking from friction, and promptly closed the door behind him. In the dim light, the silhouettes of colossal instruments loomed ominously, while at the heart of the room, a cylindrical glass chamber stood in serene stillness. A faint glow emanated from beneath the glass enclosure, illuminating the delicate bubbles that emerged from the depths, rising to the surface. Enja held his breath, bracing himself for the worst before opening the door. Capture. The spores already relocated, the laboratory occupied by others. In that moment, his heart seemed to cease its rhythm entirely, until his gaze pierced through the glass tank, traversing the pale green culture medium, where he beheld a solitary white mass suspended in the center. Enja's breath quivered, his lips curled upwards, and his heart pounded fiercely. He yearned to rush forward but found himself nearly paralyzed by the overwhelming surge of emotion. That tiny, snow-white entity appeared to drift in the liquid under the dim light, reminiscent of a creature swimming in the depths of the ocean. Enja fixated on it, unblinking. Just then, he observed the spores, which had been quietly suspended, momentarily pause, before the mycelium suddenly unfurled, or perhaps it would be more fitting to describe it as bursting forth. Then, at a pace that could hardly be described as slow, it drifted toward him, abruptly halting against the glass wall, as if colliding with it. Enja hastened to the glass chamber, his palm pressed against it, his entire being aligning with the surface. The spores mirrored his actions, their mycelium restlessly reaching out through the glass, yearning to draw closer. Enja couldn't help but smile. When Lu Feng was by his side, this cluster of spores seemed oblivious to his presence. Yet now it unmistakably recognized him. He refrained from blinking, watching as the delicate, fragile mycelium of the spores reached out toward him. Yet hindered by the barrier of glass, it could only press closer, nearly flattening itself against the tank's interior, resembling a small white pancake. Each filament emphasized its yearning to draw nearer to Enja. Leaning against it, Enja was enveloped by a long-lost sense of tranquility, yet it was separated by an impenetrable membrane. He needed to rescue it from the confines of the tank. With great difficulty, Enja tore himself away from the water tank and approached the side, where an operational console awaited. Following the common protocols of human machinery, he pressed the largest circular button, and indeed, the console's screen flickered to life, illuminating the nearby slot with a green indicator light as he scanned Lu Feng's card. This individual's access within the entire base was virtually unrestricted. However, confronted by a series of identical buttons marked only with intricate symbols, Enja found himself in a state of bewilderment. How could he open the water tank? His fingers hesitated across the console until he steeled himself and pressed the central button. 3 seconds later, the water in the tank began to ripple, sending the helpless spores tumbling this way and that, ultimately swirling in the center of the tank. Watching that small, disoriented mass spin helplessly, Enja felt his own mind whirl in confusion as he anxiously pressed the first button. In the next instant, a red laser ignited at the top of the tank, radiating heat that even Enja could perceive. The mycelium of the spores erupted momentarily, then drooped feebly, as if on the verge of being scorched, only to burst again after a brief interval, and just suspected it was silently screaming. He furrowed his brow in sorrow. Was this the torment the spores endured daily in the human laboratory? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation as he pressed another button. The red light transformed into a series of pulsing beams, causing the spores to helplessly explode time and again. And swiftly activated another button in the distance, and this time the red light vanished, allowing him to exhale in relief. However, the next moment, a sharp buzzing sound resonated as blue ion sparks ignited violently within the tank, and soon the water's surface began to tremble. The spores writhed frantically in the liquid, and gasped. He had electrified the water. In a flurry, he pressed button after button until a resounding boom echoed, and the pale green culture medium gradually drained from the container. And pressed a nearby button, and with a click, the lid atop the tank opened. The tank was too tall. He fetched a chair and stood upon it, finally extending his hand into the tank's opening. However, by this time, a significant portion of the culture medium had already been expelled, leaving the spores unable to reach that height. Then noticed the spores clinging to the glass wall, sluggishly crawling upwards while sliding down intermittently, inching up again. This cluster of tiny entities, not yet fully matured, had inherited the ability to move freely. Extended his hand, his arm and fingers transforming into swirling white mycelium, descending along the inner wall of the container to make contact with the spores. In that moment, it felt as though an electric current coursed through his entire being, a metamorphosis that reclaimed a part of himself, enveloped in an extraordinary wave of energy. Cradling the mass delicately, he carefully extracted it, as the spores scattered mycelium obediently gathered itself, rolling amidst his own threads. And with a gentle smile and squinted eyes, observed it as his mycelium intertwined with its own, cautiously incorporating it into his being. The body of the spore unfurled completely, merging seamlessly with his own. A wave of elation surged through Nja's mind. It had finally returned to its rightful place. The human culture medium was futile. Only nourished by the adult form would it continue to grow until maturity. This time, no malign force would excavate it again, although the reason behind the spore's inclination toward that entity remained a mystery. In truth, it was fortunate that the spore did not gravitate towards him that day. The moment it exhibited such tendencies, it would undoubtedly attract the researcher's scrutiny, casting suspicion upon his identity. Thus, Nja unilaterally concluded that his spore possessed extraordinary intelligence. With the spore's return, the void within him was finally filled, all unease dissipating in that instant. A feeling beyond description, akin to a rebirth. Nja approached the window, pressed a button and raised the metallic panel. Blinding light streamed in, and he squinted his eyes. Outside, at the edge of the wind and sand, in the golden dawn, a radiant red sun burst forth. Slowly, Nja turned his head, casting a glance back at the silvery laboratory, where machines stood side by side, wires distinct and defined, and the test tube racks on the cabinets arranged with meticulous order. From this singular laboratory, he could envision the entirety of the base. This is humanity's stronghold, a place detached from the past, present, and future. His fingers gripped the window ledge, knuckles whitening with effort, as he pushed open the transparent triple-glazed window. A narrow opening, merely the width of a finger, was created, allowing the searing hot wind, laden with grit, to rush in, accompanied by the sharp sting against his fingers. Outside, the air was permeated with intense radiation from the cosmos. The vast fluctuations contained innumerable minuscule ripples, as if he could hear the abyss beckoning him to return. He could leave, venture outside, and return to the depths. The outside world was equally brutal, uncertain of survival, yet he had reclaimed the spores and feared nothing. He feared nothing at all. Nja gently placed his left hand on his abdomen, pressing his forehead against the window ledge, eyes closed, his entire being quivering slightly. He withdrew his right hand from the ledge, applying force in the opposite direction, producing a soft thud as the window closed once more, followed closely by the sealing of the radiation-proof metal layer. He took a few breaths, forehead resting against the metallic surface, fingers gradually curling at his side, as if he had made a decision that weighed heavily upon him. As the radiation was barred from entering, the stinging sensation on his body gradually subsided, reminiscent of that night when Lu Feng held him, shielding him with his own body from that irradiated zone. Had it been anyone else, Lu Feng would have acted the same way, yet it was precisely this that etched the moment into his memory, much like the vivid recollection of every departure of Lu Feng. Anja stepped out of the laboratory, where 2 soldiers were passing through the corridor, the previous patrol having long departed, replaced by others. As Anja's gaze met theirs, he offered a restrained smile as a salutation before turning towards the stairwell. Within the dim confines of the stairwell, only the cadence of his own heart echoed, each beat a fervent drum, subtly accelerated beyond its usual pace. The human heart, when besieged by trepidation, is wont to quicken its rhythm, yet the source of his apprehension remained elusive. The concealment would be ephemeral, he surmised. Once order was restored and research recommenced, the loss of critical items from a prominent human laboratory would undoubtedly precipitate a thorough investigation into the sequence of events. His departure was imperative, the sooner the better. Yet, he found himself unable to resist extracting a cool, angular object from his shirt pocket, the emblem that had adorned Lu Feng's coat, now surreptitiously removed. Clutching the token in his palm, he mused. He would tarry until the aurora borealis illuminated the sky and the news of PL 1109's return reached his ears, should such a day ever dawn. This city held little allure, save for the passable potato soup. Were it not for the inexplicable inclination of his spores to gravitate towards Lu Feng, he would have absconded long ago. Chapter 48. The stairwell was virtually deserted, save for a few individuals hurrying along, a noticeable reduction from the norm. Ascending and descending stairs was a physically taxing endeavor, and Anja inhaled deeply, still finding the exertion somewhat arduous. When solar winds directly assail the Earth, the atmosphere is susceptible to being dispersed into the cosmos at an alarming rate. Despite the mere passage of days, the oxygen content in the air supplied through the vents had noticeably diminished, and the military broadcasts issued daily reminders to the populace to curtail outdoor activities and unnecessary physical exertion. Upon reaching the ground floor corridor, the atmosphere was even more somber, devoid of human presence. Anja recalled the patrol judge's admonition to return promptly, prompting him to quicken his pace back to the courtroom's domain. Upon entering the hall, he found the doctor engrossed in his computer work. "You finally returned. Where have you been?" the doctor inquired. "I took a stroll," Anja replied as he settled beside the doctor, who possessed a gentle demeanor. Their rapport had flourished over the past few days. "Don't wander off," the doctor cautioned. "At least not today." "Has something happened?" Anja asked. The doctor's gaze lifted from the screen to meet his, revealing a faint weariness etched on his features, his lips pale. In his cerulean eyes lingered an unfathomable depth of emotion, decidedly somber. He slid a bottle of water across the table towards Anja. "Are you thirsty?" Anja shook his head. He felt relatively well, though mushrooms require substantial hydration. Today the spores had returned to his body, granting him a sense of stability, and his thirst was not so pressing. Supplies in all aspects were dwindling. Food and water were scarce, and even oxygen was insufficient. The doctor spoke softly. "By the end of today, the military will begin relocating personnel. If you return late, you might miss the transfer and be left behind." Anja furrowed his brow in slight confusion. "Where are we relocating to?" he asked, believing the lighthouse to be the final sanctuary. The doctor fixed his gaze on the blank wall ahead, stating, "Eden. It is the center for crop cultivation, with a stable food supply and ample reserves of pure water. All the resources of the base are there." After speaking, he smiled faintly. "The name Eden has been aptly chosen. It has truly become the final Eden." When the Eden was initially established, dissenting voices were raised. The cultivation of crops, the provision of drinking water, the nurturing of children. Concentrating such essential resources for human survival in one location, while seemingly advantageous for Eden, could potentially pose greater risks. The doctor's tone lowered. Yet, history has consistently demonstrated that the capacity of the base is limited. In times of immense calamity, all of humanity's resources can only be concentrated to sustain Eden. We must sacrifice everything to preserve it. If Eden ceases to exist, so too will humanity. Anja understood the doctor's implication. Eden was the sanctuary for mothers and their children. He gazed at the doctor and inquired, "Will everyone go?" The doctor cast a glance at him, and Enja found it challenging to articulate the meaning behind that look. It resembled the gaze of a teacher managing the lives of unruly and uncomprehending students, yet it also carried a hint of wistfulness and sorrow. Thus, Enja comprehended the answer. He remained silent. The morning passed in this manner, enveloped in silence. Selin returned briefly, but hurriedly, as he was engrossed in his work. "I must stay here until evening," he remarked, turning to Enja. "The emergency response department does not recognize you, so you shall accompany me." The doctor interjected, "Leave it to me. I will not abandon him." After a moment of contemplation, Selin replied, "Very well." Outside, the relentless roar of the wind persists, an unyielding force emanating from the cosmos that shakes the very foundations of human civilization. The solar storm conjures hurricanes on Earth that surpass all recorded disasters in history. Pressing his fingers against the wall, Enja can sense its slight tremor, akin to the final gasps of a dying creature. It seems nothing short of miraculous that human creations have withstood such a colossal tempest for so long. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a knock resounded at the door. It was a squad of fully armed officers, led by 3 civilian officials adorned with badges representing the emergency response unit. Upon seeing Dr. G, the foremost officer inclined his head slightly, addressing him. "Doctor, please accompany us." Dr. G inquired, "Has the evacuation commenced?" "It has begun. We anticipate the transfer of 500 individuals," replied the officer. "The military will spare no effort to ensure your safety, and we have arranged accommodations for you in Eden." "Thank you," Dr. G responded, but in the next moment he turned to Enja. "However, he must accompany me. According to the evacuation protocol, you may bring 1 assistant," the officer stated, addressing Enja. "Please present your ID card for verification." "My assistant is no longer with us," Dr. G said, resting his arm on Enja's shoulder with a smile. Turning to him, "It seems your ID card is not on your person." Enja replied, "I only have the colonel's." "Hand it over to them," Dr. G instructed. Enja obediently retrieved Lu Feng's ID card, which the officer accepted, swiping it on a portable device. Then he appeared momentarily taken aback. Lu Feng had ventured to the underground city for the base, yet no news had surfaced. The doctor raised an eyebrow, leisurely stating, "If his child cannot obtain refuge rights, I find that rather inappropriate." The officer frowned, stepped aside to make a communication, and upon returning remarked, "He may be granted an exception and identified as your assistant." The doctor replied, "Thank you." As they walked down the corridor, the doctor addressed Enja, "If you roam around aimlessly in the morning and return late." Enja pressed his lips together, noticing the scene in the hall. Dozens of researchers clad in white lab coats queued simply, guarded by military personnel nearby. A lady was passionately exclaiming, "My assistant must accompany me. I refuse to accept such a transfer scheme." The officer responded, "In the transfer scheme, you do not have an assistant quota, Dr. Chun. My research is dependent on an assistant. I cannot accomplish those tasks alone. Moreover, his expertise is on par with mine, and he is capable of independently leading large projects." The woman referred to as Dr. Chun exclaimed loudly, "Please escalate this matter. If you believe you cannot proceed with your research without your assistant." The officer's voice was cold and unfeeling. "You may have to remain here." After a brief moment of shock, she fell silent, and she followed Dr. G as they headed in another direction. It seemed that a dispute was also unfolding upstairs, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. The first floor of the United Front building had opened an exit, where Enja boarded a military armored vehicle. As he entered, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the outside world. The sunlight was so blinding it felt as though it could scorch the retina, and the dry, searing air surged into his lungs. Grit settled on him everywhere. The once smooth ground was marred by deep ravines, as if a colossal beast had wildly clawed at it. Around him, the sound of human breath filled the air. As the vehicle departed with 30 individuals on board, he overheard nearby discussions. For this evacuation, the lighthouse had only allocated 500 spots, insufficient to accommodate even a tenth of the total staff. Someone inquired about their equipment and materials. "After we depart, the lighthouse will experience a complete power outage. The laboratory will prioritize samples based on their significance. Crucial specimens will be relocated to Eden for preservation," came the response. With a resounding thud, The vehicle door slammed shut, and the armored car rumbled to life, enveloping the interior in darkness and silence, while the doctor grasped his hand. And just suddenly felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene. A month prior, amidst the overwhelming tide of insects, he had similarly boarded a military truck to Zone 6, where he faced the Judgment Day. Back then, it was the poet who held his hand in the dark compartment. Now it was the doctor. The criteria for entry into Zone 6 at that time was the absence of infection, while now the criteria for access to Eden hinged upon past, present, and future contributions to the base. Whether in the outer city or the main city, judgment was perpetually unfolding. The journey was brief, and by a stroke of serendipity, he and the professor were assigned to the end of the 6th floor, the very place where he once taught children to recite poetry. Eden, he partook of his first proper meal in days, a bowl of potato soup. Though not as delectable as his own concoctions, it was a rare treat after subsisting on compressed biscuits and nutritional supplements. The professor seemed preoccupied. Later that evening, Anja went to fetch water for him. The tea room was occupied. The woman who had clashed with the officer during the day was facing the wall, sobbing. A fellow researcher stood beside her, gently patting her shoulder. Perhaps the beacon can endure. It's impossible, she croaked, her voice hoarse. The Earth's atmospheric oxygen content is already less than half of what it once was. With the air filtration system activated, fresh oxygen will be prioritized for Eden. The residential areas, military bases, even the Twin Towers, are second in the oxygen supply queue. They won't make it. At that moment, she looked up and noticed Anja. Who is this? She asked softly. Is he one of us? The researcher beside her replied. He's said to be an assistant to Professor G from the testing center. Professor G was able to bring an assistant. She murmured because his accomplishments are superior to ours. That is the reality, the researcher said. Do not grieve for him. If we can survive this calamity, we can cultivate new assistants. Her nose was flushed, and her eyes were brimming with tears. Upon hearing these words, she emitted a hollow laugh, then covered her entire face with her hands, her body trembling. Do you think, she said, that I am merely saddened because of my assistant? The residents of the main city, when the outer city was obliterated, were relieved to find themselves not among the forsaken. Her voice trembled, yet they were still abandoned. Our presence here today is the result of sacrifices made by countless others. But perhaps tomorrow we shall lose our right to stand here. The ocean submerges an island, and the exposed portion grows ever smaller. The time is drawing near. What exactly are we holding on to? For the greater good of humanity? For the greater good of humanity. She bent over, gasping for breath. This era is a killer, yet humanity itself is complicit in the slaughter. But you must accept this. Dr. Chun-Ching, the researcher, spoke softly. As beneficiaries, we possess no right to mourn for them. I understand. I simply find it emotionally challenging to accept, as a fellow human being. She wiped away a tear, managing a faint smile. Or do you mean to imply that we are unworthy of such emotions? I do not know. They fell silent, and Anja completed the water task, clutching a cup as he exited the tea room. Upon raising his gaze, he caught a glimpse of Selin fleetingly in the corridor, entering the doctor's room, prompting him to quicken his pace to greet her. The door was ajar, a sliver of light spilling forth. Anja placed his right hand on the doorknob and was about to push the door open when he heard Selin's voice from within. Where is Anja? Together we relocated. The doctor inquired. Are you seeking him? Has he been trailing you? Serlant responded. I just received a call from the emergency response department. A crucial sample from laboratory D1344, slated for relocation, has vanished. Vanished? The doctor echoed. The sample linked to Lu Feng? It's an oddity. I wouldn't be surprised if it expired and then evaporated into thin air. Anja's heart rate surged, and his fingers trembled. He swiftly turned and moved to the opposite side of the corridor. No, Serlant stated. The response department contacted me because the instruments registered several operational entries at 6 this morning, attributed to the colonel. Where is Anja? I must find him. He went to fetch water, the doctor replied. Thank you. A door clicked shut as Serlant departed. Anja stood behind the wall at the corner, clutching his water cup. He knew discovery was inevitable, but he hadn't anticipated it arriving so swiftly. The two researchers in the tea room had seen him. Soon, Serlant would be searching here. He couldn't be found. With stark clarity, Anja surveyed the corridor, seeking a usable air vent. However, he immediately realized that once he transformed into mycelium, his clothes and ID card would remain, serving as irrefutable evidence. His chest heaved, and in a fleeting moment he made a decision, turning and sprinting toward the supply room at the end of the auxiliary corridor. There was a door ajar, leading to the emergency staircase, a place unlikely to be discovered swiftly. The stairwell possessed another egress on the 22nd floor. He and Lily had traversed it once. If only he could locate the original terrace, they could abscond from this edifice. Alternatively, they could seek a secluded refuge, but it was imperative to evacuate the 6th floor. The further, the better. With relative ease, Enja discovered the diminutive portal. He entered, finding himself in the dim stairwell, and commenced his ascent. The location seemed proximate to the building's outer shell. The wind howled boisterously, engendering protracted, incessant reverberations. The air was torrid, a stifling, humid warmth that could suffocate a human. Save for the wind's lament, nothing else was audible in the inky blackness. He collided with a diminutive object. Enja's initial reflex was that a non-human monstrosity lurked here, but in the subsequent instant, his fingers brushed against the sleek tresses of a human. He discerned the violent gasps of a child gripped by terror. He hesitated momentarily. "Lily? Enja?" Lily echoed. "It is I," Enja affirmed. "You came," Lily exclaimed. I heard the Twin Towers were initiating a relocation. I was just contemplating seeking you out. What of Sinan? Was Sinan transferred?" "I am uncertain," Enja responded. "They mentioned that significant specimens would also be transferred hither." In the subsequent instant after uttering those words, it occurred to him that, given the capacity for non-contact contamination by aberrations and monsters, the beacon might not permit Sinan to enter Eden. But Lily seemed relieved. Sinan must assuredly be of great import. Still shaken, she leaned against the stairwell for a protracted interval before adding, "Did you also come in search of me?" "No," Enja responded, carefully choosing his words. "I've come here to seek refuge." "Is someone pursuing you?" Lily inquired. She added, "You're quite safe here." Enja recognized that Lily was an exceptional child, unlike other humans. "I'll be staying here for a few days," he said, gently stroking Lily's hair. "Would you refrain from informing others?" In an instant, the stairwell was illuminated with a dazzling, stark white light that fell upon them. Lily instinctively cried out, drawing closer to him. He protectively shielded the little girl, then raised his gaze. In the glare of the brilliant light stood Madame Lu, clad in a long white gown, whom he had briefly encountered at the lighthouse. Flanking Madame Lu were 2 Eden personnel wielding powerful flashlights. "Lily," Madame Lu's gentle voice carried a hint of reproach. Though her words were directed at Lily, her gaze remained fixed on Enja. She softly remarked, "Why are you still wandering about at this hour?" Chapter 49. Lily whispered, "I apologize, madam. I was merely a little concerned about Sinan. Is there something you cannot confide in me?" Madame Lu reached out her hand to her. Lily obediently left Enja and went to be led away by Madame Lu. During their previous encounter at the lighthouse, Madame Lu had worn a mask, allowing Enja to see only her eyes. This time, however, he could clearly discern the features of the lady's face. Her features were gentle, with curved eyebrows, but her thin lips were slightly pursed when she wasn't smiling, adding a touch of resolute strength to her otherwise tender appearance. Lu Feng bore little resemblance to her. However, inexplicably, Enja felt that her features bore a certain resemblance to Lily's. If it were true that the inhabitants of the entire base had developed from embryos originating from the Eden, and all these embryos were derived from women within Eden, then it is indeed plausible that Lily might be the biological daughter of Madame Lu. In this light, Lily's decisive departure upon encountering Madame Lu, opting to follow her instead, becomes understandable. After all, she is the offspring of Madame Lu, not his. In this world, only spores would never willingly abandon him. Enja glanced at Madame Lu, uncertain of what measures she might take against him. He then heard Madame Lu inquire, "Is he your friend? Did you come to the corridor to find him?" Lily and Enja exchanged glances. Her mischievous gaze flickered as she said to Madame Lu, "He doesn't want to go back. May I invite him as a guest? We could have dinner with Enja. Their food is so unpleasant," she added. Enja understood that the little girl wished to aid him in evading the search by those below. Yet he doubted Madame Lu would acquiesce, considering his sudden appearance here was rather peculiar. To his surprise, however, Madame Lu responded, "Very well." Lily exclaimed, "Madame, you are so wonderful today." Madame Lu bent down and affectionately stroked her hair, saying, "I have always loved you." Lily nuzzled her palm affectionately, replying, "I like you too, madam." And Je was thus ushered to the 22nd floor of the Eden, where the atmosphere was tranquil. The corridors resonated with soft melodies, and the pristine white walls were adorned with images of flowers, butterflies, bees, clouds, and depictions of the Virgin Mary. In stark contrast to the outside world, this place felt like an entirely different realm. In the spacious corridors and halls, Je encountered several other women, all clad in immaculate white gowns, with their dark or chestnut hair cascading freely. Their faces bore serene expressions, and they greeted Mrs. Lu with friendly nods upon her arrival. In a small booth of the communal dining hall, Je savored the evening meal of the 22nd floor, which consisted of sweetened milk, half a roasted chicken, and a bowl of vegetable corn soup. After the meal, Mrs. Lu remarked, "It is time to bid farewell to your friend." Lily playfully implored, "Let him stay a while longer." Mrs. Lu indulged her request, saying, "Then come along with me to water the flowers." Thus, Lily clasped Je's hand and led him through the immaculate hall to a circular room. Upon entering, Je was immediately captivated by the lush reds and greens that adorned the space. At the center of the room lay a small flower bed, flourishing with deep crimson roses. "My beloved used to bring me seeds from the wild," Mrs. Lu confided to Je, and later Lu Hong would do the same. "I recall the day you spent with him." Je nodded in acknowledgement, for he seldom wished to draw close to others. Mrs. Lu then lifted a silver watering can that rested upon a floral stand. At that moment, out of the corner of Je's eye, something suddenly flickered. He instinctively turned his head. It was the television screen in the room, which had turned on automatically without anyone pressing the remote. The emergency response department's announcement was being broadcast, and the speed of the announcer's speech was markedly quicker than usual. Simultaneously, a half-length photo of Je appeared on the screen, urgently calling for the apprehension of the suspect, urging any witnesses to provide information about his whereabouts immediately. Je's body tensed slightly. The hour-long tranquility he had experienced seemed merely an illusion, as the world remained fraught with peril. He glanced toward Madame Lu, who softly reassured him, "Do not be afraid." Madame Lu's actions consistently took Je by surprise. He had initially believed her to be a staunch supporter of the base's regulations, yet it now appeared otherwise. Je replied, I will not assist your escape, but I will also not hand you over for the time being." Madame Lu smiled. He questioned her, "Why?" "There are always myriad reasons for capturing an individual." Madame Lu diverted her gaze from the screen, bowing her head to water her rose bushes. The crystalline droplets cascaded down the edges of the deep red petals before falling onto the verdant leaves and into the soil below. "For instance, 40 years ago, they arrested my mother." Je was uncertain of what she intended to convey, yet it seemed she was eager to share a tale. Many individuals he encountered yearned to narrate their stories, as if each person's heart concealed cherished memories of the past. He remained silent, merely listening as the fragrance of roses enveloped them. Lily plucked a flower, delicately stripping the petals from their calyx, cradling them in her palm before casting them into the air. The petals cascaded like a gentle rain, settling upon her hair and clothing, with one delicate petal alighting on Madame Lu's hair. In the fourth base of humanity, 23,371 women unanimously declared, "I voluntarily dedicate myself to the fate of humanity, embracing genetic experimentation and all forms of assisted reproductive techniques, striving for the perpetuation of the human race throughout my life." Madame Lu reiterated, in a light tone, the rose declaration that Je had once heard from Lily, though her voice bore a somber weight compared to the girl's clear and joyful cadence. A sentence had been omitted from this declaration, a prerequisite condition. Madame Lu stated, "Accepting genetic experimentation and all forms of assisted reproductive techniques, based on the premise of possessing fundamental human rights." Moreover, the initiators of the declaration had reached a consensus with the base. Women would manage women. She caressed the soft edges of the rose. Yet, that was nearly 70 years ago, a time when everything seemed to hold promise. The fate of humanity lay before us, As long as we could endure, things would improve. If I had been one of those 23,000 women, I would have unhesitatingly agreed. Everyone was sacrificing. I was willing to contribute to the best of my ability for the benefit of humanity. At that time, the technology for ex vivo embryo culture had yet to mature, and children were required to remain within their mother's womb for a minimum of 7 months. The base hoped to maintain a higher population count, insisting that the resting period for their wombs should not exceed 15 days. Mrs. Lu gazed up at the steel-colored ceiling, reflecting on the burdensome task of reproduction. Their entire lives had been shattered, and life itself was slipping away. They yearned for the base to relax its demands, yet no one acquiesced. Women who voluntarily signed the Rose Declaration and all girls born thereafter felt it was only natural to dedicate themselves to this pronouncement. After all, the need for population growth was dire. This sentiment was shared by the lighthouse and the military, the majority in both the inner and outer cities, and even by the women tasked with managing other women. Her tone was gentle, a softness that seemed capable of evoking emotional resonance. And Zhe listened quietly, noticing that Lily was also sitting silently at the edge of the flower bed. In pursuit of basic human rights, they initiated a protest movement 40 years ago, led by my mother, who appeared to be one of the original signatories of the Rose Declaration. Mrs. Lu smiled faintly. Yet all images and written records had been obliterated. At that time, I was still too young to remember much. The only memory that lingers is of one night when soldiers from the United Front Center burst into our home. She locked me in a room, and then there was the sound of a gunshot. I saw blood seeping under the door into my room. Afterwards, I was taken to Eden. They ultimately realized that the most effective method was to firmly control reproductive resources in their own hands. Consequently, they removed that particular phrase from the declaration. The new generation of girls was gathered together, nurtured under the guidance of Eden, instilling in them from a young age a profound awareness of their responsibilities, while denying them any alternative education. Thus, the base need not worry about a decline in fertility rates, nor would any girl suffer the anguish of losing her human rights due to incessant reproduction. She gazed at the surrounding walls, yet it felt as though she were peering through them to behold the entirety of the human base. I feel pain for this, yet I am acutely aware that my suffering is but a trivial fraction. In this place, every second witnesses the death of someone. The only means for humanity to survive in this era is to transform itself into a singular, cohesive organism. Individuals with varying duties serve as the different organs of this entity. The lighthouse represents the brain, the military serves as its claws, the people of the outer city are the flesh and blood, buildings and walls constitute the skin, and Eden embodies the womb. Ange regarded her, and she seemed to interpret Ange's gaze, saying, "I have never harbored resentment for this place." She bent down to embrace Lily, who buried her head into her shoulder. "I often find myself perplexed by one thing," she mused, gently caressing Lily's hair. "Our resistance against monsters and aberrations, our opposition to the contamination of human genes by foreign genes, is an endeavor to preserve the unique will of humanity, to prevent being dominated by primal instincts. Yet, in pursuit of this objective, all our actions stand in stark contradiction to the tenets of humanity, the collective of which we are a part. Its every action, the acquisition of resources, the expansion of its existence, the propagation of its kind, merely reflects the primal instincts of beasts. Humanity, in essence, bears no distinction from the external monstrosities. It is merely the flexibility of the mind that imbues its actions with self-deceptive significance. Humans represent but one species among the myriad of ordinary animals, born as all life is, and destined to perish as all life must. Madame Lu's eyes held a vacant, lifeless glimmer. The civilization of humankind is as inconsequential as its technology. She ceased to speak, her gaze lingering on the ceiling, while Anja observed her palm resting on a dark knob. Then she gently turned it. The metallic panel above, designed to shield against radiation, thundered open, revealing the pinnacle of Eden, where beyond the glass lay an expanse of celestial light. Nightfall marked the temporary respite of solar winds, as tranquil twilight cascaded down alongside the Milky Way. Anja murmured, "There will come a day when things improve. Perhaps there will indeed come a time when judges need not slay their own kin, when soldiers are spared the sacrifice in the wilderness, and when the girls of Eden regain their freedom." "Not anymore," Madame Lu replied, The time is fast approaching when this world shall be irrevocably broken. She turned to the little girl in her arms. Lily, do you wish to fly? Anja gazed at her gentle profile, and upon hearing this question, a chill suddenly surged down his spine. Lily embraced her neck, her voice bright as she asked, Can I? Just like the compass? Yes, you can. At this moment, Anja finally comprehended the true intention behind Nan's instruction for Lily to return to the Eden. It was in stark contrast to their previous assumptions. The return to Eden was not predicated on its safety. Chapter 50. Lily lifted her head from Madame Lu's shoulder, her dark eyes gazing at Anja. There was a peculiar hue in her eyes, a misty quality that evoked thoughts of creatures dwelling in the abyss. In fact, each of the ladies and girls on the 22nd floor possessed a similar air of innocence, as if they were untouched by the world. Were there a judge present, they might conclude that these individuals were not truly human. If a person were to be born in Eden and remain there for their entire life, they would undoubtedly differ from those outside. Suddenly, a slight pain pierced Anja's head, as that familiar wave of sensation re-emerged in his mind. Yet, it was far less grand and terrifying than what he had experienced in the dead of night. It was much more tangible and close, as if its source were right beside him. He looked at Madame Lu, the light shifting, and he perceived a hint of an elusive iridescence in her eyes. Do you no longer wish to be human? Anja stepped back. Behind him were the red alarm bells equipped in every room. Madame Lu stared at him blankly, a tear rolling down her cheek. Humanity has lost all hope, she remarked. Anja replied, Wait for Lu Hong to return. Before he could finish his sentence, Madame Lu suddenly burst into laughter. Meanwhile, tears cascaded from her eyes, her entire being trembling like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. Her right hand pressed tightly against her mouth, producing only fragmented, incoherent laughter. Humanity has inflicted upon me and my children an unbearable amount of suffering. Anja finally heard her voice. Perhaps she was lamenting Lu Feng. Yet in the next moment, Lady Lu's voice became hauntingly hoarse. Lu Feng, he is more resolute than I. He is like this base, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of humanity, yet he will never attain what he desires. The lady extended her hand, crushing a vivid red rose. The thorns pierced her skin, but the pain only steadied her voice. All that he seeks to protect shall be annihilated. His convictions are but castles in the air. He shall meet a tragic end. To not witness the day he descends into madness, to not behold the destruction of this base, is my sole regret. The despair and sorrowful hatred concealed within her voice widened in Anja's eyes. He was utterly bewildered, looking at her in disbelief. The petals of the rose slipped from Lady Lu's grasp, her voice diminished. What I yearn to accomplish is to depart from this place. What, dear hybrid, is your purpose in coming to the human base to be by his side? Anja gazed at her, rendered speechless. However, Mrs. Lu seemed disinterested in his response. Her neck elongated, her entire form undergoing a transformation, twisting and bending into bizarre arcs, then swelling and expanding. Brown and black patterns manifested upon her skin, her body morphing into an oval chrysalis. Her arms elongated, resembling the slender appendages of arthropods, while two pairs of translucent wings erupted from her back, tearing through her flowing white gown. In the span of a mere minute, she had transformed into a creature that was part human, part bee. The peculiar vibrations intensified, enveloping Lily, whose body also began to undergo the same metamorphosis. The moment was drawing near. Humanity's genes were far too frail to perceive the changes unfolding in the world, incapable of enduring mutation and selection. Yet other creatures were not particularly resilient either. She spoke softly, We will all perish. I harbor no hatred towards humanity. I have devoted 35 years to the base, alleviating much suffering among women and facilitating the birth of more infants each year. She smiled, yet, in the face of this catastrophe, all endeavors are rendered futile, merely underscoring the insignificance and impotence of humankind. I simply wish to experience those things I have never attained during this final era of tranquility. Her elytra shimmered under the moonlight, her form grand, slender, and graceful. Lily's transformation preceded her completion. She had already become a slightly smaller bee, fluttering beside Mrs. Lu with an innate grace, her flight so natural, devoid of any resemblance to humanity. Anja gazed at Mrs. Lu, only to find her slightly furrowing her brow and closing her eyes. Her serene countenance was tinged with a subtle hint of anguish, but forthwith, an indescribable metamorphosis transpired upon her head. Iridescent compound eyes ascended, antennae sprouted and ramified, and her human skeletal structure contorted and transmuted into a resilient, honey-hued chitinous exoskeleton. The creature's immensity and resplendence far surpassed any insectoid monstrosity that Enja had ever beheld. Within the hexagonal confines of the hive, she resembled a queen bee. A rustling sound arose, the sonorous vibration of wings. The diaphanous insectal wings, akin to a flowing veil of gossamer, quivered momentarily before extending tautly and palpitating. Her form levitated, ascending languidly toward the cupola, and as she neared its apex, she accelerated with sudden impetus. A resounding tremor reverberated as the sturdy glass dome fissured into a reticular pattern of cracks. Enja surmised that the dome's composition must be exceptionally robust, yet with the second and third impacts, a cacophony erupted as myriad shards of glass cascaded, scattering upon the floor and amidst the rose petals, resembling dewdrops. An alarm was triggered, inundating the chamber with a crimson effulgence, its strident siren deafening. A flurry of footsteps heralded the arrival of white-shirt personnel who burst through the doorway, only to be rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. A gaping aperture had been breached, and the bee, once lily, soared forth, ascending into the vast nocturnal expanse. Her silhouette swiftly vanished into the inky blackness. The queen bee tarried momentarily, poised above the cupola, her head pivoting as she cast a downward glance, perhaps harboring a lingering sentimentality for this place. Then, with deliberate slowness, she turned her head, her wings fluttering slightly, as if resolving to ascend. Yet, in the ensuing instant, the flutter of wings ceased, an eerie silence pervading the air, the stilled pinions resembling an ominous caesura. The colossal queen bee, bathed in lunar luminescence, pivoted languidly, its resplendent golden compound eyes fixing upon those below, upon Enja and the entirety of Eden. The queen bee's right foreleg extended inward, the chelae shimmering with a frigid, keen silver sheen. This singular point of sharpness magnified gradually, until the entire pair of forelegs had intruded, followed by the gargantuan head. A novel sensation surged within Enja's heart. The action was preternaturally peculiar. The emancipated Madame Lu would not return, unless the one now governing the queen bee was no longer she, unless the monstrous, instinctual consciousness had, without contest, triumphed over the human spirit. What would a complete alien entity do when faced with the humans of Eden? All transpired within mere seconds. Enja, gazing at the petrified personnel, rasped, "Flee!" However, in the very next moment the queen bee raised its head. An intensely potent, indescribable wave emanated from it, sweeping over all present. Enja's head throbbed violently, nebulous images unfurling before his eyes. At Enze's demise, when he absorbed his entire essence, Enze's past memories materialized in his mind like a series of tableaus. In the outer city, on the day the insect tide arrived, he was stung on the finger by an insect. That night, in his dreams, he also witnessed the scenes encountered by insects in their flight across the wilderness. At this juncture, confronted with the chaotic fragments of memories surging before him, Enja apprehended the unfolding reality. The queen bee was initiating a non-contact infection. Chapter 51. We are the individuals most intimately linked to the fate of humanity. When Madame Lu was but a girl, her mother imparted these words to her, her abdomen gently swelling with nascent life. We are the individuals most intimately linked to the fate of humanity. As she matured, she, in turn, relayed this sentiment to other girls. During that period, she shouldered the responsibility of procreation for the base while simultaneously immersing herself in the study of three-dimensional embryo cultivation technology, a field of research of immense value. Consequently, she was among the select few fertile women granted unrestricted access to both Eden and the lighthouse. One day, in the connecting corridor of the Twin Towers, she encountered a strikingly handsome military officer with verdant eyes. Subsequently, she bore a child, a birth unrelated to her duties. Due to their respective occupations, she could not frequently meet the child's father, communicating only sporadically via communicator. I sometimes feel I have betrayed the Rose Declaration, she confessed. Why would you harbor such thoughts? A composed voice resonated from the communicator. Are you not in the process of nurturing a life? To bear a child with one's beloved is a privilege that women possessed prior to the emergence of declarations. She gently rested her fingers upon her abdomen. I possess the freedom to govern my womb, provided I adhere to regulations and do not deplete the resources of the base. I feel immensely joyful even though such thoughts may be perilous. Memories flicker intermittently, marked only by pivotal moments. He is heading to the military, Mrs. Lu remarked. I previously suggested he join the United Front Center. The assignments have now been finalized. Upon your return to the base, you shall encounter him. Does he resemble me? To some extent, though not closely. His temperament is also quite different from yours. The base forbids individuals from knowing their familial ties, yet upon your first meeting, you will undoubtedly recognize one another. I eagerly anticipate meeting him. You shall, Mrs. Lu replied, but do exercise caution in the wilderness. I will, she assured. The man spoke. This time we have reclaimed exceedingly important research materials, some of which pertain to your field. She smiled. Thank you for your efforts. My research has been progressing smoothly as well. I miss you. The man's voice suddenly dropped. Last night, I dreamt of the day humanity triumphantly overcame the calamity. We were all alive, along with our children, living joyfully like any ordinary family. Her voice mirrored his tenderness. Come back soon. Everything was imbued with hope, yet the limited memories associated with joy in her life were drawing to a close. 10 days later, she found herself unable to reach her beloved, nor could she obtain any news related to him. She had resigned herself to the worst. On the day she resolved to inquire at the United Front Center about her lover's whereabouts, she encountered her child in the corridor. She seldom saw him. It felt as though in the blink of an eye, the child who would stealthily ascend from the 6th floor to the 22nd floor to see her had matured into a capable adult, a handsome young officer. Despite her heart being heavy with worry, the sight of him brought her a modicum of solace. You are here as well. Lu Feng softly addressed her, Mother. In that moment, she noticed the insignia on his black uniform and the silver badge pinned to his chest. Didn't the base assign you to the United Front Center? She inquired, slightly perplexed. I am at the tribunal, he replied. Why have you gone there? She asked anxiously. Rarely did anyone willingly choose to join the tribunal unless absolutely necessary. I volunteered, the young officer stated, his cold green eyes revealing a complexity of emotions, yet ultimately settling into a rational calmness. At the tribunal, I can make a greater impact than at the United Front Center. She wished to voice her concerns, but ultimately shook her head in resignation. Everyone knew the tribunal was a place of madness where no one met a good end. As they prepared to part, Lu Feng called out to her from behind, Mother. Madame Lu turned to face him, and Lu Feng looked at her, his voice slightly hoarse as he asked, What are you going to do? Nothing much. She inadvertently wished to shield her child from such knowledge, merely smiling and saying, Take care of yourself. Thus, she departed and knocked on the door of the Information Management Office at the United Front Center. Information Management Office. What would you like to inquire about? She asked. Is General Gao Tang, the commander of the first combat sequence under the United Front Center, still in the field? She inquired. A few sounds of keyboard tapping emanated from across the desk. I'm sorry, the staff member responded. The general has been confirmed deceased. Her fingers turned icy, yet she managed to maintain her composure. The sacrifice for the base was the destiny of every soldier. In the field, you say? At the entry point, the staff member stated, the tribunal's records indicate that General Gao Tang has been deemed infected. A haze enveloped her vision, nearly causing her to falter. Madam? The staff member called to her. The tribunal. She murmured, repeating that term, questioning the accuracy of their judgment. It is highly likely to be accurate. The accuracy rate for each cohort of the tribunal's members can be maintained at 80%. This year's newly inducted members boast an average accuracy rate of 90%. Madam, do you require assistance? Madam? She stood there in a daze, suddenly recalling the moment on the corridor bridge when Lu Feng called out Mother in a voice tinged with hoarseness. A tremor coursed through her entire being. Perhaps her excessive display of emotion had startled the staff member, who replied, Your authorization level is quite high. If you require it, I can request a detailed inquiry into the records, including the ID card number of the presiding judge that day and the accuracy data, madam? No, She widened her eyes, as if confronted by a terrifying specter suspended in midair. Do not investigate, do not investigate. Memories surged like a blank tide, indistinct and hazy. She had lost her beloved, and from that day forth, she and Lu Feng had gradually drifted apart. In essence, she had nearly lost him as well. In truth, she was losing her child each passing day. On the day the outer city was obliterated, as she listened to the distant rumble, Lily nestled into her embrace. Why had they destroyed their own city? To ensure humanity's safety. Yet, the inhabitants were also children of Eden. Lily inquired, if children do not matter, why are we confined here? They had their reasons. For the sake of loftier goals, they had to make certain choices. Holding Lily close, she gently responded, both the main city and the outer city are our children. Children can be willful at times, and they may inadvertently harm their mothers or their kin. Only through understanding them can we avoid suffering. As she spoke, memories of blood seeping through the cracks of childhood doors and the emblem of the court upon Lu Feng's chest merged with the distant sight of a mushroom cloud in her mind. Lily then posed the same question, so, Madam, do you understand? She did not respond, resting her forehead against Lily's, her eyes gently closed. I truly wish you would never have to endure such suffering again. Like a mournful melody reaching its conclusion, and just slowly opened his eyes. He found himself collapsed beside a rose garden, his gaze lifting to behold the deep crimson and verdant petals swaying, shards of glass twinkling amidst them. A shadow swept past his vision, prompting him to look upward. The aperture in the dome, once only large enough for a queen bee to pass through, had expanded, occupying 3/4 of the dome. Its jagged edges shimmered with light as a bee, as long as a human arm, ventured through it into the outside world. The disturbance had dissipated, and the queen bee was no longer in sight, yet the glass bore the marks of shattering. In the night sky, artillery erupted like fireworks. Human forces had commenced their battle, leaving uncertain whether they had slain the queen bee. However, striking a bee in the vastness of the night was a formidable challenge. Ensued observed the diminutive bee ascend higher, vanishing under the silvery glow of the moon. Soon, more shadows appeared, accompanied by the buzzing of fluttering wings. 5, 10, countless bees surged from all directions, some adorned with remnants of white fabric. Ensued turned to their origin. The 22nd floor was utterly deserted, devoid of human presence. Everyone transformed into bees, soaring forth in a sweeping tide. Bees, another fleeting image materialized in Ensued's mind, depicting a bee, an ordinary one that posed no threat to humans, solely gathering nectar from flowers. It was a summer, the season of bee reproduction, yet by a twist of fate it found itself in the midst of a human city. This city, impervious to intrusion, had its doors and windows tightly sealed. The bee merely sought edible pollen, yet its endeavor remained futile. Eventually, it spotted a vibrant, crimson rose blooming behind glass. A woman tended to this flower, standing by the windowsill, her gaze upon the rose imbued with a smile, yet after a while, it turned wistfully towards the sky outside. It seemed she longed to push open the window and touch the heavens beyond. Thus, the bee waited patiently, enduring until the woman departed and returned, until she gazed outside and a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek. It appeared she had finally resolved to act. She opened the window, whereupon the wind, that liberating breeze, surged inward, and she closed her eyes, as if she could soar with the gusts. The bee, having endured hunger for far too long, alighted upon the rose's stamen, its fuzzy hind legs dusted with pollen, as it probed the flower's heart with its elongated proboscis. Yet it was soon discovered. The woman reached out to it, her fingers trembling, her gaze quivering, tinged with a hint of madness, as though she beheld such a life for the very first time. Her movements were slow, not indicative of a desire to brush it away, but the bee's instinct dictated the course of events. When her fingers were mere millimeters from touching it, the bee instinctively stung her. The bee perished, and as its body withdrew from the woman's fingertip, a portion of its innards was torn away, suspended from the end of its stinger. For a bee in its lifetime can wield its sting but once. Yet it seemed not to have perished. Its form lay ensconced within the thicket of roses, while its consciousness appeared to have melded into that of the woman, remaining dormant for an interminable duration. No one was aware of its existence, not even the woman herself, who believed she had merely been stung, rather than infected. It was not until its fragment of awareness was gradually awakened by a distant, peculiar resonance that things began to change. The memory of the bee was rather straightforward. Devoid of this particular experience, it was, in essence, unremarkable. When Enje opened his eyes once more, those memories began to fade from his mind, while the roses before him remained vibrantly vivid. Who had bestowed that flower upon Madame Lu all those years ago? Only two individuals would offer her such blooms: her former lover or Lu Hong, both of whom sought solely to bring her a measure of joy. Thus, in the season when the roses blossomed, this enchanting sight stirred her heart, prompting her to bask in the warmth of the sun and the fresh air, as well as encounter the bee that had come in pursuit of the flowers. A gentle breeze swept in, and Enje gradually regained his senses, rising from the ground to find himself surrounded by emptiness. Tattered garments, communication devices, and the assorted belongings of those present lay strewn about. He could envision that when he was swept away by that potent wave, plunging into the memories of the woman and the bee, everyone in attendance had also succumbed to the influence of the resonance. Thousands transformed into countless bees, soaring through the aperture in the dome toward the heavens. He, however, remained an anomaly, retaining his human form, much like that instance when he was stung by an insect, without experiencing any mutation. At that moment, a perilous intuition surged within Enje's heart. He lifted his gaze towards the zenith of the dome, where three diminutive military helicopters hovered, the very ones that had engaged the swarm of bees earlier. Enje squinted, discerning a dark cannon muzzle protruding from the helicopter window, aimed directly at him. Concurrently, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the doorway, accompanied by blaring alarms. Emergency lights and crimson warning beacons blinked frenetically, and the floor vibrated as fully armed soldiers from the emergency response department flooded into the room, encircling Enje. Each soldier brandished a heavy weapon, every gun trained upon him,